Our story begins with a battered young man lying on the ground, living in an environment where violence was a daily occurrence. As he grew up, he was beaten to the brink of death by the person he called his father. For him, violence had become something trivial, as common as breathing, something he was already familiar with. The scene shifts, and the boy appears wide-eyed, with a target drawn on his face, while someone holds his head in place. In desperation, he begs the two guys holding him and the other boy aiming at him with a rubber band and a coin to wait a moment. He asks why they can't just accept him the usual way, and says there's no need to go that far. Even so, one of them asks what happened, and whether he wants to back out now, reminding him that he was the one who said he needed money. The boy holding the rubber band is named Kim Sung-ho, and he is imprisoned, sentenced to 2 years for oppression. Kim Sung-ho comments that up until that point, the boy had done all sorts of things to earn money, shoveling snow for 300 won, warming shoes for 100 won, and even lowering himself to act like a pet for 200 won. Now he was about to work as a human target for 500 won. Even though he hesitates, the protagonist accepts and says he'll do it. That place is a juvenile detention center, a facility that houses offenders under the age of 19. In other words, it's where some of the worst young criminals in South Korea end up, an environment where violence and crime happen constantly. In that atmosphere, Kim Sung-ho orders the boy with the target on his face to close his eyes tightly, saying he might get hit, and even jokes that it would be funny to hit him right in the middle of his forehead. Laughing at the situation, suddenly, the rubber band snaps, and the coin flies off, which irritates Kim Sung-ho. The coin bounces across the floor and ends up in the bathroom, falling into the toilet. Annoyed, he complains and asks if anyone has another rubber band, but the others say those are rare there. At that moment, Kim Sung-ho comments to Cha Ju-young that he's very lucky, while Cha Ju-young simply smiles. Right after, Kim Sung-ho asks what Cha Ju-young is doing and whether he's not going to grab the money. The protagonist quickly runs forward, thanking his boss, but Kim Sung-ho interrupts him, saying it wouldn't be fun if it were that easy. He then orders the boy to retrieve the coin with his mouth. The protagonist stands still, staring at the toilet with the coin inside, knowing that would be difficult for anyone. One of the inmates comments that this has gone too far, while another reminds them that someone had severe diarrhea there the day before. Even so, Cha Ju-young doesn't hesitate, and plunges his face into the toilet water to grab the coin. Everyone around is shocked by the scene. One of them covers his face in disbelief, while others show disgust and keep their distance. One of the prisoners remarks that Cha Ju-young is a legend for selling his own dignity for just 500 won. Hearing that, the protagonist questions himself, wondering if they really said it was only 500 won. He thinks that with that amount he managed to reach 50,000 won, and concludes that everyone there is a bunch of bastards. Shortly after, one of Kim Sung-ho's subordinates says it's time to go to the yard, and he's surprised he wasn't expecting that. Before leaving, he turns his back on the protagonist and tells him to be the last one to leave, saying he stinks, which makes everyone laugh. The other inmates comment that Cha Ju-young is already finished after just 1 month, saying that no matter how poor he is, he's already given up being human, and they all enjoy mocking him. They also make it clear that Cha Ju-young is there for attempted murder, serving 3 years of detention for that crime. Kim Sung-ho adds that money surpasses everything, whether it's murder or anything else. One of his associates then questions why the protagonist is so obsessed with money, suggesting that he might owe someone. At that moment, a guard calls Cha Ju-young, identified as number 7199, informing him that he has a visitor. The protagonist is confused upon hearing this, but he goes to the visitation area. There he meets a girl with short black hair, who asks what happened to him and why his face looks so thin. She also asks whether he's not being fed properly, or if he's being beaten in prison, and he replies that it's not that. The girl's name is Daeon, and she is his childhood friend. She calls him an idiot, and reminds him that first impressions matter, even going as far as to say he should have stabbed the other's eyes with chopsticks, which he finds strange. The reason Cha Ju-young has been saving money is because of her, since she's the only person who still visits him. Even so, he asks why she comes so often, saying she's wasting money on transportation. Hearing that, Daeon gets irritated, slams her hand against the glass, and asks if he thinks she's broke or something, which startles him a bit. Then she asks about the coins he sent, questioning whether he did that because he had extra money. She continues, saying that even if he doesn't have parents, she won't accept money like that. The protagonist is shocked and asks why she's returning it. The girl replies that it's because of the promise they made. She clearly remembers that when they graduated from school, they promised to live together in Seoul. She says she'll take good care of the money, and that he should just take care of himself. At that moment, a prison officer announces that the visit is over. The girl starts walking toward the door and asks if Cha Ju-young understands, making it clear that he needs to focus only on getting out of there. She also asks him not to push himself too hard, and makes him promise that. He simply nods in farewell. After that, he remains seated, thoughtful, reflecting on that promise. The memory takes him back to the hospital. He was sitting on a bench next to Daeon, sincerely apologizing. He tries to talk about his father but corrects himself, saying that Man was responsible for leaving her in that state. Daeon was badly injured, clearly hurt. Hearing that, she starts trembling and asks what he just said, questioning whether he really feels sorry. Overcome with anger, she slams her hand against the wall and asks if he's making fun of her. She says this isn't the time to worry about others. His father was in a coma because of the vase Cha Ju-young threw at him, and if he didn't wake up, the police wouldn't leave him alone. Even so, Cha Ju-young says it's fine, and that considering all the domestic violence he suffered, he he wouldn't receive such a harsh punishment. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the courtroom, where the judge sentences the defendant Cha Ju-young to 3 years in prison. He widens his eyes upon hearing this, completely shocked. Before being taken away, Daeon walks alongside him. She tells him to eat properly and to report it if anyone tries to oppress him. She asks if he understands. As he is escorted by the guards, he looks back, and she insists, asking if he promises. He doesn't respond. He simply turns his back and keeps walking, while Daeon remains standing there, watching him leave, clearly worried. Inside the prison, it becomes clear that if an inmate causes trouble, their sentence can be extended. One of the guards even asks if anyone wants to prolong their stay, calling them all bastards. On the other hand, there's also the possibility of a reduced sentence for those who behave well. Amid this, Cha Ju-young is shown lying on the floor, thinking about the 3 years he has to serve. He looks at a photo of himself with his childhood friend and thinks that he will endure and survive that hell for that long. At that moment, Kim Sung-ho approaches and comments that it's not so bad, catching Cha Ju-young off guard. He quickly hides the photo. Kim Sung-ho asks if it's his girlfriend, but the protagonist briefly answers no, explaining that she's just a friend. Kim Sung-ho then starts mocking him, saying he's stuck in the so-called friend zone. Right after, he orders Cha Ju-young to hand over the photo, extending his hand. Clearly nervous, the protagonist reacts and says the photo doesn't belong to him. Kim Sung-ho is surprised by the resistance and asks if he's trying to disobey. He then prepares to strike, saying he needs to be taught a lesson. Cha Ju-young closes his eyes, already expecting to be hit. But at that moment, a prison officer appears, announcing that Cell 36 will receive a new inmate. Kim Sung-ho is confused, saying he hadn't heard anything about it. The new prisoner enters, and the guard warns him to avoid trouble, as he will be closely monitored for a while. A bald inmate recognizes the newcomer, and surprised, says he knows him. He reveals that this is the guy who killed 7 delinquents at school. His name is Magyeom, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, the maximum sentence for minors under the law. Everyone in the cell stares at him. Cha Ju-young is also shocked, unable to believe that this guy killed 7 people. The atmosphere becomes tense, with no one knowing how to react. Even so, Kim Sung-ho breaks the silence, telling everyone not to be scared and calling them idiots. He questions whether it really matters that Magyeom killed 7 people, asking if anyone there doesn't have blood on their hands. Then he approaches Magyeom, provoking him, saying his face looks fierce, and that it's no surprise he's a killer, laughing as if it's all a joke. He warns Magyeom not to think he's superior, and says he'd better behave to avoid trouble. Kim Sung-ho extends his hand, but Magyeom doesn't react, says nothing, and simply turns his back. That makes Kim Sung-ho laugh even more. He says he was planning to go easy on him, but calls him rude and lunges forward, trying to punch him. However, at the exact moment of the attack, Magyeom quickly turns around and dodges the blow with ease, surprising everyone around. Irritated, Kim Sung-ho thinks that guy is playing with him. Suddenly, Magyeom prepares to counterattack. Seeing this, Cha Ju-young realizes that this newcomer is different from the others. After all, he killed 7 people. Watching the two, he feels there's something strange about Magyeom. Even so, in the middle of the tension, Kim Sung-ho manages to land a strong punch on Magyeom's face. Seeing that, the protagonist is completely stunned. Then Kim Sung-ho shouts, calling Magyeom a bastard and asking if he thinks he can mess with the boss of that cell. He makes it clear that in that place, anyone can be whatever kind of criminal they want, whether a murderer or just a petty thief. But regardless of that, everyone is beneath him. The other inmates are shocked by the situation, and Cha Ju-young feels a bit frustrated, thinking he had believed Magyeom was strong enough to face Kim Sung-ho. Even so, Magyeom keeps getting beaten without reacting. He is punched and even stomped on, while the other inmates find it amusing. The protagonist can't believe that someone who killed 7 people could be that weak. After that, everyone goes back to their places. Cha Ju-young remembers the moment when Kim Sung-ho slaps Magyeom on the head and orders him to fetch water. Even after being beaten so much, Magyeom simply refuses to obey, which only gets him beaten even more. The protagonist wonders where that attitude comes from, thinking not even a dog would be that stubborn. Meanwhile, Cha Ju-young is cleaning the bathroom and complains that because of that useless newcomer, he's the one suffering the consequences. He lets out a sigh, clearly bothered by the situation. Night falls, and everyone goes to sleep. The protagonist lies down near Magyeom and decides to talk to him. Looking at his bruised face, he asks if Magyeom is an idiot and whether it's really that hard to suck up to the boss. He explains that no matter how much he hates it, the boss is like a king in that place, so the best thing to do is obey. He adds that there's no point pretending to be tough if he can't fight, and advises him to be more aware, starting the next day. In response, Magyeom asks if Cha Ju-young truly accepts living such a miserable life. The protagonist doesn't quite understand what he means. He becomes confused, wondering if that was some kind of advice, while Magyeom simply turns over in bed without saying anything else. That question stays in Cha Ju-young's mind. He starts reflecting on living miserably, and realizes that yes, that has always been his reality. He remembers Daeon lying on the ground, injured, and also himself being beaten by his own father. At that moment, he thinks he will live miserably until the end, but soon he changes his mind, deciding that he will endure it only until he gets out of that place. Morning arrives with a few snowflakes falling. Outside, Daeon appears with her cheeks reddened by the intense cold. She thinks about Cha Ju-young, worried about how much weight he lost, and decides that she should send him food. She knows that, because of his personality, he won't complain even if he's suffering in there. That's why she she believes he needs to eat better, even if just a little. As she walks, she wonders if he will like it. She crosses the street when the light turns green, walking along the crosswalk. Suddenly, a truck appears and catches her off guard. At the same time, inside the prison, Cha Ju-young is asleep. The scene cuts to Daeon lying on the ground, severely injured, with pieces of food scattered around her. She has been run over, and everything she brought for him falls onto the asphalt. The scene returns to the prison, where a guard calls Cha Ju-young and says he's sorry. Not understanding, he asks what happened. The guard explains that the day before, there was a fatal accident at the intersection in front of the prison, and begins to talk about his friend. Before even hearing everything, Cha Ju-young's eyes widen. He feels as if his soul is leaving his body. He goes into shock, unable to believe it. Later, back inside the cell, Cha Ju-young sits on the floor, completely motionless. One of the inmates watches him, not understanding why. Then Kim Sung-ho shows up, shouting his name and calling him a bastard. He bangs on the door and asks if he didn't clean the bathroom that day, questioning whether he's lost his sense of danger. Even so, Cha Ju-young doesn't respond. Kim Sung-ho finds his behavior strange and asks what's going on, noticing that he's staring at the photo. At that moment, another inmate calls out to Kim Sung-ho and mentions that there was an accident in front of the prison and that the girl in the photo was involved. Kim Sung-ho is surprised and asks if that's true. Soon after, he starts smiling and says that since she used to visit the protagonist, she must have been his girlfriend. He questions why Cha Ju-young lied and begins to laugh, calling him pathetic. He keeps provoking him, asking what he's going to do now that his little girlfriend is dead, laughing as if it's funny. Then Kim Sung-ho snatches the photo from the protagonist's hand and starts making ridiculous comments, saying the girl was way too pretty for him. After that, he begins offering the photo, starting a kind of auction, opening at 500 won, as if it were a joke. The other inmates join in, offering 600, 700, even 1,000 won, laughing at the situation. A fat inmate draws attention by asking if they could also date the girl. Another prisoner reacts, saying that doesn't make sense since she's dead. Even so, Kim Sung-ho comments that if she were alive, he would have his fun with her from beginning to end, making a disturbing expression. Some of the inmates find that strange and ask if the cell boss has gone crazy or if he wants to get locked up again. The fat inmate questions if that's really his taste. Kim Sung-ho, not understanding their reaction, asks what the problem is and what's wrong with his preferences. At that moment, Cha Ju-young remains with his head lowered, silent. On the other side, Magyeom is sitting against the wall, simply watching everything carefully. As he analyzes the situation, he remembers the question he asked earlier about accepting a miserable life, and also recalls that the protagonist didn't understand what it meant. He reflects on that in silence. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-ho keeps mocking and says the photo has now become a limited edition, which catches Magyeom's attention. He starts approaching, interested, but before Kim Sung-ho can finish what he was saying, everything suddenly changes. Without warning, Cha Ju-young lunges forward and lands a brutal punch on Kim Sung-ho's face, so strong that it immediately knocks the big guy down. The impact shocks everyone in the cell. The other inmates are stunned, unable to understand what just happened. The protagonist keeps his fist pressed into the boss's face, consumed by rage, while Magyeom watches in disbelief. The scene shifts to a space with several tables, where some inmates are working, including Cha Ju-young and Magyeom. The protagonist begins to speak, asking if he wants to hear something, even though Magyeom doesn't quite understand at first. Then he reveals that the man he called his father was actually the right-hand man of a relatively unknown gang leader. Since childhood, violence had always been part of Cha Ju-young's routine, something constant in his life. Even so, he says that doesn't matter much, because no matter how terrible that man was, he was still considered his father, and he thought he had to endure it. But there came a moment when he couldn't hold back anymore. Magyeom widens his eyes upon hearing that. It was exactly when that man laid a hand on Daeon. The memory brings the scene back to the cell, at the moment when Cha Ju-young makes Kim Sung-ho spit blood with his blows. The other inmates rush at him, trying to stop him. While fighting them all, Cha Ju-young says that the only thing he learned from that man, even after being beaten to the brink of death, was how to fight. He starts taking down the other inmates one by one, not caring about the blood spreading across the floor. Magyeom watches all of it, completely shocked by the change. After the chaos ends, the cell is covered in blood. Kim Sung-ho, desperate and with a trembling voice, kneels and grabs Cha Ju-young's leg, saying he was wrong. He begs, saying he'll return the money, reminding him that he needed it, and asks when he wants it back. Cha Ju-young looks at him and asks if he's still talking about money. For a moment, he admits it almost sounds good, but then says it doesn't matter anymore. He doesn't need it anymore. Then he continues beating Kim Sung-ho without hesitation. Even the photo of Cha Ju-young with Daeon ends up stained with blood. As he continues the beating, he reveals that the only reason he endured all of that, the only reason he survived that hell, no longer exists. Magyeom keeps watching silently, while Kim Sung-ho is completely broken. Amid all of this, Cha Ju-young's mind drifts back to the past. He remembers the man who raised him telling him that he should follow in his footsteps and become a gangster. It was something he heard over and over again. He sees himself trying to stand up despite the pain, only to be knocked down again. Every time he fell, that man would order him to get back up, repeating the endless cycle of violence. This pattern repeated every day during his childhood. Trembling, Cha Ju-young hears that he needs to fight properly, but he can't even look that man in the eyes. The man then says he needs to become stronger, until the day he deserves to bear that dragon tattoo. Cha Ju-young's gaze fixes focuses on that very tattoo. The man notices and says those are the eyes he wanted to see. Driven by that, the boy runs toward him, focused only on that image. Suddenly, the scene is interrupted by the loud sound of the cell door being thrown open. Several prison guards rush in, shouting and asking what's going on. One of them stops, shocked by what he sees. All the inmates are lying on the ground, injured and bleeding. Only Cha Ju-young remains standing. The guard, in disbelief, asks if he did all of that. Without hesitation, the protagonist coldly answers that yes, he did. After that, the scene shifts to an isolated cell. Light enters through a small window, while Cha Ju-young sits alone, looking at the photo of himself with Daeon. His face shows no emotion. He remembers a moment with her, when she asked if he was crazy. He feels confused recalling it, questioning what kind of father beats his son the day before an important ceremony. Daeon had said that it had already gone too far, and even worse, that man hadn't even shown up to congratulate him. Alone in his cell, holding the photo in his hands, Cha Ju-young remains silent, without any reaction, just staring at what's left. Ju-young appears with a smile on his face, trying to calm the situation, and tells his friend that everything is fine, as if it wasn't the first time something like this had happened. But Daeon loses her patience, and snaps back that nothing is fine, adding that she needs to talk to his father. At that moment, Jo-young grabs her shoulders and reminds her that she had promised she would never go to his house, warning that if she breaks that promise, she'll have to call him Appa for the rest of her life, which makes Daeon click her tongue in irritation. She then replies that he really knows how to make people like her feel inferior, just because she doesn't have a home, which leaves Ju-young frustrated as he tries to explain that that's not what he meant. Even so, Daeon changes the subject and starts talking about Seoul, which confuses Ju-young at first, until she explains that when she finishes high school, she plans to move there. She says she's tired of her frustrating life at the orphanage and that suffocating neighborhood, and declares that she's going to study at a good university, get into a big company, drive a foreign car, use luxury bags, and live in an apartment with a view of the Han River. Ju-young is surprised to hear all that and asks if she's really that materialistic, and Daeon responds by asking if he hadn't noticed yet. As he listens, Ju-young starts to think that if she really leaves for Seoul, he'll end up all alone there. At that moment, Daeon asks if he would go with her, which completely catches him off guard, making his eyes widen in confusion. She then takes his hand and says he should promise, and the two end up linking their pinkies. Daeon says that if he doesn't keep the promise, he'll have to call her Nuna for the rest of his life, which frustrates the protagonist, who complains that he never agreed to that. At that moment, an older man approaches, comments that they make a cute couple, and asks if he can take a picture of them. Jae-young, visibly uncomfortable, tries to explain that they're not a couple, but Daeon quickly says they are, and asks the man to take the picture. The man points the camera, counts to 3, and captures that moment, the same photo the protagonist keeps while he's in prison. The scene shifts to the cell corridor, where a loud bang echoes against the gate, and Jae-young appears punching the wall, leaving a deep crack where he struck. He thinks that if he hadn't ended up in that place, Daeon wouldn't have needed to visit him, and overcome with guilt, he throws another punch, losing control and starting to hit the wall repeatedly. His hand gets injured, blood begins to drip, and he believes it's all his fault that Daeon died because of him. Meanwhile, the photo he keeps starts to be stained with blood and tears, and Jae-young cries intensely, unable to accept that everything ended that way. A guard then calls out to him saying he's sorry about his situation, and noting that he hasn't even touched his food since the previous day. Even so, he says he can't let this continue, and asks him to calm down and eat, reminding him that people need to keep living. Hearing this, Jo-young drops to his knees and crying, apologizes, saying he just wanted the girl to forgive him. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where Magyom is calmly eating while listening to other inmates talking. One of them asks if the other heard the rumor, and the second asks what it's about. The first replies that he's not sure, but heard about someone named Cha Ju-young, saying he beat up all his cellmates and ended up being sent to solitary. The other inmate is surprised and asks why, and the guy explains that the cell leader had mocked his girlfriend, who died in a car accident which made him completely lose control. Even recognizing how serious it was, the inmates coldly comment that it was satisfying to watch and start laughing, while Magyom just keeps listening and eating in silence. Suddenly a prisoner stands up, and Magyom watches without interfering. The man asks if that means the cell leader is going to change, but before he finishes, someone appears from behind and slams his face hard against the table. Then that same man asks what they were talking about without him, saying it sounded fun and that he wanted to join in. That man is Park Jong-chan, known for committing robberies and being a specialist at it. He starts questioning what's so special about the guy who defeated the cell leader, asking if defeating someone is really satisfying and why. Then he provokes the others, asking if they also want to try to defeat him, which scares everyone, making them exchange nervous glances. One of them says they would never do something like that, and then Jong-chan grabs the man who had been slammed against the table and asks if he's okay. The guy immediately apologizes, as if he had done something wrong, saying he spoke unnecessarily, and Jong-chan just smiles at him, standing while everyone else remains seated. He asks if that guy's name really is Cha Ju-young, while Magyom continues to silently observe everything. A week later, a prison officer informs the protagonist that the cell leader he beat is still in the hospital, and that because of the situation, they'll only release Sungo after another week, asking him not to cause any more trouble. At that moment, the protagonist notices Magyom sitting on the floor, and shortly after, Jae-young enters the cell again. Jo-young walks into the cell with a neutral expression, showing none of what he's he's feeling, while Magyarm just watches in silence, not saying a word. The situation is clear to everyone there. The protagonist had committed insubordination against the cell leader, and no one in that place would let that slide so easily. In the tense atmosphere, Magyarm simply stares at him and calls him a bastard, as if already anticipating what was coming. Right after, one of the inmates approaches Ju-young with a friendly attitude, asking if he's okay, and commenting that he heard he went through a rough time. Gradually, other inmates begin to approach as well, surrounding the protagonist with seemingly kind gestures. While Magyarm continues to watch everything from a distance, the inmate comments that solitary must have been tough, and says that now Ju-young can relax and rest a bit. Another even suggests giving him a shoulder massage, while another offers water in case he's thirsty. While all this fake concern is happening, Magyarm, sitting with his notebook in hand, keeps writing, ignoring the scene. He had learned something recently, and writes it down there. To him at school, what prevails is strength, parental influence, appearance, grades, and many other factors. But inside a juvenile detention center, only one thing truly matters: strength. The scene shifts to the yard, the inmates' recreation area, where Magyarm is leaning against the fence with his notebook in hand. At that moment, Jo-young approaches him and calls out, getting straight to the point by asking why he did that. Magyarm doesn't understand at first, and asks what he's talking about. So the protagonist reminds him of the day he tried to kill the cell leader, when Magyarm stopped him by grabbing his wrist firmly, completely interrupting that action. Ji-young remembers that Magyarm killed 7 people before ending up there, and questions why someone like him would have stopped it, asking directly why he did that. At that moment, Magyarm recalls his injured hands and feet, the bodies around him, and the moment when, with his eyes wide open, he wondered why he had done all of that. He remembers his own reason, but doesn't clearly show what he feels. At that moment, Park Jong-chan appears, calling out to the protagonist and asking if he really is Cha Jua-young. He comments that the boy looks much weaker than he imagined, and approaches him, questioning how someone like him managed to take down Kim Sung-go, then saying that in truth, that guy was always a weakling. Receiving no response, Jong-chan keeps staring at the protagonist, curious. He then directly asks why Ju-young did that, wanting to understand the reason for his insubordination, and also questions whether it's true that he desperately wanted to become the cell leader. Ju-young, in a cold and direct manner, tells him to get lost, saying he has no interest in that at all. The response surprises Jong-chan, who widens his eyes for a moment, but soon forms a crooked smile. He repeats Jae-young's full name and, overcome with anger, asks if he's just an arrogant guy who doesn't know his place. Without hesitation, he lifts his leg and delivers a kick, saying he hates people like that, people who don't know their place. Then he declares that he'll teach him in Kim Sung-go's place, grabbing the protagonist by the head and slamming him against the fence, saying that's what happens to a dog that bites its owner. As he prepares to strike again, a prison officer appears and clears his throat, making Jong-chan stop immediately. The guard watches the scene suspiciously, and Jong-chan quickly changes his posture, saying it was just a joke. The officer then walks away, still wary, leaving a tense atmosphere behind. As soon as the guard leaves, Jong-chan asks Jae-young if he knew that, as the cell leader, under the pretext of maintaining order, he can fight as much as he wants, since that's one of the rules of that detention center. He says the protagonist can fight too, but right after that he hits him again, provoking him and asking if he's not going to fight back like he did when he beat the former leader. Magyarm continues just watching without interfering, until Jong-chan turns to him, calling him a murderer, and asking what's wrong with Ju-young. Right after that, a loud noise echoes. It's the protagonist's body being thrown against the fence. Jong-chan then questions why Ju-young has been staggering like a whipped dog since earlier, and asks if he's going to keep acting like that, saying it's no fun to beat someone like that, while showing the tattoo on his arm. Even while being attacked, Jae-young keeps staring, as if he doesn't feel anything, until his eyes fix on the tattoo. At that moment, he widens his eyes upon recognizing it, and is overwhelmed by memories from the past, seeing his father grabbing him by the collar, remembering the same tattoo on his arm, and also the one he had on his chest. Noticing his reaction, Jong-chan comments that it doesn't seem to be scaring him, and then suggests that maybe it's because of that, mentioning the car accident. He moves in to attack again, talking about the moment she was run over by a truck, but before he can finish the strike, he's suddenly interrupted by a direct kick to the face. Blood immediately starts pouring from Jong-chan's nose, catching him completely off guard. In a sudden move, Jo-young knocks him to the ground and grabs his arm, taking control of the situation. Even so, Jong-chan tries to react, calling the protagonist a bastard, which makes Jo-young, consumed by anger, tell him to say that again. Confused, Jong-chan asks what he's talking about, but has no time to react as he takes another kick, this time straight to the head, like a ball being kicked. While Jo-young insists that he repeat it, Jong-chan demands to be let go, threatening that the moment he frees himself, Ju-young will be dead. But before he can do anything, he's struck again. With each blow, the protagonist repeats the same command, telling him to say it again, until Jong-chan begins to groan in pain. Ju-young then threatens to twist his arm, and panic takes over Jong-chan, who screams for him to stop and asks what he's doing. But Ju-young doesn't want to talk. He just decides to hurt his arm even more, once again demanding that he repeat it. The screams of pain grow louder, and even Magyarm, who had been watching everything coldly, shows a hint of shock at the brutality of the scene. Ju-young keeps stomping on Jong-chan, insisting that he say it again, until he leaves him completely broken. Since childhood, all of Jo-young's anger had always been directed at one single thing, those damn dragon eyes. And now he repeats the same phrase, ordering Jongchan to say it again, just like his father used to do to him when he was a child. The memory hits hard. He remembers two women on the street, worriedly commenting that they had heard his father was a gangster, someone who looked like he oppressed others, and that he could be a bad influence on the neighborhood. Meanwhile, young Ju-yo walked with his backpack, believing that staying calm was the only thing he was good at. When he gets home, he hears a strange noise, and immediately becomes alert. His eyes widen when he hears a scream, and a bad feeling takes over him. That voice sounded familiar, and without thinking twice, he opens the door in desperation, asking what's going on. His father greets him as if nothing is wrong, saying he arrived at the perfect time and calling him son. The house is completely messy, and on the floor lies Daeon, injured. The man asks if she's his friend, and Ju Young, in disbelief, shouts her name. The father explains, with disturbing calmness, that she entered the house without permission and started saying unpleasant things, even claiming that if he ever touched his son again, it would be better not to have a father like him. Hearing that, Joarim is shocked, remembering that she had said she needed to talk to his father. Without showing any remorse, the man comments that he ended up giving her a lesson. Shock takes over Ju Young. His body begins to tremble, and he tries to convince himself that he needs to stay calm, since that was always what he was good at. But this time he can't. The man stares at his own son with a dark look and orders him to tell the girl that if he hears that again, he'll send her to where her parents are. But that day, Ju Young couldn't control himself. He completely loses his reason and lunges at his father. When everything ends, Daeon is still unconscious, and Jae-young's hands are covered in blood. At the hospital, a doctor informs that his father has entered a vegetative state, saying it's unfortunate and that the chances of recovery are minimal unless a miracle happens. Ju Young doesn't respond. He just silently stares at the tattoo on his father's body lying on the bed, thinking that for him, that was the end. The scene returns to the present, where several inmates begin to gather around Ju Young and Jongchan, trying to understand what happened. They recognize the protagonist and are shocked, commenting that he just got out of solitary and is already causing trouble again, soon realizing that he broke Jongchan's arm. Ju Young remains still, staring fixedly at the injured body lying on the ground, until a prison officer announces that exercise time is over and orders everyone to return to their cells. The inmates slowly begin to disperse. Elsewhere, a man watches through the window and comments that it's noisy outside. Another man, wearing glasses and holding a cup of tea, replies that it's probably because that place gathers many energetic kids. He also says he's glad to see the other man well and asks if it's true that he just got out of the hospital, offering help in case of any inconvenience. This man is Kwon Chong-sok, the director of the Juvenile Detention Center. Shortly after, he asks exactly who the visitor came to see. The scene then shifts to outside a cell, where the inmates sit with puzzled expressions. Magyeom watches Ju Young for a moment and starts writing in his notebook, noting that he will probably have to share a cell with someone completely insane. Soon after, a prison officer calls Ju Young and tells him to go to the gate, informing him that he has a visitor. The protagonist is surprised, his eyes widening, and then follows the officer out. He wonders who it could be, since he has no idea who would come to visit him. After all, his mother had run away when he was still young, and all his relatives avoided any contact, so he really wants to understand who that person is. As they walk, the officer stops, opens a door, and the protagonist realizes they have arrived at the director's office, his eyes widening as he doesn't understand why they are going there inside the prison. Inside the room, a man sighs, saying it's been a long time, and he is leaning on a crutch. The protagonist is caught off guard and doesn't understand anything, quickly recalling the last time he saw his father standing. The man in the shadows comments that it was good to see Ju Young full of life, and at that moment, the protagonist remembers when he saw his father in a vegetative state, lying in a bed. With wide eyes, he cannot believe what is happening. The man then calls his son and shows the dragon tattoo on his chest, revealing himself to be Cha Gangryong, the father of Cha Ju-young, leaving the protagonist in complete shock. Surprised, he tries to understand how his father managed to recover, and the director approaches, hugs the protagonist, and starts laughing, calling him a kid and commenting on how surprised he looks. Then he explains that the father had miraculously woken up recently and asks if that isn't a blessing, since he is now healthy. At that moment, Jo Young clearly remembers the doctor saying that the chances of his father waking up were minimal, which makes him uneasy, wanting to understand the reason behind that recovery. Then Gangryong says he can't believe what happened, explaining that even after being the right-hand man of an organization his whole life, he never imagined that the one who would leave him in that state wouldn't be his enemies or the police, but his own son. He continues, saying that when he opened his eyes in the hospital, he felt a deep sadness, and he begins to cry. Ju Young is incredulous, not understanding anything, while his father claims that this is the pain he feels because of his own son. Even so, he says that as a father, he really wanted to see him, and declares that he loves him, leaving Ju Young even more shaken, on the verge of a breakdown. Gangryong then says that there is nothing he wouldn't do for his son, and that because of that, he had no choice but to kill her, leaving the protagonist completely confused, unable to understand what he means. The father then begins to explain about the girl, saying that she was caught off guard and ended up being run over while trying to bring food to the protagonist. Even severely injured, she was still struggling to breathe until she saw a man in front of her and begged for help. Daishin, desperate, cries for help until she realizes who that man is, and is completely shocked to recognize Ju Young's father. Gangryong asks why she has that expression, as if she had seen a ghost, and recalls that she had once said it would be better not to have a father like him. Approaching her, he says that this shows how far he is willing to go for his son, even while standing only with the help of a crutch. For a moment, he reflects and comments that maybe she wouldn't be able to understand him, since she didn't even have peace in her own life. He continues, saying that he always considered Jo Young a pathetic son, someone who only endured everything in silence. But that day was the first time he saw his son act when he was attacked by him. According to Gangryong, the girl was the trigger for that, and that is why he decided to put an end to her, leaving the protagonist completely stunned upon hearing that confession. The father makes it clear that he returned from the depths of the abyss just to kill her, claiming he did it for the sake of his own son. The director's office remains dimly lit, creating a heavy atmosphere, while the director begins to grow confused as he notices the tension rising. Realizing that the protagonist is about to act, he shouts for Ju Young to wait, and in desperation orders the agents to restrain him as he lunges toward his father. At that moment, the protagonist can no longer see anything but his own fury. Suddenly, electric shocks run through his body, and when he looks back, he sees multiple tasers being fired at him. The shock is brutal, causing him to lose strength instantly and collapse to the ground, screaming in pain as he is electrocuted by the agents, until the director orders them to stop. The director lets out a sigh, saying that really scared him, while the protagonist still lies on the floor, recovering from the shock. Gangryong then asks if his son wants revenge and if he is willing to kill his own father. Even with his body trembling from the electric shock, Jaeyoung listens as his father says he will reveal the only way to kill him, explaining that some members of the gang he belongs to are inside the reformatory. For now, they have barely gotten their tattoos, but some will surely become key figures within the organization in the future. Jaeyoung's father then says that he must prove he is the best of all and that he should take control of that juvenile prison. According to Gangrong, if he rises through the ranks and gains recognition, maybe one day he will be able to defeat him and surpass him as the second in command. Even while being electrocuted, Jaeyoung hears everything, consumed by growing rage. Gangry continues, telling his son to prepare to face the organization called Heavenly Dragon, stating that if he does well, he may achieve what even he couldn't accomplish in his entire life. He emphasizes that if that happens, then Jaeyoung's life will finally be complete. As he says this, he forms a slight crooked smile. Then Gangrong asks them to take good care of his son, and the director responds that they will do so without fail, assuring him that he has nothing to worry about. However, suddenly, something strange happens. One of the agents becomes confused, not understanding the situation, while another asks what is going on. The director, now desperate, also demands an explanation at that moment. Meanwhile, the protagonist's father continues walking, seemingly calm, on the ground still being struck by tasers. Ju Young grabs one of the wires and thinks that his father needs to stop saying those things. In that instant, Gangryong senses that something is wrong. Pushing far beyond his limits, Ju Young begins to stand up. Even as the electric shocks surge through his body, driven by intense hatred, he charges straight toward his father, who has his back turned. At that moment, there is only one thought in his mind: to kill his own father right then and there, without wasting another second. At the moment Jaeyoung was about to attack his father, a young man suddenly shows up, apologizing for getting involved while grabbing the protagonist by the head, and that instantly catches Jaeyoung off guard. In a very strange way, the guy calls him young master, and without hesitation, he slams him hard onto the ground. The prison guards are left completely shocked by what they are seeing, while the man calmly explains that this is his duty to serve his boss. The young man has a huge scar across his face, which makes his presence even more intimidating. Even so, the protagonist, shaking and groaning in pain, tries to stand up again, which confuses the scarred man since he believes that should not be possible. He starts wondering if Ji-young really thinks he can resist the strength of one of the commanders of the Heavenly Dragon, using only his legs, and then he grabs him from behind, noticing how much he is trembling. At that moment, Gangryong calls out to his son and tells him to open his eyes and look around. He asks if he still hasn't understood, making it clear that he will never be able to reach his level. He continues, saying that cautious actions only get in the way, and repeats that the only way to kill him is by taking control of that prison. Hearing that from the man he calls his father makes Ju-young furious, but Gangryong simply says he will be waiting for the day they meet again. Then he turns his back and leaves with his subordinates, and just like that, the corridor quickly becomes empty. The protagonist is left there, still shaking, struggling to get back up. The scene then shifts to the woodworking room, where Magyom is hammering away at his work. Another inmate tells him that he already hit today's quota and can relax, and Magyom simply says he understands. Nearby, one prisoner comments that Magyom is crazy with a hammer, while another wonders if he might have smashed the head of the bully who used to torment him at school with one of those tools. Someone else says that is very unlikely, since no matter how they look at him, Magyom does not seem like a killer at all, while another guy laughs and calls him a total loser. At that moment, a prisoner arrives carrying a toolbox and says he brought it. Another inmate tells him it is fine and asks him to place it on the shelf, and the prisoner follows the order. As this happens, Magyom looks at the guy with a doubtful expression, after noticing some tattoos on him, not really understanding what is going on. Suddenly, the toolbox slips and falls to the ground. One of the men immediately yells at the tattooed prisoner, asking why he dropped it, and the guy apologizes, saying it just slipped from his hand while letting out an awkward laugh, as if trying to ease the tension. Then the tattooed guy turns to Magyom and says it is incredible, asking asking if he really is Magyom. He says it has been a while and brings up their elementary school days, revealing that his name is Yoon Gunman and that he was arrested for robbery and negligent arson. He continues, saying he saw Magyom on the news and never imagined they would meet again like this. So he asks if Magyom remembers him. Magyom confirms that he does, and even says his name, which makes Gunman smile and say that is right. After that, Gunman mentions there is something he has been wanting to ask, and brings up the news report that said Makryom killed 7 people. He directly asks if that is really true, but Makryom stays silent. Gunman laughs, saying he cannot believe it, since he never thought the Makryom from Tako Elementary would do something like that. Confused, Makryom asks what he is trying to say, and Gunman replies that it is nothing serious, just that he used to be such a model student. At that moment, a guard arrives and interrupts them, telling Gunman to stop the useless chatter and return to his post. Gunman says he understands and starts walking away, waving at Magyom and saying they will talk again later. Left alone, Magyom looks at the table full of tools and nails and lets out a sigh, realizing he had just hurt his own hand on a nail. Later that night in the prison, the inmates are inside their cells, talking among themselves, while Ju Young sits on the floor, remembering Gangryung's words about how the only way to kill him is by taking control of the prison. He starts thinking that this is the only way to kill the man who calls him his son, and as he looks around at everyone in the cell, he wonders where he should even begin. Nearby, one inmate's stomach growls loudly, and he complains about being starving, while another, clearly annoyed, questions why there are only vegetables on the menu. The hungry prisoner then asks if they should report this as a human rights violation, and the other one sighs, saying all he wants right now is a slice of pizza, so he could die happy. Someone points out that they are in prison, and the prisoner replies that is exactly why it is just a wish. Hearing that, Jae-young starts thinking about the idea of desire. Suddenly, another inmate warns everyone to be quiet, because a guard is coming. At that moment, the protagonist's expression turns cold, and he walks up to the guard and calls him. The guard looks at him, and asks if there is a problem. The prisoners are completely confused at that moment, wondering what Jo-young is trying to do, and why he is even talking to the guard. Then Jo-young calmly says it is nothing serious, which only makes the guard even more confused. After that, he asks the guard if they deliver pizza, and the guard calls him by his number, 7199, asking if he forgot that he is in prison. Right after that, the guard orders Jo-young to step outside immediately. A moment later, everyone is left in shock, thinking that what just happened makes no sense at all. Soon after, they are actually eating pizza, and one of the prisoners with flushed cheeks comments on how crazy that is, saying the cheese stretches so much. Another one wonders how long it has been since he last ate outside food, while someone else, clearly excited, says it tastes so good it almost makes him want to cry. Meanwhile, Jo-young just sits there watching everything. The inmates thank him for that, but he can barely believe it himself. Then he starts thinking about how the director and the guards are under his father's influence. Remembering when the prison director said this situation should be seen as a blessing because his father is healthy, he also remembers his father asking them to take good care of him, and the director confidently saying that they would, telling him not to worry. That makes Ju-young realize they are treating him differently because he is that man's son. Because of that, he starts thinking that now is the time to test the limits of what he can do inside this prison. Nearby, a prisoner starts talking about him, but quickly corrects himself and calls him Mr. Ju-young, wondering what his real identity is. Someone guesses that maybe his father is part of Congress, while another suggests he might be from the 3rd generation of some huge multinational family. Ju-young stays silent, just listening to all their speculation. Deep down, he decides that for his revenge, he will use everything he has, even the fact that he is that man's son. At the same time, some prisoners start wondering why Megyeom is acting like that, and when Ju-young hears that, he becomes curious. They call out to Megyeom, asking if he wants pizza, but he does not respond at all. One of them tells the others to leave him alone because he has been acting strange today, and they all agree that he seems more tense than usual, wondering if something happened. Meanwhile, Megyeom just sits alone in a corner, isolated. The scene then shifts back to the woodworking room, where Megyeom is working with the protagonist nearby. Suddenly someone shouts as if they messed up, and Ju-young quickly looks to the side. It is Gunman, who casually says his hand slipped again. Right after that, a rain of nails falls on top of Megyeom, startling him, but he stays completely still without reacting. Gunman apologizes, saying his hands are really sweaty, but then Megyeom starts trembling and calls out Yoon Gunman's name, asking what he is doing. Gunman's expression turns serious, and 3 other guys approach, asking what is going on. One of them comments that Megyeom is not like Gunman described, and points out that he is still staring at him. The guy continues, saying that Gunman claimed the man who killed 7 people was his subordinate, and now he is questioning if that was even true. He even asks if the story about Gunman being a famous delinquent in his neighborhood was a lie. For a moment, Gunman stays silent, but then he smiles and says it was not a lie. He starts talking in a mocking tone, saying that Megyeom used to admire him, reminding him that they were just kids, and that he should remember all the good times they had. Smiling, he looks straight at Megyeom and asks if he really forgot all those wonderful memories. Suddenly, Megyeom is caught off guard when Gunman grabs his head and says maybe this will help him remember, pushing his head toward a nail. Megyeom's eyes widen in shock, while Gunman looks confused and asks why he is trembling like that. Then memories start coming back to Megyeom, remembering himself begging Gunman to stop, his voice shaking as he pleaded for him to stop. Back then, Gunman, acting like a complete psychopath, was smiling in in a twisted, ironic way, asking what was wrong and saying it was hard to hear him from outside because he had locked Magiom in. Desperate, Magiom begged to be let out, but Gunman refused, saying it would not happen. With a disturbing expression, he said the fun was just getting started, and began hammering more nails while telling him to start counting, going 1, 2, and then continuing to hammer on 3. The whole place felt like something out of a horror movie. Back in the present, after those memories, Magiom starts shaking intensely. Gunman asks if he finally remembers, while still holding his head close to the nail, and everyone around just watches. One of the prisoners laughs, pointing out how that bastard is trembling so much he might collapse. Then Gunman, holding some nails, asks if they can really believe that this guy killed someone, bringing the nails close to Magiom's face. Suddenly, someone grabs Gunman's hand, forcing him to drop the nails, which scatter across the floor. The 3 men nearby just watch, while Gunman slowly turns his head with that same psychotic expression. As Ju-young observes the scene, Magiom looks at Gunman and asks if he really wants him to show it. It turns out that the one holding Gunman's hand, the one who supposedly killed someone, is actually Magiom himself. At that moment, Gunman is completely confused, wondering what is going on. Right then, a guard interrupts them, saying the break is over and they all need to return to their posts. Gunman, clearly annoyed, tells Magiom to take his hands off him. The other guys leave, a bit frustrated, with one of them saying it is a shame because things were just starting to get fun. Gunman clicks his tongue, irritated, saying that Magiom is as annoying as ever, while Magiom simply goes back to work beside the protagonist, as if nothing happened. The scene then shifts to another part of the prison, where a guy with a psychotic look starts talking about Jesus versus Buddha. He asks 2 inmates in front of him who they think is stronger, and the one on the right immediately says it is obviously Jesus. The one on the left calls him an idiot, and argues that Buddha is clearly stronger. Hearing that, another prisoner questions what he is even talking about, saying Jesus gave them chocopi, while the other argues back, asking if he knows that Buddha gave them burgers. Someone else jumps in saying it does not matter, and that it is just a religious argument, while a bigger inmate jokes that they should go do their religious duties right now. Meanwhile, Ju-young and Magiom are sitting on the floor in silence. After a while, Ju-young thanks him, which confuses Magiom. Then Ju-young explains that if Magiom had not stopped him back then, he might have spent 10 more years rotting in that place. Hearing that, Magiom points out that in the past, Ju-young actually complained about being stopped, so he asks why the sudden change. Ju-young answers that now he has an important reason to get out of there. He reveals that the person who killed his friend is his own father, and that he needs to find him. Magiom reacts by saying he thought his father was in a vegetative state, but Ju-young replies that it is a long story. Then he adds that thanks to Magiom, it looks like he might be able to get out soon, and he thanks him again. However, Magiom goes silent for a moment, then asks if Ju-young is making fun of him by saying that in front of someone who was sentenced to 20 years. Realizing what he just said, Ju-young quickly explains that is not what he meant, clarifying that what he really wants is to make sure he repays that debt. Clothes are hanging all around the cell, and after a brief pause, Magiom responds that, as far as he is concerned, it is fine. The scene then changes again, and someone hands Magiom a key, apologizing and explaining that something urgent came up at home. Because of that, he asks Magiom to take care of the woodworking room, just for that day, and wishes him good luck. Magiom says he understands and that it is fine. Left alone, he looks at the materials and tools on the table, thinking quietly for a moment. Then he notices a small insect, and realizes it is a moth. While he is staring at it, Gunman suddenly shows up, and that sight triggers a memory from their school days. Back then, Gunman, smiling with braces, showed him a butterfly, and proudly said he had taxidermized all of them, asking if it was not cool. That was Yoon Gunman, at 11 years old, someone who was, in a way, his friend. Magiom remembers feeling uncomfortable, and replying that he did not like insects at all because they were disgusting, including moths and butterflies. Gunman then teased him, saying he was more of a coward than he thought. Back then, Gunman was actually the first friend Magiom ever had. In another memory, a group of classmates talk about Gunman, asking what his name was again, and someone answers that it is Yoon Gunman. They comment that he is really weird, and say all he does is collect insects and other strange things, calling him disgusting. One of them approaches Gunman and asks if he collects those insects to eat them. Confused, Gunman denies it, but the guy keeps mocking him, saying he is lying and that this must be how he gets his protein, laughing like it is a joke. He even tells Gunman to open his mouth so he can feed him. At that moment, Magiom steps in and tells them that is enough, saying he knows they are bored, but they should go back to their seats. One of the boys points out that he is the class leader, and the others get nervous, thinking Magiom might punish them. They quickly back off, apologizing and asking the class leader to forgive them. After that, Magiom approaches Gunman and asks if he is okay, and Gunman says he is fine and thanks him. Then remembering something, Gunman asks if Magiom still remembers that he is supposed to go to his house that day so they can play a new game together. However, before he can finish, other students call out to the class leader, interrupting him. Magiom, lost in thought, wonders when all of this started to change. He listens as the other students invite him to play soccer with class 4 after school. He hesitates, saying he already has plans, but they keep insisting, asking how the class leader could not show up. In the end, Magiom gives in and says he will go, while Goween quietly listens as everyone cheers because the class leader agreed to join. At that time, Magiom did not fully realize what was really happening. Gunman feels really upset after hearing that, and as time passes, the two of them them slowly drift apart. In the following year, they end up in different classes, and Magium sometimes goes to his classroom, only to notice that his seat is empty, making him wonder if he went home, and at the same time realizing that the distance between them keeps growing more and more. At some point, two students are talking, one asking if the other has heard the rumors, and then bringing up Yoon Gunmin, calling him a loser, while Magium listens quietly. The student says that he heard Gunmin has been getting bullied lately, and the other reacts in disbelief, but the first one insists it is true, and even claims he has seen him getting beaten before. Then he adds that Gunmin was apparently dragged to the warehouse just now, and hearing that, Magium is immediately shocked and starts running without wasting a single second, getting more and more out of breath until he finally reaches the place and opens the door. He calls out for Gunmin, seeing several guys inside, and asks where he is, but one of them mocks him, asking if he means that pathetic loser, while another sarcastically says they have no idea where he could be. Then, pretending to be surprised, they say that Gunmin is right there, and Magium widens his eyes as they tell him he is right behind him, and suddenly, Gunmin slams him hard against a locker. Magium is completely confused, not understanding why his friend is doing this, and while trying to process everything, Gunmin, clearly angry, questions why he did not come in sooner, then forces him inside and locks it with a key. The guys around them react with surprise, saying that Gunmin successfully caught an insect, while another comments that he always said he was a bit crazy. As they begin to approach him, one of them reminds him that he had to offer his most precious insect if he wanted to join their group, and another laughs, asking why he decided to do it so quickly. At that moment, Gunmin smiles with a disturbing, almost psychopathic expression, while Magiomta, desperate inside the locker, begs him to let him out and asks why he is suddenly acting like this, and Gunmin calmly tells him to be patient, explaining that when he catches an insect, he needs to start taxidermy while it is still alive. Then in the workshop, Gunmin talks about moths and butterflies, saying that both are insects, yet one is hated while the other is loved, and he says that is exactly how things used to be. As he begins crushing a moth in his hand, he says that everything is because of Magiom, tearing the moth apart while staring at him with that same unsettling expression. Confused, Magiom asks what he means by saying it is all because of him, and Gunmin quickly responds that he should stop pretending he does not understand. He accuses Magiom of acting like a saint, pretending to care about him as a friend, while secretly planning to distance himself and betray him, asking if he really thought he would not notice. He continues, saying that in Magiom's mind, he was nothing more than a disgusting moth, while Magiom himself was like a butterfly admired by everyone. He explains that once he realized that was how Magiom saw him, every day started to feel like he was living on the edge of a cliff, but then he tells him to look closely, saying that Magiom, the person who made him this way, was the one who jumped off that cliff by his own choice, leaving Magiom wide-eyed as he listens. Gunmin keeps going, saying that when he heard on the news that Magiom had become a murderer who killed 7 people, he felt incredibly happy, and with a strange tone in his voice, almost like a demon, he calls it poetic justice, and asks if Magiom understands what he means, laughing while his childhood friend starts trembling. Trying to make sense of it, Magiom questions what kind of delusion Gunmin is living in, and begins to say that because of him, he ended up like this, but before he can finish, something interrupts him. With a sinister smile, Gunmin says it does not matter whether he is delusional or not, because Magiom's life is already in ruins and about to completely turn into dust, while at the same time several guys hold Magiom by his arms and legs. One of the prisoners comments that he knew Gunmin was not normal ever since he bribed the coach, but admits this is even more entertaining than he expected. Then Yoon Gunmin says it is not over yet, because when he catches an insect, he has to preserve it, and hearing that, Magiom looks completely shocked. They start pushing him toward a safe, and in desperation, he shouts for them to wait, but Gunmin repeats that everything is because of him, and as he stuffs Magiom inside, he says it again, locking the safe with chains and leaving him trapped inside. With a shaky voice, Magiom asks if he really thinks he will fall for the same trick twice, and Gunmin says he understands, adding that he already prepared a special gift for him inside. Immediately alert, Magiom looks down and sees several insects crawling up his feet, his eyes widening in fear since he hates bugs, while Gunmin casually says that his insect friends are in there with him. Magiom stays silent, and with a grin that resembles a joker, Gunmin asks how it feels inside and whether he is enjoying it, but when he gets no response, he starts to look confused. Gunmin starts asking what is going on and why his friend is not saying anything, pointing out that even butterflies used to scare him before, and then he wonders if Magiom is really trying to hold everything in. The guys around them comment that he is probably trying not to give Gunmin any reaction, while another says he is holding back out of spite. Then one of the guys asks if Yoon Gunmin is really going to be okay, since he came there for murder after all, and Gunmin casually asks what is the problem with that, making the guy surprised as he says that Gunmin is seriously out of his mind, but Gunmin responds that he is actually just getting started, and then says that soon they are going to hear a scream, one that will sound like someone's vocal cords are being ripped out. At that moment, someone suddenly arrives. It is Ju Young, and he asks what Gunmin is talking about. One of the guys comments that the protagonist scared him because he showed up out of nowhere, while another asks who the hell he is. Then Ju Young asks about the scream and how exactly Gunmin plans to make it happen, and grabbing one of the guys by the collar, he demonstrates it, making the guy scream. Right after that, one of Gunmin's allies rushes toward Ju Young, asking what he thinks he is doing and calling him a bastard, but he fails to hit him and instead gets kicked hard, a kick so strong that it sends him crashing into the safe where Magyeom is locked inside, and then Ju-young calmly asks if that is what he meant. Gunmin is surprised, along with the guy next to him, and at that moment Ju-young calls out to Magyeom, saying that he is going to repay his debt, and then tells him to consider them even now, as he gets ready to beat Gunmin. The scene briefly shifts to earlier where the prisoners in the cell are wondering where Magyeom is, and one of them realizes that he has not seen him, while another says that the supervisor called him to the workshop to help with cleaning, which they all find suspicious at that time of day, while Ju-young is sitting quietly. After a moment, Ju-young decides to stand up, confusing the others, and then he walks to the window and calls the guard, who asks what happened, and recognizes him again. One of the prisoners starts whispering excitedly, wondering if the protagonist is going to ask for pizza again, while another says it should be chicken this time, even blushing just thinking about it. Then Jae-young tells the officer to open the door, leaving everyone confused, while the guard does not fully understand what he means. The scene returns to the present, where Jae-young is ready to fight Gunmin, and everyone else is already down except for the two of them and one more guy. That guy asks if he is Chae-young, mentioning that he has been causing a lot of trouble lately, while Gunmin watches him closely, looking thoughtful. He then says that earlier, when he was with Magyeom, he was not sure, but now after seeing this he understands, and asks if the two of them are close. He says he thinks that is great, that Magyeom has such a reliable friend, and adds that he wishes he had a friend like that, while the large guy next to him laughs, saying he sensed some bitterness in Gunmin's words. The big guy then looks at Ju-young and asks if he is really loyal, saying that he likes him, and as he prepares to punch him, he asks if he wants to be his friend too. But in an instant, Ju-young moves, and the man is left confused as he gets slammed to the ground, his head hitting hard. Ju-young then tells him to forget about them being friends, saying he would rather die, and then he calls out to Gunmin, referring to him as Blondie, putting him on alert, before asking why he did all this, and making it clear that he crossed the line. Gunmin asks what line he is talking about, and questions if Ju-young is joking, then brings up the so-called traitor, and asks if he has any idea how much suffering he went through. He says that Magyeom pretended to be his only childhood friend, acting like he cared while plotting behind his back, dragging him down and biting him like a snake trying to kill him. He then warns Jae-young to be careful when staying close to Magyeom. But before anything else, the big guy suddenly appears behind Jae-young, grabbing his head and asking if he really thinks it will be that easy to take him down. Gunmin comments that everything so far was just preparation for this moment, and tells the guy to go ahead and break Jae, while the man asks what he is going to do now, and once again offers friendship. Jae-young realizes how strong the guy's grip is, thinking that he did not want to escape like this but has no other choice, and concludes that the man is about to say goodbye to one of his fingers because he will never use it again. Then Ju-young grabs the man's finger, but before he can finish, Gunmin rushes in and hits him. Gunmin starts laughing, saying that he is joining in too, while the big guy calls him a bastard and says he is a great friend. At that moment, Ju-young's eyes widen in frustration as he is put into a chokehold, struggling to breathe. At that moment, Magyeom tells them to let go of Ju-young, warning that otherwise he is going to snap the guy's neck, and using the chains he catches the big guy off guard. Gunmin watches in confusion, wondering how this is even happening, and when Magyeom managed to get out, and then he remembers that it was when Ju-young kicked his ally into the safe, breaking the lock at that exact moment. Right after that, Ju-young lands a powerful kick straight into the blonde guy's face, sending Gunmin to the ground as he groans, while the protagonist lets out a relieved sigh and says that was a close one. Meanwhile, Gunmin's accomplice is struggling, groaning in pain with the chain wrapped around his neck, shouting at Magyeom that it hurts, but Magyeom does not stop, and the big guy starts getting furious and pulls the chain even harder. From the ground, Gunmin starts cheering for the big guy, telling him to keep pulling just like that, but Magyeom, with a calm smile, reminds him that he already warned them, saying that if he uses too much force, his neck will break, leaving Ju-young stunned as he watches. Magyeom keeps pulling the chain, while pressing his foot against the guy's head, causing him intense pain, until blood starts dripping along the chain. Then Magyeom tells him to relax and stop pulling, if he does not want to die, but the guy cannot stop, and eventually collapses to the ground. At that moment, Magyeom is left breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down after exhausting all his strength, while Ju-young looks at the man lying on the floor. Soon after, Magyeom turns his gaze toward Gunmin, who immediately becomes alert and starts walking toward him. Seeing that, Gunmin panics and desperately tells him to wait, shouting that he is actually the victim, and that everything that happened is because of Magyeom, insisting that it was self-defense and that he did nothing wrong. Even so, Magyeom walks right up to him, and out of fear, Gunmin falls to the ground, apologizing and saying he is truly sorry, begging his childhood friend to forgive him. Holding onto Magyeom's leg, he claims he must have lost his mind for a moment, calling himself a loser and an idiot since birth, asking him to think of this as just another mistake from an idiot, and to forgive him just this once. However, Magyeom, being direct, simply says no, and explains that he never saw Gunmin that way, leaving him confused. Then Magyeom tells him that his selfish delusion has already ruined his life and that this will not change. And after killing 7 people, he thought about what he should do with Gunmin, making him even more confused. But then Magiom adds that there is one thing, and looking at him now, he realizes that he does not truly hate Gunmin that much, explaining that it is all because they used to be friends, which leaves Gunmin completely shocked. At that moment, memories from their childhood flash through his mind, remembering the times they were close, but instead of accepting it, he finds it ridiculous and starts laughing like a psychopath, thinking that Magiom is just a naive fool and that soon he will definitely kill him. Before he can go further with that thought, Ju-young interrupts him, asking if he knows how much what he did hurt, and then delivers a brutal kick, sending Gunmin rolling across the floor as blood spreads everywhere. Gunmin is left badly injured on the ground, and the protagonist calmly says he will call that their debt settled, leaving Magiom surprised as he watches. Then the scene suddenly shifts to a moment earlier, where Magiom is sitting on the floor of the cell, resting his hand on his knee, when Ju-young calls out to him and asks if he is an idiot. Confused, Magiom asks why he is suddenly talking like that, and Ju-young replies that a guy who killed 7 people being scared of someone like that makes no sense, making Magiom stutter, not knowing how to respond, before trying to explain that he was not actually afraid. The two of them sit in silence for a moment, and then Ju-young says that he already knows that, making Magiom ask what he means. Ju-young admits he does not know what kind of conflict exists between them, but from what he can see, Magiom does not really see that guy as an enemy, asking if he is right, and after a brief pause, Magiom admits that he is more perceptive than he looks. The scene returns to the present, with Ju-young asking if Magiom is still there, while holding his wound because it hurts, and Magiom calls out to him, making Ju-young hesitate for a second. Then Magiom thanks him and smiles, leaving Ju-young confused as he asks what he is talking about. Suddenly, they hear a voice, and Ju-young immediately goes on alert, noticing a man standing behind him, calling out to Gunmin, who is still on the ground. Ju-young quickly turns around, wondering who that guy is, while the man asks Gunmin why he left his cell without permission, and questions if he has any idea how worried he was. But Gunmin does not respond. At that moment, the guy suddenly shouts that there was a cockroach there, and punches Gunmin with full force, even though he is already unconscious. And then he starts throwing multiple blows, yelling that there was no one to catch it, and that he almost died of fear. Gunmin's blood begins to spread everywhere, while Ju-young and Magiom just stand there, completely stunned by what they are seeing, until the guy finally stops. He looks furious, complaining that the blood splashed all over his face, saying he really hates getting dirty, and starts wiping himself with his shirt, muttering that blood is full of germs. Then suddenly, he surprises Ju-young by grabbing him by the collar, and without understanding what is happening, the protagonist just stands there as the guy starts cleaning his face on his shirt. After that, he asks Ju-young how his face looks now, and with a psychopathic smile, he asks if it is clean. But Ju-young just stares at him without answering, and the guy insists, telling him to answer, and asking again if it is clean. Even so, Ju-young remains silent for a moment, until he finally speaks, turning the question back at him, and asking if it looks clean, then answering himself that it is not, saying it is still very dirty. Hearing that, the guy freezes in shock, his eyes wide open, while Magiom is also stunned, and the guy asks what Ju-young just said, then questions if he is filthy, pushing the protagonist. Right then, an officer arrives, calling everyone's attention, and saying that if they are done with their work, they should go back to their cells, asking what they are all doing there, while Ju-young immediately goes on alert. At that moment, the strange guy who has been acting weird since he showed up in the workshop starts repeating Ju-young's number over and over, saying 7199, staring closely at his code as if trying to memorize it no matter what. Soon after, the scene shifts to the outside area of the prison, where the inmates are spending some time under the sun. Ju-young asks what is going on, wanting to know why everyone is gathered around him like that, since they are not in the cell anymore. One of the prisoners then asks if he is seriously questioning that, and that guy introduces himself as Gunami, an inmate from cell 36. Around them, other prisoners whisper, wondering if it is really him, talking about how he was the one who broke a cell leader's arm in the yard, and also beat up his own cell boss badly. Nauman then explains to Ju-young that the reason is simple. There is a rumor going around that he is very strong, so whenever he is nearby, nobody dares to start a fight. Standing next to him, Magaram does not understand why he has to stay there as well, while Ju-young says they can do whatever they want. The only thing he does not want is to be bothered, since he has a lot to do. In his mind, he thinks about the blue dragon with red flowers, known as the Red Flower Dragon, and realizes that he needs to find the people with that tattoo. He starts looking around, scanning every inmate, trying to figure out where the members of that damn organization are, until Naman asks what he is looking at. Ju-young replies that there is something he is searching for, and with excitement, Naman offers to help, saying that he is known for finding information. Ju-young simply says the word tattoo, leaving Naman a bit confused, and then with a serious tone he explains that he is looking for a filthy tattoo. As the sun begins to set, the scene shifts to a TV news broadcast, where a reporter talks about how juvenile criminal gangs are becoming more and more out of control, forming organized groups to extort money and valuables from people. One of the inmates watching asks if everything on TV is true, and another says that the news is based on real events. The report continues, saying that violent acts and serious crimes among teenagers are not stopping, and hearing that, Ju-young comments that it is all pathetic, adding that those damn criminals should rot in prison for 1,000 years. ears, making everyone around him stare in confusion at how he suddenly said something so harsh. Then Naaman calls his attention, telling him that not everyone there is bad, and asking if he knows that, saying that he will explain how he ended up there. Leaning against the wall, Naaman begins telling his story, saying that some time ago, there was a legendary tteokbokki shop in his neighborhood, and he used to be a regular there, praising the texture and the balance of flavors. But one day, a crazy guy, the son of a local congressman, who abused his father's influence, showed up and demanded tteokbokki from the owner. After being served, he took a bite and got confused, then angry, asking if it was some kind of joke, shouting that it was made with rice cakes, and causing a huge scene, claiming that real tteokbokki should be made with wheat cakes. At that moment, Naaman says he stepped in, confronting the troublemakers and declaring himself the leader of the tteokbokki enthusiasts, and in the end the fight finished with a triumphant victory, turning him into the hero who protected the tteokbokki shop. He ended up stopping there because that bastard used his father's influence, and just remembering it already makes him feel bad. Even so, Naaman makes it clear that he doesn't regret anything, and one of the other prisoners asks if he's lying again. Then another inmate asks Ju-young if he knows Naaman's nickname, and someone else comments that he lies so much they started calling him Pinocchio. Another prisoner says he heard that Naaman got caught lying in his last cell and ended up getting himself into serious trouble, and also says it's obvious he didn't learn anything. Feeling embarrassed, Naaman asks what they're talking about and insists that all his stories are based on real facts, but the others mock him, saying the only facts there are fiction, and one of them adds that he wouldn't believe him even if his life depended on it, while Ju-young just listens quietly, not knowing what to say. After a moment, Jae-young decides to speak and says it doesn't seem like Naaman is lying. Naaman then asks what he's trying to say. Then the explanation comes to mind, like how aphids give sugar to ants, and ants protect them in return, and it's almost like his relationship with bullies. Since the beginning, Naaman has always been like the aphid, being protected by stronger guys, and he can say he lived his whole life like that. But there's one thing he's sure about. The real boss of that cell is Jae-young, and Naaman even starts to think that Jae-young might like him. If he becomes the protagonist's right-hand man, he believes everything will get easier. Time passes and spring finally arrives, bringing the smell of flowers, and Naaman spends time taking care of the garden, laughing to himself while working. At one point, while digging with a shovel, he accidentally throws some dirt, and it hits a strange guy nearby who doesn't understand what just happened. The guy notices he got dirty and becomes confused, then asks Naaman what he just did. Desperate, the man starts shouting that it smells, and Naaman freezes in shock. The strange guy then says it's because of Naaman's lies, because of his dirty mouth, and that he's going to clean it for him. At that moment, Naaman realizes in shock that he has seen this guy before, his former cell leader. The man keeps yelling about germs and bacteria being all over his face, saying it looks like his face is rotting, and Naaman starts thinking he's just a mentally unstable freak. Confused and scared, Naaman wonders why he's there, then quickly apologizes, saying he didn't see who was in front of him. The strange guy, clearly agitated, asks if Naaman is going to take care of it, and Naaman starts rambling, saying yes, that he will clean everything properly, while thinking that this guy must be obsessed with cleanliness. Then the man asks if he's serious, and suddenly grabs a spray bottle. He tells Naaman to let him clean him first, and without giving him time to react, he sprays directly into his face. Because of the chemical, Naaman starts screaming in pain, saying his eyes are burning badly, and he throws sand onto his face trying to ease the pain. While he's suffering on the ground, the strange man calmly says there's something he really wanted to ask him, leaving Naaman completely confused. Then the man simply says the protagonist's code, 7199, which shocks Naaman, who asks what he's talking about. The man starts repeating the code over and over again, like it's stuck in his mind, and then asks if Naaman isn't in the same cell as Ju-young. At that moment, Naaman starts wondering if 7199 is actually Ju-young's number. The man, with his eyes almost rolling back, says that the protagonist called him dirty, repeating several times that Ju-young said he was dirty. He insists that he works very hard to stay clean, and asks if Naaman doesn't know that, and desperately Naaman says that of course he knows. Then the man tells them to go together, and Naaman widens his eyes, not knowing what to do, while the man says they're going to show him how they sterilize and disinfect things, holding the spray bottle in his hand. That strange man also has the bizarre tattoo that Naaman heard Ju-young was looking for. The scene then shifts to Ju-young, who is counting, reaching 100, while thinking and wondering where the hell they are. Those bastards with disgusting dragon tattoos. He's eager to find them, and suddenly Naaman appears, acting surprised, asking how Ju-young has such a good angle showing his erector muscles and thoracic spine, and even asks if he works out there. The protagonist doesn't respond, so Naaman shrugs it off and invites him to drink some grape juice, and Ju-young questions why he's suddenly saying that, while Naaman insists that it's good to have some juice after working hard. Then Jae-young stands up and agrees, saying Naaman is right, and takes the cup of juice. But right after that he notices something, and his eyes widen. He sees the spray bottle on the table, and immediately asks who gave him insecticide. The scene then shifts to a memory from Naaman, where he remembers a man making a strange noise because there's a funnel in his mouth, while others are holding another prisoner down. The lunatic asks why the prisoner did that, while the man kneeling looks completely distressed. He then says it's because of his lies, that he is dirty now, and that it was the prisoner's dirty mouth that made him dirty, so he needs to clean it. The prisoner struggles in panic with the funnel forced into his mouth, while the man says they are going to disinfect it, holding a cleaning product, and then he pours all of it in. The boy holds his head with both hands, wondering what he should do, thinking the situation is really bad. The kid lies on the ground with foam coming out of his mouth, and it makes everything look even worse. The first cell Namin stayed in felt more like hell, and the lunatic man, seeing the boy on the floor, says the ground is dirty now. That place feels like hell, because a demon lives there. Then Ju Young, with his eyes wide open, notices the insecticide, and asks who gave that to him. Namin starts getting nervous, asking how someone could have given it to him, and quickly explains that he bought it with his own money. But at that moment he realizes he might be in trouble. The other prisoners start thinking it looks suspicious, and one of them wonders if something is wrong, while another says they should make him drink it first. Then Ju Young asks why he's suddenly offering him that out of nowhere. At that moment, Namin starts thinking to himself that maybe the protagonist is starting to suspect him too. It makes sense to him, considering his reputation, remembering how people said he's just a liar who didn't learn anything from his last cell. He thinks it's natural for people to doubt him, but his train of thought is suddenly interrupted when Ju Young unexpectedly drinks the juice he gave him. Namin freezes in shock as he watches it happen. Then Ju Young casually says it tastes good and thanks him for offering it, leaving everyone surprised, since they all see the protagonist as a tough guy. After that, Jai Young turns his back and says that tomorrow is group cleaning day, so everyone should be ready. Namin stays there, completely confused, wondering what just happened. He even thinks that if he had known the protagonist would drink it right away, he would have actually put something in the juice instead of just testing. Then he remembers when Jai Young said he didn't seem like he was lying, and he can't believe it. Soon, everyone starts getting ready to sleep, while Ju Young is quietly drawing a dragon. He adds a celestial symbol to it, and then Namin comes closer and sits beside him, asking what that nice drawing is. While thinking he should take advantage of this moment, the protagonist explains that the red flower dragon is actually a blue dragon decorated with red flowers. Meanwhile, Namin starts thinking that he could just tell the others that he was the one who drugged someone, or find some way to turn things in his favor. He believes he should study Ju Young's behavior patterns, and find a way to sabotage him without anyone noticing, telling himself he just needs to figure something out. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly says he's going to find all the bastards with that tattoo, then asks Namin if he has something to say. Namin hesitates for a bit, and says that actually, he's been curious about something for a while, which confuses Ju Young. Then Namin asks why he trusts him, but the protagonist doesn't understand the question. Namin explains that he should doubt liars like him first, because trusting people without thinking can cause problems. Ju Young becomes thoughtful for a moment, while Namin himself starts wondering what kind of nonsense he's even saying. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist answers in a serious tone, saying that being good at deceiving others means someone is smart, and a smart guy like Namin wouldn't make him his enemy with stupid lies. The way Ju Young says it sounds almost like a threat, and Namin immediately understands it, widening his eyes. Right after that, Ju Young stands up, saying he's going to turn off the lights and tells Namin he should go to bed early too. Namin just stays there, confused, looking at the drawing left on the floor, thinking about what it means to be smart. Later, in the prison corridor, one guard asks another if they already announced that the Minister of Justice is coming for an inspection today, saying the place needs to be properly cleaned. The prisoners quickly agree and start cleaning as fast as they can. Then the scene shifts to a more isolated area, where the lunatic tells Namin that he said he would do it. Namin looks terrified, eyes wide open, while the clean-obsessed man says he promised to disinfect the protagonist, repeating it over and over again. In a dark tone, he asks if Namin is backing out now. Namin starts thinking he shouldn't have said anything, and begins to stutter, trying to explain that he asked Jai Young if he regretted calling him dirty, but when he is about to say the word dirty, he pauses and awkwardly corrects himself, saying he meant that word. He continues saying the protagonist is a bit introverted, so he asked Namin to apologize on his behalf, and the man pretends to understand, but unfortunately for Namin, with a dark tone, the man says he's lying again. Suddenly, he punches Namin in the stomach, saying it's all lies, catching him off guard and throwing him against the wall. The clean-obsessed lunatic says he simply cannot forgive 7199 and starts repeating it over and over again until he suddenly shouts that he won't forgive him and kicks Namin. Then he forces Namin's head into a urinal, opens a bottle of bleach, and says he'll have to disinfect both of them himself. He flushes the urinal while holding Namin's head down, and Namin starts drowning, struggling and begging for help, thinking this is the end for him. He swallows a lot of water and realizes he's really about to die. Right then, the protagonist appears in the bathroom and asks what the two of them are doing there. Without hesitation, Jo Young calls the lunatic dirty, a word that feels almost forbidden, and obviously the man does not react well to that at all. After staring straight at Jo Young, the boy calls him filthy without hesitation. Namin, desperate, calls out the protagonist's name, and then asks why he's so late. The scene then shifts back to a few moments earlier, before everything happened, when Namin tells the protagonist he needs to say something important. Jo Young looks confused, asking if he's really bringing this up out of nowhere. Then Namin speaks directly, saying that someone threatened him and told him to make Jo Young drink pesticide. At first, Ja Young doesn't really understand what he's hearing, but Namin insists, saying he is Gu Namin, a man who was born to live his life with pride, and that he can't betray someone close to him. At that moment, he opens the pesticide and pours everything onto the ground, making it clear that he won't give in to threats like that. After spilling all the poison, he even tosses the empty bottle into the air, saying that no matter how terrible the consequences are, he will refuse. Even then, Jae-young still doesn't fully understand what's going on. Then Naemin suddenly remembers something and says he almost forgot to mention it. He tells the protagonist that the tattoo he was drawing, the red flower dragon, might be on the guy who threatened him. Hearing that, Jo-young immediately becomes alert. Naemin starts thinking that, just like the protagonist said, he really is a smart guy. Back in the present, Jo-young reacts, shaking his hand and saying that Guy touched him. The strange, cleanliness-obsessed man stares intensely at him, and in that moment, the protagonist walks up, grabs his shirt, and wipes his own hand on it, saying that being smart can also be a problem. The lunatic doesn't understand what he means. Then the clean freak suddenly panics, calling Jo-young a bastard and saying he's now contaminated with germs, repeating his number over and over again. Full of rage, he says he's going to kill Jo-young, from his esophagus to his stomach, and disinfect everything, making it clear he wants to melt him from the inside. At that moment, the protagonist grabs him by the shirt and slams him hard onto the ground, saying he talks too much. With the man on the floor, Jo-young looks down at him and asks if it was him, if he's the one who made the threat, saying he would kill him. At the same time, he realizes he has finally found the owner of that cursed tattoo. Naemin, watching everything, is in shock but also smiling. Meanwhile, Jo-young cracks his knuckles and says it's actually lucky, because now he can beat him without feeling guilty. The scene suddenly shifts to a memory of a rising martial arts star. His signature move was grabbing the opponent by the abdomen and squeezing like he was about to crush them. But in reality, it was a dirty trick to block the opponent's arms so they couldn't fight back. He used to smile while doing it, watching the other struggle, but after a certain day, no one ever saw that move again. Ironically, the fighter who became famous for fighting dirty developed a critical weakness for a grappler, as he became obsessed with disinfectant and kept repeating the word dirty over and over, showing clear signs of germophobia. Back to the present, the protagonist calls the lunatic a germaphobe and asks if he's going to keep staying silent without answering. He keeps pressing him to talk about the celestial dragon, but the man can only repeat that everything is dirty, that the bathroom floor is full of germs, saying it like a broken machine, while Jo-young finds it all very strange. Then the lunatic suddenly prepares to attack, saying Jo-young's skin is rotting, and starts listing things like salmonella, pseudomonas, and staphylococcus aureus. Seeing that, Jo-young punches him, asking if even in a situation like this he's still worried about that, and hits him again. Naemin, watching and smiling like a psychopath, thinks the protagonist is beating the clean freak like he's swatting flies, and feels like he made the right choice, siding with Jo-young. The lunatic keeps repeating Jo-young's number, saying he's going to kill him, but the protagonist says it doesn't look like he'll be able to do that. He also says he hates this kind of thing because it's filthy, but decides he'll have to use shock therapy on him. Then he grabs water from the urinal and tells the man to open his mouth. At that moment, the lunatic remembers something from his past, looking at his own arms and realizing he's sweating too much. He opens his locker, thinking he needs to wash quickly, but suddenly gets interrupted when a pile of trash falls out, shocking him and making him scream. While he's still in shock, a man appears behind him, asking if he's putting on a show. In response, he quickly throws that man to the ground. The man comments that people say his germophobia is so severe that he can't even fight anymore, and seeing how he's trapped in that situation, it might actually be true. Then he asks the lunatic if he knows how humiliated he was after vomiting in the arena. He calls him filthy trash, who fights dirty, grabs some garbage, and tells him to open his mouth because he's going to shove it down his throat. The lunatic's voice starts shaking as he begs him not to do it, and even with blood on his teeth, he keeps repeating that it's dirty. He starts staring at the guy, focusing on the protagonist, and suddenly grabs Jo-young's arm, flipping him and slamming him onto the ground, saying that anyone who dirties him will get beaten until they turn into pulp. Then he locks his leg around the protagonist, and Jo-young feels a bit of pain at that moment. The lunatic smiles and says everything is fine now, and that he's going to squeeze Jo-young until his insides explode. He pins down his arms, while Jo-young, with wide eyes, starts feeling the pressure building up. Watching that, Naemin gets nervous and starts wondering if he should help, thinking that if this keeps going, Jo-young might actually die. But then something unexpected happens. With a strained voice, Jo-young says that this reminds him of the past, like when he was dealing with that man, his father. His father never hugged him, but at least when he trained him to fight, he would hold him so tightly it felt like his bones would break. At that moment, Jo-young grabs the lunatic's arms and stretches them, saying honestly that those memories are nothing but trash to him. But thanks to that, he's just as used to fighting on the ground as he is to drinking water. Then he strikes the lunatic, making him feel intense pain, and says that now they'll see who's going to explode first. In that instant, he breaks the man's arms, wondering if the guy will burst or if his spine will give out first. And then he goes even further and breaks the clean freak's spine. The man screams in pain, trying weakly to hit Jo-young, not even understanding what's happening. Then Jo-young looks at him and asks if he's hitting him to make him let go, smiling as he says it. He adds that it's a shame, but no one ever taught him how to deal with something like this. The lunatic becomes completely desperate, and the protagonist finishes him off. Right after that, the scene shifts to where the prisoners are cleaning, with a guard shouting for them to clean every corner properly, and they all just obey. Then the scene moves back to the men's bathroom, where the clean-obsessed guy is still there with a funnel in his mouth, struggling and shaking, while Naemin tells him to stay still. Naemin comments to the protagonist that the guy is still holding on, thankfully, and wonders how someone from the same species can't understand what they're saying. He then says to Ju Young that maybe the therapy wasn't enough, and maybe they'll have to go further. While the protagonist sighs after hearing that, Jo Young then says he didn't want to do this, and out of everything they could do, this is definitely the most shocking. What they have is just spoiled lemon juice. Then Naming tells the clean freak to open his throat because the lemon juice is coming, while Jo Young even wonders how someone could like something so disgusting. At that moment, the lunatic starts to break down. Then Naming removes the funnel and says that now they can finally communicate, and Ju Young tells him to answer properly this time. He orders the man to say everything he knows about the celestial dragon. The lunatic then recalls a memory of a tattoo artist, a woman explaining that tattoos are made by inserting needles into the dermis layer of the skin and injecting ink. She tells him, since he's new, that she heard he's very germophobic, but he shouldn't worry because everything is hygienic. She says she'll draw something beautiful for him, the red flower dragon. Then she asks if he knows why such a big organization accepts minors like him. She explains that the dragon represents power and strength, while the flower symbolizes vitality and life. But no matter how beautifully a flower blooms, one day it will wither and fall. The celestial dragon is searching for seeds that will grow in the next generation. She explains that minors and newcomers are full of potential that adults don't have, and depending on the environment and experiences they go through, they can grow tremendously. That's why the organization recruits talent at an early stage to nurture and cultivate them like seeds in a garden, and those who grow like that will bloom beautifully, like flowers of the celestial dragon. Hearing all that, the clean freak was completely shocked at the time. Back in the present, desperate, he tells Ju Young that this is everything he knows, making it clear that he's just a low-ranking member of the organization and begs to be let go. The protagonist starts thinking that now he understands. That old man, his father, raised him from a very young age through brutal training, just to make him bloom faster than anyone else. Then Naaman calls out to Ju Young, since he stays silent for a moment, lost in thought. The clean freak then asks Ju Young why he wants to know about the organization, and wonders if he's trying to join the celestial dragon himself. Hearing that, Ju Young widens his eyes and asks what the hell he's talking about. The lunatic then says that 7199 dared to challenge the celestial dragon, and that maybe that's why he was holding him, and that maybe if he tries to please him now, Ju Young could be recommended to the celestial dragon, and that makes the protagonist feel really uncomfortable with what he is hearing. Then he grabs the fanatic by the clothes, while the weird guy doesn't understand anything that's going on. The guy starts asking why this is happening out of nowhere, and in a desperate tone he says he already told everything to the protagonist. Jo Young grabs him by the neck, and with his other hand he prepares to strike, telling the clean freak to shut up. He explains that this is because he got really angry, and then he hits the weird guy with full force. At the same time, outside, there is a sign telling them to live responsibly and take accountability for their choices, which is what every inmate is supposed to do. Someone says that now they need to finish this, and the prisoners just follow orders without question. Meanwhile, Jae Young is scrubbing the floor and says he's not leaving. Then he asks for bleach. Naomi kneels down and says it's right there, but Jae Young doesn't really understand what's going on and asks him what's wrong with him. Being very direct, the guy responds to the protagonist, thanking him, but even then Jae Young still can't understand. Then Naaman explains that thanks to him taking down that bastard Toke, he feels like he can finally sleep peacefully from now on, but the protagonist says he didn't destroy him. After that, he stares at the bleach and remembers when Naaman was in the previous room, asking if he was tortured with bleach. He comments that usually people who go through that end up dying, asking if that isn't true, but somehow Naaman survived. Then Naaman explains that people who are tortured like that usually foam at the mouth, so he faked it using soapy water, and he laughs about it like it's something funny. He keeps going, saying that actually he lied about everything because he wanted to move to another room, so he had already planned all of that. He says he doesn't even want to imagine how crazy that bastard talk must have gotten, and he laughs again, saying it must have been terrifying, while the protagonist just can't believe what he's hearing. Then Jo Young says that, anyway, there's no need to thank him, since he ended up helping him find one of the people with the tattoo, and Naaman agrees with that. Naaman then says he heard earlier that the protagonist is looking for a gang tattoo called the Celestial Dragon, and asks why he's searching for it. The protagonist answers directly that he's going to kill all of them, and Naaman asks what happened. Ju Young says that so far he has taken down 2 of them, but soon he'll find the rest. After hearing that, Naaman says that there are a lot of people in the juvenile prison who have tattoos, and asks if they have something in common, which confuses the protagonist at first. Then he realizes that the 2 guys he defeated were cell leaders, and Naaman confirms that, saying they should look among the room leaders, but Ju Young says he doesn't need to do that. Naaman ignores him and explains that next week there will be a meeting with all the room leaders because of something called the one-day assembly. Ju Young doesn't understand and asks what that is, and Naaman is surprised that he doesn't know. He explains that once every quarter, the leaders from each block gather to strengthen relationships, at least officially. In reality, it's where all kinds of illegal conversations happen inside the prison, something known as a criminal cartel. He tells the protagonist that if he goes there, he'll find all the cell leaders in one place. Then he grabs Ju Young by the shoulders and warns him to be really careful, but Ju Young still doesn't fully get it, and Naaman asks if he really hasn't realized that juvenile criminals from all over the country gather there, including someone who is considered the most dangerous. He makes it clear that Ju Young should never stand out. The scene then then shifts to the juvenile prison during the one-day assembly of the cell leaders. At that moment, a man with hair covering his eyes comments that Park Jong-chan and that bastard Talk were completely defeated, and that he heard the one responsible is someone named Cha Ju-young. He says he's actually curious about him, and another guy with the celestial dragon tattoo says he is too. Then one of them says they should figure out what to do and that they need to teach him a lesson by beating him like a dog. Another tattooed guy tells him to control his anger, saying that God wants peace. Suddenly, the door slowly opens, making everyone uneasy. De-jung walks in and says that it's actually this easy to find them, and after everything he went through, it feels pointless. Then he throws the broken support he was holding onto the ground. Everyone is sitting there, surprised, while the guy with his eyes covered by his hair just watches silently, along with the others. Someone asks what that lunatic is doing there, and with a shovel in hand, the protagonist grabs one of them by the head and makes it clear that he's going to deal with all of them. Then the scene suddenly shifts to the prisoners working with shovels, digging non-stop while a guard keeps pushing them, telling them to keep going because they need to earn their keep and should dig with everything they have. In the middle of that, they call Migayum over and tell him to listen carefully, because today is the day their dear Jo Young will take part in the leaders' meeting, and they should offer him some words of encouragement. The three of them are there together, Namin, Migayum, and Jo Young, and Migayum doesn't really understand what's going on, so he asks what this is about. Jo Young replies that he doesn't know the details either, while Namin, smiling, says he will explain it to them. He explains that the leaders' meeting is an exchange gathering between cell leaders, officially approved by the warden, and that it's a dangerous place where illegal information is traded, something he believes they have probably seen many times in movies. He makes it clear that they are not just dealing with small-time criminals, and says he has heard that the scale is comparable to major criminal organizations. After hearing this, Magyom feels a bit unsure, but still tells Ju Young to have a good meeting. Naemin looks shocked at that response, and asks if that's really all he has to say, and Magyom adds that he should be careful and have a good meeting, which makes Naemin question what kind of attitude that is, and tells him to be more sincere. Still, he shrugs it off and says it doesn't matter, pointing out that the place is full of dangerous people with no way out, and makes it clear to Ju Young that he shouldn't cause any trouble no matter the situation. The scene then shifts to the meeting room, where a man with hair covering his eyes asks what he said about the seed, while the others watch closely. Ju Young answers that he will dry up all those damn seeds, and he is already standing there with the man on the ground as everyone else looks on. Then Ju Young suddenly asks what they are doing, and calls for everyone to attack him. The leader, being overpowered by Ju Young, stays silent for a moment before refusing and thanking Ju Young for the invitation. Ju Young doesn't quite understand what he means, and at that point, another cell leader explains that a cell leader can use violence under the excuse of maintaining order. It seems like Ju Young is acting based on that rule, but he has forgotten the most important part. He continues, saying that in the recent fights against 3 cell leaders which he won, there were probably valid reasons that justified those fights, something usually called justification. He asks if Ju Young understands, and goes on to explain that in a fight like this, with no benefit or reason for him, there is no justification to respond. Even so, if Ju Young insists on throwing punches recklessly and disturbing the prison's order, the other cell leaders will not let him leave alive. At that moment, Ja Young stands still for a second, surrounded by several leaders with one lying on the ground, and he starts thinking that if he acts recklessly, he might end up becoming the common enemy of all the other cell leaders. He wonders if that's really what would happen, and realizes that it is exactly as he expected. If he turns the entire prison against him, his chances of leaving that place unharmed, let alone taking control of it, become very small. It was a reckless method, but confirming it was a good idea. At that moment, the man who was on the ground gets up and leans close to Ju Young's ear, asking Ju Young if his strange act is over, and if he never planned to stab him in the first place. He continues, saying that based on Ju Young's actions, it seems like he is hostile toward the celestial dragon, and asks if it's correct that Ju Young knows his place. He makes it clear that it's almost pathetic, then turns his back and goes back to his spot, looking slightly disheveled. Then another man speaks up, saying that now they will begin the leaders' meeting. He mentions that unfortunately some people are absent, listing Kim Sung-go, leader of Cell 36, Park Jong-chan, leader of Cell 7, and Kang Gyeon, leader of Cell 2, all absent due to injuries. One of the leaders, a slightly chubby man holding a crucifix with his hands together, reacts with surprise and says it's truly a shame, showing that he is deeply religious. They comment that the cause of all these incidents is Cha Ju-young, identifying him as the new leader of Cell 36. Everyone is surprised, realizing that he is the man from the rumors. One of the leaders, in an ironic tone, comments that Ju-young is very handsome, while another asks which gang he belongs to. Ju-young simply observes silently, noticing that there are around 15 cell leaders gathered there, and at first glance he doesn't see anyone with the celestial dragon tattoo, except for one person. Then a man with glasses calls out to Ju-young, asking if he has anything to say as the new leader. Ju-young pauses to think for a moment before asking what is so special about being a cell leader, which confuses one of them, who asks what he is talking about. Then Ju-young explains that he is just looking forward to it. The leader gets irritated and calls him a rude idiot, getting so angry that he ends up crushing his glass of water in his hand. At that moment, the man with glasses calmly says they will move on to the second topic. He explains that the next subject is about the sources of income operated by the cell leaders inside the prison, commonly referred to as shops. Then the long-haired man whose eyes are covered brings up a strange rumor going around, saying that all the high-stakes betting games in the gambling den, which are supposed to be based on trust and fairness, are actually rigged. He leans in close while saying this, and Do-hwan, smiling, responds that everyone knows what happens to someone who gets caught doing that kind of thing there, making it clear that he would never do something like that. The scene then shifts to nighttime. Inside a workshop where a car is lifted on a platform, someone with a trembling voice begs another person to stop, asking if what he has already done isn't enough. The other person coldly answers that it's not anymore, and nearby there is a burning barrel. Suddenly, shouting breaks out, and a prisoner complains that he is taking heavy losses, while another inmate, surprised, says he can't believe he won with such terrible cards and starts laughing. The losing man, frustrated, says he will turn things around in the next round, but his opponent mocks him, saying that if he keeps playing like that, he will hit rock bottom. Laughing even more. Annoyed, the man calls attention to him and tells him to grab some chips, revealing that this place is the gambling den, located inside the auto repair workshop of the vocational training center. At that moment, a young man named Ju Yuno, who works as the dealer in the gambling den, approaches Ju Yun and asks if this is his first time there. He explains that the games are simpler than those in a normal casino, and that each table has a different type of game, but since it is Ju Yun's first time, he recommends starting with simple dice games. Smiling, he says it will be a lot of fun. Ju Yun, with his arms crossed, questions if he is serious, and wonders if he should just play one round, which confuses Yuno. Then Ju Yun asks about the dice game, thinking that dragging things out like that is not fun. As he thinks, he remembers what the leader said earlier, that he would be the only one to get hurt if he tried to attack someone without justification. While Yuno watches him in confusion as he stares into nothing, Ju Young realizes that this also means the opposite could be true. He recalls the owner of the gambling den saying that if fraud was discovered, they should feel free to deal with him however they wanted, and at that moment he understands that what he needs is a justification. Someone nearby keeps watching him, and suddenly widens his eyes as Ju Young comes to a conclusion. Whether it is beating the leader, or even killing him, with the right justification, he can do whatever he wants. Then, without warning, he slams his hand hard on the table, making a loud noise. Yoonhyo, visibly startled, starts stuttering and asks what he is doing, and Ju Young calmly asks if he can take a look at the dice. From the outside, a juvenile detention center is known as a place that rehabilitates young offenders under strict supervision. That is what everyone believes. But under the leadership of Kwon Chang-sok, the 26th director, the place is turned into a nest of crime where illegal activities run freely. Inside the prison, there are profit operations mostly run by inmates in leadership positions, commonly called shops, and part of their earnings is handed over to the director. In return, those leaders receive privileges and freedom that ordinary prisoners could never even dream of. No one would ever imagine that criminals are being shaped and refined inside a juvenile detention center like this. The gambling den is just one of those shops. The scene then shifts again to a prisoner, saying that it doesn't matter anymore, because he is caught up in the moment, feeling like his heart is about to jump out of his chest. Smiling nervously, he wonders what he can do since all his money is gone. Holding his head and sweating cold, he tells himself that he will play just one more round, and then he will win everything back. At that moment, the leader of the gambling den approaches him and says there is a way. The prisoner doesn't understand at first, but the leader explains that they can lend him money if he gives them something as collateral. The prisoner angrily tells him to get lost, making it clear he is not in the mood for games, but the leader simply listens with a smile. Then the prisoner, now visibly shaken, asks why he didn't say that earlier. What the gambling den leader is doing is simple. He is setting things up to make the boys addicted to gambling. At that moment, Ju Young asks Yoonho if he saw that, making it clear that the die has a magnet inside, showing the cracked piece after smashing it hard on the ground. Then he asks if that is not a complete fraud. While saying this, Ju Young carefully looks around, making sure he won't be caught off guard by anyone, knowing he has to stay alert no matter what. The other prisoners who are betting nearby hear that and start wondering what kind of commotion that is, questioning if there is really fraud happening in the gambling den. Ju Young then asks if he is wrong, and directly questions Yoonho, asking if he manipulates the dice with magnets and then chooses the outcome. Yoonho doesn't really know how to respond at first, but then he smiles and says that is incorrect. He explains that what Ju Young thought was a magnet is actually a weight used to stabilize the center of gravity of the die. Ju Young doesn't fully understand, so Yoonho tells him to take a closer look and shows him a real magnet, asking if he wants to test it. Ju Young tries it, and the small ball falls normally. Yoonho then explains that if it were a magnet it would not fall like that, and points out that this is what a real magnet looks like, asking if Ju Young can see the difference. The gamblers watching the exchange think it is ridiculous, and one of the prisoners asks Ju Young why he is suddenly talking nonsense. Yoonho laughs and says that maybe it is because he has no money, then lightly pushes him and suggests they start again. Ju Young stays silent for a moment. Meanwhile, the leader of the gambling den watches everything closely, focusing on what Ju Young is saying. Then Yoonho suddenly looks surprised and comments that it was very fast, asking Ju Young if he has already lost everything. Ju Young holds his head without saying a word, thinking to himself about what is happening. He is sure that the chances of winning should be around 50%, and wonders if he was just unlucky. At that moment, Yoonho asks if he has anything left to bet, and Ju Young tells him to wait a bit. He starts checking his clothes, clicks his tongue, and says it is just a piece of paper, throwing it on the ground. Yoonho comments that he did well for a first time. Suddenly, a man shouts in frustration, drawing Ju Young Young's attention. The man is furious, holding a screwdriver and yelling that everything is a scam, saying those bastards think he is stupid. Jagan watches, not fully understanding at first, as the man keeps shouting and repeatedly says not to give them any money. Then the gambling den leader approaches him, grabs his arm, and forces him to drop the screwdriver, saying that he was very happy while he was winning, but now has many complaints after losing. At that moment, he slams the man's face onto the table and, smiling, asks if he has any evidence to support his accusations of cheating. The man, not knowing what to say, replies that the probabilities felt strange. The leader responds by saying that those are just circumstantial claims, and asks if he doesn't agree, also pointing out that he has no solid proof. He adds that it would be troublesome if the man caused a disturbance, since it could affect the other customers. Kim Tae-long watches everything closely. Right after that, the leader apologizes, saying it was done for safety reasons, and politely asks everyone to be understanding and forgive them. Still smiling, he tells everyone to continue enjoying their games, and people are surprised by how confident he is. Some of the players start commenting that there are too many troublemakers today, and call it ridiculous, while another says the man is just angry because he lost and should get better at the game, and they laugh, while Ju Young keeps observing silently. The scene then shifts to the corridor near the cells. Naemin asks Ju Young how things went at the gambling den, and Ju Young replies that he lost all his money and couldn't find any proof of cheating in the end. Then Ju Young asks about the others, and they think for a moment. Naemin then reveals that they stole something, showing a set of cards, while Magyo Pen says it went just as planned. Naemin explains that Ju Young did a great job drawing everyone's attention, which allowed them to take the cards easily from another table. He then asks what Ju Young thinks, and says his plan was brilliant, but Ju Young responds that it was embarrassing. Magyo Pen tells him to stay positive, and Naemin adds that if there is cheating, they will find something with those cards. Ju Young agrees, and says there must be something there. The scene then shifts back to the auto repair workshop, where someone is groaning in pain. A car tire is spinning very fast, getting dangerously close to the person's face. The man desperately says he was wrong, repeating that he made a mistake as the tire spins closer. The leader of the gambling den holds the man's head firmly, and asks him if his gambling den is a scam. He makes it clear that people like the man with his face close to the tire are exactly the reason why those meaningless rumors spread. The man, completely shocked, begs him to wait, but the leader says this is a serious problem, while the man keeps screaming. Then blood ends up on the floor. Soon after, Yuno arrives at the scene and apologizes, but the leader doesn't quite understand at first. Trembling, Yuno explains that a customer named Sha Ju Young caused a disturbance at his table, and hands over some papers. The leader takes them and calmly says it's fine and not Yuno's fault, telling him not to worry. With a disturbing smile, he then tells Yuno to keep working hard for his gambling den, and Yuno quickly agrees. The leader then comments that Cha Ju Young, for some reason, has a strong hostility toward the Celestial Dragon group, the one he belongs to. He says he doesn't mind if Cha Ju Young tries to attack him, but it becomes a problem if he damages the gambling den. If there is another disturbance, then he will have to take action. The scene shifts to Jo Young's cell, where Na-main, full of excitement, says he found it. He insists that he can see it clearly, while Megayam doesn't understand what he means. Then Na-main shows the back of a card, pointing out that in the circle pattern, there are two circles with slightly different sizes. He explains that this subtle mark allows someone to identify the card just by looking at the back, and Megayam realizes that they were actually cheating. At that moment, Ju Young thinks to himself that he finally found it. He now has the justification he needed. The scene then shifts back to the gambling den leader in the workshop, where he states that he will have to destroy Jugur Young. After that, the scene changes to outside the prison, where a sign says that a person can start over if they have a dream. An officer calls out prisoner 2658 Kim Jongzu, informing him that he is free. Jongzu stands outside with his backpack, wearing a slight smile, until someone suddenly calls out to him, startling him. A man in a white suit waves at him and congratulates him on his release. Nervous, Jongzu stutters and asks who he is. The man walks up, hugs him, and tells him to take what he brought, saying it's tofu to celebrate. Then he casually asks if Jongzu had fun inside. Confused, Jongzu doesn't understand what he means, since there's no way someone could have fun in prison. The man continues asking what happened, then suggests that Jongzu must have had plenty of fun gambling. Jongzu gets even more confused and asks what he means by gambling. The man suddenly stuffs tofu into his mouth, pretending to be surprised, telling him to take a good look at himself, and asking if he's really going to act like he did nothing. At that moment, Jongzu remembers everything. He recalls being desperate, until the gambling den leader crouched down and told him there was a way that they could lend him money if he provided some kind of guarantee. Back in the present, the man in the white suit asks if that guarantee is this, showing a document in his hand. With a twisted smile, he reveals that it is a consent form for organ extraction. He starts listing Jongzu's physical details, saying he is 1.74 meters tall, weighs 64 kilograms, doesn't drink or smoke, and has no serious medical history, making him a very healthy person. With tofu still in his mouth, Jongzu's eyes widen in fear. The man continues, saying that the most important thing is that his blood type is O, and that he has been waiting for him for a long time. He shows a van nearby, with a stretcher inside, and two people dressed like medical professionals. Jongzu starts stuttering, begging him to wait, but the man simply forces him into the van without hesitation. They take him to another location, where the man in the white suit casually comments that they are all so young and full of life, which makes their organs very fresh, and because of that his business is growing. He even tells someone to take a look, saying that thanks to this he managed to get a new dental implant, and adds that it's all thanks to his dear Park Do-won. Laughing, Park Do-won tells him not to mention that. He is an organ trafficking broker who was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison, and is currently running the gambling den inside the detention center. The man in the white suit and glasses stays silent for a moment, then asks how long Do-won plans to continue like this. Do-won replies that if they leave too big of a trail, someone will eventually catch them, and the director will just slip away from responsibility like a rat, leaving someone else to take the blame. He makes it clear that even if everything is exposed and the worst case scenario happens, it's still fine, because there's no problem in the world that money can't solve. The scene shifts back to Ju Young's cell, where he says that the mark is there, and that the difference is so small that he finally understands it now. Namin asks Magyom if he sees it, bragging that not even Sherlock could have noticed something like that, and says that with his sharp eyes he found it, even getting goosebumps from how amazing he is. At that moment, Ju Young says that he has found the sword that will cut the leader's neck. In a serious tone, he declares that tonight they are going to the gambling den. The scene then shifts to the workshop filled with pipes where Ju Young arrives. He thinks to himself that his job is actually very simple. Yutuno notices Ju Young and immediately gets excited, saying that he is back, while Ju Young thinks to himself that the first thing he will do is start a game at one of the tables. He then asks Yutus if that table is really for trump cards, and Yutu confirms it, and politely asks him to sit down. As Ju Young takes a seat, he thinks that in front of everyone, he will expose how that place is manipulated. At that moment, Do-hwan sits at the same table as Ju Young, and says he has been waiting for him, smiling as if they were friends, which only confuses Ju Young even more. Then Do-hwan asks what he thinks about playing around together, and Ju Young, not understanding anything, questions what he means while also wondering internally what is going on. Do-hwan casually says it is nothing serious, just curiosity, but Ju Young keeps thinking about why he is personally stepping in now. Then Do-hwan directly says he wants to know why Ju Young is chasing the celestial dragon, which makes Ju Young even more alert as he wonders what he is planning. In response, Ju Young tells the den leader that he will not share his personal matters, and after hearing that, Do-hwan pauses for a moment, thinking, before asking what he thinks about a deal. He proposes that if he wins the game, Ju Young will reveal his reason. Ju Young considers it, and thinks it is fine, since what really matters to him is something else, and in fact he even thinks this might be better, so he agrees, saying it is fine if that is what he wants, while also thinking that at least now he will not have to go looking for Do-hwan himself. The other players watch the situation without understanding anything, shocked that the owner of the place is personally playing around, and some of them even question if this is real. Do-hwan then says it is fine, and allows Jung to choose the game. Jung thinks for a moment and mentions that he has already tried the dice game, then wonders if he should try trump cards, since he has never played it before, asking if Do-hwan understands it. In response, the den leader suggests a different option, asking what he thinks about a game that beginners can enjoy. He proposes a memory game, and Yunho explains that it is very simple, where the player flips cards and tries to match the same numbers. If the player succeeds, they can continue their turn, but if they fail, the turn passes to the opponent. The key to the game is remembering the positions of the cards that have already been revealed. Hearing that, Ju Young realizes that as long as someone knows about marked cards, they would never lose, so he agrees that it sounds good, although he also thinks that without knowing about the markings, he would be completely lost. Meanwhile, the other players gather to watch, curious about the situation, and Yoonhyo announces that the operator of the gambling den, Park Do-hwan, will face the leader of Cell 36, Cha Ju-young. Everyone starts whispering, wondering who Ju Young is, and one prisoner questions if he is the guy who has been going after the cell leaders. Namin with wide eyes calls out to Magyom, asking if he is seeing this correctly, while Magyom does not even know what to say. At that moment, Joy Young looks at the cards and feels surprised, because the markings on the back have disappeared. Namin is shocked, asking what is happening, since the markings are now so small that they cannot see them from that distance. But Magyom is certain that there is no doubt. Those cards are not marked. The tension in the air becomes almost palpable, but Do-won remains confident. Then he asks Ju-dong if he does not find the card patterns beautiful, putting Ju-dong on high alert. Do-won explains that the gambling den only uses the highest quality decks, and asks if he understands what he means. He adds that they have many other games for beginners, and as he continues talking about how traditional gambling games can be difficult, Ju-dong realizes that the leader already knew everything from the beginning. He is sure that Do-won knew that Namain and Magayam had tampered with the cards. Do-hwan continues, suggesting starting with something lighter, like Find the Thief, and hearing that leaves Ju-young stunned. Then Yoonho asks if they are ready, because the betting is about to begin. Do-hwan takes out a stack of money, and smiling asks if that amount is enough, explaining that he does not play often since he runs the place, but also saying that they should not make the game boring. Ju-young points out that he has no money left, but Yoonho tells him not to worry, explaining that even without money, he can still play if he provides a guarantee. This makes Namin wonder what kind of guarantee that could be. Holding a document, Yoonho explains that Ju-young only needs to sign it, and shows that he just has to mark a part of his body with the value he wants to bet. He then says everything is fine, and that they will begin. The other players react in disbelief, saying they had only heard rumors and did not think it was real. Some question what kind of extraction that is. Others wonder if something like this is really happening inside a detention center, calling it insane, while a few think it must all be made up. In the middle of all that, Do-hwan stands with his arms crossed, staring directly at Ju-young, until suddenly he smiles, as if trying to break the tension, and asks Ju-young if he is afraid. Magyeom thinks there is definitely some kind of trick going on in that game too, and he is convinced that Cha Jui-young has no chance of winning. He even feels relieved, thinking that at least they noticed it before placing any bets, so now he can back out safely. But suddenly, everyone is shocked and starts reacting loudly, asking what just happened, while Namin and Magyeom are completely caught off guard. At that moment, Jae-young is already signing the document, and Yoonho tells him not to go back on his word. Jae-young calmly says that means he can play without money, asking if he is right as long as he can provide a guarantee. Namin, clearly desperate, asks what he is doing, while Magyeom thinks Jae-young has completely lost his mind. After signing, Jae-young makes it clear that there is no way he would back down, saying that from the tips of his hair to the ends of his toes, he is putting everything on the line. He declares that from now on he is going all in. This only makes everyone more curious, as they start gathering closer to watch the game. The leader pauses for a moment thinking, and then simply agrees that it is fine. Meanwhile, Namin keeps thinking that they are obviously cheating, but he cannot understand why Jae-young would risk all his organs like that. He keeps wondering what the hell Jae-young is thinking. Then Yoonho explains the rules again, saying that in the memory game, they need to flip the cards and match the ones with the same number. He announces that the first turn belongs to Jae-young. Ju-young comments that he likes how simple the game is, then flips an 8, followed by a 9. Yoonho says the numbers are different, and the leader calmly states that now it is his turn. Do-hwan picks a card and says he got a match. Yoonho explains that it matches the card Ju-young just revealed. Do-hwan casually says that if he remembers correctly, it was right there, and picks the second card. Yoonho comments that the gambling den leader got lucky right from the start, adding that in gambling, luck is everything, which makes Ju-young think about that idea. Do-hwan says it is his turn again, while Ju-young thinks there is no way this is just luck. The leader already knows exactly where every card is. Do-hwan flips another card and says this time he got a different number, and Yoonho confirms that the two cards do not match. At that moment, Ju-young realizes that the card placement must have been arranged beforehand with the dealer, so he starts playing seriously. When he flips a card and fails, Yoonho says it is not a pair, and his turn is over, but Ju-young has already memorized all the positions and begins to act. Without leaving any evidence, it is a simple yet perfect way to cheat, and the leader laughs, saying he is really lucky today. Jo-young, however, thinks that in the end, Do-hwan will just sit there clueless and defenseless while he takes everything from him. Yoonho announces that 4 cards have already been matched, and that the next turn is for the operator. Do-hwan stares directly at Ju-young, while Jae-young internally thinks he is pathetic. At that moment, Do-hwan recalls a memory from his childhood, when his father once asked why he liked him. Back then, young Do-hwan answered without hesitation, saying it was because his father made a lot of money. His father lightly flicked his forehead, calling him a brat, and jokingly asking if that was really what he told him before going to work. While the boy laughed, his father then said he had no choice, because he had to give everything he had at work for his beloved son. Remembering that, Do-hwan thinks that his father had the most reliable and confident posture in the world, or at least that is what he believed at the time. In reality, his father was not going to a company every day, but to gambling dens. Later, Do-hwan learned that his father had accumulated a debt of 50 million won to a loan shark. He remembers him staring at a screen while betting, talking as if his son were there, asking if he really liked him. Do-hwan now thinks his father was a complete fool, someone who never realized he was being deceived by a rigged system. His father kept saying he would win a lot of money for his son, even while sinking deeper. Back in the present, Do-hwan smiles while playing against Jeog, and says it looks like the goddess of luck is on his side today. At the same time, he thinks that unlike his father, he is not stupid. He prefers to be the one who deceives others. Acting innocent, he says he cannot believe he has already matched so many pairs. The prisoners begin whispering, and one of them mocks that Jo-young has not even made a single pair yet, laughing and calling him unlucky. Another says the game is already over, and that he will lose everything, maybe even his life, before he can even cry about it. Then suddenly, Ju-young asks Do-hwan if he is going to show them now, which confuses the leader. Without hesitation, Ju-young says that this game is rigged, and flips a card. He then reveals another one, showing that both are queens. Everyone is shocked. Some think he is just getting lucky, while others say that cannot be possible, and must be a coincidence. But then Jae-young picks another pair, and gets it right again, surprising everyone even more. Some start wondering if luck has finally turned to his side, while others say it would still take a long time to get all 16 pairs. However, he keeps going and gets another one right, and then another. At that point, people start asking how many pairs he has already matched. No one understands how he is getting all of them right. Ju-young has already matched 13 pairs in a row, and while they are still counting, he matches the 14th. Everyone starts to realize that the game is almost over, and at the same time, Do-hwan cannot believe what is happening. In his mind, there is no way this should be possible, because only he and the dealer knew the positions of the cards, just the two of them. That thought immediately makes him suspicious of Yoonho. The scene then shifts back, showing what happened earlier, when Yoonho noticed the piece of paper that Ju-young had thrown, and that ended up crumpled on the floor. When he picks it up, he remembers the moment when Ju-young had his hand on his head, acting frustrated while Yoonho asked if he had lost everything. Ju-young pretended to be annoyed, moving his clothes and tossing the paper toward him, saying it was just a useless piece of paper. When Yoonho opens it, he notices there is something written on it. The message tells him to go to the back of the bathroom at a specific time. Later, when he goes there, he quickly asks Ju Young why he called him. Ju Young pauses for a moment, thinking, and then says directly that he knows. He knows that Yuno cheated using the cards. Yungyo acts confused and asks what he means, while internally thinking that it was actually Ju Young who stole the cards before, but then he remembers that they had already changed all of them. At that point, Ju Young asks if he is right, that they probably replaced all the cards, and if they switched them to unmarked ones. He explains that this is exactly why he called him there. Then Jae Young gets straight to the point and tells the gambling den's judge that he is going to save him. That immediately shocks Unico, who asks what he is talking about. Jae Young explains that he knows the truth, that Unico and the other judges are working to pay off their debts to Park Do-hwan, and asks if he is right. He continues, saying that when people borrow money there, they use their organs as collateral. Because of that, Jo Young says he will pay off Yuno's entire debt, and the only thing he asks in return is that Yuno help him just once. Yuno responds that he is talking nonsense, saying that if he sides with him and things go wrong, Do-hwan will kill him. But Jo Young calmly mentions that he heard Yuno's debt is huge, and asks if he is really sure he will be able to pay it after being released. He adds that Yuno only has 1 week left before getting out. At that moment, Yuno imagines a terrible future for himself. Then Jo Young continues, saying he doubts he wants to be dragged into surgery the moment he regains his freedom. That leaves Yuno silent. Jo Young then explains that his role is actually very simple, almost like rolling a pair of dice while lying down. All he has to do is, when everyone is watching, expose the truth about the rigged games. Back in the present, during the match, Ju Young sarcastically comments that it looks like his luck is really good today. Do-hwan is still in disbelief, while Ju Young briefly thinks about whether he should say that it is actually his memory that is good, since he memorized all the card positions that were supposedly decided beforehand with the dealer. At that moment, Yuno finally speaks up and says that yes, Ju Young is right, and that until now, all the games in the gambling den have been manipulated. He says this out loud in front of everyone. Then he continues, saying he can even show what kind of tricks were used in each game. The prisoners immediately react with anger and frustration, questioning if they have really been deceived all this time. Some of them start shouting, demanding an answer from the operator, begging Do-hwan to say that Yunho is lying. One prisoner even asks if he knows how much money he has lost. The crowd becomes furious, saying that if the den really cheated, they should return all their money. Shaking, Do-hwan asks Yunho if he just claimed that his gambling den is rigged. Nervous, he starts laughing, calling it ridiculous, and denying everything, saying he would never do something like that. He then asks if Yunho is calling him a fraud, dismissing it as complete nonsense. Before he can do anything else, Jae Young suddenly throws a powerful punch at Do-hwan. He then asks if that is a good enough justification, questioning if he is wrong. At that moment, he recalls Do-hwan's own words, when he said that if fraud was ever discovered in his gambling den, people should feel free to cut off his head. So Ju Young says that since he said it himself, he will follow through. He flips the table violently, while Do-hwan is still on the ground. At the same time, a memory surfaces. It is raining heavily, and Do-hwan's father is desperately banging on a door, begging to be let in. He asks his son if he is ignoring him after everything he has bet. Do-hwan realizes it is his father, but does not even understand what he means by betting everything, so he asks what he is talking about. He tells his father to say something, and after a moment of silence, the man finally speaks, stuttering, saying he did nothing wrong. He explains that Do-hwan told him to make money, and that he liked a father who could make money, so he was trying. Hearing that, Do-hwan is completely confused. Then the scene shifts to a hospital, where his father lies in bed with an IV. Because of the debts he accumulated through gambling, he ended up bedridden. That is when Do-hwan realized a harsh truth, that without money, he could not protect his family. Back in the present, without hesitation, Ju Young grabs the table and throws it straight at the gambling den's operations leader. A loud crash echoes through the place, drawing everyone's attention, and in the middle of that chaos, Ju Young suddenly realizes something and looks surprised, because Do-hwan is no longer there. For a brief moment, it seems like he escaped, but out of nowhere, the gambling den leader appears again and throws a powerful punch straight at Ju Young, saying there is no way he would let that happen. The impact is so strong that Ju Young is knocked flat onto the ground. Right after that, Do-hwan calls out to the judge and says that betraying him was not enough, since he also tried to frame him as a fraud. He then grabs Yuno by the neck and says that because of that he will have to pay a heavy price. Even so, Yuno does not back down and tells him not to make him laugh because he has proof that he is a scammer. Hearing that, Do-hwan questions what kind of proof he is talking about and demands that he say where it is. At that moment, Yoonha notices someone trying to slip away quickly, and his eyes widen in shock as he realizes it is the other judge. He immediately thinks that the man might be running away with the evidence. Meanwhile, Do-hwan says that the one who should be on the ground is Yoonha, and he throws him down violently, saying he never imagined that he would conspire with a stranger and try to ruin the gambling den's reputation. He asks if that was his plan to pay off his debts. At the same time, Jo Young gets back up and rushes toward him. Do-hwan, however, grabs the body of the fallen judge and comments that, just as he suspected, money is the best way to truly control people. Then he throws the man aside like he is nothing, slamming him onto the ground. He prepares to strike again, saying he will not judge Yunho, but he also has no intention of forgiving him, and he attacks without holding back. Seeing all this, Naaman stares in shock, while even Do-hwan shows a hint of surprise, saying he did not expect things to move this fast. But then something something shifts, because Ju Young suddenly appears behind him, ready to strike. He says that of course Do-hwan would not just run away, and then delivers a powerful kick straight to his head, sending him flying across the floor until he crashes into a wall. Money scatters everywhere as bills fall through the air, and Ju Young says he has no intention of running away or letting anyone escape. On the ground, Do-hwan looks stunned, and a memory comes back to him. He remembers being in the hospital, where a man told him that his father still had not regained consciousness. Looking at his father lying there, Do-hwan said that gambling was what left him in that condition, which shocked the man. Even so, Do-hwan held his father's hand and said that despite his resentment, he believed his father also carried a heavy burden. In the end, all the debts his father built up through gambling were paid using gambling itself. It was during that time, when his father was bedridden, that Do-hwan realized something harsh, that without money, a person cannot protect their family. The man with glasses then says that if anyone else heard that, they would think his father made those choices alone. He calls Do-hwan a little bastard, and says everything happened because the son betrayed his own father, adding that raising a child alone is useless. But now that Do-hwan has paid his debts, he questions why he still takes care of his unconscious father, asking if it is because of filial love. Hearing that, Do-hwan wonders what he means by that, and in a darker tone, he asks if that kind of love brings any money. At the same time, he thinks that if you cannot protect what you have, then the only thing left is to sell even your own family. Back in the present, Do-hwan tells Jo-hwan not to worry, because he would never run away without taking his money, and he prepares to attack Ju-hwan again. Ju-hwan dodges and questions why he keeps talking about money, asking if fighting is not really his strength. Then he starts landing multiple blows on the gambling den leader, making him bleed quickly before hitting him hard in the face. For a brief moment, Ju-young seems confused, and Do-hwan asks if fighting is really that important. In that instant, Ju-young leaves himself open, and Naman shouts his name. Taking advantage of that, Do-hwan drives his knee into him with full force, making Ju-young spit blood. Ju-young grabs the spot where he was hit, but before he can recover, Do-hwan attacks again, and strikes him directly, sending him sliding across the ground. Do-hwan then says that for idiots like Ju-young, their only role is to work under his orders and get paid. He repeats his question, asking if he really thinks fighting is the most important thing. Ju-young ends up crashing into a car window, leaving the nearby prisoners shocked. One of them comments that Do-hwan is acting tough while saying all that, while another wonders if the other guy is already dead. Watching nervously, Naman tries to calm himself and think clearly, saying to himself that at this point, he just wants to understand what happened to Ju-young. Meanwhile, Do-hwan turns to the crowd and offers a calm apology for the disturbance. With a smile, he says that as everyone can see, it was just a small incident, and that there is nothing wrong with the gambling den. Soon they start getting organized, and then Jo-young says it looks like he was wrong. Just like Do-hwan had said before, his betting place didn't manipulate any of the games, and there was no real reason to kill him. Do-hwan begins to respond, saying that even if Jo-young regrets it now, things could still be fixed. But Jo-young cuts him off and says no, he doesn't need a reason. The leader gets confused, not understanding what he means. Then Jo-young explains that this is a place for games after all, but Naman still doesn't fully understand what his boss is trying to say. Then Jo-young makes it clear that from now on he and the leader are going to play a game of hide and seek. He tells Do-hwan to hide carefully, but Do-hwan is completely lost. Jo-young continues, saying that if he finds him, he'll make sure to rip his head off the moment he catches him. Right after saying that, he steps forward and starts walking toward Do-hwan, while the leader comments that he can't believe what's happening. The place is a complete mess, with money scattered everywhere and bills flying through the air. Do-hwan looks around and says that this place is filled with everything he built, everything he achieved, and then he starts shaking a die in his hand. He says there's no way he's going to run now. But the moment he rolls the die, Jo-hwan asks if he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Then Jo-hwan grabs the leader's arm, throws him to the ground, and says that everything he built needs to turn to ashes. Lying on the ground, Do-hwan groans in pain and says this is absurd, but Ju-young says he's done playing around and suggests they switch games. He asks the leader what he thinks about playing a dice game instead. The die lands on 3, and Ju-young says that means he just earned 3 hits. He then delivers those 3 blows straight to the leader. Do-hwan, still trying to hold his ground, asks if Jo-young really thinks he can take him down like this, forcing things his way. He says he's not like Jo-young, someone who throws punches first and thinks later, and makes it clear that he has big ambitions. Everything around him feels like it's spinning fast, but he insists he still has options and plans. Then suddenly, he sees something that shocks him. Jo-young says that even if the leader has big ambitions and plans, it looks like luck isn't on his side. The die rolls again and lands on 6, and the leader can't believe it. Furious, he rushes toward Jo-young, yelling at him to stop talking nonsense, but Jo-young just shouts that it's 6 hits and lands them with full force. That punch makes a huge difference. At that moment, Do-hwan remembers something from the past. He recalls a tattoo artist, asking if he had gotten permission from his mother. She mentioned that nowadays, carp and goblin tattoos are popular among school kids. Then a beautiful long-haired tattoo artist asked what he wanted. While testing his skin, Do-hwan didn't know what to say at first, but then he pointed out the dragon tattoo on her chest and said he wanted the same one. She looks surprised and asks if he's really looking at the tattoo or if he's up to something else. Do-hwan then says he knows everything, that she's a scout for the celestial dragon, and asks her to let him join too, offering a suitcase full of money. He explains that if he can get the support of the celestial dragon and speed up his plans, he can bring in ridiculous amounts amounts of money. After hearing that, the tattoo artist slowly spins her tattoo machine and thinks for a moment before answering. She says she's not sure and that she prefers a man who risks his life more than his money. Hearing that, Da-won immediately grabs the machine from her hand and says he'll do it however she wants. He makes it clear that for money, he's willing to risk his life as many times as needed. After that, she accepts him, saying he's in. Now curious, she asks what he wants from the celestial dragon. Da-won answers that first, he wants her to send him to juvenile prison. Back in the present, the workshop is in total chaos. Do-won is yelling for everyone to get out of his way, calling them all idiots and cursing as he pushes forward. He's furious, shouting non-stop for people to move, making it clear that no one should block his path. At the same time, he thinks that even though it's annoying, he might have to retreat for now. He also assumes that all the evidence of the betting den's fraud has probably already been destroyed by the people outside. He thinks that soon, the other cell leaders will come after Jo Young. But suddenly, his train of thought is interrupted when Mag-yeom appears out of nowhere, saying he recovered it. He recovered the evidence of the fraud. Do-hwan immediately goes on alert. Then a strong hit sends someone flying onto a table. Around them, the gamblers start whispering, wondering who that guy is, since all the contents of his suitcase are scattered on the ground. Another guy comments that it's just dice and cards, normal stuff they use for games. Then Mag-yeom tells them to look more carefully. He explains that one of the judges was running away carrying those items, and now that same judge is lying on the ground groaning in pain. Mag-yeom repeats that those are the real pieces of evidence, proving that this place is a fraud. Then he calls out Park Do-won, saying that now he's in serious trouble. Naemin, clearly shocked, tells Mag-yeom that he can actually be useful sometimes, while Mag-yeom chooses to stay silent after hearing that. Then all the players are left confused, and they start questioning everything, talking about the fraud and all the money they lost. It quickly becomes clear that they are all thinking the same thing, that they're going to get their money back no matter what. At that moment, Do-hwan tightens his grip on the cash near him and says he will never give it up. Surrounded by scattered bills, he insists that he won't let anyone take what's his. The path where the money lies is marked with the leader's blood, and he looks completely desperate, shouting that it's all his, that he earned it himself. But then Jo Young grabs a container of gasoline and says it's not over yet. He pours it onto the ground and says there's still one last game left. He sets things up and says the name of the game, realizing on the spot that he'll call it Enduring an Electric Shock. While holding the igniter in his hand, he explains that since Do-hwan lost the last round, now it's his turn. Do-hwan panics and begs him to stop, yelling that he's pouring gasoline over his money. But Jo Young doesn't hesitate. He prepares to strike, and Do-hwan starts screaming, telling him to stop, calling him a damn worm. Then Jo Young reminds him of what he said before, making it clear once again that everything he built is going to turn into ashes. Naemin watches with wide eyes, completely shocked, while Mag-yeom shows no reaction at all. Then suddenly, Jo Young pauses for a second, wondering what just happened. Do-hwan is already partially burned, and everyone around starts questioning if he has passed out. The workshop quickly fills with smoke near the ceiling. Park Do-hwan has already taken a brutal beating, but for the gamblers, that's not even the main issue anymore. They start shouting that they should grab the money first, but even then, Do-hwan screams for them to get out of the way, saying the money belongs to him. Then a man with hair covering his eyes steps forward and says this was expected. He already knew the betting den was a fraud. He calmly states that their dear Do-hwan won't be managing the place anymore. After that, time passes. 1 year and 2 months later, the front gate of the prison opens, and prisoner number 7849 is called. It's Park Do-hwan, now finally free. As he walks out, he thinks that maybe he failed inside prison, but because of that, he was able to learn and come up with better plans. All he wants now is a chance to start over again. At that moment, a man with glasses waves at him, calling him Dear Do-hwan, saying he went through a lot and did a good job. The man approaches him calmly and says everything is fine, even offering him some tofu, since he's the one taking care of him. Do-hwan apologizes to the man in the suit, saying he couldn't supply anything while he was locked up, but promises to secure his place again quickly, asking him to wait a little longer. The man with glasses agrees, but then brings up the money Do-hwan borrowed for his previous plans, saying they should settle that first. Do-hwan admits that he probably already knows, but he doesn't have any money right now. The man then tells him not to worry, saying they are professionals and there are other ways to handle things. He points to a van nearby, where 2 medical workers are waiting. Do-hwan is shocked and asks what the hell that is. The man calmly explains that they'll just take a quick look, and then mentions the total debt. Calculating with the maximum legal interest rate, it has reached 1,338,767,441. Hearing that, Do-hwan's eyes widen, and he asks the man to wait, but before he can do anything, he's pushed into the van. The man assures him it's fine, and says they're heading out now, since the client is waiting. Do-hwan starts screaming as the van takes him away. Back in the prison, Naemin, looking nervous, says that Park Do-hwan is out, and that it's all thanks to his sharp observation, since he noticed the marks on the cards. Mag-yeom tries to take some credit, saying he was the one who recovered the evidence, but Jo Young cuts in and tells both of them they did a good job. Then Jo Young opens the cell gate and thinks to himself that this is another one down. That makes 3. So far, 3 seeds of the Celestial Dragon Gang have been crushed. He starts thinking about who the next target will be, but suddenly his thoughts are interrupted. Something catches his attention, and not just his. is, but also Magioms and Namens. There is a young man standing inside the cell, holding a photo of Daeon and Jueyoung together. Namen, clearly panicking, asks who he is and what he's doing in their cell. The young man with a sarcastic tone asks if that girl in the photo is the one who died in the car accident, and he says it with a smile, almost mocking the situation. Without wasting a second, Jueyoung rushes at him and grabs his face, slamming him to the ground. Right after that, he tells Namen to bring a pillow. Confused and scared, Namen asks why he suddenly needs a pillow. Holding the man down and covering his mouth, Jueyoung explains that it's to make sure no screams are heard through the prison corridors. The scene comes back for a moment, and a man with hair covering his eyes is counting slowly, going Mother 1, Mother 2, Mother 3, while the walls around him are filled with insults about someone's mother, written everywhere. People around him keep asking how many mothers he even has, and the prisoner with his eyes hidden by his hair keeps twisting in the chair, clearly annoyed, saying that this is boring, and asking if they don't have something more interesting, something that could actually trigger his dopamine. Suddenly, a noise is heard and the door opens. It is Jueyoung, who walks in saying that it was actually this easy to find them, and after breaking a shovel, he complains that he went through all that trouble for nothing. The man with hair covering his eyes stares straight at him, not even clear if he can really see, and Jueyoung asks if that place is where the seeds of that organization are being sent from. Without hesitation, he knocks one of them down and says that if that is the case, then he will deal with all those damn seeds himself. The man with his eyes covered looks surprised for a moment, then says that this is exactly the dopamine he was looking for, and he starts smiling. The scene then changes, showing a photo of Jueyoung with his childhood friend. After that, Jueyoung asks Namen to bring him a pillow, and Namen with wide eyes asks why he suddenly wants a pillow out of nowhere. At that moment, the protagonist is holding a guy's mouth shut, and he explains to Namen that it is so no screams are heard through the prison corridors. The guy starts murmuring desperately, and Jueyoung asks if he didn't understand what he just said, making it clear that it is better for him to stay quiet since he is already making too much noise, while preparing his fist to punch him. But then the guy suddenly presses a drawing of the protagonist right against Jueyoung's face, making him widen his eyes in surprise. The guy gets excited and says it is a surprise, then points out a dragon tattoo and asks if that is what Jueyoung has been looking for. He starts getting up, suggesting that maybe he should help him, saying he will take care of those dragons one by one, while Jueyoung just stares at him in shock. The guy then grabs the photo of the protagonist with his childhood friend and says that before doing anything, he should clear up a misunderstanding. He explains that the photo just fell out of a sketchbook and that there was no other intention behind it, making it clear that Jueyoung should go easy on him. He says he is just someone well-meaning who wants to help, showing the photo close to Jueyoung's face. Clearly irritated, Jueyoung snatches the photo from his hand and tells him to leave right now. The guy doesn't really understand what he means and says he thought the protagonist would be smarter, but from what he can see, Jueyoung is more stupid than he looks. He explains that Jueyoung is a cell leader and is free to fight as much as he wants there, but if he keeps going after others without thinking, he will eventually get killed by other cell leaders. Jueyoung just keeps staring at him without saying anything, while the guy continues, saying that the juvenile prison has way more dangerous people than Jueyoung can even imagine. He then asks if, even so, the protagonist is still going to refuse the help he is offering, but Jueyoung thinks that he simply cannot trust him, since he just appeared out of nowhere with such an unexpected offer. At that moment, the guy tries to bend the prison bars, struggling a lot, and comments that they are already bent. After shouting a bit and putting in more strength, he manages to bend them further, only to realize he was bending them the wrong way. Namen then comments that they are going to charge extra for property damage, while the cell leader stays silent, just thinking, wondering if that guy really wanted to help him and what he could possibly gain from it. Then Jueyoung calls out to him, referring to him as messy-haired, asking what exactly he is planning with all of this, and what he really wants. The messy-haired guy pauses, and thinks about it for a moment, then says that what he really wants is a dopamine rush, smiling widely while touching his chin. The next day arrives, and the scene changes to the auditorium of the juvenile detention center. Some prisoners are completely shocked and can't believe what they are seeing. In a place that usually smells like nothing but boys, there are suddenly girls, and a lot of them. The prisoners are extremely surprised and start acting like they are being blessed, saying things like amen and hallelujah, joking as if they were inside a grand cathedral. They make double-meaning comments, saying their blessing is on another level and that Jesus is the future, until one prisoner corrects the other, saying that actually Mary is the future and calling him an idiot. Meanwhile, Joking just watches everything silently. He then focuses on the name Cathedral of Heaven and starts thinking about it. That reminds him of something from the past, when one night he was at a church. Daeryun was looking for him while singing a hide-and-seek song, and the only light in the place was coming through the window. Then she finds him, smiling with her cheeks slightly red, saying that she finally found him. At that time, she was 17 years old. Back then, Jueyoung was scratching his ear, confused and not really understanding what was going on, and Daeyeon says that she already knew and asks if he was sleeping again. He admits that he was, and she wakes him up, telling him that she had said it gets cold there at night. Jueyoung tells her to trust him, saying that any place is better than his home, even though he feels a bit uncomfortable saying that. Hearing this, Daeyeon lowers her head, clearly affected by his words. Soon, they hear a noise, and Juking tells her that it sounds like a door opening. He asks if she brought someone with her, but she questions why she would do that in the first place. Then she wonders if maybe Uni came there. At that moment, a girl with long hair shouts inside the church, calling for Daeon, and saying that the sister told her to come back to the orphanage quickly, warning that if she delays, she will be scolded. Hearing this, Ju-king calls Daeon and asks what she is doing, because she is trying to hide. Whispering, she tells her childhood friend to stay quiet, explaining that if they get caught, they will have to clean the church for a whole week. He just listens and watches her quietly. Then the scene shifts back to the present, where the other prisoners, acting like complete idiots, are amazed and wondering if they just witnessed a miracle. They are completely fascinated by the girls, talking about their radiant light and sweet voices, calling it a kind of heavenly beauty. Some of them even pick a specific girl they like and start pointing her out to others. She has long hair, and they say she even looks like a saint. As Ju-young listens to all that nonsense, he ends up noticing the girl too, and he is surprised. He quickly remembers her from that day when Daeon was hiding together with him, and he starts wondering if she is really Sung Yunia, then calls her name. She hears it and looks toward where the voice came from, recognizing him immediately and saying his name. After that, the scene moves to the cafeteria. One girl tells another that they came there to spread faith, but she feels like there is no hope for a place like that, looking at the prisoners as if they are just a bunch of rats. Nearby, one of the prisoners, with a creepy expression, says they look very appetizing, while another laughs at his joke. They say it looks better than sausage, and start getting curious about what else is on the menu. Then one prisoner approaches a girl from the cathedral, and takes the box she is offering. He even licks the cup of water in a really weird way, asking what is inside, making the girls visibly uncomfortable. One of them gets really angry, and asks why they have to volunteer to help people like them, saying they deserve to go to hell. The other girl, hearing that, laughs and says she is taking things too personally, and that it should not be like that. Still annoyed, the first girl keeps saying that rice is a waste on people like them. At that moment, a big guy thanks the Lord, saying he will be given his daily bread, even though he is just a sinful lamb, and there is even a religious text written on his arm. He also thanks the sisters and wishes that grace is always with them. Then a short-haired girl whispers to the other that he must be Catholic, and the other agrees. The big guy then starts making the gesture of "in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit," but suddenly reveals that he is actually Buddhist, leaving them completely confused. To make things even worse, he jokingly thanks someone's butt for the food, and both girls just stand there speechless. After a moment, they realize something is off, and start wondering why Yuna was taking so long. One of them remembers that she said she would only take a quick break, and the scene changes to a bathroom. Inside, Yuna complains that the place is too cramped, and feels a bit hot, while Yuna was standing right next to her. He apologizes and explains that there was no other place where they could talk without being seen. Stuttering a little, she says it is fine, adding that it always feels a bit stuffy when wearing the choir uniform anyway. She then comments that it has been a while since they talked like this, and that it feels a bit strange. She remembers how the three of them used to have fun together, and Ju-young just listens quietly. Then Yuji brings up Daeon, and with a sad expression, she starts saying that after Daeon left them, but Ju-young interrupts her, asking her to wait, and saying he wants to talk about that. However, she already seems to know what he is going to say, explaining that she knows he and Daeon were always together, that it was always just the two of them, while he remains silent, just watching her. She then asks if that means it must have been difficult for him all this time, imagining how lonely it must have been, and gently reaches for his neck. Right after that, the scene shifts to a bit of Yuna's past. She is walking through the school, and the boys around are amazed, asking who she is and if someone that beautiful really studies there. A more informed student explains that she is Sung Yuna, a first-year student. As she walks, one boy says she looks even prettier up close, while another wonders why a goddess like her is in the dark second-year hallway. They start wondering who she came to see, and then it shows the protagonist messing with his blue backpack. Yunsha walks up to him with slightly red cheeks and calls him, asking why he did not answer her before. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he apologizes and asks what happened. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she asks if he did not even check, then explains that she still has a lot of gift vouchers from her birthday last year and cannot use all of them alone. She asks if he could help her, but Yunsho, being very focused, says that he already has plans with Daeon that day. Without wasting time, he leaves the classroom, waving at her and saying he will help her tomorrow, also apologizing again. Meanwhile, she just watches him walking away, clearly not liking that at all. Back in the present, the guy standing beside her looks confused, not really understanding what is going on. Yunil then says that she knows very well what it feels like to be alone in this world. She gently holds his hands and makes it clear that he is not alone, saying that she is there for him. Yunil calls her name, but she does not let him speak, and suddenly brings up the fact that he never replied to any of her letters. Stuttering a little, he explains that he had things he needed to take care of. Then he looks surprised, and asks if something happened, while she tries to hold back a laugh. With complete honesty, she says that he is still the same as always, and she shows him a tattoo she has, casually playing with her hair. Then she points out that he already saw it. Right at that moment, both of them hear a guy asking if Boss Kim has not had lunch yet, and they immediately become alert. Another agent answers that he heard they are serving food, so they should hurry if they want to get some, and the other agrees, saying he is starving. Una looks surprised and says that she actually forgot about lunch because she ended up resting for too long, her cheeks turning red in embarrassment. She quickly opens the door and tells Junung that it was good seeing him after such a long time, and he says he feels the same. He adds that in 3 years he will see her again outside, remembering their school days. Yuna then tells him that she will be back back next week, which confuses him at first, but she explains that their church will start making regular visits every Sunday from now on. Smiling with her cheeks slightly red, she says it is great that they will be able to see each other more often now, and asks if he does not think so too. The scene then shifts back to the cafeteria, where Yoonhee asks the prisoners if they like the food. Smiling, she says she can clean up, and holds a cloth in her hand. One prisoner tells her to let trash like him take care of the garbage instead, while another says she should take it easy, and calls her a saint. She does not understand why he called her that. And then another one suddenly shouts that he is even bigger trash. They start arguing over the cloth, one asking her to give it to him, another begging her to bless him with it, while some of the girls watch the whole thing in disbelief. One of the girls comments that Yuna is flirting again as always, and Ju Young, hearing that, does not really understand. Another girl says she has a lot of nerve acting like that, even with criminals, while someone else says it makes her feel like throwing up. Then a blonde girl mentions that the rumor must be true, and another asks what rumor. The blonde explains that people say Sung Yuna has been going to motels, which makes Ju Young widen his eyes in shock when he hears that. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, the girl says that Yuna really is a saint, just the kind that enjoys doing bad things, while Yuna continues giving attention to the prisoners as if nothing is wrong. The scene changes again, showing a sister with her hands together, saying in prayer that she feels very lonely. A prisoner stretches and says that he feels the same, while another calls out to God and asks when that boring nonsense is going to end, only for someone else to say that God does not exist. The sister then quotes John 8:29, saying that knowing the truth will set them free, and explains that anyone can be freed from sin through truth and God's love, which means they can be free, even if just for today. Hearing this, the prisoners start shouting and cheering as they look at the girls. The sister then tells them to get excited, and the prisoners raise their arms and start celebrating. The girls begin to dance, and the prisoners shout that the saint is dancing. One of them, sticking his tongue out, says she is very attractive, and suggests to his friend that they should go to the bathroom, and then stop by the girls' rest area. The other laughs and asks what they are even planning to do there, and he answers that he will find out when they get there, calling him a bastard, while the protagonist just watches everything silently. The scene then moves to the hallway, near where the girls are. The sister tells them they did a good job, and asks them to pray, but one girl complains that she cannot hear anything because of all the noise, saying it feels like some kind of military show, and Yunta is there with them. Suddenly, one of them points out, surprised, that Kim Minji is wearing pink. Nearby, the two guys from before notice it too, and start thinking about doing something stupid. At that moment, the protagonist touches the doorknob, and says that he can see what is going on. As he opens the door, he says that things are not going to look the same for them anymore, and the two guys freeze with wide eyes. For them, getting caught by Ju Young feels like being sent straight to hell. Without hesitation, he beats them up. Meanwhile, the big guy starts talking about the 10 commandments, saying that the 7th commandment is about not committing adultery. While the two guys are lying on the ground, he makes a strange comment, smiling with his hands together, saying that God does not forgive that. The girls, however, have no idea what he is even talking about. Shocked, Yuna asks Ju Young what is going on, but then she notices the two men on the ground and widens her eyes. She screams at the sight and quickly grabs Ju Young's arm, trying to feel safer. Seeing that, he asks if she got scared, and she apologizes. Then 1 week later, the sister says that this is why the Lord forgives the sins of sinners. The scene then shifts to the donation warehouse, filled with supplies stacked all around. Ju Young mutters to himself that just moving the donated goods is already hard enough, but now with 3 guys armed with knives behind him, he wonders what's going on. One of the attackers seems surprised that Ju Young is only noticing them now. Suddenly, one of them shouts and charges at him, calling him an idiot, and all 3 attack with everything they've got. Ju Hyung quickly calls their attention, noticing that they had punctured bottles of water, and says that the heavens might punish them for that. The guys look confused, and Ju Hyung asks how they could possibly damage donated goods. Then all that water spills over the 3 prisoners, soaking them completely. Ju Hyung comments that a shower might do them good since they smell awful, which they absolutely hate. He notes that it's clear they weren't behind the plan themselves. With precise movements, he immobilizes the 3 attackers and demands to know who ordered them to do it. But just as he's questioning them, something catches his attention, leaving him completely puzzled. The door suddenly opens, and an agent comes in, asking what that noise was, and what the heck is going on in the warehouse. The agent steps inside and notices a girl there, shocked, and asks what she is doing in the warehouse. Jungin is a little distance away from her, standing tense. The agent, still incredulous, demands why she is even there, and warns her not to say that Jung did anything to her. There are pants and belts scattered on the floor. The girl points toward Jung and he freezes, eyes wide, stuttering as she declares that it was him who did it. Next, the scene shifts to a smartphone messenger screen. A man is typing, asking how much the other person charges, and the reply comes back, around 30 to 50. After seeing the answer, he says he'll send the location. The person providing the service laughs a little, saying they understood, and the man asks them to send the photos by 7 o'clock. The man is old, and as he exchanges these messages, a girl, Yoonha, warns him that he can't change his mind. She mentions the price, 501, and asks if he's sure he'll pay. The old man responds confidently, making it clear he has plenty of money, and adds that she looks even prettier without makeup. He says he should be grateful to the heavens, but she doesn't quite understand what he means. He notices her confusion and asks if she wants an explanation, patting the bed beside him for her to sit down. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupts him, and he hesitates. A man appears at the door. The old man becomes nervous immediately, asking who it is. The man points out that this seems like an illegal meeting, and even worse, it's with the church pastor. The bald old man's eyes widen, and he starts trembling. With the girl and this massive man close by, he asks if this is some kind of threat, calling them cursed and wondering how Yunya suddenly got tough. He also mentions the elders of his church, including the police commissioner, but is cut off as he gets punched hard in the face. The big man grabs his head and continues attacking, asking if he's really sure everything will be okay. He reminds the bald pastor that he leads a sect, while Yunya holds a bag emitting a red light. The huge man asks if the pastor could really handle a video leak like this. The pastor, voice broken and injured, admits he would have major problems, and the big man tells him not to worry, they will settle for a reasonable amount, saying it's in the name of the heavens. The scene then switches to the juvenile detention corridor. A prison officer tells Cha Zhao-young, identified by the numbers 7199, that he'll spend 10 days in solitary confinement. The officer explains that during a previous visit, the protagonist had done something unusual, and though he usually receives special treatment from the director, this case involves someone outside, so solitary is unavoidable. The officer adds that even the Ministry of Justice is monitoring the security cameras, so Zhao-young cannot be allowed to leave, and asks him to understand. Once the officer leaves, he mutters to himself, disturbed by being in a place like this, and thinking about how people can do such horrible things. At that moment, Zhao-young remembers the girl pointing at him, clearly saying he was the one responsible. He can't stop thinking about Yunha, wondering why she would do such a thing. Later, the scene moves to the church volunteering event in the afternoon. Girls are singing in a choir for the prisoners. Then the scene shifts to the prison parking lot. A heavy-set man talks to Yuna, suggesting it was God's will that they met again this way. He calls her sister Yuna and notes that from what he heard, the place is corrupt. She asks if it's really safe for a prisoner to be left waiting like this. He explains that the cell leaders pay the director every month to get a certain level of freedom, so there's nothing to worry about. Even if it weren't true, being with her is worth the risk. He reflects on past times, remembering when he caught the old man with her. Those were the days they conducted heretic trials together. Though rough, the heavy-set man Namgung Joseph is known for 12 aggravated assault and intimidation charges, and owns 18 undiscovered properties. He tells Yunha she has always been his reliable assistant, which is why he asked for her help with Cha Ju-young. The scene returns to Ju-young, sitting on the floor, thinking he can't make sense of any of this. It seems someone tried to set him up using Yuna to accuse him of attempted assault. He remembers the officer asking her what happened, and she initially claimed it was him. Then at the very end, Yuna changes her story, explaining she was attacked and Ju-young saved her. The officer adjusts his cap, saying for now everyone should be taken away. Ju-young wonders who could have used Yuna like that and why. Du-young wonders why Yunia suddenly changed her mind at the last moment and ended up saving him. After that, he calls the officer and politely asks for permission. The officer asks what he wants, and Du-young explains that he has a request. The officer warns that it can't be anything noticeable because of the security cameras, and Du-young says he understands. He just wants the officer to call someone for him. The scene shifts to Joseph, talking to Sister Yunia, recalling the first day she visited the prison last week. She had hidden behind someone to avoid him. He remembers her asking Ju-young what was happening, and he tells Yunia that he noticed it right away. He also remembers Ju-young asking if she was scared. Joseph comments that she was already captivated by the heretic, which is why he gave her a chance to judge the heretic with her own hands, but he asks why she didn't do it. Yunia begins to tremble, pleading with Joseph to stop, explaining that she already did everything he asked outside the prison. Joseph reminds her that he still has those videos, and she freezes, eyes wide. He tells her she's been doing fine so far, and all she needs to do is keep helping him like always. When he tries to bring up her mother, she becomes very uncomfortable, stands up and raises her voice, threatening to report him for his crimes. Joseph interrupts, dropping his rosary, which makes her scream. He remarks that she has become far more depraved than he expected, calls her a heretic, and forces her to lie down. He tells her not to worry, claiming he will purify her, speaking with a dark, ominous tone. Yuna is terrified, and he emphasizes that it's just the two of them now, asking if she understands. Suddenly, the bus door starts opening. Joseph quickly looks back, confused about who could be there. Jo-young begins ascending the stairs while Yuna watches with tears in her eyes. He stands at the top of the bus, and Joseph demands to know how he got there and how he escaped solitary confinement. He asks Jo-young to wait a minute while Yuna continues crying, just watching. Joseph says he still has unfinished business, but Jo-young tells him he can do whatever he wants. Pressing the bus door button, the door starts to close, and Jo-young prepares to start what he came to do. The scene briefly returns to the prison corridor, moments before Ju-young headed to the bus. He called the officer, asking permission, and explained his request. The officer again warns that it can't be noticeable due to cameras, and Ju-young insists he understands, wanting the officer to call someone for him. Meanwhile, a long-haired prisoner asks what's going on, jealous that Jae-young got a private room. Jae-young clarifies he didn't call him there to play around. The long-haired prisoner repeats, questioning if he really wants to get involved. Jae-young reminds him that he promised to help, showing the long-haired prisoner a photo of his childhood friend as proof. He asks the long-haired prisoner to demonstrate how he can help. The prisoner hesitates, then asks Jae-young what he needs, telling him to explain everything. Back to the present, Yoonja tries to call Ju-young, but her voice falters. She tries again, finally surprising him. Ju-young, not in the mood to talk, tells Joseph to stay away from Yoonja, clearly ordering him to step back. Joseph pleads, insisting it's just a religious activity, but Ju-young warns him again in a dark, threatening tone. Joseph protests, asking if Ju-young is going deaf, and starts walking through the bus, making heavy noise with each step. He comments that heretics like Ju-young are hard to understand. Without hesitation, Ju-young lunges at Joseph, punching him and telling him to stop talking nonsense. Joseph feels the impact of the blow. Stunned, Ju-young tells the big man that for what he did to Yoonha, he deserves to be broken, delivering punch after punch, calling him a cursed criminal. Strangely, the hits feel almost like a massage to the big man, who comments, "That was a nice punch," leaving Ju-young confused. Joseph continues, noting that it's the first time he's seen a punch like Mira's, hitting only vital points with precision, and asks Ju-young who taught him that. Ju-young kicks the big man, telling him to stop talking nonsense, insisting it's none of his business. Joseph claims that since Ju-young didn't learn his skills from humans, the power he wields was solely granted by God, even as he bleeds from a wound in his stomach. Yoonha, worried, calls out to Ju-young. Joseph talks about his blessed body while throwing a punch so hard that the bus shakes. Yoonha is shocked and begins tearing up. Joseph, acting insane, declares himself an angel of God, responsible for judging heretics, while Ju-young stays on the floor. He asks if it's not true, with Yoonha watching wide-eyed from behind. Then he calls Yoonha, addressing her as sister. The scene shifts to a biblical summer camp for kids. Yuna sits on a plastic bench with two others, praying that one day she can live with her mother again. Despite being separated due to debt, she folds her hands and says, "Amen." Another girl comments on how hard it must be for Yuna to live apart from her mother because of her father's debts. A boy asks if her mother is handling it alone, and they all agree she's amazing. They promise to pray for Yuna, who thanks them, while Joseph quietly listens on a plastic chair, simply saying "Amen" as he watches her. Later, in the camp corridor, Joseph calls Sung Yoonha. Alert, she asks who he is. He introduces himself as Namgoong Joseph, recalling her situation and the people around her discussing her mother, paying off her father's debts alone. He claims he can help her solve it, making her anxious. Joseph continues, saying he has a fast way to pay off the debt by judging heretics. He shows her photos, claiming it's a benevolent act, which he believes suits her abilities. Yoonha becomes uncomfortable as he moves closer, eyes wide. The scene returns to the bus. A Bible lies on one of the seats. Joseph grabs Ju-young's leg, claiming he attracted Sister Yuna, and lifts him like a sack of trash, preparing to punch him. Suddenly, Ju-young strikes Joseph in the head. Joseph is stunned, not understanding what happened, while Yuna panics and screams, hitting him with an umbrella. Joseph throws Ju-young across the bus, blaming him for the chaos. Ju-young reaches the front and breaks the windshield. Yuna watches, horrified. Joseph calls Yuna completely corrupt, slapping her so hard she falls to the floor, smiling like a psychopath, and telling her not to worry because he will purify her. He starts walking toward her, but suddenly feels something strange. Clutching his chest, he trembles and begins coughing up blood uncontrollably, spitting all over the bus floor. He wonders what's happening. Jo Soo-young reminds him that Mira's attacks always hit vital points, and recalls everything he's already done to him. He explains that even with a blessed body, Joseph likely cannot withstand internal injuries. Jo-young also notes that he himself isn't in perfect condition, but insists it's nothing compared to the suffering Yuna endured, surprising her. Spotting a box of cleaning supplies, Jo-young decides that people like the big man, who commit these kinds of crimes, need to face justice. They should be punished physically, even chemically. Joseph is the one who will be completely purified, he says in a really creepy way, holding a bottle of cleaning product. The girl just stands there watching. Then the scene flashes back to an earlier moment, where the protagonist asks if this isn't a bit too much, since thanks to her, he even got to come to a place like this. She shakes her head, saying it's fine, it's just a gift card she had received before, and he should enjoy his food. But Ju-young notices her expression hasn't looked good for a while, and asks if something is wrong with the food. She denies it, saying it's not that. She just realizes that everyone around her has their mothers, except her. Ju-young falls silent for a moment, then tells her he doesn't have a mother either, joking if she's mocking him. She looks a bit uncomfortable, and says she didn't mean that. A little boy calls for his mom, pointing at the protagonist, saying he said he doesn't have a mother. The boy's mom, clearly embarrassed, tells him to be quiet. Ju-young asks if it's really that hard not to have a mother. Yuna answers calmly, saying no, not at all. She explains that she made a promise, and that she would definitely find her mother someday. She asks if he knows the meaning of her tattoo, which says, "I will keep waiting for you." She smiles as she explains it's dedicated to her mother. Back in the present, a bus is completely wrecked, and the two are fighting. Joseph tells the girl to wait just a little longer, assuring her it will be over soon. The protagonist, furious, tells the girl that this criminal in front of her won't get to repeat his dirty actions ever again. Joseph admits it's frustrating, then grabs a box and throws it right at the protagonist's face. The protagonist's eyes widen, but Joseph insists what he does isn't dirty. He thinks none of this matters now, and tries to hit the protagonist, who manages to knock over the cleaning product bottle. Joseph says he's done pretending to be some disgusting religious guy. Then he feels it again. He starts coughing up blood and denies to himself how bad the internal damage is. Jo-young asks if he still doesn't understand, saying the more he moves, the worse it will get, while preparing to punch the big guy. But when he lands a punch, Jo-young also hits him at the same time. Joseph wonders wonders if the damage from the protagonist's attack will increase. Jae-young tells him to go ahead and test it. The fight intensifies, punches flying back and forth. The protagonist hits the big guy, and Joseph vents his frustration. At that moment, Joseph thinks it's impossible to keep going. The body can't take it anymore. Since it's come to this, he decides to use her as bait. Ju-young remarks that he said he has a blessed body, but then asks the big guy if this is all he can do, questioning if he's really going to create a hostage situation. He prepares to kick the big guy's face, landing a strong blow on Joseph. The protagonist notes that it's been a while since he fought someone Joseph's size, so it takes time to adjust. Compared to the human body he refers to, his father Joseph isn't anything. Joseph starts shaking on the ground, then laughs, making the protagonist question him. He asks the big guy what he's laughing at. Joseph replies that he has videos of all the crimes she committed against her back then, and asks if he should send them to her mother. The girl hears this, eyes wide, alert. He calls her mother's daughter a fake who forced people to give her money through threats. Smiling, the big guy says he's curious what expression her mother will make, laughing loudly. Jae-young falls silent for a moment, then with a very psychotic look, tells the big guy to go ahead. He lists Joseph's crimes: 5 counts of assault, 9 attempts at assault, and 4 counts of oppression. Crimes that haven't been revealed yet. Ju-young makes it clear he will expose every single one. The big guy protests, saying he can't do that. Ju-young tells him that if he's going to threaten him, he should at least do it properly, showing a weapon. Joseph asks if it's a stun gun, and why the protagonist has it, asking him to wait and wondering what he plans to do with it. Quickly, Ju-young uses the stun gun, electrocuting him. The protagonist says he had warned him he'd make sure he would never repeat his dirty actions again. He's glad he brought the gun just in case. He comments that he's been through something similar before, but since the shock hit exactly where it needed to, the big guy probably won't act like a man for the rest of his life. That he calls purification. At that moment, Yunia calls Ju-young. She was desperate, asking if he was okay. Stammering, she looks down and apologizes, saying it's her fault he's in this situation. But Jae-young interrupts her, asking if this is really the time to worry about him. He asks why she didn't say earlier that she was being threatened like this. She doesn't know how to answer. Then she asks the protagonist how he even got there. He says she has a habit, but she doesn't understand what he means. He explains that when she tries to hide something, she has this habit of touching her hair. He says he should have noticed it earlier, and apologizes to her. He tells her to wait and come with him for a second, pointing out a cut on her face. She's confused, saying it's just a scratch. She insists it's nothing, and even a little spit would make it better. Jae-young replies that he can't believe she actually hit someone his size with an umbrella. From now on, she must never do anything so dangerous again. He asks if she understands. The girl's eyes widen, surprised by what she just heard. Then she smiles and says yes. Suddenly, they hear a noise and don't understand what's happening. It's the long-haired guy greeting the young couple. He says they look really good together, and suddenly starts speeding up the bus. They're completely confused. He tells the protagonist that he's making him feel like a lonely single guy, and asks if he knew that. Jae-young is confused, asking what's going on. The protagonist also asks why he's revving the engine out of nowhere. The long-haired guy looks puzzled, and asks which pedal is the accelerator, and which is the brake. Since he has no idea, he just presses one randomly. He says this is for everyone in the world who's single like him, and wishes that all couples go to hell. Honestly, there's more madness than anything else in this juvenile prison. After that, a guy started talking about how gangsters have all sorts of ways to get rid of bodies. They bury them in cement, throw them into the sea, or even bury them in cemeteries. All of these are classic ways to erase any evidence, but he figured the gangsters didn't really need to go that far. This guy was Ju Kangchan, the operations chief of the Celestial Dragon, and the right-hand man of Cha Kangrong. Kangchan explained that the Celestial Dragon had a method that ensured anything could be reused whenever needed, keeping things fresh in a literal sense. There was a man tied up there, looking terrified. Kangchan finally asked him if he had anything to say. In desperation, the man asked if Cha Kangrong had ordered this. He admitted, clearly panicked, that all the Celestial Dragon idiots had destroyed the Alliance organization just because they didn't want to share the cake. Then he asked Kangchan how long he thought this would last. Kangchan walked over, grabbed the man by the shoulders, and the man kept warning that if they didn't stop now, it wouldn't take long for them to meet a ridiculous end. Kangchan replied calmly that the man would only find out how it ends by watching from inside, and then he tossed him into a fish tank without a shred of remorse. While the man struggled underwater, Kangchan stood still, thinking. Then his smartphone rang. It was from the Juvenile Detention Center. He picked it up and answered, introducing himself as Ju Kangchan, of the Celestial Dragon. After receiving some information, he asked if it was really true, confirming the details, and then the scene shifted to a bus. Choi-young sat there wide-eyed, trying to understand what was happening. A long-haired guy, completely out of his mind, was flooring the bus and shouting that they would find freedom. Watching him, Choi-young thought that if they kept going at this pace, anyone seeing them would probably just think they were taking a joyride. The long-haired guy, smiling, shouted that he was going to do an inertia drift, and he slammed the bus into a wall. The sky that day was unusually beautiful. Even though the bus hit the wall hard, the wall was too strong to let them escape. Ju-young, thrown forward by the impact, hurried to a girl lying on the bus floor, asking if she was okay. Groaning a little, she assured him she was fine. Furious, Ju-young yelled at the long-haired guy, asking if he had gone crazy. They could have died doing something so reckless. The long-haired guy muttered something unclear, and Ju-young admitted he didn't understand. Then the guy clarified that he had told them both to run run. He shouted for them to get off. And at that moment, several officers were chasing them as they left the bus. On the other side of the juvenile detention center, the long-haired guy checked if the officers were gone. Seeing that everything seemed fine, he explained to Ju-young that now the fat guy would be blamed for escaping prison and damaging an external vehicle. Ju-young couldn't believe it at first, realizing that was the reason behind all of it. The long-haired guy explained that with what they did, even security cameras couldn't prove their own innocence, and asked Ju-young if he didn't think it was perfect. With enthusiasm, he answered his own question. Yes, everything was perfect. He said it was all settled, and now it was his time to leave. Waving goodbye to Ju-young, the protagonist was left confused. Smiling, the long-haired guy told them to have fun, but Ju-young could only sigh. He then told Yunia that his sister was looking for her, suggesting she should go back soon, and Yunia agreed, but the girl stopped him, saying she had forgotten the most important thing. She pulled something from her pocket and handed it to Ju-young, a little teddy bear keychain. At first he didn't understand, but then he remembered a day at an arcade when they were playing a game. Dayon had won 3 times in a row, moving left and right as needed. Yunia had been surprised, commenting on her luck, while Ju-young reminded her that she had said she wasn't good at these games. Holding 3 teddy bear keychains, Dayon laughed and asked if they could see her skills. Yuna urged Ju-young to try again, but he was visibly annoyed, holding money in his hand, admitting it was harder than it looked. Dayon placed the keychains close to them and said they could keep them. She explained each one, the Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear, and said it was perfect for sharing among people without family. She wanted to show that no matter where they were together. Laughing to break the tension, Dayon made the moment lighter, while Ju-young trembled slightly and called out to his childhood friend, embarrassed. He admitted it was extremely embarrassing, which Daewon didn't like, raising her voice and asking if he wanted to die. While Yuna admitted she liked it, Daewon stared at the teddy bear keychain, and Daewon asked if they noticed that the more she looked at it, the more it reminded her of herself. She smiled brightly, enjoying the moment. In the present, the protagonist looked at the little teddy bear keychain, and a good memory came back to him. Yuna told Jae-young that she had found it while tidying up Daeon's room. Jae-young thought about what his childhood friend had said before, that with these keychains they'd always be together, no matter where they were, and that they symbolized that somehow. As he remembered, Yuna explained that it had been sitting on top of Daeon's desk, easy to see. He recalled Daeon saying the bear looked like her, and asking if they noticed it too. Smiling, Jae-young joked that the bear looked pretty rebellious, just like her. Yuna said she was leaving, and Ju-young told her it was fine, asking her to be careful. She quickly started running, leaving him puzzled. He wondered why she was in such a hurry. Yuna thought to herself that she couldn't reveal everything to him yet. She also thought about Daeon, wondering if she had been loyal until the end. But next time, if Daeon confessed she liked him, Yuna couldn't say anything. Then Yuna's sister asked where she had been all this time, and Yuna apologized. The scene shifted to the juvenile detention hallway, where the long-haired guy was repeatedly asking Ju-young if he had heard. He commented that the big tattooed religious guy was now a eunuch, and couldn't believe that Ju-young had used it, joking that he'd applied 1,000,000 volts in the wrong place. Ju-young stayed serious, thinking the most important thing was figuring out what the long-haired guy was doing there. He had been in solitary too. The long-haired guy explained that he had been jealous that Ju-young was in solitary confinement, so he caused a few problems and laughed. Now Ju-young asked the next question, and the long-haired guy, excited, said that being interrogated was thrilling. Ju-young asked how he had gotten him out of solitary confinement. The protagonist realized the prison officer clearly said the area was monitored, yet the guy had managed to get a taser and had also revealed the big guy's real crimes himself. Ju-young asked who the long-haired guy really was. He paused and said it was still a secret, but he had clearly proven himself. He asked Ju-young if he didn't think so, and Ju-young agreed it was fine. Suddenly, the long-haired guy started making a lot of noise, banging around the confinement room, shouting that he was punching in happiness. Jae-young asked what kind of help he would actually provide, but got no answer, leaving him confused. Then he scolded the guy, asking him not to disturb him while he was sleeping, which he really was, lying on the floor of his confinement room. Jae-young stood still, looking at the full moon through the bars, holding Daeon's teddy bear keychain. The scene changed to a person driving a car on a road at night. A woman stopped, got out and sighed, saying she thought she would die driving there. She didn't understand the Orabioni story, or why it was happening. The woman, covered in tattoos on her legs, was Yu Hee-won, a celestial dragon lookout, and a close associate of Cha Kang-yeong. She didn't understand why he had to build this annex in the forest. The place was huge. This was the Celestial Pavilion, Cha Kang-yeong's annex. She thought he was second in command in the Celestial Dragon, and could have just bought a fancy city building. She reached the massive gate and commented on his peculiar taste. After entering, she asked if Orabioni had summoned her, making it clear she had rushed all the way to see him. She saw something inside and froze, wide-eyed and surprised, apologizing. The place was full of construction debris, walls cracked and broken. She asked if he had been training. Kang-chan explained that they had just finished and was pompously serving some tea. Orabioni asked Hye-won if she had any trouble getting there, and she said the mountain air was so fresh she loved it. Smiling, Orabioni drank his tea and said it made him happy to hear that. He asked Kang-dron if he had anything to report, and Kang-dron said yes, it was about the young master. Jae-young's father stayed silent. The Celestial Pavilion was enormous, with even a water wheel in the lake. They were outside, and Kang-ryong told Kang-chan to talk about his son. Kang-dron reported that after the young master entered the juvenile detention center, there, he had several confrontations with the cell leaders. As expected, the young master defeated everyone, including the celestial dragon seeds. He did it at an incredible speed, showing that he was on another level. Huan, the right-hand woman, commented with a smile that it seemed all the opponents she had been watching were defeated by the master, which really hurt her pride. Kangryong paused thoughtfully and said he understood, and Haiwan remarked that he must be proud, like a father, seeing his son so active, but Kangryong said it was disappointing. He explained that what he really wanted to see was his son's bloom, but right now he wasn't even a sprout, let alone a flower. He was just a seedling, the very first stage of a plant. Cha Jo-young had only just started spreading his roots. Even after some time in prison, he had only taken down a few leaders. If he were really his son, he would have shown more. Both Hiroan and Kangchan were shocked to hear Kangryong speak this way. Kangryong said they needed another method to help Jo-young bloom. The scene shifted to the juvenile detention center. One prisoner asked if anyone knew what Kim Yoon-suk had said. When Ju-young entered, another asked who Kim Yoon-suk was, and the first one explained that he was his father. The second asked if he was that crazy guy and what exactly he had said. The first prisoner, sifting through trash with a cigarette in his mouth, said that his father had called him a useless bastard and that he needed a beating before becoming a real man. The others noticed a common theme. Someone in their family had said similar things. The guy continued, explaining that he realized the place turned ordinary trash into nuclear trash. Another prisoner commented that if the warden wasn't bribed, things might be different, and Ju-young laughed, saying he even learned to smoke after arriving at the juvenile prison. The first prisoner joked that if the trash couldn't be fixed, they might as well burn it all to ashes, asking if the others agreed. With a cigarette in his mouth, he said that at least he could make a name for himself in the world as a crazy person, burning everything with no evidence left. He asked if that was what his father meant when he said he needed to become a man. Suddenly, someone who had been listening spoke up, startling them. The man with a psychopathic look and a scar near his eye, Choi Yoon-taek, was from Building 5 and was the 37th cell leader. The first prisoner tried to laugh it off, saying it was just a joke and that starting a fire would get them into serious trouble. Yoon-taek said he got stressed whenever he saw arrogant guys like that. The scene shifted to school. A boy sat at his desk while two girls stood nearby, looking worried. Yoon-taek, still with his cigarette, explained that this was how the individual punished someone. Jae-young had attacked his teacher, causing serious damage, and blood had flown everywhere. Yoon-taek complained that the teacher talked too much but did nothing, and all he wanted was for the teacher to stop showing off. This had deeply angered him. Not only did the teacher get beaten, but other students also suffered. Choi Yoon-taek, in the juvenile prison, had committed obstruction of justice and bodily harm. Back in the present, a prisoner called Yoon-taek boss and mentioned Cha Ju-young, referring to the garbage-filled place they were in. Yoon-taek said it was fair since he had let Ju-young do whatever he wanted. He kept pushing limits, and the cigarette went out. The scene moved to the juvenile detention corridor. Namin told everyone to bow because the boss had returned. He yelled as if announcing Ju-young's comeback, but Ju-young told everyone to stop with the nonsense. Magyum commented that Ju-young looked better, and Ju-young said the same to him. Then he asked if nothing had happened while he was away, and Namin confirmed that everything was under control. Something, however, made Ju-young suspicious. He noticed a face he had never seen before. Namin explained it was a new recruit and hugged the thin newcomer, saying he wasn't a bad guy. Ju-young remained thoughtful about the newcomer. An officer approached, calling Cell 36, notifying them that the afternoon task was outdoor work. They needed to hurry and prepare. Namin widened his eyes, listening, while other prisoners were annoyed. They didn't want to do it. The scene shifted to the protagonist's father's pavilion. Kangryong explained a process called godok, where an individual places all known and unknown insects into a jar and lets them eat each other alive. The last surviving insect is recognized as the most poisonous. Back in the juvenile prison, there was a jar full of poisonous insects. Kangryong explained to Kangchan and Hwan that his son was forced to devour these insects, which were even more lethal than normal poisons. Hwan didn't understand what he meant by poisonous insects. Kangryong confirmed he had already put one in there, thinking his son was strong enough. Meanwhile, Yoon-taek widened his eyes, asking about Ju-young working outdoors. The prisoner in front of him explained that all of Cha Ju-young's cellmates had started working behind Building 5. Yoon-taek thought it was perfect. The sun was setting, and with a dark look he said watching Ju-young so relaxed made his blood boil. Psychopathically, he added that he had endured enough. A subordinate asked how they should proceed, and Yoon-taek told him to forget the excuses, forget being a cell leader, and made it clear he would kill him at any cost. Standing up and walking off. Ju-young was covered in stains, lying on the ground. His cellmates screamed his name in panic, seeing what looked like blood. They wanted to know what had happened. Suddenly Ju-young stood up, sighing, which terrified the others even more. He started complaining that the red paint wouldn't come off. The cellmates were confused. They thought it was blood, but Ju-young had only been carrying a bucket of red paint. Namik joked that this is what happens when you hold a bucket of paint, and Magyom offered to clean it for him. Night fell, and an officer announced that work was over for the day, but warned them to be ready for a harder shift tomorrow. The men from Cell 36 Alex walked down the corridor. Naaman complained, stretching, saying his body was sore, and one prisoner joked about filing a complaint with human rights organizations for forced labor. Naaman shrugged, saying nothing would change, when suddenly they noticed bloodstains in the corridor. Confused, they wondered what had happened. Naaman asked if it was paint, but Jo-young told them to wait. It wasn't paint. His eyes widened as he realized it was the leader of Cell 37. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong spoke as if addressing his son, saying he had waited for the moment Jo-young could fully bloom but warned him to be careful so his roots weren't cut before flowering. Hyewon asked again about the poisonous insects, and Kang Ryong confirmed he had already put one inside. Back in the cell, Jo-young noticed a face he had never seen before. Naaman explained it was a newcomer recently arrived. Kang Ryong was curious about how his son would fare, thinking that despite letting him struggle like a dog all this time, he still cared. Shortly before the present, an officer announced that Cell 36 had a lot of new members. Everyone was told to greet the newcomer, a long-haired guy with the code 7583. Everyone was shocked. He was huge and intimidating, and this happened just when Jo-young had gone to solitary. A prisoner remarked that he looked like the guy who caused trouble outside. Curious, Naaman asked the newcomer what he had done, questioning if it involved violence or murder. The newcomer opened his mouth and suddenly let out strange grunts repeatedly. The prisoners became frustrated, wondering what was wrong with him. They realized he was truly frightening. Then they noticed a sparrow hidden in his hair. Confused, Naaman asked where the bird came from. The newcomer explained he had found it abandoned and felt sorry for it, so he decided to care for it. Now, his hair served as the bird's nest. Suddenly, the sparrow flew away, and the big guy ran after it in panic, not understanding anything. Naaman exclaimed that the newcomer was even dumber than he thought, and another prisoner thanked God the newcomer was an idiot. The newcomer suddenly stopped. Magyeom, watching, was confused as the sparrow landed on a shelf with Jo-young's photo and a drawing of the celestial dragon tattoo. The bird stared intently, and the newcomer stood there, reflecting. The scene shifted to the bathroom in the present. A prisoner asked what was happening, now that Jo-young had just come out of solitary. Another explained that the leader of Cell 37 had been found unconscious and taken to the hospital, with around 23 fractures. Prisoner 867 wondered how many weeks recovery would take, while another said there were no security cameras, so nobody knew who did it. They all wondered who in the world could have done such a thing, as Magyeom kept watching the newcomer. At that moment, Magyeom was standing with his back to them, not saying a single word. He remembered that while they were painting the prison walls, there had been a brief moment when he didn't see the new guy outside. There was a stain on his shoes that didn't look like paint at all. He also noticed scars on the newcomer's body, thinking they might be leftovers from an earlier fight. Then Jo-young grabbed Magyeom by the shoulder and asked what he was still doing there. Magyeom said he was just thinking about something. He turned to the protagonist and mentioned that he had something to say, but Namian suddenly interrupted, shouting about what had happened. He yelled at the newcomer, pointing out that he was covered in bruises and scars. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked the big hairy guy if he was in a gang. Stammering a little, he also asked what the newcomer did before arriving at the juvenile detention center. The newcomer thought for a moment before answering that the marks were from beatings he got from his father. The protagonist stared at him, taking in every word. The scene shifted to a memory of Jo-young in class, where a student reminded everyone that gym was during the 5th period. In the classroom, one student mentioned borrowing a gym uniform because he had grown too big for his own. Then some students turned to look and wondered who it was. They realized it was Cha Jo-young, and everyone learned that he had been known in the neighborhood for a long time, mostly for getting beaten by his father, who was in a gang. They didn't understand why the protagonist never reported his father, but one student explained that the father was terrifying, and that the protagonist wouldn't have been able to do it. The other boys felt sorry for Jo-young. Back in the present, Jo-young thought it was really sad. He had been in the shower, and as ideas started flowing, his reflections came to the surface. Since it was a juvenile detention shower, the boys shared the space and they started talking nonsense. One boy urged the others to hurry, clearly giving them less than a minute. Another asked to borrow a towel. Meanwhile, Magyeom remained suspicious, watching the big-haired newcomer who was still nearby. He wondered if he might have been mistaken. The newcomer wet his hair, and Jo-young stayed thoughtful. Then the newcomer asked him for shampoo. Jo-young handed it over, and the newcomer hesitated, asking if it was out of pity. Jo-young asked if he thought he seemed like someone who felt pity for others. The newcomer went on alert. Jo-young added that especially since both of them had equally miserable lives, there was no room for pity. Then he told the newcomer to leave when he was done. Still in the shower, the newcomer dried off and asked Jo-young a question. The place was empty, so he asked where everyone else had gone. Jo-young replied that he had asked everyone to leave first. The newcomer couldn't understand and asked why. Jo-young responded with another question, pointing out the scars on the boy's body and comparing them to his own. He noticed that their scars were exactly the same. Both of them stood frozen for a moment. When the newcomer tried to speak, Jo-young suddenly grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the floor with a strange joy. The boy went silent as the protagonist held him down. Jo-young Young's eyes widened, showing he was upset, and he said there was no way it could be a coincidence. No matter how he looked at it, he was sure those scars were made by Kang Young. Ju Young continued, noting that the boy had no tattoos, so he hadn't recognized him. Then he asked if the boy was sure that Cha Kang-gyurong had sent him, staring at him with wide eyes, showing no fear. The boy stayed silent. Ju Young pressed further, tightening his grip on the neck, saying that eventually he would have to spill everything. The scene shifted to the protagonist's father's pavilion some time ago, going back into the past. Here he once spoke to Kang-gyurong, calling him sir, and saying she had brought them. There was a line forming a corridor, and she walked through the middle, saying she had brought a bunch of cute boys. She made it clear that they could easily be called future rising talents, proudly stating that she had only selected boys without owners. She continued, saying that even the celestial dragon wouldn't be aware of this, and that Ju Young's father could use them however he wanted. The boy's eyes widened at that moment, visibly nervous about the situation they were in. Kang-gyurong paused for a moment, thinking, and asked Hee-won if she really said selected. Then he told her that all these boys were trash. It was clear to him that none of them could kill a single person. What he needed was a hunting dog that could sink its teeth into its prey without feeling any remorse, and the big hairy newcomer was right there. He made it clear they should only keep the tall guy there. The taller boy tensed, hearing Kang-gyurong talk about him like that. Kang-gyurong told Hee-won she could throw the others away. Hee-won was shocked and stammered, asking if he was serious, pointing out how much effort she had put into choosing these boys. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and Kang-gyurong hesitated. The boy in the same cell as Ju Young was attacking another boy with his teeth, literally like a dog. The man screamed in pain, begging him to get off, calling him a damn beast. His mouth was stained with blood. The protagonist's father watched and called the boy over, telling him he had the eyes of a fierce dog, and declaring that from now on, he should call him father. Back in the present, Ju Young was furious, and asked the boy if his father had sent him there. The boy stayed silent for a moment. Then Ju Young lifted him up and pressed him against the wall, demanding answers. The boy finally admitted that he was the hunting dog for that person, but the protagonist didn't fully understand who he meant. He found it strange that the boy had no tattoos, and asked if maybe he wasn't affiliated with the celestial dragon, but had been personally taken in by Cha Kang-gyurong. Ju Young kept holding him by the neck, insisting that he speak. He wanted to know why Kang-gyurong put them in the same cell, why the boy eliminated the cell leader behind him, and why he didn't attack him even when he had the chance. He demanded to know the reason Cha Kang-gyurong had sent him. The boy stayed silent. Ju Young pressed harder, holding him against the wall, making him gasp. He dragged him along the wall, furious and full of questions, until the boy hit the wall hard, groaning in pain but still saying nothing. The protagonist reflected that memories of his childhood beatings came rushing back, making him feel terrible. With wide eyes full of rage, he ordered the boy to speak, pressing harder. The mix of anger and desperation made Ju Young demand answers, but the boy continued to stay silent. Then suddenly, he realized something. The boy had fainted. The protagonist wondered why he hadn't resisted despite all the chances. Doubts filled his mind, wondering what Cha Kang-gyurong wanted and why he sent this boy. Meanwhile, a sparrow was chirping and pecking at crumbs, and the strange big-haired newcomer quietly watched it. A prisoner suddenly appeared, annoyed, telling the newcomer not to feed the crumbs and complaining about the noisy sparrow, saying he was about to lose his mind. The boy didn't know what to say, and the protagonist found it strange. He had been watching the newcomer for several days after the incident and hadn't noticed any suspicious behavior. Later in the cafeteria, Namin grabbed a perfectly cooked tonkatsu, praising it as perfect, and asking if the others agreed. Suddenly he slipped, spilling all the food on the newcomer. The newcomer just sighed, and Namin's eyes widened, visibly nervous. After all, the newcomer was a big weird guy. He apologized and asked if he was okay. Ju Young thought everything was normal. Even after his threats and intimidation, the boy stayed silent. The boy, number 7583, cleaned the food off his head and told Namin he was fine. Namin raised his voice, insisting he would give the tonkatsu to him, while Magyom offered a handkerchief to help clean up. The scene shifted to the stairs. The protagonist thought there was no way Cha Kang-gyurong sent this guy to his cell without a reason. Suddenly water splashed on his face. Namin was startled, and Magyom asked if he was okay. Namin yelled that Magyom shouldn't dare dodge his water cannon, and Magyom replied that he hadn't even needed to. The protagonist told both of them to stop. The boy just watched. Night fell, and the scene moved to the juvenile detention center's yard. With a sickle in his hand, Namen shouted that he was going to kill him. He was clearly angry, his voice loud, furious that they were cleaning the slope for tomorrow's construction at this hour. He couldn't believe that only 4 of them from cell 36 had been chosen to do the work. Ju Young told Namen that they would finish quickly and get out of there. The protagonist looked at the sickle and thought something was definitely off. Why had the guard chosen only 4 for this task? Surely work like this shouldn't be done at this hour. Something didn't feel right. As they swung the sickle through the brush, the newcomer asked Magyom if he was close to Chajwi Young. Magyom asked what he meant. The newcomer, deep in thought, suddenly attacked Magyom, saying this was the conclusion he had reached. At the same time, Namin arrived, yelling furiously that there was more work to be done on his side and that someone would switch places with him. But then he saw the newcomer attacking Magyom and froze, eyes wide. He asked what the hell was going on. Ju Young heard the scream and quickly turned, eyes wide, running toward it. He saw the sickle in the newcomer's hand. The boy told the protagonist he was late, then asked Jae Young if he was starting to understand the intention of the person who sent him. The scene cut back to Kang-gyurong's pavilion. Going a little back in time, Kang Gyurong told the newcomer from the protagonist's cell that he now had the teeth of a hunting dog, able to bite and destroy its prey by the neck. The boy said that if it was for his father, he would kill without hesitation. Smiling, Kang Gyurong said that was exactly how it should be. He made it clear the newcomer had arrived just in time and had a task to do. First, he needed to enter Cha Joing's territory and eliminate any external interference. Cha Joing listened, shocked. Second, while observing Cha Joing, the newcomer had to identify those closest to him. Third, he had to kill these people in front of the protagonist. Cha Joing, eyes wide, interrupted, asking if all of this was really to make his son stronger and if Kang Gyurong had really said it. A prisoner asked the newcomer if he knew his father was completely insane, and another said he tells the same thing to anyone who listens. The newcomer didn't understand, wondering how this was happening. He had clearly hit vital points. The boys were wearing pigskin under their shirts. Magyam complained that of all things it had to be pigskin, which smelled horrible. Another joked that stabbing the pigskin felt like stabbing a real person, laughing and calling the newcomer a bastard for falling for it completely. Cha Ju-young told the newcomer that Kang Gyurong wanted to make his son stronger and wondered how far that man could really go. He never imagined Kang Gyurong would actually use this method again, especially after taking the life of his best friend. He thought his damn father was as repulsive as ever. Then he struck the newcomer hard, making it clear that his father was unbearably vile. The scene shifted to a man asking how he could know whose son that damn boy was. He pointed to a woman, telling her to get out of sight, or the newcomer would be abandoned. Then it cut to the woman apologizing to another man, saying she couldn't ruin her life for him. At that moment, the newcomer in the cell was abandoned again. Later, a man at a computer said that because of a dark child like him, others had been affected too, and asked if the orphanage's reputation wouldn't be damaged. The boy was abandoned again, this time by the orphanage itself. Then someone asked if he was the orphan boy recently added to their family, saying they heard a broker wanted to buy him. Again, he was abandoned. They noted he was healthy, with all limbs intact, but wondered if he was too thin, and if he could still be sold. There he was, beaten and mistreated. One person said it was hard to tell, and maybe he should be given to someone else. That was the last time he was abandoned. The man wondered what had happened. They realized he had escaped. No one understood how. He had broken the steel chain and made a decision. He would do anything for whoever took him in, to make sure he was never abandoned again. Later, Haiwan told Kang-chan that this was the story of a boy who wandered like a stray dog. She had taken him and delivered him to the boss. Kang-chan responds to her, saying that his blind loyalty to the boss probably comes from a fear of being abandoned. While driving, Haiwan thinks about it and asks if he doesn't find that interesting, because in the end, it's like a fight between two kids who were both raised by the same celestial dragon, Kang Gyurong. Then the scene shifts to the juvenile prison, where Juvong says they're moving forward and calls for the prison guards. After hearing that, Magyom asks why they need to ask for help, and Namin questions why they don't just beat up the newbie together, but Juvong refuses. He explains that everything that has happened so far feels like a setup created by Cha Kang-ryong and the prison director, and he's sure they would cover up anything that happens there. So he orders the two of them to go call the guards, and makes it clear that they should bring them there to pick up a body. The scene then cuts back to the road, where Haiwan drives her red convertible and asks Kang-chan, based on the celestial dragon's actions, who he thinks is going to win. Kang-chan answers that the only real similarity between the two fighters is that they were both personally trained by the boss. Back in the fight, Ju-young lands a hit on the guy, but the guy hits him back right away, and both of them quickly step back. Then almost at the same time they attack with kicks, moving like reflections in a mirror. Their actions nearly identical. Right after that, they both land punches to each other's faces, and follow it up with kicks, hitting each other again. Ju-young is already breathing heavily, but the other guy is too, and they keep exchanging punches in a fight that is completely even. While watching, Kang-chan tells Hyeon that their fighting styles must be similar and that they'll probably end up surprising even themselves. He then takes a cigarette and lights it, and Hyeon asks again who he thinks will win, which makes Kang-chan pause and think. Back in the fight, the guy tells Ju-young that their skills are basically the same, and then goes all out trying to hit him, but Ju-young disagrees. He grabs the guy's hand and says they're not the same, then twists his arm in a brutal way and slams him against a wall. He explains that even if they learned from the same person, their skills aren't identical, and then he throws a powerful punch that hits so hard it cracks the wall. Even so, the guy doesn't give up. He grabs Yuong's hand and admits that he really did learn the techniques properly. Yuong notices he's struggling to execute the technique and asks if he's forcing it with brute strength, making it clear that doing that is useless. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pain as the guy bites down hard on his fingers. Even though it hurts a lot, Yuong doesn't hold back and kicks him away with full force. It's a night with a full moon, and as Ju-young holds his bleeding hand, the guy says he doesn't care about technique or strength. He prepares to strike again, saying the only thing that matters to him is following his father's orders, and all he has to do is kill Ju-young. But before he can act, Ju-young smashes his face hard, sending blood flying everywhere. Then he grabs his face and slams him into the ground, warning him not to mention Kang-ryong in front of him unless he wants to die painfully, and then kicks him hard like a soccer ball. Nearby, the newbie from cell 36 is lying on the ground like he's asleep, completely knocked out. Meanwhile, Hyeon, smoking her cigarette, asks Kang-chan if he's seeing this, and says that no matter what happens, she can't understand how an orphan could beat the young master. But Kang-chan disagrees. He points points out that so far they've only been fighting with their bare hands, and if one of them grabs a weapon, the outcome could change. On the ground there are a few objects scattered around, and the guy tells Jooyoung that one day his father said he was talented with weapons. He tells him to use the blade nearby, which makes Jooyoung hesitate for a moment. The guy continues, saying that all the cuts on his body are from his father's training, teaching him how to use a blade, and then he starts attacking wildly with it. Even so, Jooyoung manages to dodge every strike. The guy keeps talking, saying he doesn't care how strong Jooyoung is, why he's there, or even the fact that he's the father's biological son. He makes it clear that none of that matters to him, because Jooyoung is going to die by his hands today. At that moment, Jooyoung's eyes widen, as he realizes the guy really does have talent with blades, and then the guy starts spinning the blades in his hands, saying that this is what his father wants. The guy keeps his focus, and Jooyoung, in a very calm tone, reminds him that he already said this before, but the guy still doesn't understand what he means. Then Jooyoung continues, warning him that if he doesn't want to die painfully, he shouldn't mention Cha Kangyong in front of him, and he makes it clear that the guy has already said it 4 times and still doesn't get it. He points out that he used the word father 4 times, and then asks if he really thinks that Jooyoung, the biological son, never learned blade techniques himself. He then grabs a serrated knife, saying it's pretty convenient that he found it right there, and explains in a cold way that the blade will tear through skin, muscles, tendons, nerves, veins, and even bones, grinding everything into pieces. Because the guy mentioned him 4 times today, Jooyoung says he will cut him into 4 pieces. The scene briefly shifts, showing the greatest swordsman in Japan, Musashi Miyamoto, known for winning over 60 battles and for using a sword style called the dual sword style, a technique feared by many swordsmen because of its overwhelming killing power. Then the fight comes back, with the guy launching multiple strikes with his blade, while Jooyoung also tries to attack using the serrated knife, and at the same time he wonders if the movements the guy is using are the dual sword style. Combined with his speed, the psychological pressure of wielding 2 blades creates unpredictable and irregular cuts, making the situation even more dangerous. The guy almost hits Jooyoung, and Jooyoung realizes this is more dangerous than he expected. Suddenly he gets caught off guard by the guy's speed, but manages to block using his serrated blade. The guy comments that the serrated knife is just an industrial tool meant for cutting wood, and that swordsmanship passed down by real swordsmen over hundreds or thousands of years can't be replicated so easily. Even so, they keep fighting, and he adds that he has been practicing swordsmanship for a long time. At some point, one of them lands a hit, and blood starts to spill. The guy then remembers how, since he was younger, he trained with the 2 swords his father gave him, and that brings back a lesson from Kang-chan, who talked about vital points like the carotid artery, brachial artery, heart, subclavian artery, and radial artery. Kang-chan had explained that if someone strikes these points correctly, a person can lose consciousness in minutes since they are critical, and can lead to death. But in a real fight, the opponent is not a puppet and will resist, making it almost impossible to aim perfectly at those points. So what they need to do is reduce the opponent's chances of survival with combined attacks, and never hesitate even for a moment when it comes to taking a life, because the fate of a hunting dog that can't do its job is to be abandoned, and they must always remember that. He ends the lesson saying, the test will be the next day, so they should rest. After that, the guy remembers sitting on the ground, thinking quietly, until another boy suddenly talks to him, asking if that noise was his stomach growling, and if he is the new kid their father brought. The guy is confused because the boy starts talking out of nowhere, but then the boy shows him a meal he made in a frying pan, saying he cooked it for himself but can easily share. He says he doesn't know much about other things, but he makes an amazing kimchi fried rice. The guy just listens without saying anything, and then starts eating, surprising the other boy, who laughs and says he must have been really hungry. The boy then asks if he came there because he didn't have a family, while the guy keeps eating calmly, and then tells him that from now on he can call him Hyung, and if he ever wants more food he can just ask. The scene suddenly cuts to that same Hyung lying on the ground, eyes open and covered in blood, after being stabbed by the long-haired guy, while everyone watches, including Cha Kangyong, who looks thoughtful, and says the boy passed the test. He explains that the most skilled child among them died because of a moment of hesitation, and that only someone with unshakable resolve deserves to be his hunting dog. Then he throws 2 heavy blades on the ground, and tells the guy to take them, saying that from now on those 2 swords will be his fangs. The guy explains that he was abandoned by his father, his mother, the orphanage, and even a gang of runaways, but the one who took him in did it willingly. He makes it clear to Jooyoung that his biological father gave him a new life, and that Cha Kangryung is his real father, and then the fight continues. Suddenly, the guy disappears, and Jooyoung senses that he's coming from behind, making him tense and alert, while the guy says he will fight for his adoptive father. Jooyoung stays on guard, as the guy attacks from any angle, trying to land a hit no matter what. He says it doesn't matter if they're people he spent time with or strangers he never even met, he's going to kill all of them anyway, and suddenly he appears right in front of Jooyoung, saying that Cha Jooyoung won't be any different. He makes it clear that he's going to sink his fangs deep into the protagonist's neck, and keeps attacking non-stop, trying to break through Jo Young's defense. While doing that, he comments that it's strange, because anyone can see that Jo Young should be the prey, and no matter how strong he looks, he should be the one forced to back down under this kind of pressure. Then he asks why. Instead, Jo Young has the eyes of a hunter, and at that moment Jo Young's eyes widen. The scene then shifts to a long time ago, where Kang Ryung is talking to a young Ju Young, telling him to go forward and try to stab an old man. The boy is holding a knife, clearly terrified, with wide eyes, and Kang Ryung calmly tells him that just once is enough. He explains that it doesn't matter how many times he swings the blade, if he can't hit vital points, it's useless. He teaches his son that when facing an opponent with a sword in the future, he shouldn't focus on the number of attacks, but instead avoid fatal injuries and wait for the right opportunity. The moment the opponent shows an opening, he should drive the blade in without hesitation. With a serious tone, Kang Ryung tells him to always remember this, that when he holds a sword, he must kill his opponent, because if he doesn't, that same blade will pierce his own heart. Right after that, the sword drops to the ground, and Ju Young, overwhelmed, is left wide-eyed and in tears, feeling suffocated by the pressure of those words. Back in the present, the fight continues, and their blades clash against each other. The guy moves quickly and for a brief moment leaves an opening, and Jo Young notices it immediately. The guy also becomes alert, realizing something is off. While Ju Young keeps defending with the serrated blade, the guy calls him out, saying he's been enduring all these attacks and must clearly be planning something, but he thinks it's useless and says the fight is over. At that moment, Ju Young says he found it, the vital point, and the guy's eyes widen in shock. In the next instant, Ju Young attacks with full force, causing a large amount of blood to burst out and spill into the grass. He explains that he was waiting for that exact moment, the moment of a big movement, and as the guy himself said, the serrated blade is uncomfortable, but if it were a real sword, his neck would have already been cut. The guy collapses, sitting against a tree, while Ju Young looks at him with a cold, almost psychopathic expression. He remembers his father's words, that when holding a sword, he must kill his opponent. Looking at the guy in that state, Ju Young comments that it's not like a serrated blade doesn't have its advantages, and explains that the pain of its uneven teeth tearing through flesh, scraping against bone, and ripping veins and nerves brings a kind of agony that, compared to a clean sword cut, is on a completely different level. Under the full moon, the guy asks if Ju Young is still that confident, and Ju Young doesn't fully understand what he means. The guy then questions whether someone like him, who has never killed anyone before, can really kill him. He tells Ju Young to just cut his throat already, because if he doesn't, he will stab Ju Young, kill everyone around him, and in the end drive his blade straight into his heart. Hearing that, Ju Young's eyes widen again. Holding the serrated blade tightly, Jung says that the guy has a special talent for imitation, and then he goes in for the attack. But suddenly something feels off. He looks down and sees that the serrated blade is stuck beside the guy's head, not in him. The guy, clearly terrified, stares back with wide eyes trembling, while Jung wonders if the blade simply broke. Then he calmly says he doesn't think he needs to kill him himself, because if he leaves him there, he'll probably bleed out and die anyway. And with that, he turns his back and starts walking away. The guy, confused, realizes that when Ju Young pulled the blade, he may have broken it on purpose, and he can't understand why he would do something like that. The scene then shifts back inside the juvenile prison, in a hallway near the infirmary, where Naman is shouting desperately, saying he's dying. In panic, he keeps insisting that he's going to die, and tells the doctor that the newbie from his cell stabbed him. Magiom responds calmly, saying it's not like he was actually stabbed, which makes Naman visibly irritated as he asks what he's talking about. He dramatically claims that he suffered a wound deeper in his heart than any physical injury, and begs to be sent to a private medical room immediately. While nearby, the protagonist lies on a machine, and Magiom looks at him and asks if this is what he wanted. Naman is clearly irritated, speaking loudly, calling the newbie an idiot, and saying they treated him well just for him to do something like that, and he starts wondering if everything was just an act. Magiom then responds to Naman, saying he is not exactly someone who can talk about acting like that. After Ju Young gets up, Magiom asks what the hell he did during that fight to end up in that condition. He continues, saying he heard that his state was so serious that he had to be rushed to a hospital, and Ju Young stays quiet, just listening to what his friend is saying. He thinks that somehow he still survived. From that incident, one thing becomes clear to him, which is Cha Kang-ryung's goal. First, to hurt the people around him and provoke his anger. Second, to put lives in serious danger and create extreme chaos and confusion. Third, to manipulate him into killing someone with his own hands. As a result, the protagonist would cross the moral line as a human being. He then remembers the boy asking if he could really kill him, and saying that if he did not do it soon, he would stab his sword into the protagonist's heart. At that moment, Ju Young thinks that if only that bastard had not acted so desperate to die, he could have actually done it. Then Naman, noticing that Jo Young has bandages on some parts of his body, asks if he is okay, and Jo Young thinks that even there, inside the prison, he cannot escape this. He starts wondering if Cha Kang-ryung is trying to shape him into something he wants, and suddenly, he hits his own arm, making it bleed. Seeing that, Naman gets a bit nervous, and asks his friend why he is acting so scary out of nowhere. Ju Young thinks that all of this is completely disgusting. Then Naman, with wide eyes, asks what the hell is wrong with him now, and even offers to ask for him to be moved to a private room. But Magiom, hearing Naman talking non-stop, tells him to shut up, holding the place where he is hurt. Jo Young thinks that this should not be misunderstood. The only thing he is doing is following Kang Gyurong's plan, taking control of the juvenile prison, and the rest he will handle himself. Then he leaves the room, thinking that he will deal with the rest in his own way. The scene then shifts outside, where an ambulance is speeding. Inside, there is Cha Kang Gyurong's adopted son, with the paramedics beside him. He keeps denying things over and over, until suddenly, he hears a strange noise. There are many agents outside, and a dog with a muzzle is barking, and the man complains, asking what the hell is wrong with that dog. No matter if it is just a dog, it must have realized that it is being abandoned. Even if it once hunted pheasants and rabbits at its peak, when a hunting dog can no longer do its job, this is what happens. Then the scene shifts to Kang Gyurong's pavilion, a long time ago, where he asks if it was a failure. He continues, saying it should not have been that difficult, and that he is truly disappointed. He comments that a hunting dog that cannot do its job is useless, and the boy widens his eyes after hearing that. Cha Kang Gyurong calls the boy a bastard, and the memory of the protagonist's father telling them to throw him away comes back. Inside the ambulance, the boy keeps denying it to himself again and again, saying he hates being abandoned. Then he starts ripping off everything the paramedics had put on him. He tries to open the door, saying that if he goes back like that he will end up being abandoned by his father, and he hates that more than anything. But he cannot open it, and he starts wondering why. Desperate, he asks why the door will not open, until suddenly one of the paramedics grabs him from behind, and he does not understand what is happening. Then Kang Chan asks if he is trying to run away from the gang and the celestial dragon, saying that a dog that tries to break its leash gets discarded immediately. He then asks if the boy has any last words. The boy thanks him and begs Kang Chan to please kill him before he gets abandoned. Kang Chan just watches him silently as the ambulance keeps moving forward. After that, Kang Chan makes a call, saying that yes, the situation has been handled. He explains that when he checked after getting into the ambulance, the boy was badly injured, but not enough to kill him, just as expected from the young master. The scene then shifts back to the pavilion, where everyone is wearing suits. Kang Gyurong on the phone says everything is fine, and that he understands, and that he will get in touch again later. A man then says he hopes nothing bad happened to his son, and Kang Gyurong starts laughing. The bald old man notices that something must have happened to Kang Gyurong's son, and Kang Gyurong asks if he looks like he is in a good mood. He was so angry that his eye seemed almost frozen, and the man quickly starts apologizing, stuttering and saying that was not what he meant. Kang Gyurong then comments that raising children does not always go the way parents want. In the end, Jaeyoung did not kill him, not even when he handed the opportunity to him on a silver platter. It seems he will need a more guaranteed way to educate his son. At least that is what he thinks. But then suddenly, his phone starts ringing again, and he looks confused. It turns out it was a call from the juvenile prison. Kang Gyurong picks up his smartphone and answers, asking what it is this time. The director, stuttering, says that this is really bad. He sounds completely desperate as he explains that Cha Ju-young, Cha Kang Gyurong's son, was involved in a terrible accident. Hearing that, Kang Gyurong immediately questions what he means by an accident. Then the scene shifts to the laundry room, where a washing machine keeps spinning clothes normally, creating a sharp contrast with the situation. The director explains that his son suddenly started causing chaos, taking down several inmates. Around them, the other prisoners watch in shock, frozen as they try to understand what is happening. Listening to that, Kang Gyurong presses him harder, asking what exactly he means by chaos, and demanding a proper explanation. The director, panicking, tries to explain that this time things are different. At that moment, the protagonist is standing in front of several guys, facing them directly. The director then tells Ju-young's father that his son might actually be in real danger this time. Kang Gyurong clearly does not like what he is hearing at all, and the director makes it even worse by saying that the protagonist could even die. The scene then shifts to a jeep driving through the snow, deep into winter. A long time ago, Kang Gyurong went to eastern Siberia, a place where the federal government could not reach, and he was about to get involved in a weapons deal with the Russian mafia. But at the meeting point, he was caught off guard. There were mafia corpses scattered everywhere, completely torn apart, turning the place into something that looked like a horror scene. Right there, he came face to face with the one responsible, a massive bear, a beast big enough to turn him into nothing but mashed meat. And at that moment, Cha Kang Gyurong realized something. In the face of absolute fear, even he could not move. The bear started roaring at him. He was telling this story to Ju-young, and the boy asks if that means the bear skin he has came from that moment. But his father cuts him off and says he hunted it a long time ago, and that the bear had been right behind them. He makes it clear that he killed it with his own hands, just his bare hands, without any weapons or advantage. Hearing that, Ju-young gets a bit nervous and starts stuttering, saying that he himself had just said the bear destroyed the mafia completely, so it should be impossible to take down a beast like that with nothing. Kang Gyurong tells him that it is possible, as long as you know how to deal with it, leaving the boy confused about what he really means. Then Kang Gyurong says that soon Ju-young will be in high school, and that it is already time to plant this idea in him. He touches the boy's forehead and explains that the only way to go beyond the limits of human ability is through something else. With shining eyes and a very serious tone, he says that it is done with a transcendent heart. The scene shifts again, and now Ju-young is saying that his father is someone who knows a lot. Kang Ryung wants him to become strong in his own way, in a safe place. He does not want his only son to be killed or crippled, and Ju-young even asks if the others understand that. But he makes one thing very clear: he would rather die than follow his father's damn plans. Hearing that, one of the guys looks at him wide-eyed and asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about now. Another one interrupts, telling Cha Ju-young to just say where he hid the shop money. Sitting on top of a washing machine, the protagonist keeps talking, saying there is one condition. He is going to do exactly what his father hates the most. He is going to put himself in danger because his father cannot stand seeing his own son at risk. Meanwhile, the washing machine keeps spinning the clothes. The prisoners start thinking about it and tell Ju-young to wait a second, until one of them suddenly asks him not to tell them that all the money is inside the washing machine. Everyone freezes in shock. Right after that, they start yelling at him, calling him a damn lunatic, shouting that that money was supposed to be the bribe for the director. They ask if he does not understand that if they do not pay on time, all the shops will suffer serious losses. Ju-young calmly says that he knows, but one of the prisoners, already furious, says it does not matter anymore and orders everyone to grab him, calling him a crazy bastard. He makes it clear they are going to beat him up and drag him to the cell leaders. Before they can even start, Ju-young throws a full-force punch straight into that guy's face, the same one who told everyone to jump him. Right after that, he orders the cell leaders to come to him. At that moment, several prisoners rush in to attack him, but almost like he is in another state, Ju-young takes all of them down at once, saying they are nothing but weaklings. He makes it clear that the ones he really wants are the cell leaders. One of the prisoners shouts that he is an arrogant idiot, asking who the hell he thinks he is to give them orders, and immediately tries to attack, but Ju-young easily dodges and lands a heavy hit straight to his face. The impact is so strong that it sends the guy crashing to the ground, where he stays without getting up. Then, near the door, a figure appears, only visible as a silhouette because of the light. He says that a cell leader is on a completely different level from everyone there. Ju-young stares directly at him, and the man, with a psychopathic look, stares right back. The man then tells the others that it looks like everyone will have to step in, and there are a lot of people there. Even so, Ju-young makes it clear that no matter how many weaklings come at him, none of them can truly put him in danger. He quickly takes them all down like they are nothing. After that, he brushes off his clothes, slightly messed up from the fight, and starts walking, a bit annoyed, saying that this is not going to work. Suddenly, a strange guy with his hair covering his face lifts the lid of the place where he was hiding and tells Ju-young that when he said to steal the shop money, he actually brought it. But at this rate, the other cell leaders will not let this slide so easily. He wonders what the hell the protagonist is trying to do and how he plans to get out of this situation, because even he cannot imagine a way, but he admits he is very curious to see what happens. Then the scene shifts to outside the juvenile prison. Ju-young is sitting alone on a bench, looking like he is waiting for someone. After a moment, someone says they finally found him, and a man starts walking toward him. He has a bizarre appearance, with a psychopathic look and several tattoos on his face. He says the protagonist's number and full name, and then introduces himself as the leader of cell number 36. Woo Guangyun comments that he heard Ju-young stole his money and even washed it in a washing machine. He is that strange guy, the leader of cell 21 in block 5. Ju-young replies casually, saying he just wanted to give money laundering a try, nothing more than that. The two of them remain there, facing each other alone for a moment. Then Guangyun repeats the protagonist's number and full name, saying that he does not think Ju-young understands how serious the situation really is. He asks if Ju-young thinks he is the only cell leader, but the protagonist does not really get what he means at first. Suddenly, people start walking in, and more of them gather at the place. Guangyun asks if Ju-young thinks he is the only one who suffered losses because of what he did. Another leader steps in, saying he already did not like Ju-young during the cell leaders meeting, and in the end he just caused trouble. That guy is Nam Gyuchong, leader of cell 4 in block 3. Then another leader, smiling in an ironic and almost fake way, says that the protagonist is actually kind of cute, and that there is nothing he loves more than strong and unpredictable men. That strange one is Hong Sejun, leader of cell 17 in block 2. Right after that, another odd leader, Min Ji-won, leader of cell 12 in block 1, says to the guy next to him that he did not like the protagonist at all. Then Min Ji-won, leader of cell 13 in block 1, calls him little brother and says he did not like him either. Another leader, almost losing his mind, starts shouting about his money, saying he just wants the protagonist to give it back. That one is Yu Hyun-soo, leader of cell 12 in block 4. Then a huge guy steps forward, saying that at this rate all the shops will shut down. His name is Rui Cheol, leader of cell 7 in block 2. Another leader adds that if that happens, then they should just charge 10 times more from his parents. That one is Lee Junhyuk, leader of cell 19 in block 4. Meanwhile, other prisoners watch everything from the windows, clearly nervous about the situation. Namin, wide-eyed, asks if that is not Ju-young, and Magyom starts wondering if all those guys in front of him are actually all the cell leaders. Namin says it feels strange, since there was no meeting scheduled for today, and Magyom questions what could be going on. Namin then comments comments that the atmosphere feels off, like someone is about to die at any moment. At that point, one man calls out to Ju-young and says that for the first and last time, he will give him a chance to provide an excuse for his actions. That is Jun Mincheol, leader of Cell 1 in Block 1. Ju-young asks what he means by an excuse. As the leaders begin to move toward him, Ju-young comments that they do not look like they are willing to listen anyway. Guang Yun, getting ready to strike, says that anyone who disturbs the order, and another leader finishes the sentence, saying they must be eliminated immediately. Right as the two of them are about to hit him, the scene shifts to a memory of his conversation with his father. Kangryong had told Ju-young that what he was about to plant in him was the only way for a human to transcend, and that it comes from a transcendent heart. Ju-young had wondered what that even meant, and Kangryong explained that it is about going beyond the mind, using one's own emotions as a tool to break past limits. He simplifies it, saying it is a state that rapidly amplifies most human abilities, and tells him to watch carefully. Then he delivers a brutal punch to the ground, and instantly all the candles around them go out. Ju-young watches in shock, his eyes wide, while Kangryong says that this is the final lesson he will give him as a father. Back in the present, Ju-young stares at the two fists coming toward his face. He takes a deep breath, and right before getting hit, he suddenly jumps forward and attacks both of them. In the next second, both are already on the ground, knocked out. Namin is completely shocked by what he just saw, while Magyom watches carefully. The other leaders are also stunned, not expecting something like that to happen. The prisoners start asking each other if they really saw what just happened, unable to believe that the protagonist just took down two cell leaders alone with a single move. The long-haired guy is also surprised, thinking that Ju-young has caused a huge mess, and wondering how he is going to get out of this. But instead of thinking about escaping, he starts questioning if Ju-young is actually going to kill all of them. At that moment, Ju-young admits that he never wanted to use that thing his father planted in him. Even if it means he might die, he feels like he has no other choice now. Then the scene shifts again, showing a flipped car with a headband from some famous children's character. It explains that in 2003, in America, an ordinary housewife flipped a car to save her daughter who was trapped under a tire. Then another example comes up, saying that in 1979, in North Korea, driven by the desire to escape the dictatorship, someone swam in seawater at temperatures below 14 degrees for an incredible 12 hours. Back in 1732, in Africa, a man driven by burning revenge against a rival tribe kept fighting with a spear for 47 seconds, even after his heart had already stopped beating. Situations like that show that sometimes, in this world, superhuman phenomena happen, where humans go beyond their natural limits. And those are not just coincidences or miracles. It is emotion. Emotion pushed to such an extreme in response to a situation that it starts affecting the body itself. A transcendent heart is the only way for a human being to surpass the limits of their own species. And at this exact moment, the emotion filling Cha Ju-young's heart as he enters that state is not anything else, but pure, intense rage directed at his father, the damn Cha Kangryong. The scene then cuts to the director, completely shocked, holding his smartphone to his ear as he screams in panic, asking what the hell just happened. With wide eyes, he keeps asking about Cha Ju-young and the other cell leaders, unable to understand what they are doing. Then it shifts back to Ju-young, who says he would rather die than use this power, but even so, he feels like he has no other choice now. He forces his mind to focus on thoughts about his father, something that irritates him deeply. His expression changes completely, showing a mix of hatred and disgust at the same time. One of the cell leaders comments that the protagonist keeps mumbling to himself like some kind of hero doing a monologue. Then that same leader suddenly rushes toward him at full speed, saying he will take Ju-young down by himself, calling him an annoying bastard who only causes trouble. As he charges, the leader thinks about his own past, about how he has always been alone, how the sound of other people laughing and talking happily always irritated him. He believes all he ever did was discipline noisy brats, but the world started treating him like a demon. But before he can do anything, Ju-young moves, and in the next second, the leader is already slammed onto the ground. No one even understands what just happened, because they barely saw Ju-young move. Then the protagonist coldly tells him that nobody cares about his story. Suddenly, Lee Jun-yuk appears, using a sharp knuckle weapon, striking close to Ju-young's leg, pointing out where certain tendons are located. Ju-young does not fully understand what he means at first, while Jun-hyuk talks about how he wonders what kind of sound it would make if he cut him. He remembers the sound of tendons snapping and ligaments tightening, and how those vibrations send chills through his body. He explains that he has always been sensitive to sound since childhood, which is why people used to call him a genius. But before he can continue, Ju-young interrupts everything by knocking him down like a sack of potatoes. Jun-hyuk is left on the ground, groaning in pain. Watching all that, Namin, completely stunned, asks Magyum what the hell is going on, and Magyum, also confused, asks how Ju-young managed to defeat 4 cell leaders so quickly. Then Ju-young calls out to all the cell leaders present, telling them to stop wasting time and come at him. One of them quickly asks if he is serious, and then attacks at a speed so fast that Ju-young cannot even see it, getting hit hard and sent flying until he crashes against the prison bars. As he is still recovering from the hit, Rui Chiol steps forward, saying he will end this fight. In his mind, defeat is not even a word that exists for him, or rather, he cannot afford to let it exist. To protect his people, he has to win no matter what. But before he can act, Ju Young interrupts him with a solid punch straight to the face. The impact sends Rui Chiol flying just like before, crashing into the prison bars. The prisoners watching from the windows are left in shock, as with a single punch, the protagonist takes down that massive cell leader. With an intense look in his eyes, Ju Young asks Rui Chiol if he did not say that while he is using this power, it is like. But before he can finish, two figures suddenly get close and strike him hard. It is Min Ji-won and Min Ji-won, both with disturbing expressions. Ji-won starts talking about their mother, and Ji-won continues, saying she never wanted them. They were just newborn babies, but even then, they could see the look of disgust in her eyes. Over time, that cold look turned into something even worse, into brutal oppression. But before they can finish, Ju Young hits both of them at the same time, since they are twins, making them fall together as well. Then, with a serious tone, he tells them not to talk about family in front of him. Up on the rooftop, the long-haired guy watches everything, clearly surprised. He had been wondering what gave Ju Young the confidence to cause such a huge mess, but now he realizes that the protagonist had this plan all along, and he starts smiling. At that moment, Hong Sejun approaches Ju Young, saying that strong men are very attractive. For him, gender does not matter. He just has a thing for powerful people. In the end, the world is vast, and people have all kinds of tastes. But at that moment, Ju Young simply shuts the guy's mouth and throws him to the ground. The man keeps making muffled noises since he can't speak, and after smashing his head against the floor, Ju Young finally lets him go. Right then, a cell leader with a celestial dragon tattoo steps in, clearly impressed, and while walking toward Ju Young, he explains that Ju Young defeated the other cell leaders way too easily, and because of that, he wants to fight him properly, with respect, as a member of the celestial dragon, cracking his fingers as he gets ready. Ju Young then comments that finally, there is a member of the celestial dragon left to finish things. At that moment, the scar-faced guy, showing off his tattoo, declares that they are about to start the fight for real, going all out, while the long-haired guy who had helped Ju Young watches with a smile. The director is completely shocked, Namin is too, and Magyom just quietly observes everything, paying close attention. Then the fight begins, and as time passes, the sun starts to rise, lighting up the sky, giving the whole scene a strange and unique feeling. In the end, the celestial dragon cell leader is lying on the ground, defeated, and Ju Young comments that now they have all been taken down. He looks at the man on the floor and thinks to himself that it took longer than he expected. The director, clearly in disbelief, speaks on his smartphone, asking how any of this is even possible, wondering if what he is seeing is some kind of movie. Talking to Cha Kongryong, he says he has never seen anything like this before, but Kongryong tells him to stop rambling and speak clearly. He asks the director if his son is safe, and the director starts sweating, not knowing how to respond. Then Ju Young begins walking toward the director, who panics and asks him to wait, trying to understand why he is coming closer and telling him to stop right there, but Ju Young just stares at him with a dark expression, making the director widen his eyes in fear. Suddenly, Ju Young grabs the smartphone from the director's hand and puts it to his ear, casually saying that it has been a while. Hearing his voice, Cha Kongryong is surprised, and right after that, the scene abruptly shifts to outside the juvenile prison, where it is already morning. A man with hair covering his eyes starts clapping repeatedly, clearly excited, and while looking at Ju Young and the director on the ground, he says that this fight was something worth recording in history, even feeling a bit upset that he couldn't film it. He grows more and more thrilled, laughing to himself and saying he never imagined he would witness something this incredible, something that makes life worth living. After a while, he sighs and looks at the fallen leaders, wondering what he should do next, thinking that what he just saw was so amazing that he might never feel this level of excitement again, at least not in that prison. Then the scene shifts to Kongryong's pavilion, where Ju Young's father is, and he responds, asking if Ju Young is doing well and whether they are feeding him properly in prison. After hearing the question, Ju Young answers that the prison food surprisingly suits his taste, but that is not all, since there is running warm water and scheduled sessions that make him exercise. And honestly, he says it is much better there than it was at home. He explains that the only downside is the monotony, something Kongryong could easily call a disadvantage. But thanks to the gift his father sent recently, things have become a bit less boring, and as he says that, he moves his hand toward his pocket. Listening to all this, Cha Kongryong replies that it sounds like he is doing fine, which is a relief, but then he questions why Ju Young would do something so reckless. Without hesitation, Ju Young answers that he wants to leave that place. He wants to escape the grip of his father, who controls the prison. Kongryong asks if he truly wants to leave, leave, and Ju-young confirms, adding that in the end, he realized something important. He discovered that that place exists. Hearing this, Kangryong immediately becomes alert and refuses, saying there is no way he will allow it. However, with a cold and dark tone, Ju-young tells him to shut up and clean his neck, making it clear that his father should keep it clean for the moment when he comes to cut it. After the call ends, Kangryong stands still, thinking carefully about his next move. Then the scene shifts again, this time to the director's office inside the prison. The director mutters to himself that he never imagined that among all those guards, not a single one could stop even one cell leader, and with all of them kneeling on the ground, heads down, he angrily asks if they want to lose their jobs. The guards shout apologies, saying they are deeply sorry, and the director, clearly nervous, comments that this situation is extremely problematic. He thinks about Ju-young, realizing that the boy is in serious trouble this time, and reflects on everything that happened, remembering the guards bowing and apologizing, understanding that the scale of this incident is massive. Letting out a long sigh, the director admits to himself that dealing with Ju-young from now on will be incredibly difficult, and one of the guards, still with his head on the ground, hesitantly asks what exactly the director means by that. After that, the director decides that he will send Ju-young somewhere else, clearing his throat as he explains that he wanted to avoid this as much as possible, because Cha Kangryong would lose his mind if he found out. He makes it clear that there is no parent in the world who would ever want their child to be sent to a place like that. Then the scene shifts to the hallway of the juvenile prison, where Ju-young casually tells everyone that maybe they all tried a bit too hard, and then asks the inmates from his cell if they are hungry. In front of them, there is a huge feast, with pizza, roasted chicken, and all kinds of food, and he tells them to go ahead and eat. One of the chubby inmates comments that they did not even ask for anything like this, but somehow ended up with a super luxurious meal, while another says that today they got twice as much food as usual. Everyone is excited, eating happily, and they start to see Ju-young almost like some kind of god. Feeling grateful, they said they will support Ju-young like an older brother from now on, and one of them even jokes that he will bow to him once a day. Suddenly, Naman yells at them, telling them not to act like they are close to him now, and with wide eyes, he declares that he is the one who is closest to the protagonist, even calling himself his favorite dog, which makes everyone think it sounded kind of weird. Naman brushes it off, and says it does not matter, correcting himself and calling Ju-young, no, the master, not just a normal cell leader, but the #1 cell leader, the one who took down 9 leaders all at once. Hearing that, everyone realizes that this means their cell is now the strongest one, and they get hyped, cheering while eating, feeling like they own everything now. And honestly, they kind of do. Meanwhile, Naman, noticing Magyom eating, asks if the food is good, and jokes that he never expected him to act all cool like that. Magyom, while chewing, simply replies that it is good, but then he glances to the side and notices Ju-young just standing there in front of a shelf, which confuses him. Seeing that, Magyom asks what he is doing, and Naman, still excited, tells Ju-young to grab something before the food gets cold. But in a very direct way, Ju-young tells them to go ahead and eat as much as they can, because it will be hard for them to get fast food from now on. He insists that they should eat a lot while they still can, and this suddenly makes Naman nervous, as he asks what he meant by that. Out of nowhere, Ju-young hands something to Naman, telling him to take it, leaving him completely confused. It turns out to be a book, and even then, Naman still does not understand what is going on. Ju-young then comments that since Naman is actually really good at lying, he must be pretty smart, so if he has nothing else to do, he should study. Hearing that, Magyom gets confused, while Naman, blushing and smiling, asks how he knows he is smart, even joking that maybe now he could get into Seoul University. Before anyone can fully process that, Ju-young suddenly appears in front of Magyom, handing him something as well, catching him off guard. He tells him to take it because he might need it too, but Magyom still cannot understand where this is going. Meanwhile, Naman, feeling a bit jealous, asks if Magyom's book is better than his. Then Ju-young explains that he noticed how Magyom is always scribbling in his notebook alone in a corner, so he should try writing a letter to his family, otherwise his parents will worry. Since Ju-young himself has no one to send letters to, he decided to give that to Magyom instead. Before he can continue, Magyom calls out to him, interrupting, and at the same time, Naman, in his usual loud and chaotic way, yells for Ju-young to wait, saying that something feels off. He points out that Ju-young ordered a ton of chicken, is giving away his belongings, and is saying things he never said before, and overall, he is acting very different from usual. It almost feels like he is about to leave. As Ju-young gets ready to respond, Naman quickly realizes what is happening, and at that exact moment, a prison officer arrives at their cell, calling for Cha Ju-young, and telling him to gather all his personal belongings, and leave immediately. The officer then asks if they have finished saying their goodbyes, which shocks everyone. Confused, Magyom asks what he means by goodbyes, but Ju-young simply starts walking, carrying a small basket with his things. Naman, desperate, asks if he is being sent to solitary confinement or transferred to another cell, but Ju-young calmly answers that because of what he did, they will not see him in this prison anymore, at least for now. He reminds them that he said he had something to do there, and that this is the best way for him to achieve what he wants. Panicking, Naman begs him to wait, shouting that they did not even get a proper goodbye, but Ju-young just walks up to the officer, thanks everyone, and says that he was never bored while he was with them, even smiling and admitting that it was actually kind of fun. Hearing that, Naman gets teary-eyed, and when Ju-young reaches the door, he says that they probably will not meet again, at least not in a prison. Even with tears in his eyes, Naman forces a smile and says that he is the one who should be thankful, telling Ju-young to take care of himself. Then Magyom adds that he mentioned it before, but his sentence is 20 years, so things are going to get really boring there, and he asks Ju-young to visit them whenever he can. As he leaves, Ju-young calmly tells everyone in the cell that this is the last they will see of him, keeping it simple as he walks away. Then the scene shifts to Kongryong's pavilion, where everything is completely destroyed, furniture broken, the place in chaos, and Cha Kongryong stands there breathing heavily. Clearly upset, he mutters that children never do what their parents want, and complains to himself that his son has no idea how much he actually cares about him. Even so, he decides that it is not the right time to destroy that place yet, thinking that when an insect escapes from a jar, what waits for it is just a bigger jar, with an even more dangerous insect inside. In his mind, his son simply needs to stay focused. Later that night, an officer walks alongside Ju-young, asking if he knows where they are heading, and although he says it is supposed to be confidential, he admits that he can probably tell him now. He explains that there is another prison, one that has never been revealed to the public, hidden within the system. Eventually, they arrive at Juvenile Prison Section 2, and Ju-young is confused, trying to process everything as he thinks about the fastest way to break free from Kangryong's control and reach him directly. At that moment, he remembers the long-haired man who once asked if he wanted to hear something interesting, and how Ju-young immediately said he did not care, but the man kept talking anyway, saying it was just something people say, like an urban legend. With a sigh, Ju-young listened as the man explained that there were rumors about another juvenile prison nearby, hidden behind the trees, a place where they send the ones who truly cause chaos. The man even asked if that did not sound absurd, saying it felt more scary than anything, and then brushed it off, saying he only mentioned it for fun, and that Ju-young should not think too much about it. Still, Ju-young asked if he was being serious, and before leaving, he made one last request, asking the man if he knew about all the money the cell leaders used to bribe the director, suggesting that they should steal it all, which caught the man's full attention. Back in the present, still that same night, the officer tells Ju-young that they have arrived, making it clear that this is where he will be staying from now on. He explains that this facility is meant for prisoners who are completely out of control, and Ju-young just listens quietly as he steps into Juvenile Prison Section 2. Then the scene shifts to a brightly lit place, where Hee-won is relaxing in a bath, holding a glass of wine, and casually mentioning to herself that it is a 2002 Chateau Lafite, something refined. There is even a small toy whale floating in the bathtub, and she comments that taking a bath in Hakone Yumoto hot springs while drinking something like that is an amazing combination. She sighs, enjoying the moment, but then wonders if it is really okay for her to be having fun alone, especially while her young master is stuck in a place like that. She hopes that Ju-young is safe in Section 2, although she cannot help but feel worried, since there are a lot of sharks there. Soon after, the scene returns to the prison, as the officer opens the door for Ju-young to enter, adjusting his cap while saying he heard that the protagonist caused quite a mess back in Section 1. Ju-young stays silent, and the officer wonders out loud if he will be able to do the same there. As they start walking, Ju-young follows him, thinking that Section 2 is supposed to be a place for uncontrollable prisoners, yet he feels ready for whatever comes. While they walk, another prisoner approaches, looking surprised, and Ju-young immediately locks his gaze on him, staying alert. The man asks if a new guy just arrived, then calls Ju-young a bastard, while oddly commenting on his looks, which only makes things more confusing. He then asks where they are going, and at that moment, Ju-young recalls that this place is meant for uncontrollable inmates, wondering if a fight is about to start right after his arrival. However, the situation takes a strange turn when the man simply says he is heading to the infirmary, reminding the officer that he already informed them earlier. After he passes by, Ju-young looks back at him, suspicious and unable to fully understand what is going on, while the officer realizes that it is true and admits he had forgotten. They continue walking, and Ju-young starts to feel that something is off, because everyone around him does not seem like uncontrollable prisoners at all. Instead, they look like ordinary inmates, going about their routines. At one point, a prisoner with a lowered mask casually asks if anyone wants to request personal items, and Ju-young keeps observing everything around him, trying to make sense of it. As he looks at the place, he cannot shake off this strange feeling, wondering what exactly is happening there, and why he feels so uncomfortable. The officer asks if Ju-young is surprised, saying the place is more normal than he expected, and he makes it clear that soon Ju-young will discover the secret behind it, while also mentioning that the director's office is just ahead. And as they keep walking, there is a bizarre painting on the wall of a shark eating a sea lion, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Inside the office, a man is calmly observing an aquarium, carefully checking every detail like the fish, the coral, the sand, the temperature between 24 and 28 degrees, the humidity between 50 and 70%, the lighting for around 8 to 12 hours, the water pH at 6.5, and the oxygen level level between 5 and 7 milligrams per liter, and he explains that if someone recreates all these conditions inside a rectangular glass tank, they can hold a complete ecosystem in their hands. And as he stares at the aquarium, he quietly thinks that there is nothing more harmonious and beautiful than that view, and when he looks inside, he feels like a god. That man is Ma Wanchang, the director of Section 2 of the juvenile prison, and he explains that he created the entire system of that section based on the idea of an aquarium, focusing on order and beauty. And while the average prison has an annual accident rate of over 20%, Section 2 has an incredibly low rate of just 0.013%. And he asks both the officer and Ju Young if that is not amazing, pointing out how a place full of uncontrollable prisoners can still remain peaceful. He then asks Ju Young, calling him the new prisoner, what he thinks, but Ju Young simply says he does not understand, and Ma Wanchang, in a sarcastic tone, says he will make it easier to understand, explaining that inside an aquarium there are many types of fish, yet they do not attack each other like they do in the ocean. And he asks if Ju Young knows why, but quickly answers that it is because the aquarium is a closed space, completely cut off from the outside world, where there is a top predator, the overwhelming shark, and he points at the shark inside the tank. He explains that unlike the ocean, which has infinite space, the fish in the aquarium are trapped with nowhere to escape, and the presence of the top predator alone keeps all the fish in constant fear, preventing them from fighting each other. And ironically, it is exactly that predator that maintains peace. And then he asks Ju Young what he thinks about their newest shark. For a moment, Ju Young just stares at the aquarium, while elsewhere, Hee-won reflects on Ma Wanchang, remembering that he was once a famous social and criminal psychologist who gained recognition at international conferences, but suddenly returned to Korea and became the director of a juvenile prison, shocking everyone. And she thinks about how he is considered troublesome even by the Celestial Dragon Group. And unlike the director of Section 1, who was easily controlled with money and blackmail, Ma Wanchang cannot be influenced like that, since his only interest is the prison system he created, which he calls something like the shark paradox. She finds it hard to believe that such a dark system exists within a government institution, and she wonders what the authorities were thinking when they chose him. And as she looks at the whale in her bathtub, she realizes that if she is talking about something dangerous, then the man responsible for the other side of the prison, Ma Wanchang, is no joke, and now she is sure that Ju Young is in real danger, which makes her worried about him. Back in the office, Ju Young starts wondering about the shark, and asks the director if he himself is the shark in that aquarium, and Ma Wanchang confirms that is exactly what he means, adding that all the prisoners there are what he likes to call fish, and he begins listing things like coral, sand, temperature, before stopping himself and saying there is no need to continue, because he believes Ju Young already understands, and he adds that the prison has everything needed to function as a living, breathing aquarium. He then says that as the top predator, the shark, Ju Young is free to swim as much as he wants, but Ju Young briefly looks around the office and says he honestly has no idea what the director is talking about, and that he does not care, and then he turns his back, saying that if the director is done, he is leaving, while Ma Wanchang simply watches him. The director then wonders if there is anything more exciting than explaining his theory to someone who does not understand, and suddenly he tells Ju Young to pay attention, and asks what he thinks, and in that instant, Ju Young's eyes widen as Ma Wanchang suddenly attacks him, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the wall, leaving him no way to escape, and Ju Young groans in pain while struggling. Still smiling as if nothing is wrong, Ma Wanchang tells him to let him help, saying he will make him understand better, while Ju Young resists and tries to move, and it becomes clear that the director of Section 2, Ma Wanchang, is a dual citizen of the United States and South Korea, someone who studied social psychology at an Ivy League school and gained recognition in American academic circles, even receiving offers from institutions like the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development and the MIT Research Center. He did not choose any other place but Korea, and while eating a dish, he feels a pleasant vibe and says that this is the smell of Korea, and to him, it is a wonderful smell. And as he eats, someone calls him doctor and says it is an honor that he chose Korea, expressing gratitude. But Ma Wanchang just laughs and says that he should be the one feeling grateful instead. Then, a bald man explains to Ma Wanchang that the reason they wanted to meet him is because they have concerns about his appointment as director of the juvenile prison, and another bald man with glasses adds that there are young offenders there who committed violent crimes and are so uncontrollable that the current prison system cannot handle them. And the first man continues by saying that Ma Wanchang proposed a social correction experiment to deal with these difficult individuals within Korea's legal framework, and after a lot of effort, they barely managed to get approval to establish Section 2 of the juvenile prison. The man with glasses continues, saying that if the experiment fails, things could get out of control, but then he suddenly feels something and becomes alert, realizing that the reason the government approved Ma Wanchang's absurd plan was not just because of his research achievements, and at that moment, Ma Wanchang, casually commenting that the soup is very hot, makes it clear that the real reason is his overwhelming military capability, since he can suppress violent crimes and emergencies, and it is revealed that he is a former member of a United States Army Special Special Operations Unit. Back in the present, Mao Wenchang is holding Ju Young by the neck and says that the duty of a sociologist is to explore the phenomena that occur, and then he calls Ju Young by name and asks what kind of shark he is, preparing to strike again, and he slams him hard against the wall with a blow strong enough to shake the entire place. But Ju Young manages to break free and dodge just in time, while the director says he is so curious that he can barely contain himself. Then, without warning, Ma Wenchang suddenly appears behind Ju Young at a speed he cannot follow, and as he prepares another attack, he asks what he thinks about slowly drying things out now, and then he hits him again with full force, sending Ju Young crashing into the director's desk, and he continues by saying that there are currently 4 sharks imprisoned in that place, and that he personally defined what kind each one is, in his own way, and then he strikes Ju Young again. With a psychopathic look, he says that now it is happening faster, calling Ju Young the 5th shark, and while Ju Young keeps dodging multiple attacks, the director keeps asking what kind of shark he is, and demands that he show it, until Ju Young finally gets tired of just dodging, and grabs the director's fist, which shocks Mao Wenchang for a moment, and when he tries to strike again, he suddenly freezes with his eyes wide open, while Ju Young himself looks confused. With a slightly trembling voice, Ma Wenchang asks what the hell that was, but then he suddenly starts laughing, shouting that it is unbelievable, saying it is impressive, spectacular, wonderful, amazing and fantastic, and he makes it clear that this is incredibly fascinating to him, even though Ju Young still does not understand anything. Then he shouts for the guard, demanding that he bring it immediately, and soon a dirty guard arrives carrying a box, walking toward them, and Ma Wenchang explains that in their prison, there is a rank called Special Management, which he personally prefers to call sharks, although his superiors did not approve that term, something he finds lacking in humor. He then explains that the black badge belongs to Ju Young, and adds that in most Korean prisons, a white badge is for common criminals, yellow is for high-risk prisoners, blue is for drug offenders, and red is for those sentenced to death. But, in Section 2 of this juvenile prison, there are only 2 types: white badges for general management and black badges for special management, and he makes it clear that soon, Ju Young will understand what that means. As Ju Young leaves the office, Mao Wenchang stays behind, silently staring at the aquarium, lost in thought, until he starts smiling, and says to himself that he attacked the boy a total of 21 times, and yet Ju Young had many more chances to counterattack, and as he places his hand inside the aquarium, he wonders what the hell that was, thinking that Ju Young's attitude was as if not even he deserved his attention. He recalls that moment and widens his eyes, saying to himself that it was literally unidentifiable, the first case he has ever encountered that he cannot classify, and now he wants to use any method possible to uncover the true nature of Ju Young's strength. But as an academic, he believes that would not be the right approach, so for now, he decides he can only observe and analyze him, and wait until Ju Young reveals it himself. The scene then shifts to a corridor inside Section 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center, where someone is shouting that someone is going to die, and that place is the first floor common room hallway, and one prisoner asks another what is going on, but the other, with a trembling voice, responds as if he already knows, saying that the shark is coming to their room, and the first prisoner reacts, questioning if he is really afraid of one of the sharks, and the other admits that he clearly is. However, the other prisoner tries to calm him down, saying there is no need to worry, and making it clear that he already has a plan, explaining that first they should block his line of sight, second they should choke him with a rope until he suffocates, and third they could dispose of the body through the toilet pipe to the outside. And after hearing all that, the other guy admits that now he is even more scared of him, but the one who made the plan insists that to fight a great evil like a shark, that is the best method. Right after that, Ju Young arrives at the door and asks if that is the room, and just by hearing his voice, both prisoners get chills and start panicking, thinking the shark has arrived, but Ju Young himself does not understand anything that is going on, and he recalls that they mentioned blocking his vision, and suddenly one of them appears shouting, calling him Big Brother, and saying that his loyal dog is at his service, even barking and introducing himself as Wu Taeson, while the other is completely confused, saying that was not what they agreed to do. Then, completely desperate, the other one apologizes, and begs Ju Young to kill him quickly, but suddenly says to wait, because he will do it himself, and he also starts barking, and that terrified guy is Jung Eunho, while Ju Young just stands there watching everything, confused, as Taeson tells him he can call him puppy, and Eunho, crying, says he cannot breathe, and seeing those two acting like idiots, Ju Young wonders if these are the fish the director was talking about, and also realizes that this is now his new living area. Looking around, he comments that it is not that bad, and then asks where his bed is, which makes both of them visibly nervous, but they quickly stand up, call him boss and show him the spot, with Taeson saying he prepared it for him, while Eunho, in panic, says they actually did it together, and with a thumbs up, Taeson says the mattress is super soft, and asks if he wants to lie down now, but Ju Young replies that he will rest after roll call. Then he sits on the bed to relax a bit, and asks Taeson what time the night roll call is, but both of them look confused and say they do not do that there, and also explain that guards barely patrol, making it clear that he is free to do whatever he wants, which leaves Ju Young completely confused, as he starts wondering what what they mean by freedom inside a prison, and even with so few restrictions, he cannot understand how the incident rate there is close to zero. As night falls, the prison corridor looks strangely quiet, and inside the cell where Ju-young is now staying, Taesan is lying down, snoring and talking in his sleep, saying that hydrochloric acid is the best way to dispose of bodies, then laughing and saying it is just a joke, while Eunho, trembling under his blanket, whispers to his mom that he is so scared and wants to go back to his old cell. Meanwhile, Ju-young is lying calmly on his bed, but then he opens his eyes and starts thinking about Section 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center, noticing that guards do not interfere with prisoners, and even so, the incident rate is almost zero, and he gets up and starts walking, thinking that the reason must be the 4 sharks imprisoned there, and he keeps thinking about that name, sharks, while the corridor remains silent. Then it starts raining, and the rain gets heavier and heavier, and Ju-young thinks that maybe this is a good time to check on those sharks, but when he reaches the gate and tries to push it, he realizes it is locked, and he finds it strange, thinking that even if the director does not interfere directly, it does not mean the place is completely open, and he looks through the bars, realizing that there is still a lot about Section 2 that he does not know, and that he needs to find out more. The next morning arrives, and Taesan tells Eunho that the shark is still sleeping, referring to Ju-young, and tries to encourage him, saying they could take him down with a bathroom pipe, explaining that he would knock him out first and then Eunho would tie him with a rope, but Eunho refuses, saying he does not want to do it, and that if anything, he would just use a tool like the one firefighters use. At that moment, Ju-young wakes up and notices the 2 idiots trying something again, but he ignores it and simply asks if it is already morning, and both of them panic and throw themselves on the ground, while Taesan, speaking loudly, asks if he had a good night of sleep, but Ju-young does not even respond, and just says he is hungry. He then asks what time they open the doors for meals, but both of them look confused again, and ask what he means, and then explain that the doors are already open, which makes Ju-young question if they really are, since, from what he saw, they were definitely closed, and Taesan then asks him if he really does not know. He then explains that in that place there is a specific schedule, where the doors open and close automatically according to it, and during the time they are open, everyone is free, which makes Ju-young think that this is pretty unusual, since every single aspect of Section 2 of the juvenile prison feels completely different from Section 1. The scene then shifts to a car, where a man looks at a prisoner and says it seems like he is hurt, but the guy replies that it is nothing serious, and explains that he had a small incident some time ago, where he lost a fight to Ju-young, who ended up breaking his arm, and the man calmly says that is fine, since, at that age it is normal to fight, but for someone like him, a low-level and nameless subordinate, to call him there like that, he asks if he understands what that means. The injured prisoner, wearing a sling and clearly nervous, stutters and says he did not expect him to come personally, thinking he would send someone else instead, and that man is Park Yong-chan, the leader of a cell in Section 1, and also a member of the Celestial Dragon Group, and the man speaking to him says that the boy he mentioned earlier, referring to Ju-young, has caught his interest, and asks if Yong-chan understands, because he wants to see it with his own eyes. Just hearing Ju-young's name makes Yong-chan furious, and he says that Ju-young kept challenging cell leaders and causing trouble inside the prison, and just when he thought the guy was just crazy, he noticed something strange, since most of the people Ju-young fought were members of the Celestial Dragon, and he remembers that he had been secretly listening to the director's phone call, hiding nearby, and heard everything. In that memory, the director was holding his smartphone and saying that he wanted exactly that, and that he was heading to where Ju-young was right at that moment, and that was when Yong-chan realized that Ju-young is actually the second in command of the Celestial Dragon, the son of Cha Kangryong, and hearing that, the man questions what he is talking about and asks if he can take responsibility for what he just said, and Yong-chan confidently says yes. Then the man opens a box, takes out a cigar, lights it, and says that the son of Cha Kangryong is targeting them, the members of the Celestial Dragon inside the juvenile prison, and he finds that very surprising, saying there is no way this is just a coincidence, and he asks if Yong-chan does not think the same, and that man is Jung Woong, the administrative director of the Celestial Dragon. Thinking about the son of Cha Kangryong, Jung Woong asks where Ju-young is right now, and the scene cuts back to Section 2, where the corridor is a bit busy, with prisoners talking among themselves, noticing Ju-young and wondering if he is that guy, not understanding why he is on their floor, and they are especially confused seeing someone with a black badge, while Ju-young just walks past them calmly. Then Taesan asks Ju-young if he can feel how everyone is looking at him with respect, and even says that he should turn all those stinky guys into his slaves, and hearing that, Ju-young gets a bit annoyed, and tells Taesan that he is starting to irritate him, which immediately scares both Taesan and Eunho, as they nervously ask what he means. Looking around at everyone, Ju-young then asks where the other black badge guys are, saying he has not seen even one of them that day, and then he asks Eunho if those guys are all introverts, but Eunho says that is not the case, and explains that the black badge prisoners, following the director's idea of the 4 sharks, are spread across different floors, 1 per floor. He adds that each floor can basically be seen as their private territory, and that Ju-young's territory is the first floor, and Taesan, a bit nervous, nervous, starts stuttering, and says he is just telling him as a precaution, explaining that there is an unspoken rule that prisoners from different floors do not invade each other's territory, and Eunho confirms that he is right, emphasizing that this rule is especially important for the black badge prisoners. Ju-young just keeps observing them quietly, and then starts walking again, while Taeson warns him that even he needs to be careful about that, but Ju-young says nothing, leaving both of them worried and wondering if he even listened, while he keeps thinking about this idea of shark territories. Then the scene shifts back to section 1, where Jung-woong asks Yongchan if Cha Ju-young has disappeared from the juvenile prison, wanting to confirm if that is really what he meant, and Yongchan says yes, adding that he heard Ju-young was sent somewhere else after causing trouble, but unfortunately he could not find out anything beyond that. After saying that, Yongchan starts getting frustrated, slamming his arm against the car and cursing Ju-young, and filled with anger, he says that once his arm gets better, he will go after him. Unable to believe that he let Ju-young slip away, Jung-woong asks the prisoner what kind of attitude that was, and after hearing the question, Yongchan becomes visibly scared. Then Jung-woong, in a dark and intimidating tone while smoking his cigar, questions again what that behavior was right in front of him. Feeling pressured, Yongchan quickly apologizes to the Celestial Dragon's director, saying he is sorry and that he should not have dared to act that way. Jung-woong keeps staring at him in silence until he suddenly says that's enough talking and orders him to leave immediately, and Jongchan, nervous, agrees and says he will do it right away. While watching his cigar, Jung-woong comments that this is an unexpected gain, and he starts thinking about Cha Kangryong. He finds it hard to believe that Kangryong would be raising a small dragon inside the juvenile prison, far from the Celestial Dragon, all just to give his own son experience there, and later hand him the position of next generation president. Smiling, Jung-woong says to himself that this is actually pretty funny, while he remains sitting in the parked car. He then thinks that if the protagonist disappeared from the prison, then he must be in section 2 now. But that place has 4 sharks, each one a top predator raised by the Celestial Dragon, and in his mind, they will definitely devour him. Jung-woong thinks it doesn't matter if he is Cha Kangryong's son. At that moment, the protagonist is looking at a set of stairs, and then at a sign, realizing that the sharks must be above those steps. He starts climbing while thinking that, for now, he can't come up with any other plan. 2 hours earlier, Ju-young was at the bathroom sink, splashing water on his face. He pauses for a moment, staring at himself in the mirror, thinking that no matter how much he tries to understand it, everything about this place feels strange. The director had said he was studying some kind of phenomenon, but in this prison, even the guards aren't free from his interference, as he controls the prisoners' daily lives. Because of that, the protagonist wonders how the hell they are even observing the inmates. What he doesn't know is that there is a hidden camera inside the mirror he is looking at. There is a security control room monitoring all of them, and from there, the director is watching the protagonist closely. That place is the management area, the monitoring room of Juvenile Prison Section 2. At that moment, Wan Chang is casually drinking through a straw while singing Baby Shark. He spends a long time writing with a pen that has a shark on top while repeating the same song, showing how weird and unhinged he really is. He comments that this is all very fun, as he keeps track of time, saying to himself that it has been 38 hours and 56 minutes since the new shark was added to the tank, and still no unusual behavior has been observed. The director notes that the protagonist shows a completely different behavior pattern compared to the other sharks. He thinks Ju-young is ordinary, way too ordinary, but as he holds his shark mug, his hand suddenly starts shaking. Then he bursts out shouting that this is exactly why the protagonist is so special, spilling his drink everywhere and making a mess. Looking down at his clothes, he complains to himself that he spilled cocoa on his tie, and right at that moment, a woman walks in. She gets close to him, grabs his tie, and asks if she should clean it for him. Won Chang agrees, and politely asks her to dry clean it, and she says that's fine. Smiling, she reminds him that she already told him he simply can't live without her. Her name is Han Sua, and she is the administrative manager of Juvenile Prison Section 2. She then asks if she should make him another cocoa, and he asks her to use skim milk this time. As she looks at the desk, she gets curious, and notices the protagonist's file, with several of his details exposed. She sees that he is labeled as the 5th shark, and carefully reads through the information. Then she looks at the security cameras, where one guy is lying on a bench, feeling tired, while she keeps thinking about this so-called 5th shark. The scene then shifts to a man inside his cell, talking to himself about how a new guy from Section 1 has arrived. After that, it cuts to a group of men sitting at a table, and one of them, with a tattooed arm, starts laughing, and wonders what kind of mess the new guy caused to be sent to Section 2. On another security feed, a young man is shown standing while holding a chair chair, with a tattoo reaching up to his face, thinking to himself that he is actually looking forward to this. Then the scene changes again to a more refined place, where a young man dressed in fencing gear is practicing with someone else. Suddenly, he lunges forward with full force, and points his sword straight at the other person's chest, causing them to immediately fall to the ground. Then he takes off his glove, revealing that his hand is completely covered in tattoos, and he calmly says it was a good match. That man is Jung Woong, the administrative director of the Celestial Dragon. Right after that, Sua arrives, clearly surprised, but she quickly smiles and tells him he did well, even clapping for him. Jung Woong then asks why she is wearing her prison guard uniform even though she is not off duty, and she explains that she is still on shift. She also asks if he knows how much trouble she would be in if she got caught there. As he slowly approaches her, he says that the director of Juvenile Prison Section 2 would never even imagine something like this, which leaves Sua confused. He continues, saying that his closest associate is actually a member of the Celestial Dragon, and as he says that, he cuts the seam of her pant leg, revealing her tattoo. That makes it clear that besides being the administrative manager of Section 2, she is also part of the Celestial Dragon. Being sarcastic, she says she didn't know he was into that kind of thing, but Jung Woong, staying direct, asks about the matter he told her to handle. Sua says she brought it, and makes it clear it was very difficult to get it, without the director noticing. She smiles as she shows him Ju Young's documents. Looking at the file, Jung Woong thinks about Cha Kangryong's son, and realizes that he is definitely in Section 2, just like he expected. Section 2 does not allow visitors, and is completely isolated from the outside world. It is a place where young, talented individuals full of potential from the Celestial Dragon are kept, those who have not yet joined any side. Jung Woong explains that he planted Sua there so she could recruit them to his side, and she just keeps smiling as she listens. He adds that when the right opportunity comes, this will become an unexpected masterstroke. He then asks what Cha Kangryong's son is doing right now, and Sua answers that the protagonist is just spending his time normally, since things are always peaceful there. She explains that the so-called sharks never fight each other, because even if one devours another after a brutal fight, the critical injuries would leave the winner defenseless. Because of that, the winner would simply become the next prey for the remaining sharks. At least that is what the director told her. Hearing that, Jung Woong smiles and starts thinking about what she said about becoming prey. The scene then shifts to the staircase of Juvenile Prison Section 2, where the protagonist is climbing carefully, paying close attention, because there might be traps around. As he moves, he remembers a conversation with his cellmates. Taesun had said that the protagonist seemed like a nice guy, and didn't even have tattoos, and he was talking about those so-called sharks and the Celestial Dragon. The moment he mentioned that name, the protagonist immediately became alert. Taesun kept talking, saying that because of those guys under special management, every day feels problematic, and then smiling, he said he felt lucky to meet someone as generous as Ju Young. But while he was saying that, Ju Young suddenly grabbed him by the neck, leaving him completely confused. In panic, Taesun shouted for Eunho, who also got desperate, and said he hadn't said anything. Then Ju Young asked him if he had just said Celestial Dragon. The scene returns to the stairs, and Ju Young thinks to himself that all 4 sharks are members of the Celestial Dragon. Soon after, he reaches the 2nd floor of Juvenile Prison Section 2. At the same time, Jung Woong is thinking about Cha Kangryong, the eternal second-in-command of the Celestial Dragon. He believes the reason the protagonist's father is doing all of this behind everyone's back is obvious. It is a dirty way to rise to the top by using his own son. That night, under a full moon, Jung Woong feels excited, thinking that he finally has Kangryong's weakness in his hands. He tells himself that he will see how long Cha Kangryong can keep hiding, because he will personally drag both him and his son down to the very bottom. After that, he throws his cigar away. The scene then cuts back to Juvenile Prison Section 2, where a strange noise suddenly comes from the loudspeakers. The prisoners look confused, wondering what is going on, and even the director does not understand it at first. Then it becomes clear that Ju Young is the one speaking through the system, asking if it is working. He tries to call the special management prisoners, but then realizes he said it wrong and corrects himself, catching Sua's full attention. Through the speakers, Ju Young calls out to all the sharks and asks them to listen carefully. He introduces himself as Cha Ju Young, saying he is from the 1st floor, while his 2 cellmates are left completely confused about what is happening. Then the protagonist reveals that he is the son of Cha Kangryong, the second-in-command of the Celestial Dragon, and asks if they all understand what that means. He makes it clear that if they take him down, they will earn a lot of points within the organization. At the same time, he thinks about how, even though this place looks peaceful, like an aquarium, everyone there is actually in a fragile balance, constantly holding back from attacking each other. Because of that, he wonders why he shouldn't be the one to break that balance first. So he boldly tells everyone to come and bite him, while thinking that even if it means he becomes the prey himself, it is a risk he is willing to take. The director is in disbelief, wondering if Ju Young is really saying all that, and he starts trembling as the situation feels unreal. Ju Young keeps going, making it clear that he was brought there to face all the sharks, and he basically challenges them to come at him and bite him. Chang can't even imagine someone provoking them like that, and the tension keeps keeps rising until Ju Young stomps the ground and suddenly starts laughing. Out of nowhere, the director shoves his face straight into the aquarium, fully submerging his head in the water as he talks to himself, saying this is the first time something like this has ever happened in that section. He feels excited, almost thrilled, because he wants to watch every detail of this ecosystem revolt that this new shark is about to cause. Then the scene shifts to a brightly lit window, where a boy is sitting while the so-called shark with glasses stands nearby. He thinks to himself that he never expected Ju Young to be the son of the second in command, and he wonders what it must be like to live as the son of someone so powerful. He even asks the seated boy if he understands that kind of life, and then starts laughing to himself. Suddenly, the boy sitting down shouts that he's sure he is happy, laughing loudly, while the shark with glasses just watches him quietly. Then he calmly tells the prisoner that it's normal to feel that way, but deep in his tone there's something else, as he admits he could feel the anger inside him. Without warning, he pushes the chair and slams the boy to the ground, acting fake and sarcastic as he asks if he's okay, making it obvious that to him the boy clearly isn't. The scared prisoner looks at the chair, and the shark with glasses, smiling, tells him to sit again, since he already put the chair back in place. That boy's name is Yu Jarim, known as the shark of the second floor. As night falls, Young Wong's car is parked next to another one. He pours a drink for Kang Ryung, the father of Ju Young, and asks how long it's been, saying it's been a while since they drank together. He remembers how, when they were younger, they used to drink in that same place every night. Kang Ryung replies that it was a long time ago, back when they were just rookies, who had recently joined the organization. After hearing that, Young Wong agrees and says that's exactly what he meant, and wonders who would have guessed that one of those rookies would become the second in command of the Celestial Dragon. He adds that, of course, staying second in command for life is another story, while Kang Ryung quietly drinks from his glass. The administrative director looks at him with a hint of malice and brings up his son, asking if he's in school, and saying that Ju Wong must be busy figuring things out there. He starts talking about private schools, but Kang Ryung cuts him off, saying he probably already found out that his son is in juvenile prison. As he pours more drink into Ju Wong's glass until it spills over, the tension between them becomes obvious. Even with the drink spilling onto his hand, Young Wong smiles and says yes, and explains that even after the Celestial Dragon became a corporate-level group, the president kept the rule that only the strongest can lead. Then he suggests that Kang Ryung must have thought he wouldn't stay second in command forever, and maybe planned to use his son somehow, smiling the whole time as he speaks. He keeps going, asking if that's why he raised his son in a place far from the eyes of the organization, staring directly at him. Kang Ryung carefully chooses his words and asks what exactly is wrong with that, but Young Wong presses further, saying that if he reported this to the president, things could change. Before he can finish, Kang Ryung cuts him off, saying he must think he found his weakness. Feeling confident, Kang Ryung tells him that's exactly why he's still just a management director. That hits hard, and Jung Wong gets visibly angry, his hands starting to shake. After putting on his coat, Kang Ryung says he'll leave first, but then Jung Wong drops another comment, saying he heard Jung was transferred to the second section, catching him off guard. He goes on, saying he never imagined that the son he tried to raise into a dragon would end up being eaten alive by sharks, and with a twisted smile he adds that it might not be a bad idea to watch that happen before seeing Kang Ryung's downfall. Kang Ryung stays there, standing still with his back turned, while Jung Wong starts smiling wider and wider until he can't hold it anymore, and bursts into loud laughter, like he just won the lottery and lost his mind. He keeps laughing for a long time, almost like a madman, saying he never thought the great Cha Kang Ryung wouldn't even be able to respond. Then suddenly, a loud noise echoes. He stops and looks toward a door, quickly standing up and asking what that sound was. When he steps outside, he freezes in shock as he sees the state of his car, and with a trembling voice, he watches Kang Ryung walking away. Jung Wong shouts Kang Ryung's name, but Kang Ryung just gets into his car and leaves without even looking back, acting like none of that mattered. Then the scene shifts to the surveillance room, where Hansua comments that she was really surprised earlier, since he is actually the son of Cha Kang Ryung, and she never expected him to do something that bold, something so unpredictable that even her heart skipped a beat. Even so, she believes that nothing will happen, just like always. But as she keeps watching the screen, something starts to bother her, and she gets confused, saying to herself that she's sure that area is supposed to be the first floor. At the same time, the prisoners there are completely shocked, staring with wide eyes because they can't understand what's going on. Then a boy walks in and politely asks for permission, saying to Taeson and Yoonho that he's there to see someone. He reveals that he's the shark from the second floor, and says he finally found him, calling the taxi driver the shark of the first floor, while Ju Young stands right behind him. The story briefly shifts into the thoughts of a prisoner who believes that children bring happiness, something he realized 18 years ago. Even though people pointed fingers at him and insulted him, he still tried his best as a father. Now he sits alone in his cell, thinking that maybe he acted like an idiot, taking a risky part-time job with high pay just to cover food and rent, not even knowing it was illegal. He regrets it, calling himself a fool as a father, but deep down, all he really wants is for his daughter to stay healthy and safe, even with all the expenses piling up, and he just hopes she'll be okay. He lets out a sigh, and right after that a shark enters his cell and asks who it was. The man doesn't understand at first, but the shark repeats the question, asking who just sighed. Feeling a bit nervous, the prisoner admits it was him, and the shark calmly explains that sighing is a natural response to stress. But that kind of negativity can't exist there, because everyone has the right to be happy. The prisoner is surprised hearing that, and then the shark tells him to follow, as others step in to take him away. Then the scene cuts back to Taesan and Yoonhyo, where Taesan keeps shouting shark over and over, while Yoonhyo tries to cover his mouth and whispers for him to stay quiet. At that moment, the second shark asks Yoonhyo if he's adjusting well to the new prison, and Yoonhyo replies that compared to the first section, this place feels more like a hotel. The second shark says he's glad to hear that, while the first shark adds that living conditions directly affect people's happiness. He casually brushes himself off and says that's enough small talk, asking if they should get straight to the point. The second shark pauses, thinking for a moment, and then tells Jo Young that they want to make something clear, starting by saying that he actually hates fighting, which surprises Jo Young. He explains that fighting makes people unhappy, and that's exactly why he dislikes it. While in the background, Yeonho keeps whispering to Taesan to stay quiet, since he keeps trying to talk even with his mouth covered. After thinking for a bit, Jo Young asks why he even came to his cell, and the second shark explains that when he heard Jo Young's voice over the speaker, he felt it was full of negativity. That made him curious, and he started wondering what could possibly make the son of the second in command of the Celestial Dragon feel so unhappy. Meanwhile, Taesan and Yoonho just watch, with Yoonho getting more and more nervous, while Taesan comments that the atmosphere is getting really strange. Both sharks then look at each other, and Yoonho asks the one with glasses if he really came all the way there just to ask something so stupid, staring at him with wide eyes. Suddenly something changes, and Jo Young is shocked as he sees a massive red energy in front of him, leaving him frozen with his eyes wide open. The second shark quickly apologizes in case he offended him, and at that moment Jo Young goes on full alert. Then Jo Young calmly explains that he actually came to invite him, and Jo Young questions if he really said invite. Yoo Jae-rim confirms that's exactly what he meant, saying he wants to invite him to a place on the second floor where the chair is located, all while smiling. On the ground, Yoonho and Taesan react with shock, both wide-eyed and tense. After hearing that, Jae-rim then tells Jo Young that as a person, he deserves happiness, and says he'll be waiting for him upstairs before turning around and leaving the cell. As soon as he leaves, the heavy tension in the room finally breaks. Shaking under his blanket, Yoonho speaks with a trembling voice, saying the atmosphere was so intense that he felt like he was going to suffocate, and jokes that in a situation like that, he'd rather be carbon dioxide. Then Taesan tells Yoonho that he thinks the second shark has already gone back up to the second floor, before calling out to the first shark, who is standing there quietly, looking down and lost in thought. Jo Young thinks that the moment he touched Jae-rim, something strange happened, and he keeps wondering what that horrible feeling was, because he is sure that guy is different from everyone he has faced so far. He clearly remembers his words about coming there to invite him, smiling while saying it was a place where the chair is located, and that makes Jo Young go quiet for a moment, as he processes everything. After that, he turns to the two idiots and says he has a question, leaving both of them confused, while Taesan, already desperate, tells the first shark that he can ask them anything, even something like the front door code. Then Jo Young brings up the chair that was mentioned, and asks what it actually is, pointing out that there are already plenty of chairs around there, which makes Taesan scratch his head, not really knowing what to say, until he awkwardly explains that the chair he probably meant is the chair of happiness. Hearing that, Jo Young asks what he even means by that, and Yoonhyo, trembling a lot, explains that the chair of happiness is something that makes anyone who sits on it laugh until they die, making them feel happy, but for the people on the second floor, it's actually their greatest fear. Even after hearing that, Jo Young still can't fully understand it, since everything there feels completely different from what he expected. Then the scene cuts to the security cameras, where the director is thinking about Cha Jo Young, saying to himself that from the moment he arrived, his attitude has been provocative, and that he is even wilder than expected. He finds it strange that the second floor shark, who is known for being the least aggressive, acted first, something he really didn't see coming. In the end, nothing major happened, but Hansua starts wondering why it feels like the director actually wanted something to happen. She smiles awkwardly and apologizes, saying it might just be in her head, but Won-chang tells her she's not wrong, explaining that he simply wants to observe different kinds of phenomena while continuing to write on his paper. Then Hansua asks if she should bring him more juice, and he casually asks for an organic one. While doing that, she takes another look at the cameras and thinks about how Cha Jo Young keeps provoking the sharks, wondering if he's planning to take over Section 2 as well. Even so, she believes that a fight between sharks is basically a death sentence in that place, and no matter what, she is convinced that Jo Young won't be able to do anything. The scene then shifts again to the juvenile prison, Section 2, where a woman looks confused and asks if she can visit. The officer apologizes and says that it was already explained before that she can't. Holding her baby, she looks really sad and says that even a few minutes would be enough, begging the officer to at least let her daughter see her father's face. But he doesn't change his stance and just repeats that he's sorry. She sighs, and suddenly the baby wakes up and starts crying, so she gently calls her princess and smiles, saying that she finally woke up. Trying to comfort her, she tells her daughter that her dad will be fine and that they'll see him soon. Then the scene cuts back inside the prison, where a man is holding a photo of a woman woman and his daughter, thinking about them and wondering if they are okay. He keeps thinking about how his daughter's birth made him so happy, but the way he talks starts to feel strange and unsettling, almost psychotic, as he drools and keeps repeating that thanks to his lovely daughter he is happy, over and over again. At that moment, Jorim is holding onto the chair and calmly says that he is happy, that the man has found his happiness, and suddenly the man collapses to the ground. Two others come to take the prisoner away, while Jorim continues talking, mentioning that Aristotle once said that the ultimate goal of human life is happiness, and he believes that is true. Then he looks around and asks if there is anyone else who feels unhappy and would like to sit in that chair, as many people watch in silence. The chair itself has a red-painted smiling face on it, making the whole scene even more unsettling. Right then, Ju-young starts walking toward the chair, surprising the second shark, and after sitting down he calmly asks if that is the chair of happiness, then tells Jerem to go ahead and test it on him, and make him happy. Suddenly, the scene shifts again to a man groaning, feeling his mouth dry and cracked, clearly not doing well, as he thinks it feels like his skin is burning. At the same time, he wonders how long he has to stay sitting in that chair. J-Reem, meanwhile, asks him how he feels, while the second shark casually reads a book titled, "What Can We Do to Be Happy?" and then asks the man if he is starting to feel true happiness. The man stares in confusion, not understanding anything, thinking that the second shark is completely insane. He remembers clearly the moment he sighed in his cell, when Jerem came in and asked who sighed, then told him to follow, realizing now that he was taken just because of that, and now he has been left sitting in that strange chair, without food or water for half a day. Thinking about you, Jerem, he recalls the rumors that he is a psychopath, obsessed with happiness, and that anyone who isn't happy cannot get up from that chair. Then suddenly, he starts laughing loudly, shouting that happiness was never far away, talking about endorphins and dopamine, as if they were exploding inside him, even though deep down he knows he is just pretending, and that he needs to get out of there. Watching him, Jerem thinks for a moment and says that if that's the case then he is still far from it, and with a calm smile, he tells him not to worry, which only makes the man stare at him with wide, terrified eyes. With a dark tone in his voice, Jerem says that this chair will definitely make him happy, and the scene stays in that bright room with the large windows, where books are stacked everywhere. As Jerem walks calmly through the place, he looks at the man with a doubtful expression and asks if he saw it, reminding him that he already said that this is truly the chair of happiness. The man, with his mouth dry and his eyes almost lifeless, keeps repeating that he is happy, over and over again, thinking about his daughter and wondering if she is okay, insisting that because of his beloved daughter, he is truly happy, until he suddenly collapses to the ground. Through the security cameras, Won Chang watches as other inmates carry away those who fall from the chair, and he becomes thoughtful, saying to himself that the ecosystem on the second floor has always been stable, a place filled with laughter and peace. Even so, he clearly understands that those smiles are not real emotions, but just results of the chair of happiness. Even though the second floor shark may look gentle on the outside, he traps unhappy people in that chair until they become happy, driving them insane in the process by not letting them get up. And the most disturbing part is that the shark truly believes that this experience is making them genuinely happy, which makes the director shout that Jareem is completely insane. Papers are scattered across the director's desk as he holds his head, wondering why the second shark is so obsessed with happiness. He can't take it anymore. He really wants to understand what his true nature is, until he suddenly realizes something and gets surprised. Noticing that the protagonist has finally arrived, Won Chang starts to think that maybe he is the one who will satisfy his curiosity, calling Ju-young the new shark. At that moment, Jerem tells Ju-young that he was waiting for him to join them, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He raises his arms sincerely and welcomes him, then asks him to look around, pointing out that everyone there is greeting him with bright smiles. Seeing that, Ju-young goes on full alert, his eyes wide as he observes the scene, while Jerem asks what he thinks, and whether it doesn't look like everyone is truly happy. The place feels bizarre, since everyone is smiling non-stop, and among them are Tyson and Yoonho. Looking uncomfortable, Tyson whispers to Yoonho, asking why they are there, and Yoonho, also wide-eyed, whispers back, asking if he's seriously acting like he doesn't know. He remembers clearly what the second shark said before leaving, that as long as the protagonist was there, he expected both of them to come visit as well. Then Yoonho warns him quietly that if they ignore the shark's words, they have no idea what might happen. Still confused, Tyson asks why everyone is smiling when nothing is even funny, and Yoonho admits he doesn't know either, saying they should just observe the situation for now. Meanwhile, Jo-young, sitting with a bored expression, asks if that is really all there is to Jareem's so-called happiness. The second shark calmly confirms that yes, that's exactly it, adding that in the end, happy people always have bright smiles. Then he asks Jo-young what he thinks about finding his own happiness. But at that moment, the first floor shark interrupts and points out that ever since they met, he hasn't stopped talking about happiness, questioning why he is so obsessed with it. Hearing that, Jerem opens his eyes wide and recalls recalls a memory, seeing a stuffed bear torn open with cotton spilling everywhere, while he, wearing his glasses, stares blankly at a plush rabbit. In that memory, his parents tell him they have a gift for him, introducing the chair of happiness, which has a smiling face on it. His father explains that if he sits on it and slowly reflects on his heart, he will become happy. Coming back to the present, Jareem asks Jo Young if he really wants to know why he is obsessed with happiness, and explains that humans are creatures who live for happiness, exist for happiness, and endlessly pursue it. He admits that he also had a dark childhood where he didn't know where happiness was, just like the protagonist now. Jo Young responds that he doesn't know anything about him, and Jareem agrees, saying that's true, but even so, he can clearly see the immense weight of unhappiness that Jo Young carries. Nearby, Taesan whispers to Yoon-ho, asking if he's the only one who can't see that, and Yoon-ho quickly tells him to shut up and just keep smiling. Then the second-floor shark looks directly at Jo Young and asks what exactly made him so unhappy, saying that even at that moment he can feel a strong anger radiating from him. He questions who that anger is directed at, then corrects himself, saying that more importantly, he wants to understand the root cause behind that anger. Hearing that, Jo Young freezes with his eyes wide open. Jo Young suddenly starts remembering his childhood friend, thinking about what might have happened to her, and those thoughts begin to stir something deep inside him. Seeing his reaction, Jareem turns his back on him and calmly says that, judging by that expression, it looks like he remembered something important. He understands that something like that wouldn't be easy to forget, but he makes it clear that it would be better for Jo Young to let it go, because anything that interrupts his happiness is nothing more than an obstacle affecting his life. At that moment, Taesan whispers that this is their chance, but Yoon-ho doesn't understand what he means, so Taesan explains that the shark with glasses has his back turned, and if they're going to escape, this is the only opportunity they have. He points out how both of them are fully focused on the conversation, and how the atmosphere around them is quiet, calm, and almost peaceful, making it the perfect moment to run away. Still unsure, Yoon-ho asks if that really makes sense, but Taesan insists and says that on 3 they run, and Yoon-ho hesitates but agrees to try. Taesan starts counting, going from 1 to 2, but before he can reach 3, Yoon-ho suddenly notices something he can't quite understand. Then, right at that moment, everything changes, as Yoon-young suddenly grabs the chair and throws it with full force, smashing it straight into the back of the second-floor shark. The impact makes Jareem turn around immediately, and Jo Young starts speaking, bringing up everything that was just said, questioning the so-called weight of his unhappiness, the target of his anger, and the cause behind it. Instead of denying it, he thanks Jareem for keeping on pushing those wounds, because now his anger is boiling out of control. Even the look in his eyes has changed, and at that moment, it feels like his entire being is consumed by that overwhelming rage. The story shifts into a flashback of Jareem, who is sitting facing the wall of his room, completely focused. His parents opened the door worried and called out to him, but he asked them to wait just a little longer, saying that he would make them very happy. In his hands, he held several toys and also a box cutter. With great care, he drew a smile on the face of a doll and explained that when people smiled, everyone became happier. His father then commented that Jareem's condition had gotten even worse. The scene changes to a doctor's office, where the doctor confirms that the situation was indeed serious. Among all pediatric patients with depression, Jareem's case was the most complicated, but there was still a method that could help him. His parents asked what that method was, and the doctor explained that a type of placebo effect would be used. He said that everything we do is connected to what we believe, so if he believed that sitting in a special chair would make him feel better, it could actually work. Since Jareem was still a young child, the effect could be even stronger. The narrative then returns to Jo Young, who is reflecting on the so-called transcendent heart, a method capable of amplifying a single emotion and pushing the body's abilities to the extreme. The feeling he was experiencing at that moment was extremely disgusting, and he had the sense that he could be consumed by it at any second. After being hit with a chair, Jareem told everyone there to leave immediately. Without hesitation, people started running right away. He then questioned how someone could break his chair of happiness, saying that it had been very rude. Even so, he stated that the chair was just a symbol and that he could make another one later. Jo Young was surprised to realize that, despite everything, Jareem still seemed very calm. Jareem explained that he would not get angry over something like that, and that he would not let negative emotions take over because of a simple chair. However, he commented that maybe it would be better to talk about the person who had caused so much anger in him to the point of making him destroy it. He said there were things he had never had the courage or the opportunity to say, and that if he let everything out he would certainly feel better. At that moment, Jo Young told him to shut up. Jareem then asked if that person was not already dead, leaving Jo Young completely frozen and speechless. Without being shaken, Jareem said that it was fine, because there was still another way to achieve what he wanted. A smile was just a symbol of happiness, so he suggested that Jo Young remember the smiling face of the person he loved the most. Maybe it would be easier to imagine them watching a fun movie together, eating something delicious, or enjoying their favorite hobby. He should think about the happy moments they shared, long before her death, before her life faded away until the last breath. Then he asked what Jo Young thought about that, and whether by imagining that smile, he would not feel better. But at that point, the protagonist was already consumed by so much anger that he charged forward without thinking twice. When he threw a punch, Jareem managed to block the attack and commented that it seemed like he was still as angry as ever. Jo Young responded with a kick, throwing Jareem against the wall and telling him to shut up again. prison. Even so, Jareem asked if that was not the reason Ju Young had been transferred to the second prison, saying that this kind of meaningless violence would only end up ruining his happiness. Ju Young shot back that he kept talking about happiness, but deep down, Jareem did not seem happy at all, questioning whether he really knew what happiness was. At that moment, Jareem remembered when he was sitting in the chair of happiness next to his mother and asked her what happiness really was. She looked at him with affection and answered that happiness was probably laughing. While Jareem sank into that memory, Choi Young was already moving in again to attack him. Suddenly, Jung Yoon crouched down quickly, saying that his head was hurting too much. His friends did not understand what was happening to him. Jung Yoon Ho commented that now that he thought about it, even in the cell he had already complained a few times about severe headaches. Taeson wondered why that had to happen right at that moment. Meanwhile, Jung Yoon realized that all of that were side effects, since he had used the transcendent heart for too long in prison number 1, and now his heart was under enormous pressure. The pain got worse, and in his vision, he began to sink into a river formed by the face of his father. Jareem looked at that expression on Ju Young's face and said that it came from negative emotions, feelings far removed from happiness. Then he lands a kick straight to Jung Young's head, right where it was already hurting. After that, he says he hopes Ju Young understands everything he is doing, and that the only way to make him smile again is when the corners of his lips are turned upward. Even in pain, Ju Young grabs an object from the ground and rushes at Jareem, managing to cut his face. At that moment, Ju Young starts mocking him, asking what kind of expression that was, and whether he should not be smiling. Taeson comments that when the headache started, he thought Ju Young had already lost. Jung Yoon Ho, on the other hand, says it is still too early to draw conclusions, but wonders why the two of them are still just watching the fight. Suddenly, Han Suis appears behind them and says that a fight between sharks is something she simply cannot ignore. She observes that things are unfolding in a very interesting way, and thinks that excessive use of awakened power must bring serious health risks. This awakened state is actually the same as the transcendent heart, just under a different name. She also reflects that she did not expect him to try to face a shark without considering the risks, and that even with the blood of Gangru Young, deep down he is still just a boy. Meanwhile, Jareem comments that as always, he hates fighting, since it is far from the happiness he seeks. Even so, because of his goal, he believes he has no choice and must continue fighting. Jung Yoon Ho asks what that goal is. Jareem then explains that the Celestial Dragon is also a place far removed from happiness, a place full of miserable people and furious criminals. He says his goal is to make everyone there become happy, and right after that he starts fighting seriously, landing an extremely strong punch on Jung Yoon Ho and sending him flying. He says that is exactly why he decided to join the Celestial Dragon. Even after falling, Jung Yoon Ho gets back up, saying that being happy does not change the fact that someone is a miserable criminal. Jareem grabs his head and says that there is no such thing as good or evil when it comes to achieving happiness. Then he throws Jung Yoon Ho against the wall once again and asks if at that moment he is happy or sad, saying it can only be one of those two. Jung Yoon Ho tries to attack again, but Jareem blocks it. At that moment, the protagonist asks if he also went to that prison in search of his own happiness. The scene shifts to another flashback of Jareem, where his mother comments that he seems sadder than usual and asks if something happened at school. Jareem says that the children in his class said he looked sad and depressed, that they did not want to play with someone like him, and that just looking at his face made them feel bad, as if his unhappiness could spread. He starts to wonder if an unhappy person cannot have friends, but his mother tells him that yes, he can have friends. Then Jareem asks his mother how he could do that. Jareem's mother explains that if he starts smiling and shows the brightest side of himself, his classmates will notice and begin to feel happier too. Over time, that happiness will return to him naturally, because according to her, happiness spreads like a cold. Later, Jareem begins to see the juvenile prison as the best possible place for him, since he is surrounded by unhappy people there. He starts using the prisoners as subjects of study, trying to understand how to make human beings become happy. Meanwhile, Han Sua was watching the situation almost too entertained, to the point of spilling coffee on both of them during the fight, still mocking and saying that now she would have to wash everything again. Right after that, however, her expression changes completely. She begins to reflect on Jareem, remembering that he had risen to the position of shark in prison number 2. To her, the reason seemed ridiculous, but it was impossible to deny that the boy had talent. Even the Celestial Dragon expected him to make a huge impact, and the most frightening part was that he had not even used everything he had yet. Ju Young then gets up, saying he does not care whether Jareem is experimenting on criminals or pretending to be charitable. His real objective is something else, and he wants to know what it is. Jareem remains silent for a moment, saying he will end this once and for all, and rushes at Ju Young. The two exchange blows at the same time, but Jareem provokes him, asking how long he plans to keep staying on the defensive, saying it is already time to finish this. When he tries to move forward again, Jareem stumbles over debris scattered across the ground, realizing that Ju Young had set that up on purpose. The protagonist then asks why he is so obsessed with making others happy, and right after that drives a knee into Jareem's face, even breaking his glasses. Jo Young states that this has nothing to do with love for humanity or a spirit of sacrifice, but rather something completely selfish. Another flashback of Jareem appears, where he says that he did what his mother told him, and to his surprise managed to make friends, even though he had to force himself to smile and approach them. However, something begins to feel strange. His mother kept repeating the word happy, but the expression on her face was far from showing any happiness. The scene reveals Jaram's parents talking about their daughter, saying that she was going through a very difficult time and that her depression kept getting worse. She had always been in a worse condition than Jaram, and now not even the medication was working. Even so, in front of him, she never showed how much she was suffering. Then it becomes clear that the girl was not his mother, but his sister, who looked very similar to her. At that moment, young Jaram's mind completely breaks. His sister says that if happiness spreads like a cold, then if he were happy, maybe she could become happy too. Back in the present, Ju Young states that Jaram acts as if everything he does is for others, but in the end, it is all for himself. Jaram rushes at him, saying that he is absolutely right. He grabs Ju Young by the neck and lifts him, confessing that while chasing happiness for others, he was born with depression, and that not even for a single second in his entire life has he ever truly felt happy. From the past until that exact moment, everything that has existed inside him has been nothing but misery. It becomes clear that Jaram also possesses the awakened state, but it is fueled by a feeling of misery, not happiness. Namgung Joseph made it very clear that the awakening of the mind might be a new concept, but the principle behind it was simple. It is a process that, once activated, allows a person to surpass their limits through the complex interaction of the nervous, endocrine, and muscular systems. In the midst of this process, the individual can gain strength beyond normal levels, even enduring injuries they cannot perceive, even in extreme situations, as the body disables its inhibitory mechanisms, an idea that science can fully explain. However, only a minority actually activates the awakened mind, and sometimes it happens by coincidence. A person who can use this awakening at will has the potential to become a shark, but for Cha Ju Young it worked against him, because the shark of the second floor, Yu Jaram, is a patient suffering from innate depression and also the typical unhappy human being. He inhabits the cold, dark abyss of the sea, like a Greenland shark. Joseph was a strange guy, and even saw similarities between them. Jaram was like a Greenland shark that shows no interest in hunting, but when it finds its prey, it completely changes, destroying any creature in the ocean. In the academic world, the Greenland shark is considered the apex predator of the North Atlantic ecosystem. At that moment, the scene shifts to Ju Young being grabbed by the neck. He tried to break free, and Jaram was certain that his opponent could never understand how terrible a life full of unhappiness is. Tossing Ju Young around as if he were nothing, Ju-on realized that Jaram's aura had changed. He was using the awakened mind. Caught off guard, Ju-on was stomped on like a cockroach. Jaram declared that Ju-on did not understand the thirst for happiness and despair. Ju-on could not use the awakened mind because of the risk, so he needed to find another way, until he was kicked in the face, while Jaram expressed that he had found the reason for unhappiness and already knew how to become happy. He remembered when he was younger, drawing the happiest face in the world, a difficult task for him. He recalled her asking him to smile, wondering what his Nuna's genuine smiling face looked like. He remembered calling her many times, bringing his drawing and finding her, wanting to know what she thought of the picture he made of her. She was sitting in a chair, and he believed she would be happy when she saw it. Jaram held her hand and felt it was cold as ice. That was when he realized she was no longer breathing. He could never forget that moment. She was sitting in the chair of happiness, yet her body was cold. He realized she was far more unhappy than he was, wanting happiness more than anyone. In the end, he also remembered her smiling, and so he convinced himself that was the happiest face in the world. Then he told his opponent that on that day, he learned another way to find happiness. He could feel happiness because unhappiness exists, just as there is light and darkness, peace and war. Ju Young stood up, unable to understand why his opponent wanted to discuss philosophy at a time like that. He tried to strike Jaram, who easily caught his punch, explaining that in the end, his Nuna had been so unhappy that she found the greatest happiness. At that moment, he broke Ju Young's hand, convinced that he too would find happiness. He had no intention of letting Ju Young stand in his way, needing to kill anyone who could become an obstacle. Ju Young replied that whether Jaram wanted to find happiness or not was none of his concern. He simply found what his opponent was saying absurd, growing even more disgusted, and was ready to settle things immediately. But Jaram grabbed him by the face and slammed his head against the ground like a basketball, wishing for Jo Young to drown in all the negative emotions he carried. Then the scene shifted to Jo Young completely submerged in water, where he recognized the place where he had poured out his most negative emotion, anger. He could not move and felt nothing. He was slowly losing consciousness, unable to believe he would drown like that. He no longer understood anything, until he felt a warmth that confused him. It was Daeun holding his face. The scene then shifted to Joseph, who felt that the fight between Ju Young and Jaram was breathtaking, but worthless for his research. He had hoped the fight would bring a new paradigm to his study, but it led to nothing. He also wanted to confirm what kind of individual 7199 was, but failed, and so he left. Ju Young then saw Daeon right in front of him. She looked very beautiful and asked if he had been doing well. At that moment Ju Young was stunned, and in the end he told her that he had been doing great. But after hearing that, she began to become covered in blood, declaring that it was cruel of him to be doing well, since she was in that cold, dark place, freezing alone. She could not understand how he could act as if everything was fine. Ju Young was in shock at that moment as she blamed him for her death, and in the end, she transformed into his father Gangyang, who revealed that he had killed that girl so his son could awaken, which made Ju Young furious. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Gangyang explained that his own life would be fulfilled through his son, and he asked the boy if he wanted revenge by killing his own father. Then Gangyang told Ju Young that if he wanted that, he would have to take control of that juvenile prison. The scene then shifted to Joseph, who hoped for a satisfying phenomenon next time, and ended things for the day. Suddenly, he heard a voice ordering him to stop right there, leaving him quite surprised, thinking it was impossible, until he looked at the security camera and saw that Ju Young had stood up again. Jerem looked at his opponent, wondering what was going on. Ju Young had been thoroughly beaten, especially after Jerem used the awakened mind, so he shouldn't have been able to stand up anymore. Jerem wanted to know what the hell was allowing Ju Young to move. Before Ju Young could say anything, Jerem rushed toward him, grabbing him by the neck and demanding an answer. Then he realized something was wrong. He was extremely weak, his hands trembling. He believed Ju Young was finished, yet he couldn't understand why his opponent was still enduring. Instead of answering, Ju Young threw a full-force punch straight into Jerem's face, making it clear that he could not fall there. At that moment, his anger pushed him into the awakened mind, and he began to mercilessly beat Jerem, knocking his opponent to the ground. Joseph noted that he had never read anything in any paper or report about a shark that had been torn apart and left with no chance of recovery, suddenly being able to hunt again. That went against the laws of nature. Joseph wanted to see just how far Ju Young would exceed his expectations. At that moment, Jerem said it was the same for him. He couldn't stop either, not until he reached true happiness. His misery had awakened his mind. Even so, Ju Young appeared behind him and delivered a brutal kick, slamming him into the ground. Still, Jerem refused to give up, as he was close to finding happiness. He wouldn't accept his opponent trying to push him back into misery, and he wanted to drag Ju Young down into those depths as well. He grabbed Ju Young and threw him into the air, but it didn't help much. Ju Young was already above him and had no intention of wasting any more time, landing another kick. Ju Young declared that there was no need to drag him into misery. At that moment, he remembered Daeon. He didn't need to be dragged into misery, because he was already there. The scene then shifted to a prisoner entering the area. He had expected a fight between two sharks to be massive, but the place was completely devastated, as if a war had taken place. Then he heard someone crying. It was Yunho, who was terrified and wanted to leave, showing intense desperation. The man couldn't understand why Yunho was like that, and Yunho explained that Ju Young was around, and that many fights were about to happen. He didn't want to get involved. The man approached Yunho, telling him not to worry because he would handle the problem. He declared that he would use a paralytic poison on Ju Young, and then cut him with a knife after the poison took effect, leaving Yunho shocked, because the guy was clearly a psychopath. That made Yunho even more frightened. There was also a girl there, thinking about Cha Gangryong's son. The blood running through Ju Young's veins was unmistakable. She even found Ju Young provocative, feeling attracted to him, showing just how strange she was. Then the scene shifted to juvenile prison number 2, first floor, where a guy was telling everyone that there was a new shark on their floor named Yu Young, who had invaded the second floor, broken the chair of happiness, and brutally beaten Jerem. Everyone was completely shocked to hear that. The guy telling the story was even weirder, but Ju Young was already becoming known as someone who had caused a massive uproar. Rumors spread throughout juvenile prison number 2, with everyone thinking he must be incredibly confident to stir things up like that, as he was throwing everything into chaos. A bloody atmosphere was about to take over the prison. The weaker inmates began to imagine that they needed to hide. Joseph wanted to study Ju Young even more deeply after what he had done. As a researcher, he wanted to understand how Ju Young behaved, whether he was like a great white shark or even a megalodon. Yet among all the sharks, none resembled Ju Young, which made Joseph extremely curious. His curiosity was driving him insane. He was certain that a new wave was coming for the sake of the ecosystem, because the more organisms there were, the greater the chance of observing various phenomena. However, he wasn't sure whether he should introduce a new organism. Then the scene shifted to Gimchan, inside a juvenile prison. Drops of sweat fell to the ground as a man panted heavily. It was Ma Gyum, a man who had spent 20 years in prison and had killed 7 people. He knew that this place was far more dangerous than the outside world. There was no one who would protect him, so he no longer wanted to make the same mistake as before. With that in mind, he continued his training, knowing he needed to become even stronger, because above all, he had to survive in that place. Suddenly, he fell, he slipped and realized he had failed again. Go Naaman found it very amusing that Gyum was still trying to do that, assuming he should use his brain instead, since his life wouldn't change just by practicing a few kicks. Naaman simply thought he was wasting his time. He said Gyum should just go pour him a glass of juice, smiling as he talked about how, for the sake of their friendship, he would protect Gyum as the cell leader. But Gyum didn't need that, and Naman assumed he was only making his own life harder. Yoon had sent all the cell leaders to the hospital, and a peaceful era had arrived in the prison, until Naman remembered Yoon and wondered where he had gone. Since Ju Young had disappeared, there had been no trace or news of him. Yoon then said that Ju Young knew something about another place. It wasn't about that prison, but at the same time he had no idea what it was. Naman wanted to know where Ju Young had gotten that information. Just then, they heard a scream. Outside, there was a black goat eating paper, and the guy watching it was extremely bored. He just wanted something fun to happen. Ever since Ju Young had wiped everyone out, the meeting of the cell leaders, which was the weird long-haired guy's entertainment, had ended, so he watched the goats making noise, until suddenly things started heating up between the goats and the rams. The scene then shifted to the infirmary, where Ju Young was completely battered. He didn't even know where he was, until he remembered his fight with Jerem, and realized that that insane battle had really happened. He hadn't realized that the awakening of the mind had its risks, but he believed things had calmed down for the moment, until a girl entered his room, leaving him shocked. She felt relieved that he had finally woken up, and said they could start right away. The crazy girl suddenly climbed onto his bed, and he couldn't understand anything, while she told him to stay still. She was there to make him feel better. It was that kind of situation. Those in power give orders, and the sensible obey. Then, in ward number 1 of the juvenile prison, a pastor was talking about lust, saying it was an instinct given by God, but also a desire that everyone must be careful with, so as not to succumb to temptation. The guys there, however, were only thinking about dancing with the girl, and at that moment, they began to pray. The girl's name was Sung Una, and she was part of the Celestial Cathedral Choir. She found herself thinking about Ju Young, having heard that he had been moved somewhere else. A girl asked if she was okay, and she said yes, but she couldn't stop wondering where Ju Young was at that moment, hoping that nothing bad had happened to him. The priest led everyone in prayer. While back in the infirmary, the crazy girl on top of Ju Young left the poor guy wide-eyed, not understanding anything. She told him not to be embarrassed, saying she would take care of everything for him. She even said she liked the smell of his needle. She could barely hold herself back, wanting to grab him, but in the end she tricked him, telling him to always remember to send his clothes to the laundry, explaining that hygiene was essential for patients. Ju Young just wanted to understand what the hell was going on. The girl seemed confused, while he was certain that prison guards didn't handle the laundry, and he was sure she didn't either. The girl then realized he was implying her actions were suspicious. She stood up and explained that Ward 2 was quite special, and even the guards were given trivial tasks. Ju Young started to think he might have overthought things, when suddenly, the girl declared that she liked his fight against Jerem. Despite his appearance, she could tell that Ju Young was actually quite rough. Comparing him to his father, she said he was still a bit soft, which left Ju Young shocked. In the end, he hadn't used his needle on anyone. Still, he wanted the guard to wait a moment, since she seemed to know his father, but his injuries were severe, causing him intense pain, as he wondered who the hell that woman really was. Outside, another girl couldn't help but notice that he had good instincts. In the end, Gangryong had dreamed of his son becoming number 1, but at the same time it seemed things would take too long, and Jo Young's blood scent was spreading throughout the prison. There were hungry sharks, and they just wanted to know how happy they would become. Then the scene shifted to the juvenile detention center, Ward 2, 3rd floor. A small rat was running around freely until a guy suddenly grabbed it. That man was very angry at Jerem for causing so many problems, and he treated the rat as if it were Jerem, releasing it and grabbing it again, saying it wasn't that fun. In the end, he wanted an opportunity to get his hands on Jerem someday, to make him his and play with him however he wanted. That guy only wanted to completely destroy Jerem. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. He would even tremble, since he was quite strange. He also imagined that after fighting Jerem, Ju Young's body must be extremely weak, making him the perfect next toy. The scene then shifted to Yoonho, whose voice was trembling. He couldn't take it anymore, feeling like he needed to escape from there, so he started coming up with absurd plans, like digging a hole. But the guy next to him said that on the other side of that wall there was just another room. He also mentioned that he had already come up with a plan to kill. They would set a trap in the cell, right above Hyungnim's bed, with 16 large nails driven into plywood so that it would pierce Hyungnim's head. That way, they could get out of their problem. Yuno didn't like hearing that plan at all, convinced that the guy was insane. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Something was happening. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, feeling as if his eyes were deceiving him. Jo Young was being grabbed by that massive man, who couldn't believe that Gangryong's son was in his hands in such a weakened state. That excited him greatly, showing just how twisted he was, as he was about to throw Jo Young into a wire fence to slice him in half. Just thinking about it made him happy, because there was no thrill greater than hunting prey and destroying it. At that moment, Jo Young had an expression on his face that made the man enjoy his emotions even more. That man was Min Sang-woo, the shark of the 3rd floor of Ward 2. Jo Young told Sang-woo to let him go, calling him a loser. Then the scene shifted to the deep blue ocean, where a hammerhead shark had just been killed by a blue shark. Their fight had been brutal. However, the blue shark couldn't even savor its victory after such an intense fight, because the smell of blood spread through the water, attracting other hungry sharks. Prisoner 5521 was watching this and found it very boring. He even felt sleepy, thinking he couldn't go on living like that. He needed an extreme dopamine rush. Meanwhile, a goat kept making noise in his ear. He grabbed the goat and promised that he would escape from that place together with it until he was called. A prison officer ordered prisoner 5521 to follow him. Then the scene shifted back to Ju Young, who wondered how much time had passed since his fight with Jerem. His condition was much worse. Suddenly, a man entered his room, carrying the smell of disinfectant. Ju Young just wanted to know who the hell it was, but all of a sudden, the man made a loud entrance, kicking the bed Ju Young was lying on and knocking him to the floor. The man knew Ju Young was badly injured, so he declared that it was the perfect moment to hunt. Sang-woo was very excited at that moment, while Ju Young tried to understand why the guy was suddenly doing that. Sang-woo seemed confused, since to him this was only natural. He confirmed that Ju Young was completely ruined and ready to be taken down, and he had no intention of leaving him alone. Then he threw the bed toward Ju Young. At that moment, Ju Young managed to dodge it, which caught his opponent's attention. For someone so injured, he was doing surprisingly well. Still, Ju Young was feeling intense pain. Then his opponent kicked his legs, expecting him to fight. At that moment, Song-woo grabbed him, wanting to destroy his body completely, throwing him into the air as if he expected Ju Young to crumble in his hands. Ju Young hit the ground, and the pain only grew worse. Sang-woo made it clear that it still wasn't enough. Ju Young trembled on the ground, while Sang-woo wanted him to endure even more, because he wanted to play with his completely broken opponent, showing just how psychopathic he was. Then the scene shifted to the city at night. In a place filled with drinks, a man named Jung Woong was having a drink, thinking about Jerem, who had been defeated by Cha Gangryong's son. That man was the general director of the Celestial Dragon. He immediately saw the resemblance in Ju Young. He was just as impulsive as his father, acting without thinking and doing something he couldn't handle. He also knew that Sang-woo would make his move at that moment. After hearing that Cha Gangryong's son was injured, he could already imagine Sang-woo going wild, eager to play, certain that Sang-woo would devour his opponent entirely. He even compared Sang-woo to a snake, with powerful digestive acid capable of dissolving his prey. He stated that Sang-woo was a ridiculous talent, having earned a place in Cha Gangryong's Grand Hall of Oppression purely through his loyalty and unmatched brutality. Jung Woong reminisced about his youth while thinking about Sang-woo. He truly wanted to hear the news that Ju Young had been completely destroyed. Then the scene returned to Sang-woo, who was enjoying the fragile expression on his opponent's face. It was as if he had found a beautiful girl, making him extremely excited. At that moment, the protagonist declared that Sang-woo should stop babbling and let him go already, completely changing his expression and leaving Sang-woo confused about the reason for it. Ju Young was smiling, and that deeply irritated his opponent. He was about to finish him off, but not like that. He didn't like it. Seeing that the psychopath had no intention of letting him go, Ju Young tried to free himself, surprising Sang-woo. Yoon-ho and his companion watched with wide eyes. In the end, both of them fell together. Yoon-hing just hoped that fence would do its job well. Then the scene quickly shifted to several leaves falling, where the strange prisoner made an analogy as if a plane were crashing, but it ended up landing successfully. He had managed to catch Yoon-hing before he hit the ground, declaring that the boy was the dopamine he desperately needed, speaking in a very unsettling way. Next, the scene shifted to Ju Young entering Juvenile Detention Center number 2. He picked up his clothes and went through a security check before meeting the director. At that moment, one of the guards found a piece of paper, but Ju Young said it was the first time he had seen it as well. The man decided to read what was written on it, and saw that it mentioned a flight to Block 2, scheduled to land at 6:30 p.m., leaving Ju Young completely confused. Then the scene shifted to the long-haired guy, who said it had been a while since he had seen Cha Ju Young and wondered if he had found the paper. Ju Young immediately realized it was real, while prisoner 5521 didn't understand anything. He looked at Ju Young's condition and asked how long he had been fighting, since he was completely wrecked. He even felt disappointed, saying he would have liked to see all those fights. Ju Young realized that guy definitely had a screw loose. Still, prisoner 5521 was happy, because from that moment on, he would see everything with his own eyes. Yu Young noticed that the guy hadn't changed at all, and the prisoner said that since he was there, Yu Young could relax. But suddenly, he was struck and knocked down. Sang-woo was the one who attacked the strange long-haired guy, saying he had been having a good time with Yu Young since he was about to devour his opponent, and that interruption made him furious. The mood had been completely ruined, and he blamed Yu Young for it, making it clear how irritating it was. He felt like a dog that had just had a bucket of cold water dumped on it. Yu Young realized things had taken a bad turn for him, since that guy was going to attack him again. Sang-woo said that being interrupted like that completely killed his mood, and he hadn't expected things to end that way. Then he simply turned his back on Yu Young. The scene then shifted to Yoon-ho, trying to understand what the hell had just happened, since there had been a bungee jump from the 5th floor. His companion remembered that Hyungnim had been attacked in the infirmary, so the shark from the 3rd floor targeted the injured. Yoon-ho panicked and begged the guy to kill him immediately, saying he would rather die than be oppressed by Sang-woo. But the man didn't want to kill him, since getting rid of a body body was too troublesome. In the end, they just wanted to understand what the director was trying to do. It hadn't been long since a shark had come to their cell, and now they had a new prisoner. There was the mysterious man with his goat, and he explained that he had saved the goat when he was about to cook it into a stew. At that moment, Ju Young called out to prisoner 5521, referring to him as the messy-haired guy, deciding it was better to ignore how he ended up there. However, Ju Young clearly remembered that the long-haired guy had appeared exactly at the date and time written on the paper, so there was no explanation for it. He was certain the weirdo had been assigned to the same cell as him. It couldn't be just a coincidence, so he wanted to know who the hell prisoner 5521 really was. The prisoner said it was a secret, but he might tell Ju Young if he filled him with dopamine, then he might get so happy that he'd spill everything. Ju Young found it very strange how obsessed that guy was with dopamine. The man called Ju Young, Hyungnim, saying he wasn't in good condition and didn't understand why he had left the infirmary to come there. Ju Young explained that the infirmary wasn't safe and that strange Sangwoo could show up at any moment, but Yoonho also thought that place wasn't safe, to which Ju Young replied that at least that room was safe because of one key difference. Then the scene shifted to Sangwoo lying down, breathing heavily and growing furious because he couldn't fall asleep. He remembered the crooked smile on Ju Young's face while his body trembled, and it made his mouth water, showing just how twisted he really was. As he drank water, he imagined that Ju Young would be like a Michelin star banquet. He wasn't satisfied at all. He wanted to chew Ju Young, devouring him whole while spouting some seriously twisted nonsense. Then the scene shifts to a girl in chains. She wasn't well, her breathing heavy and unstable. Soon Sangwoo arrives, and the girl asks why he's there again, since she had already told him everything he wanted to know. He wouldn't get anything else from her, no matter how much he oppressed her. He already knew she had no information left to give, so she shouldn't worry, but he explained that he hadn't been able to sleep these past few days. He went on to say that he had licked and savored a delicious prey. She was immediately horrified, shouting that he shouldn't come near her. Then he explained that in the end he hadn't been able to swallow that prey, and it was driving him completely insane. The girl was extremely nervous at that moment. He called her Nuna and said she should take responsibility, which she obviously didn't want. The scene suddenly cuts to Sangwoo, completely drenched in sweat. He admits that the only way to satisfy that hunger is by swallowing Ju Young. After that bizarre and disturbing rant, the scene shifts to rain falling outside. Prisoner 5521 says he doesn't want to protect Ju Young, explaining that he doesn't like fighting. Ju Young doesn't understand that, since back in prison number 1, the long-haired guy had said he was his benefactor and was trying to help him. At the time, Ju Young had asked for proof, but now, he wasn't doing what he had promised. Prisoner 5521 says Jeong is mistaken. He's not a player who steps onto the field. He's there to enjoy things as a spectator. He doesn't want to enter the ring. The only player is Jeong himself. Jeong then points out his crutch, wondering if the long-haired guy doesn't see it, because in his current state, he can't fight anyone, he can't even walk properly. But prisoner 5521 isn't so sure, saying there's a way to hunt the shark of the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Sangwoo can barely hold himself together anymore. He trembles just thinking about Ju Young, wanting to shove him down his throat. Then the scene shifts to Taesun, explaining that Sangwoo is the kind of guy people should avoid. He likes to toy with weaker opponents, provoking and humiliating them before devouring them whole. Ju Young remembers his face and those unsettling conversations, feeling disgusted. The long-haired guy finds it amusing that Sangwoo is like that, saying he seems low on testosterone, while obsessively chasing dopamine. Yoonho explains that back when Sangwoo was in Wing 1, a massive fight broke out between cell leaders over control of the shop, but that wasn't the real issue. The fight ended, but the infirmary was filled with injured prisoners. That night, all the cell leaders in the infirmary were found even more brutally beaten. Sangwoo had devoured all the weakened cell leaders, stripping them one by one. Taesun says Sangwoo wouldn't miss an opportunity like this, especially seeing Ju Young in such terrible shape. He suggests they need to come up with a plan before that psycho goes after Ju Young again. Then, on the 1st floor of Juvenile Prison Wing 2, some guys are talking about the lunatic Sangwoo and what he's done. Everyone already knows he only targets the weak. The real problem is that Sangwoo shows up right when they call him a pervert, leaving everyone in shock. The guy who insulted him starts trembling, apologizing immediately. Sangwoo tells him not to be nervous, since he's not interested in guys who are in good condition, like him. The only person he wants to devour right now is Ju Young. Then Sangwoo goes to Ju Young's cell and finds his belongings, wondering why Ju Young isn't in the infirmary despite his condition. He already knows Ju Young has returned to his cell. Sangwoo had stayed awake all night thinking about him. No matter who he ate, he'd still be hungry. He was desperate to act on it, so he yanks the blanket off, but the person there isn't who he wanted. The long-haired guy makes it clear he doesn't want any trouble and even offers his goat instead. He says Sangwoo could make a good soup out of it, since goat is good for men, but at that moment, even the goat doesn't want to stay and runs off. Sangwoo thinks the long-haired guy has no taste, but prisoner 5521 quickly says that actually, he's delicious. Sangwoo replies that the only person he wants to consume is Ju Young. The long-haired guy then says he'll just have to starve until he finds his target. He even imagines Sangwoo losing weight. Sangwoo doesn't understand what he's talking about, and the long-haired guy suggests he's naive for thinking he'll find Ju Young so easily in that prison. Then the scene shifts to the next day. With a clear blue sky, everyone is talking about how Sangwoo has been searching for Ju Young on every floor. Days pass, and Sangwoo continues looking for the protagonist relentlessly. Then the scene cuts to the weirdo taking a shower. He just wanted to know where the hell Ju Young was hiding, because the only thing he had found was his underwear in the locker. Sangwoo was at his limit, desperate to shove something down his throat. He was on the verge of going insane. Joseph was also a very strange guy. He had security cameras installed in the bathroom and found it bizarre that a shark would eat underwear, yet at the same time he found it fascinating. Then the crazy guard showed up, saying that a prisoner had gone missing. She wasn't completely sure yet, but it was practically confirmed. She explained that rumors were spreading wildly among the inmates, and they were pretty strange. People were saying Joseph had smuggled the prisoner out of the facility. Joseph quickly denied it, making it clear he would never interfere with the ecosystem of the aquarium. That was his #1 rule. Escaping that prison alone was impossible, and he knew it. So he assured the woman that Ju Young was still inside the prison. Meanwhile, Tae-san grabbed the goat, thinking it was finally time to make a stew since it had grown quite a bit, but the animal started struggling in his hands. Yoonho commented that Ju Young had been gone for quite a while, and wondered where he had gone. The long-haired guy, who was washing his hair, was questioned by them, but he said he couldn't tell. It was a secret. Still, he hinted that it was a somewhat dark place. At least, that's what he thought. Then the scene shifted to fish scattered everywhere and blood all over the place. Sangwoo was starving, and no matter how much he ate, even if he stuffed his throat, he wouldn't feel full. He kept eating, trying to forget everything, and find new prey before it was too late. Suddenly, Ju Young appeared, asking if Sangwoo had been looking for him. At that moment, the psychopath turned to him. Ju Young said that hearing that lunatic call people prey was incredibly revolting. Sangwoo then realized why he had smelled disinfectant mixed with the scent of fish and blood, and he rushed toward Ju Young to attack, but Ju Young vanished almost instantly. Sangwoo couldn't understand what was happening and started searching everywhere, even calling him disinfectant. Then, out of nowhere, he was struck hard from above. Ju Young noted that the guy was so insane he was already talking nonsense, making it clear he had been fine for a while now, as he stepped on the psychopath's head. Next, the scene shifted to a train station, where a man woke up without understanding where he was. He was in a wheelchair. Sangwoo watched him, wondering why he had gone so far, only to end up crippled. He asked if it had been worth stealing the guest list of the Celestial Dragon. He told the man to forget about his legs, because he wouldn't be able to use his whole body anyway. The train was about to run him over. The man panicked, begging Sangwoo to listen, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that he hadn't stolen the guest list. But Sangwoo didn't believe him, nor did he care. Just then, a station announcement said the train was arriving. The man was in complete shock, realizing how insane Sangwoo really was. Sangwoo told him to understand the situation, and demanded to know who he had given the list to. The man kept insisting it was a misunderstanding, but Sangwoo pressed him again. Finally, the man admitted he had given it to the police, specifically to the head of the Investigation Planning Division, Park Jin-young. A wide smile spread across Sangwoo's face. He told the man he should have said that sooner. Then he pulled him off the tracks, only so he could finish him off with his own hands. Holding a sign, he beat the man to death with it, feeling immense satisfaction. Then the scene shifted back to Sangwoo on the ground, telling the protagonist he had been waiting for that moment for a long time, dying to taste him. He even stuck out his tongue, making everything even more disturbing. He asked where his target had been all this time, pestering Ju Young and making it clear he was starving. But Ju Young was ready. He said he wouldn't be devoured and slammed his elbow into the lunatic's face. It was a good thing he had listened to the long-haired guy, remembering when he had been on crutches, unable to even walk. Prisoner 5521 had said there was a secret place where the impossible could become possible. Ju Young never imagined a place like that could exist inside the prison. Meanwhile, Sangwoo hoped his target was bluffing. He quickly got back up, unable to believe Ju Young was completely healed. At that moment, the protagonist grabbed him by the neck. He explained that he had been beaten a lot as a child, which led him to develop the ability to recover faster. With that, he made another move against his opponent, declaring that there was no way Sangwoo could hunt him now. Just as he was about to strike again, the weirdo stood up, unable to believe what was happening. He had waited so long for that moment. Ju Young admitted that he had been waiting just as long, counting the days until he could beat him down. He clearly remembered being in the infirmary, completely injured, while Sangwoo oppressed him to the limit. Now he was there to take revenge for everything that had happened. However, Sangwoo said he wasn't as excited as before. The guy he had found appetizing was now fully recovered, and it didn't make sense to him anymore. He felt no reaction at all. In the end, Ju Young had no sympathy for him, since he was just a freak who preyed on the weakened. Ju Young demanded to know what his problem was, ordering Sang-woo to use his fists and leave him in that same broken state. Sang-woo was already badly injured, but he no longer wanted to fight. He explained that it didn't make sense anymore. It had to be something raw, organic, untouched. Otherwise it came with a terrible cost. Seeing him like that, Ju Young said he would just keep beating him. Sang-woo took the blows without reacting, unable to believe how relentlessly persistent Ju Young was. Then the scene shifted to his memory at the train station, where a man wearing a hat said he had heard that a crazy rookie had joined. Still, he assumed the newcomer was even more troublesome than expected. Sang-woo looked at him and asked who he was. The man had a tattoo on his face and questioned Sang-woo, saying he had heard that he only fought weakened opponents because that was what excited him. Otherwise, he wouldn't fight. Because of that, the tattooed man wondered how Sang-woo had managed to enter the Celestial Dragon, since he would have had to defeat countless strong fighters to get there. Sang-woo replied that facing an uninjured opponent in perfect condition felt like chewing the rubber wheels of a wheelchair. Just imagining it made him nauseous. In any case, if an opponent had no taste, if they didn't start to rot and twist with a foul smell, the only thing he could do was discard them. He had no reason to fight. Then Sang-woo made his move, kicking Ju Young and calling him disgusting. He clarified that since Ju Young wanted to fight so badly, no matter how awful he tasted, he would chew him anyway. He added that being digested by stomach acid wouldn't be the end for Ju Young, but when he tried to move, he felt something in his leg, and Ju Young realized that Sang-woo couldn't even tell who was the prey and who was the predator. Next, the scene shifted to a place called Risk Team 1, one of the main divisions of the Celestial Dragon. In truth, it was an oppression chamber used to interrogate traitors within the organization. No one who entered that place managed to stay silent. The tattooed man who had spoken to Sang-woo was named Gae Jung-ho. He was the leader of Risk Management Team 1 of the Celestial Dragon. He asked the person with him what they thought about everything that had happened, explaining that the essence of oppression wasn't physical pain, it was imagination. He could rip out fingernails, then skin, burn the inside of the mouth. Many things could follow, but the question was what exactly would come next. When people began to confess, amplifying that imagination was the oppressor's job. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was placing rubber pieces in his mouth while a man was tied up nearby. Sang-woo was so unhinged that he was chewing the rubber, saying it had an incredible taste. When an oppressor enjoys oppressing, that becomes the perfect way to maximize the victim's imagination. Sang-woo truly liked the oppression chamber. He listened to the victim's screams as if they were a feast for him. Then the scene returned to the moment when Sang-woo was fighting Ju Young, feeling like he might vomit. He thought of Ju Young as leftovers trying to force themselves down his throat. As he tried to steady himself, he said he would throw his opponent into organic waste. Suddenly, a tray flew toward him, and when he blocked it, Ju Young was already right on him, saying that leftovers were better than rotten food, landing a punch straight to the psychopath's face. However, Ju Young was caught off guard. The blow wasn't enough to destabilize him. Sang-woo, now irritated, lashed out with his leg, calling Ju Young a trash can and threatening to grind him up like in a shredder. Kitchen utensils started flying everywhere. He wondered what Ju Young would think about starting with his fingernails, holding a spoon and pressing it against them. But Sang-woo was still unsatisfied. His target was no longer weakened, and he felt no excitement from it anymore. Then he landed a kick on the protagonist, saying he had no desire to fight. Ju Young thought finding pleasure in fighting was pathetic. Sang-woo grabbed him by the head, saying that was what gave meaning to human life, calling him wasted food, and slammed Ju Young's head hard against the table. Suddenly, one of the pots started making noise. Sang-woo shouted. He was hungry. At that moment, Ju Young had had enough of his yelling. He told him dinner was ready and shoved his face close to an electric pot, splashing the boiling liquid onto him and burning him. But Ju Young went even further. He opened the pot and forced Sang-woo's face into the boiling water. He added that there were plenty of kitchen utensils around, making it the perfect place to cook, and started beating him with a frying pan. He struck him as if he were hitting a tennis ball with a racket. Soon, the place was completely covered in blood and food scraps. Ju Young figured that Sang-woo's fighting ability changed depending on his mood, since he wasn't even half as strong as before. Either way, Ju Young didn't care. But just as he was about to leave, he heard Sang-woo say that it actually felt good. Then the scene shifted to Gae Jung-ho, realizing that Sang-woo hadn't really understood. He explained that the essence of oppression wasn't physical pain. He had broken the traitor without even getting a confession, leaving him completely insane. At that moment, Sang-woo was tied up, and Jung-ho was about to show him how things were really done, landing a heavy blow to his stomach. He explained that fear, pain, despair, and other emotions were things Sang-woo should imagine, however his heart desired. Sang-woo tried to speak, but Jung-ho couldn't understand, and leaned closer to hear him, only for Sang-woo to ask him to keep hitting him, showing just how twisted he was. Jung-ho realized the situation was far more problematic than he had expected. The scene shifted back to Sang-woo lying on the ground while Ju Young stood over him. Sang-woo said it had been a long time since he had felt something like that. He had reached a mental awakening, which in his case was pleasure. Ju Young couldn't understand what he meant, and suddenly, he was struck again. Sang-woo explained that he loved seeing people suffer, even himself. Then he told Ju Young that he wanted him to devour him. At that moment, Ju Young realized that that this was Sangwoo's awakened mindset. Either way, he warned that when it comes to a killing blow, whoever attacks first loses, and he activated his own awakening, which was rage. Then the scene shifted to a series of animals with bite marks on their bodies, chunks of flesh taken out in cookie-like shapes, before the attacker swam away. The bites belonged to the cookie-cutter shark. It doesn't eat for survival, but rather for the pleasure of tormenting its prey. It's known as the sadist of the seas. Joseph was certain that this shark had a unique trait, the way it bites and swims away to provoke its prey, no matter how large it is. It was almost as if it invited others to strike and bite it in return. Pain became a way to transcend into pleasure. It even seemed to enjoy being prey. Completely bizarre. Sangwoo was exactly like that. Then the scene shifted to the cafeteria, now completely wrecked. A glass window shattered. Juyong had broken through it and moved into another section, reaching the kitchen area filled with ingredients and even hot oil, which was frying peppers. Juyong couldn't believe Sangwoo was so insane that he actually enjoyed being beaten. Since he was the one delivering the beating, he didn't even know how to feel about it. Meanwhile, Sangwoo coughed heavily, feeling as if all his bones had been crushed, but to him, that was a good thing. That lunatic even asked Juyong to keep hitting him. He felt an intense stimulation, something he had never experienced before, not even in the Celestial Dragon's oppression chamber. Jaeyoung had no idea what he was talking about. Sangwoo explained that interesting things happened there. It was used to interrogate traitors, but it had another purpose as well. Jaeyoung couldn't understand why that weirdo had stopped fighting just to talk. Then Sangwoo asked him if he didn't know what Chagongrong had done there to his one and only beloved son. Sangwoo eventually realized he had almost gone too far, and that he really shouldn't say anything about it. Juyong demanded that he speak, since he had already opened his damn mouth. Sangwoo refused. After all, if he talked, Gai Zhengho would come after him to end his life. Shukung didn't care in the slightest and kept insisting his opponent talk. Sangwoo simply ignored him, saying they would continue from where they left off. However, Juyong threw a punch straight at his face, just to make him stop acting stupid, making it clear that Sangwoo had to talk. Sent flying through the air, Sangwoo was actually enjoying the aggression, showing how twisted he was, wanting to savor Juyong. He tried to kick him, but Juyong dodged and landed another punch on his opponent. The more Sangwoo got beaten, the more he liked it, while the pepper sizzled in the hot oil. To make things worse, the more he got beaten, the stronger Sangwoo became. At one point, he managed to counterattack and knock Juyong down, declaring that he wouldn't die. Still, Juyong quickly got back up, asking how long that bastard Sangwoo could keep it up, and kicked him in the head. Sangwoo just lay on the ground, enjoying the moment, saying it felt amazing and that his body was becoming strange. Juyong was losing his mind seeing something so messed up. As the pepper kept frying in the oil, several boxes were flying around along with Juyong. Sangwoo wanted to play with him. He stood there with a smile, saying he was excited. He told Juyong to stay still and keep going, to throw his strongest attacks, wanting Juyong to put everything into his body, and Juyong responded with a bicycle kick straight to Sangwoo's head. It was almost enough to tear him apart. By then, Juyong was getting used to using mind awakening. The scene then shifts to the past, where Juyong was in great pain, and his father reminded him that the more he used mind awakening, the more it would affect his body. In the end, Juyong needed to cultivate it, and his father believed he would manage and figure out how to use it properly soon. He told Juyong to remember that he couldn't keep the flame burning all the time. Juyong kept that in mind, knowing it would have serious side effects on his body. After his fights with Sangwoo and Jaerim, he thought about how to endure it, and realized he could keep it turned off, and only activate mind awakening when necessary. He then struck Sangwoo with a blow that seemed to punch a massive hole into his abdomen. Sangwoo liked it. It was much deeper, and he felt immense pleasure. Juyong took the chance to attack again, turning Sangwoo into a punching bag. He kept beating him down while Sangwoo declared he had never felt anything like that before, saying his heart felt like it would explode from excitement. Juyong explained that switching mind awakening on and off gave him an unexpected advantage. At the moment of activation, his strength increased exponentially, but before that piece of trash Sangwoo could say anything, he was hit hard in the face again. Juyong asked if his opponent still planned to stay silent. In the end, Sangwoo said he had been in the Celestial Dragon's oppression chamber, implying he knew very well that the easiest way to make him talk, until he gave the answer Juyong wanted, was to fry him until he became nice and crispy, pushing his head close to that scorching oil. Then the scene shifts to an air vent, where a long-haired guy complained that the place was too cramped. He wasn't alone. Taesan and Yunho were with him. He thought it was a good spot to watch the fight, but the other two didn't like being there, since they were watching a battle between sharks. The long-haired guy, who had brought them there, started making them suspect he was trying to kill them, and even the poor goat had been brought along. He said the bigger the audience, the hotter the match. The two of them found prisoner 5521 extremely irritating, even feeling a strong urge to kill him. Then prisoner 5521 stated that Juyong had already won, and that it was time for things to move. Suddenly, he noticed something strange, a bizarre smell, and the others were confused, thinking the protagonist might be cooking something. Then they realized Sangwoo was being threatened with having his face fried, and the long-haired guy remarked that the best fried meat is shark. At that moment, Ju Young asked if his opponent was really sure he didn't want to talk about what he had done to Cha Gangryong's son in the oppression chamber. Sang-woo made it clear that if he spoke, he would end up dead, remembering Gyu Jung-ho, and so he refused. Ju Young thought the guy was crazy and didn't understand what was about to happen to him, as he shoved Sang-woo's face dangerously close to the boiling oil. Sang-woo couldn't believe his opponent would actually do something like that, warning that the oil was boiling. This was no joke. Then he realized he was about to reach the oil and said Ju Young was going too far. But the protagonist had never said it was a joke. At that moment, Sang-woo remembered Gae Jung-ho, talking about the essence of oppression. Not physical pain, but imagination. That's when he started to panic. Because every time his head got close to that oil, it felt like he would truly die. Ju Young denied it, explaining to the weirdo that he would only suffer severe facial burns, not death, though he might wish he were dead. Then Ju Young began forcing Sang-woo's head down. Sang-woo went into shock, screaming, and finally decided to tell everything he knew. He revealed that not long ago, Gangrang had taken someone out of the torture chamber for his son. He needed someone to drive a truck into a girl. At that moment, Ju Young let go of him, and Sang-woo felt overwhelming relief, his body trembling non-stop. Ju Young then declared that no matter what happened, he was more than willing to kill his father. The scene then shifts to a parked car. Inside, there was food from a famous fast food chain. A guard was on the phone and received the news that Sang-woo had lost to Ju Young. She wiped her greasy finger on her clothes and was ready to explain Ju Young in detail to the person on the call, but he said that wouldn't be necessary. He already had plans for the day. It was Jung Woong, and he told her he'd call back later. Meanwhile, Gae Jung-ho was fishing. Jung Woong approached him. It had been a long time since they last met, so he asked how he'd been. Gae Jung-ho didn't expect the executive director to visit someone who was just a team leader, but Jung Woong said he was being too modest. He also didn't expect the notorious leader of the Celestial Dragon's oppression chamber to enjoy such a calm hobby. Gae Jung-ho then started speaking in a strange way, saying he liked holding a fishing rod. To make things worse, he didn't even like catching fish, meaning he was always letting the cod escape, which left Jung Woong completely confused. Gae Jung-ho explained that his real hobby was catching people, and in the water, there was a man completely tied up with a weight around his neck. Hearing that from the leader of the Celestial Dragon's oppression chamber, Jung Woong found it quite amusing. Then Gae Jung-ho asked why the executive director had come to the fishing area, and Jung Woong explained he had been keeping an eye on a big fish for a long time, but it always escaped at the last second. This time, he wanted Gae Jung-ho's help. The so-called fisherman asked who he was talking about, and Jung Woong answered, Cha Gangryong. The scene then shifts to an aquarium, where an announcer informed the public that it was almost feeding time. Many people there looked frightened, because of Joseph. The weirdo stood close to the tank, saying it had been an exceptional sight. Two sharks fighting, biting into each other's flesh. Ju Young's victory had truly caught his attention. It felt less like a fight for survival and more like a feeding. Joseph finally understood what kind of shark the one on the first floor was. In the second wing of the juvenile prison, once sharks are released, the ecosystem collapses, and creatures activate their defense mechanisms. Turtles hide in their shells, pufferfish inflate, octopuses camouflage themselves. But sharks behave completely differently. Then the scene cuts to prisoner 5521, who was laughing while petting a goat. Taesan and Yoon-ho couldn't understand what was going on. The long-haired guy was completely insane. The scene shifts to a cell, the shark of the 4th floor. Then to the 5th floor's shark. The long-haired guy wondered if those two had started moving, since they were the last remaining sharks. Next, back to the 4th floor, where a young man was cleaning and noticed something odd. A door was wide open. He didn't understand why, since that door, the shark's cell, was almost never open. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence, and was shocked to see that prisoner, 1129, was outside his room. He wondered if the shark was about to leave the 4th floor. The security cameras captured everything. Then the scene shifts to the 5th floor, second wing of the juvenile prison, where someone was coming down the stairs, something quite rare among those prisoners. Soon, they realized who it was. A man with a black tag, indicating he was the shark of the 5th floor, with long hair. The monitoring room showed all their movements. Finally, the scene changes to Gimcheon General Hospital, in the medical unit for juvenile prison inmates. A guard watched over the place. Jerim was in a wheelchair, sighing. There were still 3 weeks left until his discharge, and he wasn't happy about it at all. He stared at a poster right in front of him, telling him to keep smiling because it was Happy Week. To him, happiness was a load of crap, and it made him extremely irritated. He grabbed the poster, muttering to himself that happiness was a lie. Everyone pretended to feel emotions that didn't even exist. He had even tried to chase happiness, but said it only led him to misery. He also believed that Ju Young had stepped on him to climb up in life. He thought Ju Young was doing just fine now, acting like he owned the prison. The scene then shifts to Sang-woo, his face covered in bandages. He was hungry, but he hated the hospital food. It was tasteless. On top of that, he hadn't eaten Ju Young, so he had lost his appetite. He believed that at that very moment, Ju Young was looking for the sharks on the upper floors, the 4th and 5th floor sharks, and he was sure they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even among the Celestial Dragon's seeds, the sharks of the 4th and and 5th floors were monsters of a completely different breed. Sangwoo couldn't even imagine devouring them. They were true monsters. At that moment, a nurse arrived, asking him to be patient and how he was feeling. She also told him to lower his pants a bit, making it clear it was going to sting. He completely freaked out. He didn't want any of that. He was terrified of needles and wanted to stay as far away from it as possible. The nurse told him to calm down, but Sangwoo never wanted to feel pain again after the beating he took from Ju-young. Then the scene shifts to the multimedia room, where a movie was playing on screen. A muscular goat fighting a tree-like monster. The prisoners were irritated, complaining that it was a trash movie and wanting revenge on the director. Yoonho was worried, since the other sharks had surely heard rumors about Yu-young, and he was afraid to return to his room. Taesun didn't think it was that bad. He wanted to test the explosive mine he had created, even if it meant blowing up the entire prison. The long-haired guy's goat watched all of this, looking quite frightened. Prisoner 5521 was surprised to see that Ju-young, who could barely stand after fighting the first shark, was now completely fine. Ju-young explained it was thanks to the long-haired guy, who clarified that it was actually because of the place he had told Ju-young about. Ju-young then wondered how that mysterious guy knew so much. Far too much for an ordinary prisoner. But since prisoner 5521 said nothing, Ju-young decided to let it go. Still, he felt the guy was acting even stranger than usual that day. He probably should have been screaming while watching a movie like that. The long-haired guy commented that reality seemed more entertaining than any movie right now. Ju-young didn't understand what he meant, until suddenly another prisoner burst into the room, saying something big was happening. He announced that the 4th floor shark and the 5th floor shark had just started fighting, catching the protagonist off guard. The scene then cuts to Jerem, who had barely dealt with the last 2 sharks before. He couldn't believe Ju-young was about to face those two. Suddenly, he felt something strange and fell out of his wheelchair. The guard thought he was having another seizure, but Jerem screamed in desperation. He was terrified. Meanwhile, Sangwoo grew even more unhinged at the thought of Ju-young trying to devour the last 2 sharks. He was convinced that in the end, Ju-young would be the one devoured. Remembering their fight made him extremely agitated. He didn't want that to happen. The nurse became concerned, even apologizing to him, while Sangwoo screamed that he didn't want to be fried. She had no idea what was going on with her patient. Yoonho was shocked to hear that the sharks were fighting each other and wanted to understand why. Taesun congratulated Ju-young, saying that if the 2 sharks were fighting on their own, it would be a piece of cake for him. The long-haired guy thought about it for a moment. He had been expecting a surprise attack on Ju-young, but the opposite was happening. Still, he found the twist quite interesting. At that moment, Jo-young stood up and walked out of the multimedia room without saying a word, leaving everyone confused. Meanwhile, the people watching the movie noticed something strange. Near where the monsters were fighting, something was rising from the sea. The goat tried to destroy the tree monster, and the long-haired guy realized that the trash movie had a plot twist. On the movie poster, the title appeared, Monster Goat vs. Tentacle Alien, and Mega Shark Strikes Back. Ju-young found himself in a difficult situation. If those two settled things on their own, he would have to be the one to finish them with his own hands. His movements were also being tracked by the cameras. A guard noticed a strange signal and rushed to the scene, not even having time to properly change due to the urgency. She couldn't understand what the hell was going on. The 4th and 5th floor sharks were moving at the same time. She tried to figure out why, wondering if they were heading to fight each other. Then she saw Joseph writing with his shark-shaped pen. He was clearly agitated, because 2 sharks moving toward each other simultaneously had never happened in the entire history of the juvenile prison's second wing. He didn't fully understand it himself, but in evolutionary biology, there are cases where species evolve into more powerful and complex beings to survive when a foreign life form enters their ecosystem. He believed there was a cause behind it. Ju-young. The guard couldn't believe that everything was happening because of Ju-young. Joseph explained it was essentially the Red Queen hypothesis. Humanity evolves vaccines to survive against viruses, while viruses keep evolving to overcome those vaccines. It's a constant cycle of evolution. He grew excited, believing that Ju-young and the other sharks would begin to compete continuously, evolving to fulfill their destinies. Suddenly, another strange signal appeared. The guard realized that, just as Joseph had said, Ju-young had also started moving. She thought it was extremely risky for him to do that. She couldn't fully understand what was happening, and preferred to believe Joseph was just acting impulsively. Meanwhile, in the room where people were watching the movie, even though they were thinking about the sharks, Yoonho, holding the goat, couldn't believe it. The 2 sharks had been quiet. There was no reason for them to move. Then everyone saw that the 1st floor shark had left. Naturally, they all assumed Ju-young was going to interfere in the fight between the other 2. Taesun couldn't understand it either, and Yoonho said that the day had finally come. Taesun had no idea what he meant, and Yoonho declared that it was the apocalypse of that prison, that they would all explode and die in this war of sharks. Taesun didn't disagree, but he figured Yoonho wouldn't want a painful death, so he told him not to worry, he'd make it quick, and suddenly put him in a chokehold. The scene then shifts to prisoners standing before the 5th floor shark. They didn't know much about the other sharks, except that the last ones were different from the ones who had already been retired. These were called emugi within the celestial dragon, and their combat level was 3 times higher than anyone could imagine. Then the scene cuts back to Taesun, who found everything strange, while Yoonho wondered how he was still alive. Taesun explained that no matter how strong those two were, he couldn't see Ju Young losing to them. Next, prisoner 5521 appeared, laughing like a hyena. He looked at a pamphlet announcing that a mega shark would appear, believing that everything before had just been a trailer, and that a spectacular, action-packed story was about to relieve everyone's daily stress. Then the scene shifts to Ju Young, who believed he had arrived at the place where the two sharks were fighting, the library. At that moment, he questioned whether he should interfere, but when he opened the door, the place was completely silent. Ju Young's eyes widened. There was no one there. He couldn't understand it. He was certain he had heard that the sharks were in the library. As he looked around, he found a book on the floor and couldn't understand why it was there. Then he noticed empty spaces on the shelves and several books scattered across the ground, clear signs that the two sharks had fought there. That wasn't all. Some shelves had been knocked over, and a pipe in the ceiling had burst, flooding the area. The place was a complete mess. Suddenly, the door opened. Someone was behind him. It was prisoner 5521. He wanted to know why no one was there, and Jo Young explained they had arrived too late. The long-haired guy referred to the two sharks as the goat monster and the alien monster, shouting because he really wanted to watch that movie. Ju Young had no idea what the hell he was talking about. The long-haired guy insisted it had been a spectacular, action-packed plot, but quickly became frustrated since his expectations had been ruined. Ju Young explained that he had planned to beat both of them while they were busy fighting each other, but told prisoner 5521 not to be disappointed. The movie wasn't over yet. In the long-haired guy's hands was a copy of Sleeping Beauty, and he couldn't understand what Ju Young meant. The scene then shifts to the security cameras, showing that the library had been completely destroyed. The guard realized that the fight between the 4th and 5th floor sharks had ended without a winner. She thought that if Ju Young had arrived earlier, they might have witnessed a much more exciting show. What a shame. At the same time, she felt that the real fun was only just beginning. Then the scene moves to the director's office, where Joseph was staring at the aquarium. He felt relieved that the meeting of the three sharks had been prevented. If all three had fought at once, the system would have exploded. Watching just the two sharks fight had already been more than enough for him, and seeing Ju Young get involved would have been perfect. Suddenly, his pen fell into the aquarium, soaking his shark pie. The scene shifts again to Jo Young walking, thinking about the two remaining sharks. From what he had heard, and judging by the fight, they were on a completely different level compared to the others. His plan to interfere in their fight had been ruined, so he decided not to rush, avoiding the risk of getting himself killed, and instead began planning his next move in his cell. At that moment, the 4th floor shark suddenly appeared in front of him, yawning. Ju Young's eyes widened. The 4th floor shark made it clear that they should finish this quickly. He was sleepy and exhausted. His name was Do Hin Woo. Then the scene shifts to the girl who was monitoring the cameras. She was a bit sleepy, and according to the schedule, the 4th floor shark was supposed to be next. He is the elite of the elite among the Dragon Celestial rookies, one of the Bluey Moogies, and he is always hiding under his blanket. She couldn't understand how he could suddenly start acting so proactively. And as for Ju Young, it would be better not to disturb his sleep. After all, waking a sleeping monster is a life-threatening risk. Next, Ju Young sees the black ID badge, confirming that there is a shark in front of him. He didn't expect a shark to find him so quickly. Hyun Woo then wants to confirm whether he is indeed talking to Ju Young, stating that he is the shark of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, and in the end, he has come for his floor as well. Ju Young just wants to confirm if this is really the person he is thinking of, but Hyun Woo makes it clear that, as he said before, they would end this quickly. Then he raises his hands, saying he is surrendering, leaving Ju Young stunned. Hyun Woo doesn't want to fight and explains that he is also very sleepy. He yawns again and says he hasn't been exercising, hasn't been sleeping much, and has a thyroid problem. He just wants to avoid further fatigue. Ju Young can't believe that this guy is there just to say he doesn't feel like fighting. Hyun Woo explains that it wasn't just with Jo Young. He said the same thing to the 5th floor shark as well. He asked the guy from the 5th floor to fight on his behalf before Jo Young reached the 4th floor, but the guy simply turned his back, making it clear he wouldn't follow his orders. In the end, they exchanged a few punches, and Hyun Woo chose to surrender. Jo Young is very confused by everything, and even doubts whether Hyun Woo is really a shark. Once again, Hyun Woo confirms he is surrendering and turns his back on Ju Young, declaring that it is time to sleep. Seeing all of this, Ju Young can't imagine anything more ridiculous. The guard on the other side of the wall hears everything and realizes that the 4th floor shark still seems to be asleep. She simply cannot allow that. Meanwhile, Ju Young sits on his bed, unsure whether Hyun Woo is trying to trick him. Just because someone is too tired to fight, and the opponent says he won't fight, doesn't mean he will ignore the Dragon Celestial members. Still, he acknowledges that he needs to wait for the right moment. The scene then shifts to a prisoner washing his clothes. He is furious that the prison's washing machine suddenly broke. He is not the only one. Many inmates are washing their clothes by hand and are very irritated, as it is a tiring task. Taesun, however, loves washing clothes by hand, and is currently giving a goat a bath while talking to it. He is really enjoying the moment, and Yuno agrees agrees with his companion, not because of the laundry, but because of the temperature, humidity, and sunlight. Everything is perfect for him. He then declares that it is the perfect day to die. He just wants to escape this prison, one way or another, which he calls hell. Taesun is just as crazy as Yoonho, and even gives a mini tutorial on how Yoonho could end his own life. However, every time he is about to go through with it, he freezes, and Taesun doesn't understand why he never completes it. Yoonho then explains that in the end he actually wants to live. He also says that when he heard the fourth floor shark was coming to their cell, he really felt like dying. Taesun finds it funny to think that in the end, the first floor shark is actually a good person. He has helped them clean a few times, given Taesun clothes when it was cold, lent him soap when he ran out, and even slept beside him when he had nightmares. Ju Young also once gave him a full body massage when he was completely stiff, and even prepared a birthday meal. But in reality, Taesun is just hallucinating. Yoonho also likes Ju Young, but he sees Ju Young as a shark, and them as cleaner fish. These fish feed on the leftovers of sharks, keeping them clean, essentially a symbiotic relationship. In the end, both sides benefit. Suddenly, the goat starts bleeding, and Taesun realizes he left it soaking for too long. The goat has turned completely white. The scene then shifts to the clothes, fully washed and hanging on the line. Hyunwoo is lying down peacefully, until someone approaches and wakes him up. It is the guard, who reveals that he woke up at the right time. He simply asks why she woke him, while she cannot understand why he is sleeping in a place like that, especially since he has a perfectly good bed. Anyway, he wants to know why a prison officer is talking to an inmate. She realizes he is sharp, calling him a blue emugi, among the many talented collaborators of the Dragon Celestial. Those with the potential to become true dragons form a small elite group. Hyunwoo is one of them, and wants to know how she knows all of this. Just from his gaze, she already starts trembling, but it's excitement, as she confirms he is different, just as she expected. She explains she is there for a simple reason. She noticed he has been exhausted lately, to the point of losing his will to fight. She tears her tights and says she is there to reignite his spirit, leaving him wide-eyed. She then shows a tattoo on her leg, revealing that they are actually allies. The scene shifts to Jung Woong's office. He is already aware that the second and third floor sharks were defeated by Ju Young. The report was delivered by the prison juvenile detention agent herself. Jung Woong realizes Ju Young is faster than expected. However, to him, the fact that those two sharks were defeated by Cha Gangryung's son simply means they were not ready to be harvested. However, the woman working inside the prison informs him that Hyunwoo, the fourth shark, and also the fifth floor one are perfect sharks, called blue weapons. They passed strict screening standards, are top-tier rookies, and true ripe fruits ready to be harvested. Jung Woong then believes the time to harvest them has come, and the woman feels relieved, saying she infiltrated the prison precisely for that. She then informs the executive director that she will approach them the next day. However, before she can finish speaking, he stuffs an apple into her mouth, warning her that she could ruin everything if she acts too quickly. He explains that people should not be moved only through authority or power. They must be moved through the red desire. In any case, there is very little information about the fifth floor shark, which makes it difficult to understand his intentions. Still, Jung Woong believed he understood what Hyunwoo wanted, because he also knew the reason the fourth shark had joined the Dragon Celestial. The woman then concludes that she needed to put the red apple in his mouth. Next, the scene shifts to her speaking with Hyunwoo. He states that he never heard anything about a Dragon Celestial member being in that prison. She explains that it was a top-level operation, and that if it were leaked that she was there, everything would become complicated for them. She also reveals that she has temporarily sabotaged the security cameras and gets straight to the point. She has a favor to ask and hopes he can help her. However, he immediately turns his back on her and refuses. Even if she is part of the Dragon Celestial like him, there is no reason for him to obey her. On top of that, he is still feeling exhausted. At that moment, the woman remembers the executive director saying she should move people using red desire. Realizing it makes sense, she looks at Hyunwoo's lifeless eyes and deep dark circles. She is certain that he won't solve this just by sleeping. Catching him off guard, she touches points that could stimulate any young man, and says he is suffering from extreme chronic fatigue, and that she could help him wake up. At that moment, Hyunwoo asks if she can take responsibility for what she just said. That's when she realizes he is finally interested, but before anything else, she needs him to do a favor. Suddenly, she notices something strange. There is a door there, and wonders if it was always open. The scene then shifts to the staircase. Yoonho is completely exhausted. He went up to the rooftop to hang his clothes and ended up seeing the two of them. Not understanding what he just witnessed, he chooses to retreat. He couldn't hear the conversation because he was far away, but he saw the woman's tattoo and became certain she is from the Dragon Celestial. Suddenly, the woman appears right behind him, asking if he was already leaving. Yoonho starts trembling, not knowing what to say. With a smile on her face, the undercover prison officer comments that he forgot his underwear and even teases him, saying he is bigger than he looks. Yoonho, completely nervous, denies everything, saying he is neither big nor small. Still, he feels relieved that she apparently didn't realize he was on the rooftop. Soon after, the disguised agent randomly brings up a fake curiosity just to start a conversation. Since it is completely made up, Yoonho admits he has never heard of it in his life. She then reveals she invented it on the spot. Trying to keep things calm, Yoonho awkwardly laughs it off. Suddenly, the woman coldly warns him. Many people die after having their tongues ripped out for revealing someone's secrets. Then she turns away, casually mentioning she feels like eating beef tongue for dinner. At that moment, the young man is completely confused about what just happened. The scene then shifts to the dining hall, where prisoners are eating. Yoonho is so strange that he is arranging beans into a pile and eating them. Yoonho tries to understand why, and Yoonho explains that he simply has no appetite. At the same time, he has no idea what to do, because the Dragon Celestial, as he knows it, is capable of killing a single person in 3 seconds. As the largest corporate criminal organization of the 21st century, he only wants to understand why someone with that tattoo is inside the prison. However, that is not the most important thing for Yoonho at the moment. He remembers the brief threat she made, and is sure it was a warning. She could kill him if he reveals the secret. So he wonders if that also means she might spare him if he stays silent. He is in a desperate situation after discovering a Dragon Celestial secret. He even thinks it might have been better to die before all of this happened. His mind drifts into absurd ideas, including dying after eating a mountain of beans. At the same time, he really doesn't want to die and starts considering asking for help. Ju Young notices what Yoonho is doing and asks if he needs help, because Yoonho had written help using beans. Panicking, he tries to make an excuse, saying he wants help because he wants sauce for his rice. But both of them are sure something is wrong with him, and even consider taking him to the infirmary. They then decide to leave the dining hall. Still, Yoonho thinks he shouldn't tell them anything right now, because it would be too dangerous to talk about her. He doesn't want to put them in danger because of someone like him. However, Taeson notices he hasn't gotten up. The scene shifts to Hyunwoo's room. The window opens, letting daylight in. No matter how much he tries to sleep, it feels like he cannot wake up. He is trapped in a dream, and in that dream he feels alive. Then he realizes this might be the way to awaken. Hyunwoo wakes up in real life, but nothing has changed. He still hasn't truly awakened. Realizing he might only have one option, he remembers the prison agent, who is actually a Dragon Celestial member. Her request was for him to take care of a fish. The scene shifts to Yoonho, completely shocked, hitting a club against the ground. His clothes smell strange because he didn't dare hang them up. He was afraid to go back to the rooftop. He wonders if he should go up again. He thinks maybe he can, since nothing has happened yet, and maybe that woman might actually spare him. So he thanks the god of beans for trusting him. Suddenly, a shark appears behind him. It is Hyunwoo. He is looking for Hyunho, calling him a fish. At that moment, Hyunho understands nothing. From afar, Ju Hyun watches everything through the window. The scene shifts to some strands of hair near a drain. Taeson feels amazing with his new haircut, done by Yeonho. He doesn't understand how he ended up in prison cutting Taeson's hair, while Taeson insists Yeonho should do it because he studied at a beauty school. Taeson then offers Yoonho's services to another prisoner, inmate 5521, but he refuses, saying it's not hair, it's a bird's nest. He even believes there are 3 eggs in it, which shocks Taeson with how insane the man is. Then Yoonho goes out and asks the first floor shark Ju Young if he wants a haircut, clearly offering his help. Ju Young then remembers being at the park with his friend Daeon. She used to cut his hair and thought she was very good at it. She would show the result in the mirror, saying she had divine scissors, while he cried, wanting his hair back. He even thought about picking up the cut strands and gluing them back onto his head. On top of that, she charged 5,001, making him think she had even cut out his conscience. She used to say that when he became popular at school, it would be because of her. In his view, however, with that haircut, he would only become a joke among the other students. Suddenly, she tells him that his hair looks really nice, and that he is smiling too. That makes him embarrassed, and she says her mission is complete. Jae-young doesn't understand it. He explains that he has been quiet lately, and she thought he would never smile again, which made her worried. She then explains that it was the orphanage teacher who told her that. When she feels sad, she cuts her hair. In that way, she cuts away sadness along with the strands. Ju-young listens to his friend, but ends up feeling sad again when he thinks about going to school like that. Next, the scene shifts to Ju-young looking at himself in the mirror. He notices his hair has grown back, and that he should ask Yoonho to fix it. Then he hears a scream for help. It's the crazy long-haired guy running, with several birds trying to land on his head, while he shouts, making it very clear that his hair is not a nest. The scene then shifts to the fourth shark finding Yoonho, and referring to him as little fish. He immediately states that he is sure Yoonho saw them on the rooftop, and remembers seeing that woman's tattoo. He then concludes that the shark has come to kill him. Pretending not to know anything, Yoonho claims he is afraid of heights and therefore cannot go to the rooftop. He piles on excuses, saying he is a coward who can't even keep his eyes open up there, and therefore saw no tattoo. Yoonho is confused by what he is saying, but realizes Yoonho is playing dumb and confirms that he did see it. Not understanding why Yoonho is dragging things out and acting clueless, Hyunwoo grows impatient and says he is tired and they should finish this quickly. Yoonho suddenly throws himself to the ground, grabs Hyunwoo's leg and begs for forgiveness. He says he never wanted to go to the rooftop and apologizes for what he saw, rambling incoherently. He even says that even if his dead grandmother asked him about the rooftop in a dream, he still wouldn't tell her anything. Desperate, he begs Hanwoo to spare his life. The fourth shark, however, only yawns, saying he almost fell asleep. The scene shifts to a pot on the stove with the flame on. A younger Hyenwoo is sitting there, exhausted and extremely sleepy. The pot starts boiling over. He dozes off and the contents spill out. He suddenly wakes up and realizes a fire has started. Back in the present, Hyunwoo tells Yoonho he is so sleepy he could kill him. The boy tries to convince him he won't tell anyone, even under torture. Hyunwoo refuses, saying he made a promise to that woman. In exchange, he could get rid of the extreme fatigue that has been affecting his life. Because of that, he decides he just wants the boy to die there. He grabs Yoonho by the neck, but the boy remembers that if someone kills inside the prison, they could receive a maximum sentence of over 20 years. However, Hyunwoo recalls what the woman said. The juvenile prison was not officially listed in national documents. The second wing was an unofficial institution, secretly run for research by director Ma Won-chang, an academic supported by the government. Nothing that happened there was recorded. She had made it clear that killing someone there would have no consequences. And at that moment, Hyunwoo didn't care about taking Yoonho's life, until Yoonho slashes his face, making him bleed. The pain bothers him, and he doesn't understand why his target is struggling so much. Angry, he kicks Yoonho brutally, saying he was trying to kill him without pain, but the boy is only making things harder. Hyunwoo gives him no rest, while Yoonho begs to be let go. He doesn't care and doesn't want Yoonho struggling to survive, since it only makes him more tired. Just as he is about to finish him off, something unexpected happens. He is interrupted and left confused. Taesan appears and blocks the attack using a laundry basin, saving his companion. He announces that the time for his entrance has finally come, saying he is in his best condition, with his masculinity fully enhanced. Yuno doesn't understand how Taesan got there, while Hyunwoo, unfazed, tells him to stop wasting time and says it's already past bedtime. Taesan disagrees, saying the situation is serious. He admits that alone he could never beat a shark like Hyunwoo since the power gap is too large. However, he says things change with a trap. Hyunwoo dismisses it as nonsense, but Taesan insists. The trap is already set. For a fish like him to survive, he has to play dirty. He warns that if Hyunwoo touches that wire, hell will be unleashed. Then he makes his move. The scene shifts to the surveillance room, where Joseph watches one of the sharks, who oddly wears sneakers. He finds it strange, since arriving in Wing 2, the 4th floor shark had never acted proactively, and the fight he had with the 5th floor shark earlier was just a setup to avoid fighting Ju-young. He even went down to the 1st floor to declare his surrender. Joseph understood that much, but suddenly attacking a weak fish made no sense. It went completely against the 4th shark's usual behavior of avoiding fights. The undercover prison agent, however, claims it isn't as strange as Joseph thinks, since the 4th shark is also a predator. Maybe after fighting the 5th shark, he started enjoying combat. In reality, she is just trying to cover for Hyunwoo. Joseph falls into thought. The scene shifts to a blood-covered floor. Hyunwoo is down, with strands of hair around him. Yoonho doesn't understand how he made such a careless mistake. He only feels the need to run, while Taesan urges him on. But just as they are about to escape, Hyunwoo gets up and says he will put them both to sleep. Before he can finish, Ju-young appears and blocks his attack, saying Yoonho cannot die because he still needs someone to cut his hair. As for Hyunwoo's head, he says he will have to do some cuts of his own. The scene then shifts to the Celestial Pavilion hunting grounds. A ferret is there, and a man prepares his bow and arrow. He already knows Yu Young defeated 2 sharks, but believes it wasn't an easy task. That man was Ju Kung-chan, the Celestial Dragon's operations chief, and a close aide to Cha Gung-rong. Just as he was about to shoot the ferret, someone arrived with a gun and fired. The animal managed to dodge quickly. It was Yu Hee-won, the Celestial Dragon's observer, a beautiful woman close to Ju Young's father. She comments that Ju Young performed impressively. She then questions where Kang-chan was aiming, and even apologizes. Kang-chan prefers not to answer, but mentions that 2 sharks remain, the blue emugis. He himself was once one of them. Yu Hee-won points her gun at him, trying to provoke a reaction, saying the situation was getting boring. Kang-chan then concludes that a confrontation between those 2 sharks and Ju Young was inevitable, and may have already begun. The scene returns to Ju Young, who finds Hyunwoo's behavior strange. He clearly remembers that Hyunwoo used to avoid fighting due to exhaustion, but now he seems excited. Hyunwoo, for his part, says he is just very sleepy. He sighs, causing Ju Young to release his foot, and says he is not joking. He might actually fall asleep if he closes his eyes. He then turns his back, asking to be left alone. He says he has matters to settle with Yoonho, and that Yoon-young shouldn't interfere. However, when he tries to attack Yoonho again, Yoon-young intervenes once more, pushing him away and protecting his ally. Jo-young states that he cannot allow that, since he also has unfinished business with Hyunwoo. He considers their previous fight unresolved. Hyunwoo sighs again, realizing he won't be able to take a nap for now. Ju-young finds Hyunwoo's lazy behavior suspicious, and and wants to understand the reason behind it. Hyunwoo replies that it is none of his concern, but is immediately struck in the face by Ju Young. At that moment, Hyunwoo recalls the prison guard. Still, Ju Young insists on getting fully involved in the situation. Confused by the sudden attack, Hyunwoo tries to react but is struck again, this time in the stomach, being dragged several meters back. Jae-young demands to know Hyunwoo's objective. When he tries to land another punch, Hyunwoo dodges quickly, showing he is not as slow as he seems. Even so, he insists that, in the end, he just wants to sleep. The scene shifts to one of Hyunwoo's memories. After a pot overflowed, he was awakened by a dog. Upon waking, he saw fire spreading across the stove, but managed to control the situation quickly. Relieved, he realizes it could have ended very badly. He then thanks the dog, Kang-woo, for waking him up. The dog then shows a baseball, indicating it wants to play. Hyunwoo apologizes, saying he will play later, after taking a nap. He then falls asleep, only to be awakened by a noise. The dog was there, making a loud sound. Annoyed, he just wants Kang-woo to stop. He then tells Ju-young that sleep is the most vital human instinct and should not be interrupted. Still, he is kicked in the face again with full force. However, instead of feeling pain, Hyunwoo simply yawns, explaining that he cannot keep his eyes open. Yoonho then warns Ju-young to be careful. Suddenly, Yoonho delivers an absurd kick, lifting Ju-young off the ground. Still, Yoonho manages to stabilize himself upon landing. Yoonho shows impressive speed and warns him not to get in his way unless he wants to die. The scene shifts to the Celestial Pavilion's hunting grounds. Yoo Hyun reminds Kang-chan that there is something more important than the prison's sharks. Han Sua. To the inmates, she is just an undercover prison guard, but in reality, she is an administrative manager with no prior experience, only 25 years old. Kang-chan already knew that Han Sua is subordinate to the Celestial Dragon's Director General, Jung-won. Since the second wing is isolated, there is no way to know her true purpose there. The problem is that Jung-won could use her to interfere directly in Jo-young's life inside the prison. Suddenly, Cha Gang-ryong arrives, surprised by Jung-won's audacity in targeting his son. Still, he finds the situation interesting. The scene shifts to another of Hyunwoo's memories. He was on a bus with his dog and ended up falling asleep. In his dream, he felt the crushing weight of reality, yet at the same time lived as an ordinary, free person, like a normal child. He wished that dream would last forever, until the driver wakes him up, informing him they had reached the last stop and suggesting his parents must be worried. Hyunwoo doesn't understand why he was awakened, and as soon as the driver turns away, he grabs a fire extinguisher and hits him on the head, simply because he didn't want to be woken up. The scene returns to the present, with clothes scattered across the ground. Ju-young is also down, while Yoonho worries about him. Yoonho continues yawning, seemingly relieved that no one is left to stop him. He says he can take down Yoonho and then sleep for at least 10 minutes. However, Ju-young stands up, surprising Yoonho, and says 10 minutes is not enough. He intends to ensure Hyunwoo gets a good sleep, launching another attack. Hyunwoo blocks the strike with his knee and politely asks Ju-young once again to stop interfering. He then tries to stomp on him, but Ju-young is quick enough to evade. Hyunwoo realizes that if Ju-young is removed from the fight, he can finally rest. Still, he lands a hit, and although Yu-young blocks it, the impact drags him several meters back. Ju-young finds it strange that Hyunwoo only attacks with his legs and begins forming hypotheses. When Hyunwoo tries to attack again, saying he will put him to sleep, Ju-young acts intelligently. He uses a cloth to restrain the opponent's leg, testing his reaction. Hyunwoo finds the behavior odd, while Ju-young wants to see how he fights without using his lower body. Forced to respond, Hyunwoo attacks using his torso. Even so, despite his constant sleepiness, he remains extremely agile and returns to attacking with his legs, saying the trick is useless. In the end, Ju-young confirms his suspicion. Hyunwoo truly fights only with his legs. Meanwhile, Han Sua watches everything and uses her smartphone to take photos, believing it is enough to send to her superior. Feeling accomplished, she sends the images to Jung-won. It will be his first time seeing Jo-young. Jung-won comments that the boy doesn't resemble his father much, and asks Gae Jung-ho what he thinks about the situation. He believes Gang Ryong will not achieve his life's goal or become the Celestial Dragon's leader. To him, Gang Ryong was cruel for sending his own son to prison. Gae Jung-ho didn't know what to say, since that seemed exactly like the kind of decision Gang Ryong would make. Jung-won then took a branding iron from the hands of a man wearing a hat and admitted that Gae Jung-ho might be right. After all, Gang Ryong would do anything to get what he wants, and at that moment, Jung-won decided to act in the same way. The scene shifts to the poor ferret being brutally sliced apart. It was Gang Ryong himself doing it. While he wondered what Jung-won was planning, Ju Kang-chan admits they have always monitored Jung-won's movements, but recently, he had been acting suspiciously. He reports that Jung-won had frequently visited the risk management team, and they were trying to figure out the reason for it. Gang Ryong quickly realizes that the executive director's intentions are obvious. Kang-chan also informs him that Jung-won had already arrived at the location, and they would take quick action to be prepared in advance. Gang Ryong, who saw Jung-won as inferior, like an animal compared to himself, dreamed of becoming the dragon. The scene then shifts to Jae-young, still fighting the fourth shark. Hanwoo wasn't wasn't very pleased, since thanks to Jaeyoung, he only had 5 minutes left to sleep. Jaeyoung wants to know if Hanwoo is doing everything on purpose, blocking his attacks. He assumes Jaeyoung is very stubborn for only using kicks, but Jaeyoung doesn't mind, since it actually benefits him. It allows him to predict the opponent's attacks. It was far easier than dealing with someone who uses both hands and feet, whether dodging or counterattacking. Thus he lands a powerful strike on the fourth shark, feeling an absurd ease in doing so. Hyenwoo falls to the ground, and Juyoung believes he must have known this all along. Still, he doesn't understand what is going on. He wants to know why Hyenwoo doesn't use his hands. At that moment, Hyenwoo recalls the dog Kangwoo. He also remembers the moments when he was happy in his dreams, which causes him to mentally collapse. The scene shifts to Hansua, who is observing the fight. She knows Juyoung has accomplished great feats and even finds him cute, but in the end, everything is going according to her plan. Although Yoonho unexpectedly discovered her identity, she tried to eliminate him and ended up provoking Juyoung, what she considers killing two birds with one stone. Once the plan succeeds, she is certain she will become an executive of the Celestial Dragon. Since she is a close aide to Young Woong, her dream will come true. The scene shifts to a forest, where someone is holding a high-precision rifle. The person is aiming directly at Hansua. It is Yu Hee-won. To her, Hansua is living a sweet dream, and it is time to wake up. Haewon is seen panting, feeling pain in her legs and wondering why she had to climb that mountain. This was before she found Hansua and began aiming at her. She is irritated that Orabioni assigned her this mission. She arrives at the juvenile prison's second wing, intending to stop Young Woong and his subordinates' schemes. There, she is aiming at the executive director's subordinate. In her mind, they are destroyers who make everything meaningless. She feels the fine dust level is ideal and has a good feeling about it. Even the wind is perfect. She won't miss twice. She intends to eliminate her target. However, before she can act, she is startled by a frog suddenly appearing in front of her rifle sight. Thus, Hansua, seen by Hyewon as a sneaky rabbit, manages to escape. But Haewon doesn't care. She wasn't there to hunt rabbits anyway. She has real work to do. The scene shifts back to Hansua, who is now behind a door, slightly surprised. She has no idea who did it, only that someone was watching her large backside. Angry, she wonders if that person has no shame. Meanwhile, Joseph doesn't understand why the rooftop camera is turned off. It's very strange, and he needs to check it, but he knows something more important is happening. Two sharks are fighting, and he doesn't understand why, since Hyenwoo is supposed to only sleep. Still, he is both excited and disturbed by the situation. He recalls Hansua and feels things are not unfolding naturally. Nevertheless, he continues observing his role. The scene returns to Hyunwoo, who is struggling to stand due to pain in his leg. Jaeyoung appears behind him. Hyunwoo tries to attack, but Jaeyoung demonstrates incredible speed. Even though he knows it's none of his business, he wants to understand why the fourth shark only uses his legs. It seems like his hands are tied. He strikes Hyunwoo and warns him that fighting like this limits his potential, as his movements are too predictable. Juyoung decides to say this so it is fair after knocking him down. He then unleashes a powerful strike, sending Hyunwoo flying several meters. Hyunwoo crashes into a faucet, causing water to spray everywhere. The scattered droplets trigger a memory in him. In the memory, he wakes up, drinks water, and begins coughing. He tells his dog that he is sick and more tired than usual, deciding to sleep deeply for at least a day. He always had the same dreamlike environment and felt light in that place, until the dog wakes him up. He apologizes to Kangwoo, saying he cannot play that day and will do so when he recovers. He asks Kangwoo to behave. When he falls asleep again, Kangwoo wakes him once more, barking and crying. At that moment, Hyunwoo loses patience. Holding the dog tightly, he makes it clear it should not disturb his sleep. In the process, he knocks over a bottle of syrup. The falling droplets trigger the memory again, water acting as a stimulus. Back in reality, Juyoung stands in front of him, asking if he won't fight anymore. Since Hyunwoo can no longer use his legs, Juyoung decides to finish him, declaring he will never use his legs again. Then Hyunwoo grabs Juyoung by the neck, stating that Juyoung has already stolen 30 minutes of his sleep. Juyoung is shocked. Regarding the use of only his legs, Hyunwoo recalls what he did to the dog and explains that he only uses his hands to kill. He tightens his grip, declaring he will end Juyoung's life, and activates his mind awakening, born from laziness. Joseph watched everything through the security cameras. He described the fourth shark as a predator lurking in the depths of the ocean, referring to Hyunwoo as an angel shark. In the dangerous depths of the sea, this type of shark is one of the few that can sleep peacefully, drifting through dreams. But once awakened, everything changes completely. At that moment, Joseph notices something in the battle that catches his attention. Hyunwoo was gripping his opponent with all his strength, trying to force Juyoung into an eternal sleep. Juyoung begins to tremble, but suddenly Hyunwoo's eyes widen in confusion. Smoke starts to spread everywhere, and he can only wonder who Juyoung really is. The scene shifts to prisoner 5521, who is humming while walking his now white goat. He is happy to be walking again, no longer able to tolerate the smell of mold. He realizes this is the place where Juyoung used to go. He sees various marks on the wall and assumes Juyoung trained there. Suddenly, he remembers Juyoung mentioning a limit to the on and off off method. In the end, he forgets about it and continues walking with his goat. But abruptly, the animal starts bleeding and making strange noises. The goat had seen a hole in the wall. Prisoner 5521 believes Yu Yung must have found a solution, since it looks like someone fired a bazooka there. The scene returns to Hyunwoo, shocked, while Ju Young quickly distances himself. Hyunwoo tries to understand what just happened, and what Ju Young is attempting to do. Jae-young thinks it would be a shame if the sleepwalker discovered everything too soon. He rushes toward his opponent again, using the awakening of the mind through rage. However, Hyunwoo calmly states that no matter what Jae-young does, it will be useless. This surprises Jae-young. Hyunwoo makes it clear that he would rather die than lose. In an extremely fast movement, he appears behind Jae-young, ready to grab his neck, but Jae-young dodges and keeps his distance. Hyunwoo assumes that next time he catches him, he will end everything properly. Ju Young acknowledges how close that attack was. The fourth shark's hand strength was brutal. He could die from the next hit. He then realizes Hyunwoo uses his hands very well. Hyunwoo confirms it. He only uses his hands to kill. At that moment, Hanwoo remembers his past. Only him, his younger brother, and the dog. They were always together, but in the end, he ended up killing his own younger brother. Authorities claimed that Hangwoo, Hyunwoo's brother, died in a fire. They said Hyunwoo had been asleep for days due to a cold while the dog tried to wake him up repeatedly. Then a fire broke out in the kitchen, and Hangwoo died. The house was almost completely destroyed. Hyunwoo's survival was considered miraculous. Hyunwoo then remembers Kangwoo, the dog. He starts trembling, asking himself what he has done. He hopes the animal wasn't left alone and was with his brother. People around him talk about him, saying he had a condition that made him constantly tired, no matter how much he slept. Sometimes he would hallucinate and not recognize people. He continues trembling as others pity him. After all, everything got worse. He had no brother, no dog, and had killed both with his own hands. Yet at the same time, he found it strangely refreshing, as his eyes became clear and his body light as a feather. That was when he finally understood how to wake up, revealing a terrifying psychopathic nature. In the end, he slept as if dead, but his fatigue never disappeared. His life had always been split between dreams and reality, filled only with pain. But the moment he committed those atrocities against his family, the feeling of life draining from someone made him feel oddly revitalized. The problem was that this sensation didn't last. While he explains everything to Ju Young simply ignores it. It's too insane to process. He tries to attack with a knee strike but fails. Ju Young grows impatient, needing an opening, but Hyunwoo gives none. Hyunwoo easily grabs his knee and reveals he joined the Celestial Dragon Criminal Organization to kill as many people as possible. He then knocks Ju Young down and grabs his neck. However, there is a liquid on Hyunwoo's hands, and Ju Young manages to escape. Hyunwoo wonders what it is. Ju Young starts coughing heavily. He had applied detergent to his own neck. Still, Hyunwoo doesn't stop and charges again, declaring the opponent won't escape with useless tricks. Ju Young dodges once more. Hyunwoo persists and ends up embedding his hand into the wall. Ju Young is simply waiting for an opening. Hyunwoo's hand strength is so immense that he tears chunks out of the wall. He is furious. He no longer wants to wait. He wants to feel refreshed again. For that, he needs to use a method he usually avoids, which would leave him asleep for 3 days due to exhaustion. Still, he feels he must kill Ju Young as quickly as possible. He then rushes forward at absurd speed. Ju Young is shocked. His opponent is too fast. At that moment, Taesan and Yoonho intervene, grabbing Hyunwoo's leg. He looks at them without concern until something surprises him. Ju Young is already right in front of him, declaring that this moment is all he needed. Chosem means surpassing one's limits, but there is a time limit to maintaining it. Yu Young's solution is simple. In that brief moment when the perfect opening appears, he concentrates all the power he would normally release gradually into a single precise attack. Energy explodes, and he strikes Hyunwoo with full force. At that moment, heavy rain falls over the juvenile prison. Ju Young is breathless. Hyunwoo has been thrown against the wall, embedded in it. Ju Young can hardly believe he has killed someone. Yoonho becomes extremely worried, believing Ju Young reached that state because of him. Tyson thinks the same and even considers it noble. Ju Young then says it is time to go back. The scene shifts to the director's office, now empty. Han Sua sees the director removing his tie and doesn't understand why. He replies that he is simply exercising his rights. The scene then shifts to a peaceful location filled with calm. A radio plays a voice instructing someone to close their eyes, breathe deeply, and focus on the sensation of air entering the body. Kang Chan is practicing a breathing technique in front of a Buddhist statue. He was meditating, beginning with self-awareness. Suddenly, a voice announced that the breathing mission had been completed and that he had an item to retrieve, abruptly changing the tone and atmosphere. The location was revealed, a children's cafe in the Gangnam district at 11 p.m. The item was red. The scene then shifts to Joseph, who observes her tattoo and comments that it is beautiful, like a painting on a blank canvas. She becomes completely flustered. Regarding the tattoo, she tries to explain that it was a trend among women at the time and that she got it with a friend, but it doesn't matter. Joseph calls her a celestial dragon. He knows exactly how dangerous that criminal organization is, responsible for countless innocent lives lost. He makes it clear he has always known she was a member. Han Sua then questions why he allowed her to continue working in the prison as an officer. He explains that she has never failed in her duties. He doesn't care whether she is a criminal. He could even treat her like an alien. There is only one thing that matters to him, his aquarium, as he calls the second wing of the juvenile prison. Besides that, she had shown no suspicious behavior, so he simply ignored it. However, he knew she had made contact with the fourth-floor shark and even influenced his actions. That was something he could not tolerate. He makes it clear that if she interferes with the ecosystem of his aquarium again, even he doesn't know what he would do to her. Finally, he stands up and with false politeness asks her to be like a beautiful coral reef, just an ornament in a corner of his aquarium. The scene shifts to a conference room. The 45th session of the meeting for the promotion of prisoners' rights and welfare was beginning. It was the central organization of autonomous oceanic species, called Ocean. Representatives from each floor were present, working together to survive in that hostile environment. The chairman states that they need to resolve the issue of the third-floor bathrooms, which are clogged, and they will contact technicians to fix it. The second issue is the broken laundry faucet. The washing machine had broken, and afterward the faucet was destroyed. They learned it all started during a fight in which Ju Young defeated Hyunwoo. The area was left filled with dirty clothes and bloodstains. Taesan, one of the representatives, confirms that it was a life-and-death battle. He says he was only helping Ju Young, surprising everyone since he was caught between two sharks. Taesan even claims he did most of the work, and that Ju Young could have been in serious trouble without him. Everyone starts applauding him. The final topic is the shark conflict. They note that after Ju Young, the only remaining shark is the one from the 5th floor. They believe Ju Young might even be stronger than the 4th floor shark. In the last battle, the damage was limited to a broken faucet and a cracked prison wall, but there is no guarantee things will end so lightly next time. Therefore, they need a plan to deal with the sharks. Caught off guard by what he hears at the table, the scene shifts to Ju Young getting his haircut, and he thanks Yoon-ho. Yoon-ho thinks it is nothing special, but Ju Young isn't thanking him just for the haircut. During his fight with the 4th floor shark, if those two hadn't done everything they could to help, the technique he created would never have landed. At the critical moment, Ju Young had no idea what Hyunwoo was trying to do, but he felt he could die if he was hit by the 4th floor shark. If that had happened, he would have been slammed into the wall. He explains to Yoon-ho that he was very helpful the previous day, seizing the opportunity with full fury. He even believes Yoon-ho has fighting talent, though Yoon-ho disagrees. Suddenly, Taesan appears with news. He seems shocked and says that as the representative of the 1st floor, he just heard something major at the OCN meeting. He then asks Ju Young if he has ever heard of the Blue Imugi. The scene shifts to nighttime in the city, specifically to Play and Kids, a children's cafe. There is a creepy doll there interacting with kids. Kang-chan walks straight through. He didn't expect an item to be in a place like this. He has no idea what it is, when suddenly he hears a voice saying it is red and shiny. He then realizes there are several men also searching for the same item. They are struggling, and Kang-chan asks if they are really looking for a red item, saying they should have a little conversation. The men are confused and don't even know who he is. They even comment on Kang-chan's cute scar. From their accent, Kang-chan realizes they are from Busan and currently in Seoul. He asks who gave them orders. One of the men holds a blade and warns him that if he is not one of them and is here to cause trouble, he has 3 seconds to leave. The man tries to attack, but Kang-chan moves faster, cutting his neck and killing him instantly, sending him into a ball pit. The others are shocked. Kang-chan didn't want to spill blood in a place for children, but sees no other option. All of them are involved, and none will leave alive. He declares that they will all be annihilated. The scene shifts to earlier in Busan, during an investigation into the Yeongguang gang, which operates under the rules of the seas of Busan. In the end, they were reduced to back alley scammers surviving on daily loans. A mysterious man from the Celestial Organization speaks to the gang, saying the past no longer exists anywhere. In front of him is the leader of the Yeongguang gang, Park Young-gwang. Park Young-gwang doesn't understand why the man is there, since this should be a job handled in Seoul. It would be much easier to use someone from there, but the Celestial member explains that it must be done in secrecy, as the Busan men have no connection to Seoul. They are perfect for the job. Still, Park Young-gwang feels that everything about it is suspicious from miles away, but the young man said they would cover every cost of the trip, showing a suitcase full of gold. Park Young-gwang was a very suspicious guy. He knew his place, and the payment seemed a bit excessive. With that, he already realized it was compensation for their lives. The member of the Celestial Dragon simply stated that they needed to find an artifact, and that everything was in the documents. It was at that moment that the gang leader realized there was actually a person of interest, and that was Kang-chan. The Celestial Dragon member informed him that that man was the kind of person who demanded attention. He said Kang-chan was a team leader, and that, if they encountered him during the mission, it would mean things would not be easy. Their lives would be at risk. Then the scene shifts to the gang leader seeing Kang-chan. He didn't understand what was happening. Only at that moment did he realize that Kang-chan, who had just killed a member of his gang, was the target of interest. Kang-chan then asked again who had given them that job, but instead of an answer, one of the men became furious and charged at him, calling him an idiot. He was holding some colorful balls, and, with a psychotic expression, made it clear he was going to teach him manners, implying Kang-chan didn't have a mother. However, in the same instant, instant, he was struck in the head. Kang-chan made it clear that, in his entire life, that was the only education he had received. Park Young-gwang then ordered his men to attack Kang-chan, saying they could turn him into minced meat. The men rushed in with knives, but Kang-chan easily took down 2 of them. He admitted the coordinated attack wasn't bad, but they needed to improve their timing, since he managed to hit both at once. Then he turned his back on the 2, who were already practically dead. The other men rushed at Kang-chan, who dodged with absurd ease. He told one of the attackers that if he was going to use a knife, he should actually kill someone, not just pretend, as if he lacked resolve. Kang-chan was even hit, but the opponent wasn't willing to die alone and grabbed him, allowing another to try attacking from behind. However, Kang-chan jumped and disappeared from their sight, while several colorful balls flew across the area. Kang-chan commented that the trap was decent, but they were too slow. He kept attacking until he was completely covered in blood. A bald man assumed Kang-chan enjoyed watching blood spill and tried to attack him with a strange doll, but Kang-chan was too fast and completely sliced him apart. He then concluded that the gang was weak and urgently needed education. He even blamed the leader, calling him extremely incompetent. Meanwhile, Park Young-gwang was hiding inside a slide, terrified. To him, Kang-chan was a monster, having massacred all his men. Kang-chan then approached him, but before he could do anything, a gigantic man appeared and grabbed him. He said he had been holding back for a long time, introducing himself as the Mole and revealing his name, Do Youngpal. Kang-chan was thrown by the giant, while Park Young-gwang treated Do Youngpal as a savior. He was a newcomer to the gang and wanted to prove his worth. At that moment, the scene shifts back to before all the chaos. Park Young-gwang was looking at a document about the blue emugi and trying to understand what it was. He even thought it was a fish market. The mysterious celestial dragon man explained that the blue emugi was a group of young talents destined to become the next leaders of the organization. Or at least, that was what they said. They were not just candidates. They had been tested in countless battles, becoming true veterans, born to be the ultimate blades. They were not easy opponents. Park Young-gwang asked if they could kill that man when he appeared, but the mysterious figure replied that the fallen gang might be able to fight Kang-chan, but they should not overexert themselves. And at that moment, back in the children's cafe, Park Young-gwang realizes the situation is right in front of his eyes and that he is completely screwed. Do Youngpal now had both of Kang-chan's swords pierced through his body. Kang-chan asked whether the gang leader still intended not to reveal who had hired them. Park Young-gwang couldn't believe his gang had been destroyed. He asked if they could still have a decent fight, practically going insane, declaring himself the ruler of the open seas of Busan. He laughed uncontrollably. Suddenly, the doll began speaking again, and several more men appeared once more. Park Young-gwang declared that even if he died, he still had his damn pride, and that made it clear why he had brought so many thugs with him. Kang-chan quickly counted. There were about 40 people there, all eager to kill him. Park Young-gwang wanted to prove his gang was not a joke. Kang-chan, on the other hand, said he had other things on his schedule and didn't have enough time to fight them all. The men were confused, thinking he was giving up. Kang-chan then stated that an experienced martial artist does not need a blade. He dropped his sword, shocking Park Young-gwang, and declared that it was time to use his true blade. The scene shifts 15 years earlier. Heavy rain falls at the Incheon port, and a ship is about to sink. A man walks out, commenting that maybe he should have left the captain alive, but the son of God resisted too much and ended up losing his life. Kang-chan, responsible for it, finds everything extremely irritating. He always received garbage missions, which he considered far too dangerous. He was a member of the field response team. Suddenly, a man appears behind him, asking if Kang-chan was the one who did all that. The shock is immediate. Kang-chan turns around at once, asking who he is. It is Cha Gangryong, who confirms that Kang-chan's reflexes are as fast as the rumors say. Kang-chan was already blocking his movements. Gangryong comments that Kang-chan is not only a blue emugi, but also quite troublesome. Kang-chan doesn't understand what is happening. He finds it strange that such a large man knows him so well. Gangryong says he knows Kang-chan perfectly. He knows he can defeat multiple enemies with a single strike without even blinking, and apparently, he enjoys it. Kang-chan then suggests Gangryong leave, since he seems to be there only to judge him. Gangryong replied that such an explosive temperament was a problem. No matter how sharp Kang-chan was as a blade, at some point he would break. Because of that, he made an offer. He asked Kang-chan to enter his sheath, saying that he himself would wield him. The scene returns to the present. Park Young-gwang trembled and laughed at the same time. To him, it could only be a joke, as if Kang-chan saw his gang as something insignificant. Then we shift again to the past. At Busan port, there was a body inside an aquarium, while several members of the Japanese mafia were tied up with tape over their mouths. The one who had done it was Park Young-gwang. He said they had chosen the wrong place to do business. That area was his gang's territory. Relieved after resolving the situation, his men asked if they should throw the bodies into the sea. One of the Japanese men, desperate, tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. He said they belonged to the Sato gang and were only selling products at the designated location. Park Young-gwang realized the man knew too much and, without hesitation, killed him by driving a blade into his forehead. The Japanese mafia had been smuggling drugs inside fish, such as salmon and tuna. Then he ordered his men to clean up the trash. Anyone who messed with his gang would end up at the bottom of the sea. After sending several bodies into the ocean, he even commented ironically that it would be a fine feast for the fish, wishing them good appetite. The scene returns to the present. Park Young-gwang couldn't believe Kang-chan had annihilated all his men, and worse, with his bare hands, while everyone else had been armed with knives. He couldn't understand how that was even possible. Kang-chan began approaching, asking if he still wasn't ready to talk. He wanted to know who had hired them. Reluctantly, Park Young-gwang said he didn't know anything. He claimed he had only been seduced by the golden turtle and had no idea who the mastermind was. Desperate, he offered anything in exchange for his life. Kang-chan refused. He said he didn't need any of that. He also made it clear he didn't intend to kill him. Surprised, Park Young-gwang asked if that was really true. Kang-chan replied that there was no need to kill him since someone would soon come to pick him up. Suddenly, the Celestial Dragon Field Unit 3 cleanup team arrived and began packing everything up. Young-gwang didn't understand who those people were. The team seemed excited about the job. They noticed the strong smell of blood and the field full of corpses, meat scattered everywhere. One of them, extremely satisfied, said he had chosen the right line of work. His name was Gu Bongil, and to him, all of this was pure art. Kang-chan commented that Bongil had arrived quickly. Bongil in turn was startled to see a body still moving. He also found it strange that Kang-chan wasn't as loud as before. Kang-chan simply observed, realizing that Bongil had never stopped being loud. Park Young-gwang, lying on the ground, couldn't believe those men didn't recognize him. He introduced himself as the leader of the gang that made the Pacific tremble. Bongil realized that Kang-chan had deliberately left the gang leader alive. Kang-chan confirmed it and explained that something was bothering him. Then he ordered that Park Young-gwang be handed over to the risk management team for interrogation. Bongil got irritated, as he disliked dealing with living humans. He was so psychotic that, upon seeing the pile of bodies and blood everywhere, he suggested eating gopchang stew and ox blood soup after the job. Kang-chan refused, saying he had another appointment. Bongil then noticed that Kang-chan had truly changed. He also mentioned that Chaganryong's people seemed to be having trouble at the moment. Kang-chan asked how he had come to that conclusion. Bongil replied that he had just heard it somewhere, nothing more. Kang-chan made it clear that everything was under control. Even so, Bongil warned him to be careful. If he let his guard down for even a second in that industry, everything could be erased without a trace. The scene shifts to a car on the road. Kang-chan had taken a doll with him and didn't expect the item he needed to transport to actually be that. Curious, he wanted to know what was inside the doll, but the mission recruiter also didn't know. He only said he had passed on the orders exactly as he received them. Then the scene shifts to a building with shattered windows. The mysterious Celestial Dragon member was there, and already knew that the Busan gang hired to retrieve the artifact had been brutally destroyed by Kang-chan. Jung Won then called Kang-chan a fool, saying the blue Imugi had perfectly fallen into the trap he had set. The mysterious man respectfully asked why Jung Woong had called him to that abandoned building. Jung Woong explained that this place was where the Celestial Dragon had begun. He said he had gone through all kinds of hardship there alongside Gangrong when they were still rookies, and that they had grown together in the organization as companions. The mysterious man then asked another question. He wanted to know why Jung Woong seemed to hate his own companion, Gangryong. Jung Woong replied that he didn't hate him. On the contrary, he believed the two understood each other better than anyone. They were irreplaceable friends to one another. But in the end, he revealed his true intention. He was simply trying to say goodbye to his friend with his own hands. In fact, he had already decided that everything would happen that very night. Then the scene shifts to 12 hours before the final confrontation between Ju Kang-chan and Youngguang, specifically at the headquarters of Celestial Dragon, a global distribution company. The kid was quite surprised to see a dragon in front of him. It was actually a statue. The boy's name is Jin Young. His mother was scolding him because he shouldn't be climbing on things like a monkey, as he could get into trouble. She was alert to the fact that the company was shady. There was also a woman who didn't know anything, so she asked what kind of company it was. The boy's mother was surprised that she didn't know, and explained that, as a company, it was a global model for society, but to her it was clear the place was full of gangsters. The woman became worried, unable to believe she was talking about real gangsters. Then the woman told her to keep quiet, because the gangsters had just arrived. Jung Woong was there, and Jin Young, being a damn foolish kid, spoke out loud, unable to believe they were gangsters. Jung Woong heard the boy and started laughing, while the mother tried to explain that wasn't exactly what she meant, since she was only trying to protect protect him. Jung Wong, holding a lollipop, gives it to the boy, explaining that he is not a scary person. Jin Young thanks him. They begin talking, and Jung Wong asks if the boy likes the statue, which he confirms. Gu Bungil finds it very strange that his boss is talking to the kid like that, assuming he was acting differently than usual and thinking something good must have happened. Then the Celestial Dragon personnel enter the location. Everyone gathers, not understanding why, since the atmosphere seems peaceful. Still, they assume the CEO must have a reason. The juniors are out in the streets, while the old dragons are gathered. This was the Council of Elder Directors of Celestial Dragon, and everyone wants to know why the General Director summoned them. Jung Wong apologizes for gathering everyone, knowing each has their own schedule, but the others tell him to proceed freely. However, not everyone is calm. One of the directors finds the meeting suspicious, especially since it happened while the president is absent. Jung Wong explains he had no choice, and reveals there is a traitor within Celestial Dragon. The attendees are shocked, questioning whether he really needed to summon everyone for that, and whether he couldn't handle a traitor alone. Jung Wong responds that he isn't even sure this traitor can be called hidden, and asks them to review the materials he prepared. He reveals that the traitor is none other than the second in command of Celestial Dragon, the strongest dragon of them all, Executive Director Cha Gangryong. The revelation shocks everyone, and some think it is a bad joke, until one of them asks Jung Wong to continue. Jung Wong explains that on Cha Gangryong's private island, the Celestial Pavilion, there are many unidentified residents. They are individuals of all kinds, undergoing systematic training, practically identical to a special unit. Gangryong is building his own private army, away from the eyes and ears of Celestial Dragon. Everyone realizes this was never reported to the company, but still one director says this is not enough proof of betrayal. Jung Wong acknowledges that point and adds that recently, an individual was arrested by the risk management team for diverting internal Celestial Dragon funds. It was unlikely he acted alone. After tracking overseas transfers, it was discovered that the final destination was a Swiss bank account registered under Gangryong's name. After multiple interrogations, the employee confessed that the money was used to fund the private army. According to Jung Wong, everything was done with the intent of betraying Celestial Dragon. However, in reality, he had pressured the employee until he got the desired answer, fabricating convincing evidence. Thus, the head of the risk management team ended up turning that man into Jung Wong's ally. Even so, one director says, this still cannot be considered definitive proof, since confessions obtained under pressure are unreliable. Jung Wong gets irritated with the old man, who turns out to be quite sharp. He sighs and says he didn't want to bring this up, but mentions Yu Young. He assumes everyone knows Gangryong has a son, which they do, but reveals that no one knew the boy was in a juvenile detention center. To him, this is the decisive proof that Gangryong plans to betray Celestial Dragon. Yu Young had been acting strangely lately, repeatedly fighting young recruits of the organization. It was as if someone was forcing him to do it. According to Jung Wong, there would only be one reason for Gangryong to place his own son in that situation, to position his bloodline at the top of Celestial Dragon. At that moment, everyone realizes Jung Wong is implying that Gangryong wants to reach the director position, something many consider exaggerated. Noticing this, Jung Wong realizes the old men are failing to grasp the seriousness of the situation. He explains that Gangryong has a private military force to take control of Celestial Dragon and support his son, along with enough financial power to sustain a private unit and secure company shares. He could also use this to position his son as a next-generation candidate, recruiting young talents from the juvenile prison. Jung Wong states that Gangryong spent his life dreaming of reaching the top of Celestial Dragon, and now he is trying to push his son there, since he himself failed. The elders begin to reflect and conclude that Gangryong is a very greedy man. With that, Jung Wong ends the meeting. Then he speaks to a mysterious man on the phone, asking how things went. The man replies that everything happened exactly as Jung Wong predicted. Gangryong fell into the trap, and they are already heading to the location to retrieve the target item, where they will face the Busan gang. The scene then shifts to the present. Kang-chan is still in the car and feels something is wrong. A Busan gang, unrelated to Celestial Dragon, was hired to retrieve something belonging to the organization, under the same orders he received. Quickly, he removes the USB hidden inside the doll to check its contents. When he opens the file, he only sees information about a coin called Ela coin. At that moment, Kang-chan realizes everything was a trap, and remembers Bongil's warning to be careful. From the beginning, it was false information meant to keep him away from the Celestial Pavilion. The scene shifts to the Celestial Pavilion, Gangryong's private island. He was walking alone, unable to sleep. As he walked, he felt that something was watching him, which deeply unsettled him. Suddenly, multiple sniper sights appear aimed at him. The snipers found it strange that he looked so calm, as if he were merely reflecting on what troubled him, even while standing on the brink of death. Gangryong already suspected this was Jung Wong's doing, and thought that if they wanted to bring him down, they should have come better prepared. The scene shifts to Jung Wong. Since he had already declared to the council that Gangryong was a traitor, he could now act freely. He felt that all his efforts had been worth it. Sitting in a room that brought back memories, he recalled fighting alongside Gangryong, and how, in the end, he was now stabbing him in the back. In any case, he believed he was destined to bring down a dragon that day. He then put out the cigarette he was smoking. The scene shifts back to Kang-chan, who was still driving. Suddenly, the car's tire bursts. He stops, and a man appears out of nowhere. The scene returns to the Celestial Pavilion, specifically the hill behind it. Gangryong asks what excuse Young Wong had invented to kill him. The answer comes: he supposedly tried to betray the Celestial Dragon. Gangryong did not expect his former comrade to come up with something so simple. The men sent by Young Wong felt an absurd arrogance emanating from Gangryong, who then orders them to shoot. He didn't even believe it would be enough to take him down. One of the snipers notices something strange. He cannot properly see Gangryong. This man was the hired assassin known as Blind Monkey. The other assassin, confused, asks if they have been discovered. Unable to understand what is happening, he was Deaf Monkey. And to complete the trio, there was also Silent Monkey. The three assassins, known as the Three Wise Monkeys, felt honored to kill someone of Gangryong's level. Blind Monkey was already wondering how the media would distort the incident. They had eliminated many important figures before, appearing repeatedly on television in cases involving powerful individuals. At that moment, Blind Monkey was thinking of a name for the assassination. Seeing Gangryong walking through his private estate, he suggested calling it the Bloody Night Walk incident. The problem was that Deaf Monkey couldn't hear, and Silent Monkey didn't speak. To Gangryong, all of it was nothing but a bad joke. Blind Monkey then declares that the name is decided and begins the attack, throwing a dart at Gangryong. He dodges it easily, surprising the assassin, though the dart still manages to leave a small cut on his face. Gangryong comments that those weapons were primitive. Quickly, the three wise monkeys move. Blind Monkey wraps wire around Gangryong's body, considering the technique classic. Gangryong, however, says that was outdated as well, and yanks the wire hard. Blind Monkey believes he has tricked him, as he had prepared a trap. Still, Gangryong manages to dodge again, but this time, Deaf Monkey is already above him. Gangryong cuts his own hand while grabbing Deaf Monkey's blade. In the end, he concludes that these guys, despite acting like savages, were nothing more than predictable fools. As the three attempt a coordinated attack, the scene shifts to where Kang-chan had stopped. The man, who knew his identity, asks where he was rushing to in the middle of the night, since he was violating speed limits. It was the mysterious man, Ryu Jinhyuk, leader of the Celestial Dragon's Protocol 3 security team. After hearing this, Kang-chan replies that Ryu was the one driving in the wrong direction. From this, he immediately assumes that Ryu's superior hired the Busan gang to keep him away. Kang-chan quickly concludes that Young Wong is responsible for everything. Ryu makes it clear that it is already too late, as Gangryong and all his subordinates will be eliminated that night, framed as traitors. He explains that the betrayal has already been reported to the council, and that assassins are already on Gangryong's private island. Since some time has passed, the job is likely already done. Ryu then declares that Kang-chan has failed to protect his boss. Kang-chan, however, does not believe Ryu truly expected Gangryong, the executive director, to need protection. He says he was heading there precisely to stop his boss before he became enraged and killed the men who could serve as evidence of Jung Wong's plan to seize the number 2 position. Ryu interprets this as criticism of the security team's standards. Kang-chan replies that he is free to interpret it however he wants. Ryu now sees Kang-chan as someone careless with his job, which enrages him. For him, a security professional's work depends on mentality. Thus, he prepares to attack Kang-chan, determined to teach him a lesson. The scene shifts to the juvenile detention center in Wing 2. A minister of justice was present, and had sent an internal audit team. They were selecting random prisoners for interviews. 2 guards comment that something like this has never happened so suddenly. Then they order Ju Young to come out, informing him that he has a visitor. Confused, he does not understand what is happening. The scene returns to the Celestial Pavilion. Gangryong lifts Blind Monkey and makes it clear to the 3 wise monkeys that this is the end of the line. He is ready to finish everything. However, he suddenly feels something strange and falls to his knees, unable to understand what happened. Blind Monkey, surprised, comments that this time it took a bit longer, assuming it is due to Gangryong's size. The poison begins to take effect. Gangryong had been scratched by the dart, which contained a substance that caused blindness. In addition, the silver wire was coated with a substance that caused deafness, and the dagger that cut his hand, upon contact, released an agent that paralyzed his vocal cords. Soon, his vision would go completely dark, his hearing would be consumed by silence, and he would be unable to scream. The wise monkeys believed Gangryong would be consumed by fear as his senses disappeared one by one. He would not be able to call for help and would die slowly. They were proud to show why they were called the 3 wise monkeys. One sees no evil, one hears no evil, and one speaks no evil. Quickly, they wrap the silver wire around Gangryong's body once again, explaining that they forced their victims to join them in total darkness. They took pleasure in leaving the victim frustrated, unable to scream, abandoned to die in solitude, and there was even greater honor that night, as they were taking the life of Cha Gangryong, known as the pinnacle of the world. To them, that meant reaching the very top. At that moment, Ju Young's father begins to count from 1 to 3, and then suddenly acts. The 3 assassins are completely confused, as the poison should have already spread. Even so, Gangryong still manages to run and face them directly. He states states that he trained countless times to develop resistance to poisons, ever since his days as a recruit of the Celestial Dragon. Realizing the situation, he concludes that the three of them were too stupid to be called wise. He had already faced many enemies who used poison, and compared to them, these were nothing. With a single blow, he strikes all three at once, stating that their poison didn't even compare to distilled liquor. The punch was brutal, spreading devastating force through the forest. It was as if he had ruined the three wise monkeys' own funeral. Gang Ryong then reflects on what Blind Monkey had said about dying alone. In the end, he believed that everyone dies alone, regardless of whether they have friends. The scene shifts to 25 years earlier, where noodles were being cooked, prepared with natural acid rain. Zheng Wang was completely worn out, and he believed that acidity was top quality. At the time, he was 21 years old, but obviously would have preferred to be drinking whiskey and enjoying himself with girls until dawn. Instead, he was stuck with a guy he considered a brute, and on top of that, dealing with that cheap soju. He was referring to Gangrong, who in turn assumed it was something extravagant. He was the same age as Zheng Wang. Zheng Wang saw nothing extravagant about it, and found Gangryong extremely frustrating. He also believed their superiors were being too harsh on them. After all, they had gotten rid of the annoying Guseong gang, and Zheng Wang refused to be treated that way. Gangryong explained that they were rookies and had to deal with it. Zheng Wang asked if he had no pride, but Gangryong made it clear that they shouldn't have any pride. After all, they were at the bottom and should act like it. Zheng Wang was surprised by his companion's way of thinking. Then he explained that they could still dream. He declared that he would rise to the top of the Celestial Dragon. He wanted to eat good food at that hotel's restaurant, taste French wines, drive a sports car, and raise a toast with Gangryong, who found all of that oddly specific. Then Yung Wung wanted to know more about Gangryong. He was sure there was a reason why he clung to that gang he considered trash, even while being treated like garbage. Gangryong replied that he just wanted to know he was alive. That alone was enough for him. Yung Wung had no idea what he meant, but told him to at least have a decent dream. He also said that even when you need to run, it's not good to do it alone. It's important to have a friend. At that moment, Gangryong said he wanted a car. Yung Wung got excited, thinking he finally had a wish list, and said he would pass along some contacts to help him. The scene then returns to the present, and Gangryong finds it amusing to remember that they once called each other friends. But now, they were pointing blades at each other. Gangryong takes the listening device from one of the wise monkeys and wants to confirm something with Yung Wung, asking if he will keep hiding. Then he tells his former partner to come out. The scene shifts to the private visitation room. Zhu Young had just entered. The woman asks him not to be nervous and to sit down, saying the interview would last about 10 minutes. She comments that it was fascinating. He didn't look like it, but he gave off a very similar feeling, especially through his distinctive gaze, as if he wanted to swallow someone alive. That was exactly what reminded her of his father, catching him off guard. She already knew he would want to know who she was, so she tells him to call her Nuna. Then she reveals she is the Minister of Justice, Yu Hiwon. The scene then shifts to the director's office. Joseph believed that extremely busy government officials were visiting his small, quiet prison again, even though there was no problem. He thought they were lost. One of the government representatives explains that headquarters had moved up the report deadline. It was a formal inspection regarding prisoners' rights. Noticing the sudden change, Joseph questions it, but the men simply say they are following orders. Meanwhile, Han Sua overhears everything from a distance. Not very interested, she turns her back and yawns. She thought it would be something entertaining, but realized it was nothing special. In the end, she just felt like eating some spicy curry. Back in the visitation room, the Minister of Justice, who was also a scout for the Celestial Dragon and one of Cha Gangryong's closest advisors, was standing before her boss's son. He wanted to confirm whether she really knew Cha Gangryong, and she confirmed it. She said it had taken a lot of effort to reach that juvenile detention center, explaining that everything was done under his father's orders. She also revealed that the place was off the grid, with access restricted at a national security level. Nothing there was public, so she had to go to great lengths to get in, even blackmailing a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Justice to obtain fake credentials and pose as a member of the special inspection team. She added that, if she needed to escape, she had climbed the hill behind the facility to observe the entire prison. During that, she had also seen his face, saying she found him very cute. Yu Hiwen asks what he thinks about a woman like her coming all that way just to see him, touching his chin. Ju Young immediately pushes her hand away, irritated. After all, she was also part of the Celestial Dragon. The more Hiwen looked at him, the more he reminded her of his father. Blood really doesn't lie. It wasn't just the eyes, but also the presence and tone Ju Young carried. And even so, she recognized that the boy was trying to kill her, the only blood relative he had in that world, all because of a dead girl. Yu Young became extremely furious. He quickly remembered the friend who had died, and without hesitation stood up and grabbed her by the neck, telling her to shut up before he completely destroyed her. Then the scene shifts to Ryu and Kangchan, locked in an intense fight. Ryu wanted to teach the importance of security protocol. He believed a professional needed refined and controlled power. He was also curious to see Kangchan's abilities, since he was a team leader. It was a chance to witness them firsthand. The car already had a large gash, and Kang-chan was known as the blade that cuts even through breath. He charged toward Ryu Jinhyuk, declaring that he had already heard of him. Kang-chan tries to strike, but Ryu manages to dodge while simultaneously counterattacking. The blow ends up hitting the ground. Kang-chan knew Ryu was known for his controlled strikes, yet even so, Ryu had delivered an attack so powerful that it struck the car, making it impossible to use for escape. Kang-chan recognizes that his opponent didn't just hit the vehicle, he practically destroyed it. In any case, Ryu's car wasn't in good condition either, and soon gasoline began to leak. Seeing that, Ryu found it unbelievable. A frontal attack had even damaged the rear fuel tank. To make matters worse, the car suddenly explodes. Kang-chan makes it clear to his opponent that he had nothing to learn from him. The scene then returns to Jo Young and Yoo Hee-won. She comments that it's like father, like son, unable to believe the boy had the exact same temperament as his father. She then apologizes, explaining that she was only testing his reaction. After that, she asks him to let her go, reminding him that he was a detainee and she was a government official that could bring serious trouble for him. Ju Young finds what she says amusing and counters, making it clear that if the authorities discovered she was part of the Celestial Dragon, she would be the one in trouble. They exchange glances for a moment, and then he decides to speak calmly. He asks why Gangryong had sent her to the juvenile detention center. She replies that she'll only tell him if he calls her Nuna. However, he remains silent, surprising her with his coldness. She starts spinning her pen and comments that she heard he defeated all the cell leaders in Wing 1. However, in Wing 2, she believes the sharks were not easy opponents. She adds that, regarding the shark on the 5th floor, not even the Celestial Dragon has any information. It's something inaccessible. She hopes he understands. Yoo Hee-won then explains that for him to become an Amugi, there is still a long way to go. Yoo Young, however, wants to know what all of that has to do with Gangrong sending her there. She explains that there are many talented people in the world, but each one has their own traits and ways of evolving. Growth depends on the individual. Then she hands something to Ju Young, saying it was a request from Gangryong. It was something his father had never told him, how to evolve into an Imugi. Ja Young takes the origami paper she hands him. Suddenly, the Juvenile Detention Center's director arrives. He finds it strange, since the formal interview should have already ended. He doesn't understand why there are still people there. However, Yoo Hee-won is no longer with Ju Young. The boy explains that the Minister of Justice had just left after finishing the interviews. Joseph realizes he may have overreacted a bit, while Ju Young hides the origami under the table. The scene shifts to an apartment complex. Han-sua has just arrived home, exhausted after a hectic day. Her stomach growls. She's craving spicy curry. She hopes she didn't forget to buy something, like last time, until she realizes she forgot the meat. She sighs, knowing she'll have to go back out. She asks herself what kind of meat she should buy. At that moment, Yoo Hee-won is hiding behind the wall. Han-sua approaches with a knife, thinking pork would be ideal for the curry. Yoo Hee-won is surprised. She was certain she had left no trace when she broke in. She acknowledges that Han-sua is quite sharp. Han-sua, on the other hand, finds the sweet smell inside the house strange. There was no way to ignore it. Before she can react, Hye-won makes her drop the knife. Even so, Han-sua grabs another one and makes it clear that Yoo Hye-won broke into the home of someone who lives alone. Like a damn pervert, she launches a full-force attack, but Hye-won dodges every strike. Strangely, being called a pervert excites Hee-won. To make things worse, Han-sua keeps up the pressure. Hee-won recalls that she had also noticed her presence on the rooftop. Han-sua makes it clear that it would have been impossible not to notice. Even though it was just a brief visit to the prison, Hye-won's presence was overwhelming. She is certain it was intentional. Hye-won wanted to draw her attention. Now, Han-sua knows she must return to the prison in the morning, no matter what. But since Hee-won followed her home like a pervert, Han-sua is more than willing to get rid of her. Just as she is about to deliver a brutal stab, Hee-won comments that she's quite confident, coming home even knowing her intentions. Then she wraps a bra around Han-sua's neck, leaving her completely confused about what the hell is going on. Hye-won also doesn't understand why she's being called a pervert, since, according to her, Han-sua was the one who entered the juvenile detention center under Executive Director Jung-woong's orders, doing all kinds of shady things behind the scenes. In other words, to Hye-won, Han-sua was the real pervert between the two. Han-sua quickly frees herself from the bra using a knife and stands up, her throat in intense discomfort. In any case, Hye-won makes it clear that she is there to execute her, considering everything she has done. Han-sua, on the other hand, believes there has been a misunderstanding. Not understanding the connection to Director Jung-woong, Han-sua deduces that Hye-won is acting under someone's orders. She knows that Hye-won is Gangrong's closest advisor. Hye-won then, as a senior, demands more respect and picks up a high-precision rifle, stating that she will teach the blonde some manners. Han-sua quickly disappears, hiding behind the wall. She didn't expect Hye-won to be armed. Hye-won then removes a needle from the weapon and asks her opponent to come out, saying it will only be a slight prick. Hansua doesn't understand why someone would put a needle in a gun until her eyes widen. Haiwon appears right in front of her in an extremely fast movement. Haiwon explains that she uses needles because they are faster than bullets. She manages to strike Hansua and asks what she thinks. Hansua realizes that Haiwon is going all out against a rookie and comments that she is terrifying. Haiwon replies that she has no mercy for cute rookies. The scene shifts to a man driving a truck who comes across Ryu's car in flames. Confused, he wonders what happened, even thinking some drunk person caused it. Suddenly, his truck is violently struck, frightening him. The asphalt is completely destroyed. The battle between the two is insane. Ryu and Kangchan fight on equal footing. Kangchan seems intent on destroying the environment around them and makes it clear that the key to the fight is his blade, his own hand. Ryu launches an attack and Kangchan defends with ease. For him, the fight comes down to who will have their fist broken first. The blows collide and Kangchan feels the impact. Ryu had already expected that his opponent's blade was beginning to crack. Suddenly, Kangchan manages to land a hit on Ryu as well. Ryu remarks that even the finest sword begins to break after countless impacts. As he approaches, Kangchan comments that it looks like Ryu himself is breaking from the inside. At that moment, Ryu starts coughing up blood, not understanding why. With absurd speed, Kangchan begins cutting everything around him, declaring that even the hardest rock crumbles before relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Hansua continues fighting Hyewon. Even as a rookie, she has no intention of losing her life. Hyewon dodges her attacks and notes that her opponent is proactive, something she appreciates. She decides the blonde deserves a compliment. Suddenly, Hansua manages to slice Hyewon's clothes. Instead of being bothered, the veteran comments that it only made her look even sexier. The blonde gets irritated, calling it endless vulgarity, and charges again. Hyewon pins her knife to a locker, believing Hansua wouldn't be able to fight in that state. Even so, she makes a point of remembering her name, Hansua, from the intelligence team. Just as she's about to finish her off, Hansua blocks the attack using a baton, explaining that she had hidden that weapon to subdue criminals. She strikes Hyewon and states that this level of preparation is the bare minimum for a correctional officer. Then, she restrains her opponent's hands. Hyewon realizes it wasn't just the weapon. Hansua's personality had completely changed. Hansua orders her to stay still, saying she wants to make things even more interesting. The scene shifts back to the fight between Ryu and Kangchan. The intensity is so great that they begin destroying a bridge. Kangchan stands on the verge of falling, recalling that his attacks had been relentless, each blow striking directly at his opponent's body. Even so, Ryu remains seemingly unscathed before him. Ryu then recalls that he had promised to teach the mindset of a protocol security specialist, and that the core of that protocol is defense. The certainty of not breaking is more important than breaking your opponent. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, and Kangchan realizes that Ryu is quite a coward. Ryu, however, doesn't see it that way. He sees it as fundamentals, making it clear that no matter how much Kangchan tries or struggles, it will be useless. Hansua says the same to Hyewon, declaring that they will be marked as losers that night and disappear forever. The scene then shifts to 25 years earlier, in the entertainment districts of Gangnam, Seoul. Some girls invite passing men, saying the service is on the house because of their good looks. Hearing this, Jung-woong wants Gangrang to notice how popular he is with women. Even so, he wants to understand why the big guy brought him to a place like this when they had work to do, calling it completely shameful. He also finds it strange that Gangryong doesn't even look at the women, yet still comes to a place like this. He asks if he's been feeling lonely lately. The big man, not understanding what his companion is talking about, replies that they are there precisely because of work. Jung-woong then asks if his partner has become some kind of escort without him knowing. They were at Club Palace, essentially an entertainment bar. Upon entering, there were many people having fun. Jung-woong quickly starts to think they're in the wrong place. A man approaches them, asking who they are since he's never seen them before, and which group they belong to. His name is Guok Piljo, a man involved in nightlife businesses, the boss of the Namkwon gang, and known as the Shadow of Gangnam. Gangryong explains that they are there to collect the money Piljo borrowed from the Celestial Dragon, informing him that the payment deadline has already passed. Piljo didn't expect to be chased for payment after everything he had done for Chief Cheon, and even comments that they only sent 2 men to settle the matter. Even so, he offers them drinks. Jung-woong, however, doesn't like small talk, and strikes the gangster's face hard, satisfied to see that he got the message. Since that's how things are, Jung-woong picks a girl to stay with, while she remains completely terrified by what just happened. He even asks who's next, leaving another girl equally frightened. Gangryong then declares they don't have time for that, they need to finish the job. He then begins smashing 2 men's heads together. Then another man appears, calling them damned brats. He says he remembers the old days and claims he's willing to clean up some bodies today. He attacks Gangryong with everything he has and starts laughing, believing he's too weak for someone of his size. Gangryong then tells his companion that the collection was a failure and that, in that case, they'll at least take one of their heads. Jung-woong realizes the big man has dragged him into a serious mess. On the very day day he wore his most expensive clothes. Even so, there's no choice. They need to finish the job. Jung Woong sarcastically suggests that since they're in a club, they might as well dance before leaving. The scene then shifts outside. Jung Woong seems to have had a lot of fun with the job. He laughs remembering that their boss panicked and ran away after seeing what happened. However, he also becomes furious thinking about a leader who sacrifices his own men to save himself, considering it something despicable. Gang Ryong notices that Jung Woong has forgotten what their seniors said on their first day in the Celestial Dragon. In their world, you must be prepared to stab even a friend who once had your back in a fight. Jung Woong immediately replies that Gang Ryong is an idiot for taking that advice so seriously, calling him a complete gangster. The sun had already risen, and they decide to go get something to eat. Then the scene returns to the present. Gang Ryong calls Jung Woong to have fun one last time. At that moment, Jung Woong bursts into laughter. Even after everything, he acknowledges that there are no friends like Gang Ryong, someone capable of making him laugh until the very end. He remembers what the big man said about being ready to stab a friend and says he wants to see him ready to understand what is truly dirty. Finally, the scene shifts to the Celestial Pavilion. Gang Ryong had changed his clothes, which were completely destroyed. A subordinate informs him that the doctor recommended absolute rest, yet he continues to move normally. The subordinate also presents a report on the current situation. The security team arrived late at the scene and is now dealing with the aftermath. Even so, allowing an invasion so easily was something the subordinate could barely bring himself to report to his superior. Gang Ryong makes it clear that there is no need for the subordinate to apologize, as he doesn't consider it anything serious. The subordinate also reports that the private unit is already awaiting his orders. They could send all of the Celestial Pavilion's forces to Director Jung Woong. However, Gang Ryong doesn't see that as necessary, as he alone is enough. The scene then shifts to 9 hours earlier. In Wing 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center, Ji Young is lying down, observing an origami. He clearly remembers Yu Hee-won's words, telling him to open it when he was alone. He does exactly that, becoming visibly tense. Suddenly, he hears prisoner 5521 and Yunho talking, and quickly gets up. When he looks over, he sees a goat with pink ears. At that moment, Taesan notices that Ju Young has returned. Everyone is surprised to see him back after being called away. Ju Young explains that it was just a regular visit. Taesan comments that there were rumors the person who visited him was a true beauty. The long-haired guy then jokes with the goat, saying she's prettier to him, leaving the animal shocked when it sees its reflection in the mirror. Ju Young begins to question whether the strange atmosphere is because all the sharks had been hospitalized, as the prison feels lighter than before. Even the correctional officer is unusually quiet. He has no idea what's going on, but everything feels too silent, almost eerie. His companions are surprised, because if a shark is saying that, it means something is definitely about to happen. Suddenly, a man appears at the cell door. They have no idea who he is until he opens it. He's a man with glasses, who politely asks for permission and introduces himself as the president of the Central Organization of Autonomous Oceanic Species. Taesan asks the president to come in and explains to Ju Young that this person is the leader of Oceanic. Confused, Ju Young just wants to know what he has to say. The president explains that he heard from Taesan that Ju Young was planning to fight the shark of the 5th floor. However, he came to reveal a secret about that shark, something he hopes won't shock him too much. He also claims that, in that entire juvenile detention center, he is the only one who knows this. The scene then shifts to a few years earlier. The president had been sent to Wing 2 of the juvenile detention center and assigned to the 5th floor. He had heard that there were many prisoners known as sharks, considered uncontrollable, which made him quite afraid. However, contrary to his expectations, a month passed and he hadn't even seen the so-called shark. One day, driven by curiosity, he decided to peek into his cell. He had heard that the 5th floor shark was extremely strong, and imagined he would be training or practicing assassinations for some gang. But what he found was completely different. The individual was calmly sitting at a table, arranging jangi pieces on a board. For the 5th floor shark, jangi didn't seem to be just a simple game. Whether it was lunchtime, surprise inspections, or even during storms, the shark never left his room. He spent all his time playing, making relentless moves, always alone. Taesan couldn't understand how someone could compete against themselves, and the president was intrigued as well. So, he decided to ask one of the guards. The guard explained that the shark wasn't playing alone, but against a former inmate, a multi-time champion of South Korea's major jangi tournament, and also of the Asian Championship. Even so, the result was always the same. The 5th floor shark would win. Over time, after countless matches, the shark began to grow suspicious. He was certain he was facing a true master, yet he never lost, always winning on the final move in extremely close games. So he began to believe that his opponent was holding back. Surprising the former inmate, he confronts him. The man explains that he has always played with complete sincerity. The shark asks if he truly believes he could win if he went all out. The man is shocked and quickly bows, apologizing. However, the shark says there's no need to apologize, he just wants his opponent to play with everything he has. The man agrees. After another long and intense intense match, the result repeats. The fifth-floor shark wins again. Faced with this, the former inmate admits, impressed, that the fifth-floor shark is extremely skilled. But more than that, the fifth shark is impressed by his opponent's ability to maintain composure to the point of seemingly holding back. The Jongi player in turn insists that the shark is completely mistaken, as he truly played seriously. The fifth-floor shark then mentions an old Chinese legend involving the game. A tyrannical ruler from the Song dynasty spared his subordinates, even after they plotted betrayal, simply because one of them managed to defeat him in Zhangyi. As he says this, he slowly brings his hand closer to the player, making it clear that, in that story, the man who deliberately let the emperor win to please him was punished for deceiving the king. Then, he crushes the head of the man who had always played with him. Yunho and the others ask what happened after that, while the Oceanic president explains that was the end. Junho didn't expect that to be the secret. The president then explains that Taesun had asked them to share everything they knew. He also mentions that Taesun gave him a chocolate drink, which makes prisoner 5521 furious, since his had disappeared. Taesun asks him to calm down, saying he was just trying to help Ju Young, who remains deep in thought. The scene shifts to the fifth-floor shark playing Jangi alone, just as he has been doing for a long time. Then, the scene shifts to Joseph. He notices that everything has been quiet for some time. He vividly remembers the first bowl of rice soup he had after arriving in Korea, cherishing that moment. He also feels grateful, as the data he collected over time accumulated like jellyfish in the sea. At one point, he bumps into a stack of books, knocking everything over. He had agreed to participate in a government experiment as a condition to become a director. Among his books was one titled Shark Paradox. The government never realized that the experiment meant to promote peace among criminals under the influence of the shark was fake. The so-called Shark Paradox was merely a facade created by Joseph to gain approval for Wing 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center. It was actually just the foundation for his true experiment. Since he couldn't force events, the experiment, which seemed endless, suddenly began to progress rapidly, all thanks to Ju Young, whom he referred to as a mutant who appeared out of nowhere. All the sharks had disappeared. At that moment, only 2 remained in the aquarium. Finally, the conditions Joseph had been waiting for had been met, and he was thrilled. His research was ready to enter its final phase. Suddenly, a congressman calls him. The phone was inside the aquarium. Joseph answers, and the congressman says he has news Joseph would like to hear. Joseph immediately assumes his proposal has been approved. The congressman confirms it. The minister has given the green light. Joseph can now proceed with the experiment. A smile spreads across his face. He remarks that night, he will have to clean the aquarium. That same night, a report is sent to the correctional headquarters, a document signed by the Juvenile Detention Center's director, officially declaring all prisoners in the facility as dead. The scene shifts again. Joseph watches a documentary about a national aquarium. Unlike the ocean, that artificial marine system did not have fierce competition for survival. In a closed environment, the fish remained constantly alert, tense. Joseph didn't see it as just a documentary. He saw it as a reflection of life itself. That documentary inspired him to become a sociologist and led him to where he is now. At this moment, he is speaking with another person in Wing, one of the Juvenile Detention Center, Kwon Chung-suk. The director of Wing 1 asks if Joseph came there just to talk. He is also aware that Joseph has been focused on the shark experiment conducted in Wing 2, aimed at reducing violent crime rates. Even so, Chung-suk realizes Joseph is more obsessed with the project than he thought. Although he doesn't particularly like him, he prefers to maintain a good relationship and invites him to play golf in his free time, saying that while sharks are fascinating, some fresh air would do him good. Joseph politely declines, stating that he needs to keep an eye on the sharks. He then asks about the time the sharks spent in Wing 1, specifically about prisoner number 7199, Ju Young. Changsuk explains that Ju Young had family issues and ended up causing constant conflicts, becoming a major headache. That's why they decided to transfer him to Wing 2. He then asks if Ju Young has also been causing trouble there. Joseph replies that there are no problems. Changsuk then asks about the fifth-floor shark. Joseph explains that among the sharks, he is a recluse who never leaves his cell. He even respects that, but admits he knows nothing about him and that observing him is pointless. Changso concludes that Joseph is talking about Chu Kang-yeon, explaining that he also never left his cell when he was in Wing 1. He admits that Kang-yeon was somewhat difficult to deal with. Joseph finds everything fascinating, while Changsek can't make sense of what's going on. Joseph decides to go straight to the point, explaining that he came to ask for a favor. He says that early the next morning, he wants Changsek to play a song over all the speakers in Wing 1, loud enough to make everyone want to leave. He wants him to play his favorite song, Baby baby shark. He also tells Changsuk that he can't explain the reason right now, but that when he has breakfast the next day he'll understand. Then, the scene shifts to the sunset. Some workers carefully carry boxes, making sure not to break anything. They are moving anything flammable to a safe place that night, and soon, night falls. Joseph is excited, as the time has finally come. He wants the answer to the question raised by the documentary. When filming ended, the crew witnessed something extraordinary at the Baltimore Aquarium, where the documentary had been recorded. At the time, 3 of the 5 sharks in the aquarium died mysteriously. The facility then relocated all the fish to external installations for maintenance and health checks. For a brief period, only 2 sharks remained in that large tank, named Jake and Polly, and they began exhibiting peculiar behavior, as if performing some kind of ritual. Then, the scene shifts to the cell where Ju Young is with his companions. The goat sleeps with absurd calmness, while the strange long-haired guy dreams and talks to himself, until an alert is triggered. It's a fire alarm, and an order is given for all prisoners to evacuate immediately. Everyone is confused about what's happening, as the sirens begin to blare suddenly. Prisoner 5521 panics, because he can't see anything. Tyson then reminds him that he's wearing a mask, and they all quickly begin evacuating. Ju Young finds the whole situation very strange, happening so suddenly. As he tries to assess the situation, he realizes he shouldn't stand around looking, and decides to follow the others. They reach an area crowded with people, not understanding where they are being taken. Ja Young quickly notices that the door is locked, and not only that, the lock is broken. He decides to kick it open, finding the situation completely irritating. The other prisoners seem to have already left, until he encounters a security partition. He tries to do something, but realizes it won't move properly. There is no emergency exit, and it doesn't look like a normal fire barrier. Ju Young becomes certain that something is wrong. Outside, the alarm continues to sound, and there are some vehicles nearby. Yoonho is terrified, as the situation feels suffocating to him. Taesun then asks his friend if he doesn't think they've forgotten something, and Yoonho realizes that Ju Young is not with them. They can't believe that Ju Young is still inside. The long-haired guy at that moment thought he was the only pervert who enjoyed watching others fight, but in reality, there was someone even worse around. Joseph receives confirmation that all prisoners are being evacuated to Wing 1 by vehicles. He is extremely excited, as he had dedicated everything to studying that experiment. He had waited a long time for this result. He gave up higher positions because of his own curiosity. He wanted to answer the question that consumed him. The scene then returns to the documentary he had been watching earlier. At the Aquarium of the Pacific, when the competitors and fish were removed, the question arose of how the 2 remaining sharks would react. Joseph spent 2 years recreating that scenario. He was replicating everything he saw in the documentary called The Rule of 2 Sharks. What he wanted at that moment was to see with his own eyes whether that phenomenon also applied to humans. The scene shifts to one of the subordinates transporting the prisoners in a truck. Taesan and Yoonho ask the driver to stop, warning that someone was still inside the prison and asking for someone to check. However, the correctional officer simply doesn't stop the vehicle. This leaves Taesan extremely frustrated, as he had just been ignored. In any case, he already suspected that the whole situation, the alarm going off in the middle of the night, and the sudden evacuation, made no sense. It didn't seem like a fire either, since there was no sign of smoke anywhere. Something was wrong, and he was certain of it. There was more than just 1 or 2 things wrong. Inside, Yu Young was on the first floor, at the east exit. He kicked the security partition several times, but it didn't budge. Even the windows had the same type of barricade, and he realized it wasn't a normal fireproof wall. It was as if they were trying to completely seal off the inside of the prison from the outside. He knew the only person capable of doing something like that was the director, and he quickly glanced at the security camera. The scene then shifts to Haiwon, who is still restrained. The blonde tells her to relax her body and just stay still, waiting. Hansua explains that she was a bit busy that night, so she needed to speed things up. She also says that all the guards had been ordered to remain on standby in the prison. In the end, she was late because of Hyun and wanted to make the veteran aware of that. Hyun becomes thoughtful upon hearing about the guards being on standby. The blonde then states that she can't explain what's going on, and at that moment shows a vial, asking if she recognizes its contents. Hansua explains that it's a type of powerful tranquilizer, used only on violent criminals. Its effects are monstrous, so severe that its use was banned after 1993. Even so, Hansua asks her not to be afraid, as according to known side effects, the tranquilizer would only paralyze the autonomic nervous system. The scene then shifts back to the juvenile detention center, where the alarm was still blaring and all the doors remained open. Ju Young walked through the place, passing the basement, the cafeteria, and even the emergency stairs. Everything was blocked. Only the stairs leading upward remained. He starts climbing and reaches the second floor, which is completely empty. He expected to find some kind of escape route there, until he hears a noise and realizes that all the doors on every floor are closing. This leaves him stunned. He has no idea why all of this is happening, but he feels like they are forcing him to keep going up to the highest level of the prison. Eventually, he reaches the 5th floor. At that moment, a voice echoes through the speakers, announcing that the emergency lights will be turned off. Quickly, all the red lights go out. Joseph observes observes that Ju Young had reached the 5th floor quickly. He even feels lucky, since Ju Young was one of the most outstanding sharks among them. Joseph was truly excited, his heart was racing, and he probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Ju Young walks calmly along the 5th floor, trying to understand why that eccentric director had brought him there. The place was completely isolated from the outside, and there was no one else around. He begins to question why he had been left behind, until he hears a strange sound. He keeps listening, and starts to suspect that someone is there. He approaches a cell to check and ends up finding the long-haired 5th shark, Chu Kangyun, who was playing Jangi as always, completely ignoring the alert. Ju Young concludes that he must be the 5th floor shark, precisely because he's playing that game, and admits he didn't expect to find someone playing Jangi in the middle of an emergency. Kangyun then asks him to wait a moment, and questions whether Ju Young really entered his room, making it clear that he never gave anyone permission to come in. Ju Young doesn't understand why he would need his permission, but Kangyun makes it clear that he can't do anything there without authorization, not even breathe. The scene then shifts to a car arriving at a location. It's Gangryong, who quickly steps out of the vehicle. It had been 20 years since he last set foot there, the former quarters of the Celestial Dragon. As he's about to enter, he sees a bowl on the ground and remembers a time when Youngwon used to put food in it. He never liked the idea of having to take care of a wild animal like the boss. Even so, he took care of the cat under orders, even though it was a major hassle. Suddenly, the cat ran off, and Youngwon commented that it was probably Gangryong's stern face that scared it. He also said the cat was practically a gangster, as it had killed all the other cats in the area and remained alone. Gangryong believed the cat survived simply because it knew how to use its claws at the right time. Youngwon took that as an indirect remark, that the brute would even kill his own allies if necessary. Gangryong replied that if the cat kept urinating on the floor and stealing his drinks from the fridge, he really would. Youngwon realizes his friend was mixing things up. Being so tough, Gangryong couldn't understand why so many useless memories were coming back to him. Even so, he decides to enter the place. At that moment, the scene shifts back to Wing 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center, specifically the 5th floor. Ju Young begins playing with Kangyun, and it becomes the 5th shark's turn. He admits he didn't expect Ju Young to know how to play that game. Ju Young explains that he played a few times as a child, but he can't compare himself to someone who spent so long locked in a room practicing. Kangyun responds that he plays all the time because it's a fierce strategic battle, where the individual sacrifices something with every move to attack the opponent. The game has only one objective, the king, to eliminate the opponent's king while protecting your own. Every choice reveals the qualities of a ruler. Joseph, watching everything through the security cameras, becomes extremely confused, because the Ju Young he knows would have already punched Kangyun. Instead, he was there, playing a game with his enemy. Joseph then begins to believe that the disappearance of all the fish in the aquarium ended up changing Ju Young's attitude. He starts to think that the answer he was looking for might be simple. The calm personality and restrained charisma of the 5th shark were influencing Ju Young. Then Yu Young loses the match. After that, he asks Kangyun if he also possesses the qualities of a king, stating that he gave it his all. Kangyun quickly replies that being a king is not something one becomes just by trying. It is decided at the moment of birth. It is literally destiny. Everyone else, besides him, is nothing more than pawns or soldiers from the moment they are born. No matter how hard they try, they will never become kings. Ju Young doesn't understand what the long-haired man is getting at. Kangyun then states that trying to reach something one desires but can never attain is essentially a curse. One misstep is enough for a person to fall and shatter. Ju Young then thanks him for the advice, and flicks one of the game pieces, sending it toward Kangyun's face, but it just grazes past him. He recalls that the objective of the game is to take down the opponent's king, and at that moment, he wants to find out what it feels like to break into pieces. The scene then shifts to Gangryong. He notices that the office had changed. He was in a meeting room, but he wasn't sure, since the nameplate had disappeared. Then he sees something that leaves him wide-eyed, his own coffin. He refers to Jung Woong as an extremely pathetic idiot, incapable of acting his age. Suddenly, a bright light flashes across the area. Gangryong realizes that the man still liked to draw attention. The light came from the headlights of an approaching car. Gangryong concludes that that bastard hadn't changed at all. The habit of pretending to be a king was still something he found disgraceful. The place was filled with sports cars. Jung Woong then steps out of one of them, asking if Gangryong liked the gift. Gangryong coldly replies that he will take his head as a prize. At that moment, with all those cars there, it meant that quite a few people from the Celestial Dragon were also nearby. A man named Kim In Cheo, from the Celestial Dragon Strategic Planning Office, was worried, believing they had already waited too long, and decided to infiltrate. However, a coworker stopped him, explaining that they were there to ensure that whatever happened inside that building would never come to light. Meanwhile, Jung Woong was smoking a cigarette alongside his former comrade Gangryong. He liked that cigarette a lot because it reminded reminded him of the old days. He clearly remembered how he and his companion, along with the others from Celestial Dragon, managed to spread out everywhere. He also remembered Lee Hogol, who was very neat but terrible at cooking, so Junior Boss would always give him a good beating. Gangryong also recalled that the head chef used to be very kind to them. The head of Celestial Dragon had also given Gangryong the nickname Snorlax. That was when he remembered that the head chef had died 20 years ago. It wasn't just him. Many members of Celestial Dragon, both higher-ups and subordinates, had already died. Only the two of them remained, and both knew exactly what had happened. Yung Wung was certain that the big man knew how long he had waited for that day, making it clear that after that incident, he had never forgiven Gangryong. Gangryong in turn thought it was all pathetic, pointing out that refusing to forgive wouldn't bring the dead back. The scene then shifts to Ryu, who was about to step on Kangchan's hand, the man Gangryong trusted the most. He hadn't expected Kangchan to die such a meaningless death. In the end, he saw Kangchan as so loyal to Gangryong that he had earned the nickname Dog. Even so, Ryu believed Gangryong didn't care much about him. Then Ryu drives a knife straight through the middle of Kangchan's hand, who was in great pain at that moment. Ryu wanted to know if the young man understood why he had lost, and Kangchan was certain it was because of the cowardly trap set by those two. After all, Jung Wung was involved. Ryu didn't disagree, but believed Kangchan always forgot the most important point, pulling the small knife out of his hand. Kangchan didn't understand what his opponent meant, and Ryu made it clear that he was different. While Kangchan cared about loyalty, he did not. To Ryu, the young man was just a stupid dog, and he knocked him down. The scene then shifts to Han Sua's apartment, where there was a liquid on the floor. The blonde had injected a substance into Hyun and warned the veteran to stay calm. Otherwise, the substance would spread faster, causing various side effects. She began to mock Haiwen as if she pitied her, even recalling the first time she saw her in Celestial Dragon, commenting on how strong and beautiful she was and how she secretly admired her. If she ever managed to rise that high, she wanted to have a proper fight with her. That was why she truly felt sorry, because she would be bringing about the death of someone she admired with her own hands, though she still found a certain charm in it. That is, until she was caught off guard when Haiwen called out to her. Haiwen wanted to understand why the blonde was muttering as if she were insane. She had no idea what Hansua was imagining at that moment, but she warned her that she wasn't the one who had been injected. It was Hansua herself. There was also the possibility that paralysis wasn't the only effect, and that the blonde would take some time to wake up from the hallucination. At that moment, Hansua was completely confused. Even so, Haiwen thanked her for such a cute confession from a junior, and if they were to meet again, Haiwen said she would be willing to have a proper fight with Hansua. With that, she leaves. The scene then shifts to Ryu, feeling excited. He had made a deal with Yung Wung and, the next day, would become the leader of the Protocol 2 security team. Suddenly, he was startled by a noise. He quickly looked in the direction where Kangchan had been and saw a rope, which confused him, as he wasn't sure whether it had already been cut. He was stunned. Kangchan was standing there. Kangchan had understood why Ryu had joined Yung Wung's plan, something he considered completely insignificant. Ryu was in shock upon realizing that Kangchan had grabbed the rope while falling. At that moment, Kangchan wanted to demonstrate his longest and most refined technique, specialized for fighting groups alone, though he also had a move meant to eliminate a single target. Ryu assumed his opponent talked too much, and was certain he couldn't fight in that state. Kangchan then explained that it had taken him 10 years to master that skill, but executing it took only 1/100th of a second, and he immediately split his opponent in half. Soon after, Ryu fell into the sea. Kangchan remembered being called a stupid dog, but declared that even that technique had been taught by Gangryong. The scene then shifts to the men outside, who had heard a very loud sound coming from inside. Then it returns to the interior, where dust was rising. Yung Wung was against the wall, with the big man's fist very close to him. Gangryong declared that they should stop wasting time talking about the dead and get straight to the point. Finally, the scene shifts to the past of Chu Kangyun at Harmony Orphanage, where a couple arrived and were greeted by the caretaker with a smile. The woman quickly mentioned that her husband was a bit picky, and so they began looking for a child. Chu Kangyun was there. He was already a bit older and was reading a book. The orphanage staff explained that he was the child with the best grades and excelled at everything he tried. The man then decided to speak with the boy, but the caretaker said there was something he needed to know. Even so, the man ignored her, greeted Kangyun, and said he would be his future father. But upon looking more closely, he saw something that made his eyes widen. The caretaker didn't understand, and the man's wife asked if something was wrong. At that moment, he turned his back and said they needed to look for other children. The staff member realized that Kangyun was always the first to be noticed, but never adopted. Other children ended up being chosen instead. Concerned, the wife asked what had happened, and the man revealed that he had never seen eyes as frightening as that child. childs. Kang Yeon then continued reading his book, which told the story of a child abandoned under a bridge in a village. The villagers looked at the child with disgust, and no one wanted to raise them. Until one day, a fortune teller appeared in the village and praised the child's eyes, saying they could see through everything and would soon discover why people avoided them. He also said that the child's existence was special. The scene then shifts to Kang Yeon's cell, where he was playing Jonggi. At that moment, Ju Young clearly remembered what his opponent had said about the game, about crushing the enemy king, and believed he had won. The rough-looking man with long hair realized that Ju Young had taken that idea seriously, but explained that it was only a superficial notion, and that Ju Young still did not resemble a king. Ju Young didn't care, as he believed he had won regardless, and had no idea how someone could look like a king. Kang Yeon then explains that a king observes everything from above, ruling the world without losing his class and refinement. Ju Young understands, and Kang Yeon concludes by saying that no matter what happens, someone who is a king will always remain a king. He even suggests that Ju Young could try to become one, if he wanted. The scene then shifts to the old Celestial Dragon facility, where Young Woong realizes that Gang Ryong's temperament hadn't changed. In fact, it never had. Gang Ryong was still the kind of man who, once a fight began, would attack everyone like an uncontrollable demon. He found it remarkable that even knowing this, Young Woong still had the courage to draw his sword. Considering him reckless, Gang Ryong was ready to make him disappear. Young Woong in turn reveals that he doesn't care about dying but is certain the brute is different. After all, he has a son who is identical to him. He mentions that he heard Ju Young had been having difficulties in Wing 2 and believed Gang Ryong was as well. Gang Ryong notices that Young Woong is paying too much attention to his son. Young Woong admits he was so curious that he couldn't help himself. He knows the big man wants to make his son the next gang leader, but says that dream ended right then. Gang Ryong doesn't understand where he's going with that. Young Woong then calls his former comrade naive and declares that something will happen to his son that very night. Gang Ryong demands to know what will happen, but the scene cuts to the fifth shark cell, where he states he'll gladly let Ju Young do whatever he wants. Ju Young believes that game messed with Kang Yeon's head too much, but Kang Yeon insists he's serious. Ju Young then decides to act his own way, charging at his opponent with everything he has. Kang Yeon stands up, the table overturned and the pieces scattered across the floor. Ju Young comments that the king opened his arms to him, and therefore sees no reason to hold back. However, he's caught off guard. Kang Yeon dodges his attack as if dealing with a 6-year-old child. He warns that the more Jo Young tries to get closer, the farther away he'll become. Ju Young finds the way the fifth shark speaks disgraceful, and can't stand it anymore. He attempts another attack, but Kang Yeon handles him easily, reinforcing that, as he said before, Ju Young can't touch him. At that moment, Ju Young begins to question things, as his opponent is dodging every strike. Kang Yeon then explains that he isn't dodging. In fact, Ju Young's movements are extremely weak, making them incapable of hitting him effectively. Then he uses a technique, warning that it's time for him to make his move. In an instant, Ju Young drops to his knees. He's in shock. His legs have lost their strength, and he can't stand. Kang Yeon thinks it's better this way, making their positions clear, with Ju Young beneath him. However, Ju Young grabs his legs and, as Kang Yeon himself had said earlier, follows the same logic, that a king always looks from above. At that moment, he was the one on top. He then declares that he is a king. Ju Young was stepping on Kang Yeon, and at that instant, Kang Yeon began to laugh, while Ju Young simply watched. Kang Yeon reveals that this had been happening to him for some time, and that Ju Young had truly managed to surprise him. However, he quickly moves, touches Ju Young and declares that it's still not a hopeless situation, making him fall to his knees again. Ju Young then can only wonder what is happening, as his legs have failed him once more. He asks his opponent what he did to his body. The long-haired man, with a rocker-like demeanor, is certain that Ju Young is no ordinary person, since he looks him straight in the eye without hesitation. Even so, Kang Yeon considers Ju Young different enough to be called special. The scene then shifts to a street, where a man was driving by. He liked how calm that street was for his route. Then he notices some guys who seemed unusually obedient. He comments that he was looking for someone in the area, but something catches his attention. They were crouching. Soon, they ask the man, calling him a juicy, not to speak to them like that, explaining that they were collecting all the ants in the area and needed to finish that task that very day. The man inside the car doesn't understand anything. After all, they weren't anteaters, but delinquents from Changhua Vocational School. The boys then say that if he doesn't know what it's about, he should leave, since it's an order from the new transfer student. This student had ordered them to collect all the ants in the area. One of them hands over a container full of ants, saying they had cleared everything: trees, bushes, and even the ground. Kang Yeon was the new transfer student. He praises everyone's work, saying they deserve recognition. He explains that ants are among the most abundant creatures in the world, and the more abundant something is, the more ordinary it becomes. Eliminating all of them in that area wouldn't change the world. To him, eliminating something insignificant and assigning tasks to his subjects is part of a king's role. He then declares the next task, capturing all the dragonflies in the area. A man, hearing this, comments that it's all nonsense. He notes how calm Kang Yeon seems while ordering others to do absurd things, and finds it fascinating that such intimidating brutes obey him. He then asks if Kangyan has cast some kind of spell on them. Kangyan simply replies that he shouldn't look down on him. The man finds that odd, but continues, saying that in his position, he doesn't assign trivial tasks, and only works with high-level people. Still, realizing Kangyon's potential, he says he already knows his name and confirms it, handing him a card and inviting him to test just how special he really is. That man was Kwangyeon, a member of Celestial Dragon, from the Blue Imugi Command. Then Ju-young throws a cushion at Kangyon's face, trying to create an opening to attack. The impact is so strong that the cushion tears apart. Kangyeon, however, only wants to understand what his opponent is trying to do, warning that he's on the other side. This completely surprises Ju-young. Kangyeon then makes it clear that he is the one in control, touches Ju-young's forehead, and makes him fall to his knees again. After that, Jo-young keeps trying to attack several times, but can't even touch him. Kangyeon explains that this is still just a probing battle, and that dragging it out wouldn't be interesting. He then delivers a powerful kick to his opponent. Jo-young is thrown several meters away, and feels the impact intensely. Kangyeon then takes back what he said earlier about Ju-young being ordinary, stating that he's the first person who has made him have this much fun since leaving his room. However, before he can continue speaking, Ju-young is already back on his feet, and appears behind him, making it clear that he doesn't care about his opinion, and strikes him with a kick to the back of the neck. Ju-young believed that if he could land a single hit on Kangyeon, he could create an opening to keep attacking. He tries another strike, but is completely deceived, as Kangyeon easily dodges it, leaving him stunned. Kangyeon then uses his ability again, saying that the probing phase was over, and that he found Ju-young extremely stubborn. This time, Ju-young drops to his knees with such force that the ground cracks. At that moment, he felt pain. Kangyeon could see everything in Ju-young, his breathing patterns, heart rate, how he turned his head, when he opened and closed his eyes, the exact instant he threw a punch, and even when his foot left the ground. Kangyeon could essentially see through every small movement and behavioral pattern Ju-young had, and simply memorized it all, like a Jungi score sheet of movements. In this way, predicting his opponent's next move was incredibly easy, and everyone he read, upon realizing this, became terrified. Those who understood the value of that ability would quickly bow on their own. He didn't even need to use violence. Kangyeon then declared that Ju-young was just another one of those ants whose existence made no difference. At that moment, Ju-young remembered his father calling him pathetic, saying he was far from ever reaching his level. It was as if his father were right there, asking if he was really kneeling in that filthy hole. Ju-young then tried to attack Kangyeon's leg, but he dodged effortlessly, saying that wouldn't be enough. Ju-young had already realized that his opponent was simply predicting his movements based on previous patterns. Because of that, he decided to start using movements Kangyeon had never seen before. Thus, he activated Mind Awakening, striking Kangyeon with brutal force, and sending him flying several meters back until he hit the ground, blood scattering. Ju-young made it clear that he was the one who ended the probing phase of the fight, and was already preparing to strike again. The power to transcend his limits, Mind Awakening, had already evolved twice. The first evolution was Switch, which he could turn on and off at will. That was how he defeated Sangwoo. The second was Release, used against Hyunwoo, a strong opponent, concentrating all remaining power into a single explosive attack. Because of that, to use his full power, he needed to land his strike precisely. Since he had already spent half of his energy escaping the previous situation, that next blow needed to be perfect. However, at that moment, Kangyeon used his ability again, leaving Jo-young in disbelief. He managed to dodge and even asked if Jo-young's Mind Awakening consisted of releasing all his power at once. He even admitted that if Jo-young had waited until the very last moment, things might have gotten troublesome for him. Kangyeon had memorized the pattern of Mind Awakening and, at the exact moment, recognized the attack Ju-young had used before, managing to avoid it. Ju-young was even satisfied for having interrupted the strike at the last second. Kangyeon then reinforced what he had already said. He could see through any movement presented to him. To him, a kingdom doesn't observe just one step ahead, but several. A king who cannot foresee the future is nothing more than a soldier following someone else's plan. Ju-young realized that even if he tried to use Mind Awakening again, his opponent would be able to predict it. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart, as if it were being torn in half. Kangyeon then explained that by initiating release mode and interrupting it at the last second, a kind of internal explosion occurs, whose impact directly strikes the heart. With a trembling voice, Ju-young asked how he knew that. Kangyeon replied that he had once met someone who fought using the same method. Ju-young didn't understand why he was explaining all of that. They were enemies after all. Once again, Kangyeon stated that a king must be merciful, even on the battlefield, and that was why he showed such kindness. Then, he himself activated his own Mind Awakening, though he didn't even consider it a fight. To him, his power was pure arrogance. Thus, Ju-young fell to his knees once more, questioning whether there was truly any way to win. The scene then shifts to the old Celestial Dragon headquarters. The group was still outside, and the noises made Kim In-chul uneasy. Inside, Gangryong once again asks Young-won what is happening to his son. Young-won finds it amusing how Gangryong acts like a bare father when it comes to his son, and says that even if he knew, it wouldn't make any difference. At that that moment, the big man, consumed by hatred, launches an attack that tears open a massive hole. Jung-won then warns that he would die that day, along with his son. Neither of them would make it past that night. Gangryong doesn't understand why Jung-won is involving his son, and he replies that the foolish dream of seeing the boy become the leader of Celestial Dragon would end right there. Gangryong even considers taking Jung-won to hell in a friendly way, but realizes there's no other option. Before he could act with brutality, Jung-won provokes him, calling him pathetic for showing that weakness. He then delivers several slashes at his opponent. Gangrong realizes that his former comrade was growing impatient. Jung-won was a specialist in attrition combat, but in Gangrong's view, he was already exhausted. To Jung-won, however, the brute was nothing more than someone barking, and it didn't even seem like he was curious about who was fighting his son. Jung-won, seeing the look on Gangryong's face, couldn't hold his tongue and revealed that the man's name was Chu Kangyeon. He was one of the members of the Blue Emugus. Jung-won mentions that he had heard Ju-young defeated a Blue Emugi before, but Chu Kangyeon was different, leaving the brute unsure of what he meant. Jung-won explains that Chu Kangyeon, among the most elite and arrogant members of Celestial Dragon, had reigned like a king and wonders if Kangryong would like to understand why Kangyeon was called a tyrant. He explains that anyone who rebels against the king always loses their head. At that moment, the scene shifts back to the battle between Ju-young and Chu Kangyeon, where Kangyeon's presence alone made it seem certain that Ju-young would never raise his head again, and Ju-young really was on the ground, head lowered. Kangyeon, in the end, acknowledged that Ju-young had truly given his best during the fight, so he too was willing to give his all, seeking to bring Ju-young's end, and move to crush him underfoot. At that moment, Ju-young felt something in his heart again, something extremely explosive that made him open his eyes. The scene then shifts to Gangryong, who still didn't understand what Jung-won was talking about. He wanted to know what there was about that man who called himself a king, and in the end, of course, he had taught his son everything about how to reach the heavens. At that moment, the scene shifts back to the juvenile detention center, where the loudspeakers announced that emergency power had been restored, and the lights quickly began to turn on. The one standing was Ju-young himself, and he was stepping on Chu Kangyeon's head. Ju-young's eyes glowed a deep red. Then, the scene shifts to a sea drenched in blood, with a boat drifting nearby. The greatest predatory shark in the world is a hunter whose bite can turn the ocean red. The great white shark. Its ability to detect prey from dozens of kilometers away is as if it could traverse the entire ocean. It almost seems like it can see through everything. To scientists, it represents the pinnacle of evolution. To fish, the great white is the executioner that decides their fate. Worthy of the title King of Sharks, Joseph watched the entire battle unfold. He truly couldn't believe that someone like Kangyeon had ended up in such a pathetic state, lying beneath Ju-young's feet. He began to think that the shark on the 5th floor had been nothing more than an ordinary one, something Ju-young could easily crush. At that moment, Chu Kangyeon wondered why he was under someone's feet, recalling the instant he had tried to trample his opponent. It was at that very moment that his eyes failed him, and he could no longer see through Ju-young's movements, who had simply turned the tables. It wasn't just the movements. Kangyeon also couldn't perceive blood flow, breathing, or heart rate. As a result, he was struck head-on by his opponent and went into shock. He questioned whether this was something entirely new that Ju-young had never used before. He had taken 2 blows, yet he still believed he could see. Ju-young didn't miss the chance to unleash multiple attacks on him, while his own heart made him feel that crushing pressure once again. But at that moment, Ju-young felt a sense of relief. He remembered the origami Hiwen had given him, which said that the one who opens their heart conquers the world. He had no idea how to open his heart, and hadn't understood its meaning back then. But above all, even after coming this far, he was still seeking help from others to grow stronger, and he felt pathetic for it. The scene then shifts to 4 years earlier. In the freezing cold, his voice trembling, he could only apologize to his father, who held him by the collar, leaving him utterly desperate. Gangrong didn't want his son to cry, explaining that he was only trying to give him one final lesson. He believed his son would want to go beyond the awakening of the mind, using emotions as a means of expression, and thus becoming stronger. He explained that no matter how advanced the awakening of the mind might be, it wouldn't save someone from severe injury if they fell off a cliff. He used his own son as an example of this. Hearing this, Ju-young fell into despair. At that moment, Gangryong let go of him and told him to open his heart. The boy began to fall off the cliff, while Gangryong hoped that the environment would shape the expression of his son's genes. Severe stress, oxygen deprivation, and changes in physical activity gradually affect the heart and muscles. These accumulated physical changes are eventually passed on to the next generation. Ju-young wondered if his father had truly decided to kill him, but at the same time he denied it. He couldn't believe his father would do such a thing that way. He kept asking himself how he could possibly open his own heart. Then, he saw a massive dragon below him. Gangryong asked if his son had seen the scenery revealed when he opened his heart, and quickly saved the boy, explaining what he called the realm of blood. Since the boy had not yet learned the awakening of the mind, it was still too early for him to embody such a thing. However, Gangryong knew that one day, the blood flowing within his son, along with the mutations he had acquired, would come together together, and a new realm would open. Ju-young remembered everything at that moment. His father's final words, explaining that his blood and the mutations in his body would converge, and that the moment he tasted death, he would be able to step into a new realm. The awakening of the mind transcends the mental realm, and he was essentially using the realm of blood in Cha Gangryong's style. It was an evolution of the body, a body that evolves at every moment, and once again he struck his opponent. Certain that Kangyeon could not see through it, he sent him flying several meters until he slammed into a wall. Ju-young found it all extremely irritating, as his father had ended up helping him once again. Kangyeon, confused, recalled Cha Gangryong. He also remembered that he was the most talented of all, and yet no one had chosen to be his parent. At times, he hated being different from everyone else, but he soon realized this wasn't a fairy tale, and understood that people weren't refusing to be his parents. He simply couldn't accept it, and his eyes did not frighten people. He believed that others recognized how unique he was, and so everyone lowered their heads. None of it had ever been mere coincidence for the long-haired man. Even if anyone might deny it, he had been acknowledged as such, a neglected orphan who became the king of a country. He also remembered the tale that said a true king is not born from the blood of a king, but is a gift from the heavens. He was the king sent by the heavens. At that moment, Kangyeon stood up and asked his opponent if he had said that Cha Gangryong had given him that power. Then he called out his opponent's name. Ju-young approached him, and Kangyeon declared that Ju-young could not become the true king, activating the awakening of the mind once again. For a true king is not born of royal blood. He descends from the heavens. He made it clear that having an impressive father did not make Ju-young special. At that moment, Ju-young told him to shut up, saying that any power his father had given him was something he found utterly repulsive. Kangyeon immediately began to display his power, expressing that his opponent was still nothing but contemptible. Joseph was impressed to see that Kangyeon had stood up once again, and the outcome of the experiment remained unpredictable until the very end. Their battle was far from over. The tale of the orphan child abandoned alone beneath a bridge in some village truly matched everything that had happened to Kangyeon. Since the founding of the kingdom, the king's majesty and the fear he inspired had grown ever greater, reaching even beyond the heavens. Neighboring states bowed their heads, and ministers were afraid to speak. People couldn't meet the king's gaze, even when he was still an orphan. At 5 years old, even tigers would bow and flee from him. At 13, the orphan boy cut down an enemy general with his own hands. At 18, as a general, enemy commanders surrendered without a fight. Even the king himself did not dare look him in the eyes. Then, the scene shifts to a young man named Kwang Yun, who wanted to know what was going on. He stood near Kangyeon, who was calmly reading a book while sitting on a rock. Kwang Yun commented on how the blue emugis had bowed before Kangyeon as if they were his subordinates, and he couldn't understand why Kangyeon was reading a fairy tale while his superior was praising him. Kangyeon explains that he has a favorite fairy tale. It's about an orphan child whom no one wanted to adopt because people didn't like the way he looked. Eventually, the child realized he was special and became the king of a nation. Kwang Yun had no idea what that weird long-haired guy was talking about. Kangyeon then says he came there by fate and asks why Kwang Yun was there. He replies that he just came to talk to him after doing some shopping. He then talks about the members of the Blue Emugis. They train a unique ability based on mental awakening, which can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months, or even years. It's a realm that requires natural talent and skill, like a hidden trump card. Then he says there was something that had been bothering him for a while, a massive barrier standing before Kangyeon. He wanted to understand how Kangyeon obtained his trump card in just 1 month, since he couldn't even see it as something humanly possible. The scene then shifts to Jae-young, his fist just inches from Kangyeon's face. Kangyeon reacts instantly and uses his ability. It was the blue emugi style, and his technique was on another level. The barrier between them is broken, and Jae-young drops to his knees once again. Kangyeon declares it was a perfect hit. That was a mastered ability. He was certain his opponent wouldn't be able to stand for a while. Ju-young begins to wonder if it was some kind of illusion. He feels something deeply intense within him, starts shouting, and quickly collapses to his knees. Kangyeon tells him he can try as much as he wants and use any technique, because the result won't change. He will kneel before him again. That, he says, is fate. But Ju-young once again defies the odds and uses the blood realm, landing a powerful blow on his opponent, who immediately starts coughing up blood. Kangyeon admits he's surprised. Despite being hit by a mastered ability, Ju-young is still incredibly strong. Ju-young charges at him, and Kangyeon uses his ability again, forcing him to kneel, but Ju-young refuses to give in. At that moment, he throws a punch. Kangyeon dodges, but is caught off guard and struck by a heavy kick. Kangyeon acknowledges that every one of his opponent's attacks is high level, and tries to regain control of the fight. He realizes that if he lets Ju-young surpass him again, he'll be defeated instantly. Ju-young approaches once more. Kangyeon has never experienced anything like this. It's an extraordinary fight for him. At that moment, loudspeakers warn the prisoners to stay away from the walls. As it happens, the two of them are fighting right next to one. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts nearby. Ju-young looks to the side, trying to understand what the smoke is, and remembers that the fire alarm had been turned off, making him wonder if it was fake or if there really was a fire. Kangyeon has some injuries on his face, and he recalls a day during the king's tyranny when flames rose all the way to the palace, Even a king who had ruled his entire life was just another human, helpless before a fire that consumed everything. Then an army approached. Everyone believed he was an arrogant king who had brought suffering to the people, so they wanted to bring him down and cut off his head. At that moment he remembered the fortune teller's warning about arrogance, the kind that makes birds fall from the sky and monkeys fall from trees. It didn't matter if someone was a king, if they couldn't abandon their arrogance, they would end up at rock bottom. He rejected that idea. He had no intention of falling. Before Ju Young could land another punch, Kang Yun attacked as well, their fists colliding. Kang Yun tells Ju Young to rethink his arrogance, preparing to use his technique again, even admitting that Ju Young had managed to fight him as an equal. Ju Young feigns surprise, sarcastically asking how he should thank him for the compliment. Once again, he lands a hit and declares that he'll grant him a special ending. He says that no one among the Blue Imogus or in the juvenile prison had ever looked down on him. But before he can continue, Ju Young just wants him to stop. Kang Yun grows frustrated, his voice trembling, making it clear that his opponent should keep attacking. Ju Young refuses, explaining that if they continue like this, Kang Yun will end up dying. Suddenly, Kang Yun feels something and collapses to the ground. Ju Young feels relieved at that moment, and in any case just wants to understand what the hell his opponent had been talking about all this time. Even so, he's satisfied. That was a round he had won. The scene then shifts to the former headquarters of the Celestial Dragon, where Yung Woong says that dawn is approaching. 20 years ago, they would have already finished the mission and be drinking non-stop by now. Gang Rong just wants to understand what exactly made Yung Woong turn out like that. Yung Woong tells the brute to pay attention, asking who really changed. The more he looks, the more shocking it becomes. He's sure that Gang Ryong is telling him to take a look at him, to see if he's still alive. Gang Ryong has been living day by day as if merely enduring life, but now, he's desperate for first place. Jung Woong didn't expect Gang Ryong to use any means necessary to achieve what he wants. Gang Ryong then tells his old friend that nothing has changed. Even now, he says he's just enduring life, just like 20 years ago, declaring that nothing has truly changed. The Guanghua Gang was founded in the 1990s, based in Gyeongsang Province. On the surface, it looked like a normal company, but it was actually a front for money laundering and the transport of illicit goods. It became a massive criminal syndicate after moving to the capital in the 2000s. The gang's leader, Gwang Wonchul, is known for having strong ties to the police. All of this is being broadcast on TV, where Gwang Wonchul himself enjoys seeing his image appear, believing that fame has finally reached him. He has a subordinate by his side who declares that their gang is unmatched across the country. The gang member agrees and congratulates his boss. However, he also informs Gwang Wonchul that a new group is emerging near the capital. Gwang Wonchul is unaware of this, and the subordinate reveals that the name of the new group is Celestial Dragon. From what he's heard, the Celestial Dragon is intense. That gang member is none other than Jung Woong himself, who was 22 years old at the time and infiltrated the Guanghua gang. At that moment, he even uses a lighter to light his boss's cigarette. Somehow, the leader of the Guanghua gang felt like he had heard that name before, but still didn't actually know the group. That's when Gang Ryong shows up and declares that he'll give them a little demonstration. His way of introducing the Celestial Dragon is through sheer strength and violence. He was the same age as his partner and was on an infiltration mission against the Guanghua gang. Soon, other members rush in to take him down, but they weren't alone. Several members of the Celestial Dragon were part of that mission, letting both the Brute and Young Woong know they were there too. One of them even gets annoyed, since those two always like to act tough on their own. Suddenly, the gang leader finds himself surrounded by Celestial Dragon members, Kang Min-sek, Lee Ho-gul, Kyun-tae, and Yu Min-seng. Gwang Wonchul couldn't believe they were just a bunch of rookie punks. Making it clear his gang was no joke, he was ready to teach those bastards a lesson, but in the end, he couldn't do anything at all. Jung Woong realizes the man knew nothing, and declares that, as mission leader, he was the perfect choice. He then asks his comrade if he didn't think he did a great job on that mission. Gang Ryong bluntly says he was trash, since he almost got stabbed and Hogul had to block it with his own body. He throws it in Young Woong's face that he was useless, and Young Woong, instead of caring about the comrade who sacrificed himself, simply ignores it. The Brute then invites him to grab a beer in the dorm. Meanwhile, one of the members is more concerned about not leaving the rival gang's guts exposed and cleaning everything up before the police arrive. Suddenly, they hear a voice ordering everyone to put their hands up. Everyone is caught off guard, not understanding what's going on. A man is pointing a gun at them. Jung Woong asks who the hell he is, and the man smiles, declaring himself a police officer. His name is Gwang Hee-won. He was the second in command of the Guanghua gang, and the younger brother of Gwang Won-chul, as well as an active police officer. He makes it clear that the secret behind the Guanghua gang's success was family ties. At that moment, several police officers appear to arrest the Celestial Dragon members, showing that just as they had surrounded Gwang Won-chul, they had been surrounded as well. The scene then shifts outside, where people are being thrown into a pit, all tied up. Gwang Hee-won stands there with a gun in hand, looking at Gang Ryong and commenting that he looks like a bear. He confirms his identity and asks if he's part of the Celestial Dragon. The Brute at that that moment is tied up. Gwang Hee-won spins his revolver between his fingers, acknowledging that Gang Ryong is quite famous in those circles. They say he's like an uncontrollable Russian brown bear roaming the streets. He even invites him to join his gang, assuming the Celestial Dragon is just a low-tier crew. He offers to meet any condition Gang Ryong might have, pay off debts, get him an apartment, or even a good woman. At that moment, the brute accepts. Gwang Hee-won is pleased, thinking that even gangsters need to be smart nowadays. He asks how much Gangrang wants to be paid. Gangrang says he doesn't care about money and only wants a car. Gwang Hee-won finds that odd, but says he can get him a lot of used cars. The big guy replies that he wants a Maserati. Gwang Hee-won is completely baffled. Gang Ryong asks if he can't afford it. He says that if it's not that car, then it can't even be called a car. That infuriates the corrupt cop, who now sees him as arrogant, realizing Gang Ryong would never join them. He then points his gun at him. Suddenly, a liquid splashes onto his face. He smells urine and is completely confused. Looking up, he sees that someone has urinated on him. Gwang Hee-won has been baptized, and the culprit is sitting up in a tree. He says he feels relieved and claims he had perfect aim. He also wonders why everyone is tied up with their heads shoved into the ground. He tells everyone to relax, because their boss has arrived. Gang Ryong is surprised to realize that it's his junior boss. The name of the open faucet is Min Jang-hyuk, a founding member of the Celestial Dragon. The scene then shifts to 1980, at the Hongju Correctional Institution. Correction, order, and peace. That was the place where all nationally known gangsters gathered. They said it was like a battlefield, and the one who ended the war was the legendary fighter from Chungcheong Province, a real estate tycoon named Lee Changyub. Even the prison warden avoided messing with him. His only pastime was searching for a successor, under the pretext of having no children, claiming he wanted to find the greatest fighter once again. Through the war behind bars, ruleless where anything was allowed, the one who emerged victorious was Min Jang-hyuk, who became a candidate to become Lee Changyub's son. At least, that's what people said. Lee Changyub even demanded that Min Jang-hyuk call him father, but Min Jang-hyuk made it clear he didn't need that. Lee Changyub couldn't understand why the young man refused to become his son, pointing out that he owned a lot of land in Honam. Min Jang-hyuk replied that he was terrible at math, so listening about land made no sense to him. He stated that the only reason he fought like his life depended on it was because of the brothers who followed him and trusted him. The scene then shifts to the moment he arrives, and a Gwanghwa gang member explains that the man is extremely well known, Min Jung-hyuk. The cop doesn't understand why he's part of a mediocre gang like the Celestial Dragon. Then Min Jung-hyuk climbs down from the tree, saying he's getting embarrassed with people bringing up old stories. He approaches all the Gwanghwa gang members, saying he just wants his brothers back. Gwang Hee-won doesn't care if that man is Min Jung-hyuk. He could shoot him in the head immediately and turn him into just another corpse. And so he fires, but is shocked. Min Jung-hyuk dodges the bullet. Now he understands why he's a legend of Chungcheong. Min Jang-hyuk laughs it off. He simply raises his hands and declares surrender, explaining that he's not there to fight. Gwang Hee-won wants to know what the hell he's planning, reminding him that he destroyed Hongju prison years ago, and he highly doubts he doesn't want to fight. Min Jang-hyuk explains that was over 15 years ago, and trembling, reveals that now he's just a man who can't even hold a knife properly. He says he'll do whatever the gang leader wants. He just asks them to let his brothers go. Jung-woong watches alongside his mission partner. Gwang Hee-won thinks Min Jang-hyuk is ruining the mood, not believing that he truly doesn't want to fight. At that moment, he throws a knife near him, making it clear that he wants his head and in return he'll let his brothers go. According to him, unlike the other members of the Celestial Dragon, Min Jang-hyuk's head would boost the Gwanghwa gang's reputation. He even believed he was making a good offer. Min Jang-hyuk simply commented that he was glad to see Gwang Hee-won was a reasonable man. That left everyone in despair, as they didn't want their boss to accept such a deal. Min Jang-hyuk then asked everyone to pay attention one last time. Suddenly, a liquid appeared in the tree, leaving one of the Gwanghwa gang members confused, asking if it was the same piss from before. At that moment, a lighter appeared. Min Jang-hyuk told everyone to get down. A massive explosion erupted on the spot. Gwang Hee-won had no idea what had just happened. His car had turned into a heap of scrap metal, completely engulfed in flames, along with part of the forest. Min Jang-hyuk then declared that this was to be expected from the Gwanghwa gang. He wasn't surprised at all that the car had been so polished and shiny. He even wondered when he'd get to drive something like that with Jung-woong. At that moment, Jung-woong had already caught the police officer off guard. He praised his boss, thinking he might be bad at fighting, but he was actually a great actor. Gwang Hee-won couldn't believe that. From the very beginning, it had all been an act to buy time and escape. Furious, he wanted to shoot them all. In a shocking move, Min Jang-hyuk pressed the officer's revolver against his own forehead, stating that everyone misunderstood. He wasn't a legend of Hongju prison just because of strength. He had only leaned in like that because Gwang Hee-won missed every shot. Min Jang-hyuk explained that he became a legend because of the brothers who followed him. At that moment, several members of the Celestial Dragon began defeating the Gwanghwa gang. Min Jang-hyuk watched in surprise, realizing it was all the result of his teachings. It was clear his brothers were improving day by day. Even as a cripple, he liked getting involved so they could resolve things like that. Otherwise, he would have retired long ago. go. A subordinate then reported that he had found a vehicle and that they could escape. It was the perfect moment for the Celestial Dragon's leader. The only problem was that the small truck was extremely slow. The scene then shifts to the truck on the road, with several Celestial Dragon members riding in the back. Jungwoo and Gangrung were there as well. Min Jung-yuk didn't like how the higher-ups were throwing these young boys into a battlefield without any care, and he was certain that if any of them were his own children, none of this would be happening. Gangrung simply listened. Min Jung-yuk knew that the bosses had a culture of eliminating the weak and cultivating only the strong, and Gangrung asked if the junior boss really didn't believe in that. He made it clear that, at that moment, they truly needed the junior boss's help, but that they would become strong enough not to need it anymore. After all, Min Jang-hyuk had traded his arm for their lives, becoming like a father to all of them, so they were all willing to repay him. Min Jang-hyuk found it strange hearing Gangrong say things he would never normally say. Jung-woong then reassured his boss not to worry, saying they wouldn't die so easily. He even called out to the others to tell their boss everything was fine, but some were asleep and woke up startled. Jung-woong kept shouting, irritating everyone. He also announced that there would be pork belly barbecue on Gangrong. That's when the brute realized why Jung-woong had made all that noise. He thought that if they kept enduring all of this, they would eventually have a chance to laugh for real, but they had no idea what awaited them in the future. The scene then shifts to them having a barbecue. Everyone wanted their boss to enjoy the food, and Min Jang-hyuk remarked that it had been a while since they'd had meat. He didn't understand why his brothers had bought so little. Jung-woong had expected that reaction, so he revealed that he had used the boss's card to buy plenty of meat, which irritated Min Jang-hyuk. Even so, the guys made a complete mess just trying to grill, and he simply watched the chaos unfold. After that, he apologizes to the people with him, saying that even if they're sent on a suicide mission, he doesn't have the power to stop it. Within the organization, the Celestial Dragon had more loyalty and values, but the boss above him was very different. Min Jang-hyuk had felt that from the first time he saw him, there was something about him that drew people in. He reveals that he had been enchanted by the Celestial Dragon's supreme boss, left the gang with his younger brother, and went to Seoul. The others wanted to know what the top boss of the Celestial Dragon was like, since they had only seen him from afar and didn't know his face. Min Jang-hyuk explained that rather than a human, the supreme boss was more like an actual dragon, leaving everyone wide-eyed. After seeing him for the first time, Min Jang-hyuk was certain that one day the Celestial Dragon would grow big enough to take over the entire country, but he tells them not to worry, because as long as he's alive, he will protect them. And just as Min Jang-hyuk had said, within a year the Celestial Dragon grew rapidly and became one of the 5 biggest gangs in Seoul. The scene then shifts to members of the Celestial Dragon cleaning the area while others trained. Jung-woong and Gangryong watched, until Gangryong noticed his comrade seemed lost in thought and asked if he had found himself a girl or something like that. Jung-woong explained it was nothing like that, but even with the gang's growth, he felt like he wasn't moving forward. Gangrong didn't understand, since they had dozens of men under their command. Jung-woong grew frustrated, explaining that he just wanted to rise in rank. He wanted the top. He hadn't left his home and family just to become a mediocre thug. The scene then shifts to a rainy day. Min Jang-hyuk approaches Jung-woong, asking if something had happened, since his expression looked strange. Jung-woong says it's nothing, just that he wanted some advice. He admits he's desperate to be recognized in the gang, along with Gangryong. He had already done a lot for the organization, but still felt invisible. He wanted to be noticed. Min Jang-hyuk sighs and says he recognizes Jung-woong, and even Haemyo, the king of the streets, recognizes him, but Jung-woong points out that the cat was trembling, which annoys the animal. Then Min Jang-hyuk reminds him that he once said the Celestial Dragon would make the entire country tremble, and that Jung-woong and Gangrong would be the driving force behind the gang. He makes it clear that he got this far because he knows how to read people, and asks Jung-woong to trust him. And so, Jung-woong waited patiently. However, after hearing his junior boss say that, at some point his patience completely ran out, where all he had ever wanted was the chance to stand out. Then the scene shifts to him alongside several other gang members. A car approaches, leaving everyone surprised, since that man rarely showed himself in public. It was none other than the great boss of the Celestial Dragons. Jung-woong couldn't understand what was going on, as the boss walked with an overwhelming pressure, and at that moment, he realized what Min Jang-hyuk had meant earlier. He could also feel the same thing the junior boss had felt. In the end, this was his chance to be noticed. He bowed to the ground, greeting the boss, introducing himself as Jung-woong, and saluting him for the first time. He declared that he would live as if there were no tomorrow, until the Celestial Dragons became the greatest gang in the country. The other members didn't understand what was happening and grew worried, thinking they might be dragged into something dangerous because of him. At that moment, the boss fell into thought and commented that he hadn't expected someone with such strength to be there. However, instead of speaking to Jung-woong, he asked for Gangryong's name, completely ignoring Jung-woong. The supreme leader of the Celestial Dragons continued, saying he had a feeling he would see Gangryong rise to a high rank. Gangryong thanked him, and the gang's leader turned his back, saying he hoped to see him again. Everyone was confused and frightened. When they were finally able to raise their heads, one of the members accused Jung-woong of putting everyone at risk. Jung-woong remained on the ground. Gang Ryung then asked if he was okay. The scene then shifts to nighttime, where the members were sleeping together, until suddenly, one of them approached the room. He told Jung Woong to wake Gang Ryung and follow him to the office, which was strange since it was already late. The man made it clear that the big boss was summoning both of them, leaving Jung Woong in shock. The scene then shifts to the boss's representative saying something that catches them off guard. They ask again who they are supposed to kill, and the representative clarifies. They were to kill Min Jang-yuk. Whoever did it would be promoted to the inner circle of the supreme boss, confirming the order. Gang Ryong couldn't understand it, as the junior boss had dedicated himself to the gang more than anyone. Jung Woong trembled at that moment. He already knew the answer. They were practically blood brothers with Min Jang-hyuk. The representative then stated that the boss chose them because they were the only ones who had caught his attention, and he wanted to test how far they would go. Jung Woong remembered everything Min Jang-hyuk had said before, about the celestial dragons ruling the entire country, and about protecting their brothers. Gang Ryung preferred not to believe what was happening, but Jung Woong made it clear that he had already made his decision. The scene then shifts to Min Jang-hyuk sleeping, until the door opens and he wakes up. Before he could react, he is caught off guard, his eyes widening. Jung Woong hands him a backpack, apologizing for waking him so suddenly, but saying they need to escape in the middle of the night. Gang Rong was with him as well. Meanwhile, the representative explained that Min Jang-hyuk might be a toothless tiger at the moment, but they couldn't ignore everything he had done for the celestial dragons. He then asked the boss how they were really supposed to kill Min Jang-hyuk, wanting to be sure that was truly the order. He recalled that Jung Woong and Gang Rong had trusted Min Jang-hyuk like a father since they joined the gang. Even if it was an order, it would be difficult for them to obey. This showed that he still didn't fully understand why the boss was doing this. Then, through the window, they saw Min Jang-hyuk bringing cookies from Dubai for everyone. The boss of the celestial dragons declared that the two of them were trapped in a romanticized worldview and would therefore become useless. He decided to set them aside for now, as he wanted to observe something. The scene then shifts to a subway station, where Min Jang-hyuk is completely incredulous about what he heard from the two comrades regarding the boss's order. Jung Woong even thought he had misheard it. In the end, it all seemed like just a pretext to test them. He found it ridiculous, since Min Jang-hyuk had been there for over 10 years, since the gang's beginning. Min Jang-hyuk was shocked by the news. He began to believe there had been a misunderstanding and decided to go back to talk to the boss. Gang Ryong told him not to, saying it would be useless. He revealed that when they first met the boss, he instinctively felt that he wasn't someone who could be persuaded with words. Rather than a person, he felt more like an approaching disaster. And in any case, Gang Ryong felt he was the only one who had noticed that. He didn't know what the supreme boss had been like in the past, but he was sure it wouldn't help. Moreover, they had already disobeyed orders and fled together with Min Jang-hyuk. Thus they declared they would stand with the junior boss until the end. Min Jang-hyuk sighed at that moment. All of this had deeply affected him. He was a senior to those two, and instead of helping them grow, he felt like he was only a burden. Moreover, in all his life as a gangster, he had never heard of a gang that forgave deserters. Still, he didn't see what they had done as something final, something they could never come back from. He would find a way out of the situation. Min Jang-hyuk eventually boarded the train with the two of them and felt a bit saddened that he hadn't been able to stop them. Jung Woong offered him something to eat, but before he could take the cup, he dropped it and apologized, saying that sometimes his arms got weak. Gang Ryong tried to clean up the mess and didn't want the boss to worry. Jung Woong didn't regret choosing the boss, but he had no idea what might happen after all this. All his work in the celestial dragons seemed to have gone to waste. He wondered when he would ever reach a high level again, and in the end, realized he was also drifting away from his dream. Gang Ryong saw the worry on his face and told him not to worry, that they would figure something out, and if they had nowhere to go, they could even start over on a fishing boat. Jung Woong thought Gang Ryong was terrible at comforting people and told the big guy to go to sleep. Gang Ryong actually fell asleep and then appeared somewhere else, not knowing where he was. He had a bag over his head and was tied up, until the boss of the celestial dragons approached and commented that he was sure Gang Ryong wanted the same thing as him. Then a truck sped toward the brute, but he wakes up. It was just a nightmare. Min Jang-hyuk asks if Gang Ryong is okay and tells him they've already arrived at the station. He says he's sure the brute had a nightmare and insists that he still has a chance to turn back, but Gang Ryong refuses to give up. They've already gone too far to return. The scene then shifts to Jung Woong, standing in front of the beach, humming. He was clearly drunk, which explained why he was so excited. He starts shouting, calling Gang Ryong to come have fun too, since they came all this way. Gang Ryong, however, thinks they should head back, since his friend is drunk. Jung Woong starts saying sappy things, leaving Gang Ryong extremely embarrassed. Min Jang-hyuk shows up with fireworks, admitting he couldn't resist and ended up buying them. Jung Woong realizes the junior boss is drunk too, buying fireworks out of nowhere just to impress. Gang Ryong grabs one of the fireworks and points it, telling him to run. Min Jang-hyuk finds the whole situation amusing. In the end, he holds both of them while Jung Woong says he wants to have fun until sunrise, claiming he could go anywhere, even saying he feels like going to America. At that moment, the junior boss says he needs to tell them something, and suddenly attacks them with a knife. Then he apologizes. Jung Woong doesn't understand what just happened. Min Young-hyuk says, those were orders from the supreme boss, and that they weren't the only ones who received orders. In exchange for killing their own subordinates, the supreme boss promised them a seat close to him. Jung Woong is completely shocked, wondering if Min Jung-hyuk had been acting the whole time. But Min Jung-hyuk says they don't know anything about him, or who he really is. They don't even know what he did after taking over Hongju prison. He reveals that when he joined the Celestial Dragons, his brothers from Chungcheong were all devoured by him. He truly did it with his own hands, and attacks them again. He says that after everything he's done, becoming a cleaner for the Celestial Dragons was his greatest regret. Now he could finally be free of it. The scene then shifts to Gang Ryong and Young Wong hiding, while Min Young-hyuk chases them with a blade. He's fast and closes in, demanding they come out. Jung Wong asks his junior boss if he's really going to do something like that, choosing to believe Min Jung-hyuk might be possessed or something, and that he would regret it later. But Min Jung-hyuk makes it clear he's fine, that he's doing all of this of his own will, and even says they are not brothers. He even finds Jung Wong amusing for insisting on that. Jung Wong then remembers when Min Jung-hyuk sacrificed his arm to save them. But Min Jung-hyuk insists he didn't do it for either of them. Then he suddenly appears behind Jung Wong. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Celestial Dragons building. At the same time the confrontation is happening, the others begin to wonder why Gang Ryong and Jung Wong aren't there. Rumors start spreading. Clothes, money, and even identities have disappeared. Soon, they suspect the two fled suddenly. Then someone reports that even the boss has vanished. The representative then discovers that Jung Wong and Gang Rang fled together with Min Jang-hyuk. The one responsible for that information was Kim Ja-hak, the chairman's secretary of the Celestial Dragons. The scene returns to the confrontation. Min Jung-hyuk presses the blade against Jung Wong's neck, but Gang Rang intervenes and saves him, making it clear that Jung Wong needs to pay more attention. He also tells the junior boss that things don't have to go this far. Before he can continue, Min Jung-hyuk knocks him down and says he won't go easy on them. He admits that seeing Gang Rang trying to protect his friend warmed his heart, and then places the blade near Gang Rang's neck. Jung Wong panics. At that moment, Gang Ryong asks to be the first to take the blow, but realizes Min Jung-hyuk doesn't strike. He then questions whether the boss can't actually cut, concluding that he's been pretending all along. Min Jung-hyuk sighs and asks when Gang Ryong figured it out. Gang Ryong explains that although at first he missed vital points, later it became clear he was avoiding fatal wounds and even creating openings for them. He also noticed that Min Jung-hyuk's arm was already at its limit. Jung Wong is shocked and shouts, upset that Gang Ryong had realized everything from the start without saying anything. Min Young-hyuk says he doesn't know how Gang Ryong became so sharp, and admits he didn't want to see his brothers die because of him. That's why he staged everything, so they would kill him. In the end, he says they're being annoying and decides to do the job himself. The two try to stop him, but Min Jung-hyuk orders them to leave. He says they don't understand how he feels, and that he wanted to die in style. The scene then shifts to a restaurant. Min Jung-hyuk wants to make sure they won't regret what they're doing, warning that the Celestial Dragons must already know about their escape. He tries to pick up a glass of water but can't. Jung Wong then asks what happened to his arm. Min Jung-hyuk explains that the doctor said he would never be able to use that arm again. Gang Ryong realizes he pushed his arm to the limit, just to stage everything and deceive them, which worries them. Min Jung-hyuk tells them not to worry, and says it's not the end of the world yet. But Jung Wong firmly states that he and Gang Ryong will follow him even into hell. Gang Ryong then remembers the dream he had about the supreme boss of the Celestial Dragons and the strange feeling he had back then. After a moment of silence, he also declares that he will go to the end with Min Jung-hyuk. The scene then shifts to the Celestial Dragons headquarters. The secretary calls an emergency meeting and announces that there are traitors, Gang Ryong and Jung Wong. He declares that the two refused direct orders from the supreme boss and fled with Min Jung-hyuk, ordering all members to hunt them down. A large fleet of cars departs immediately. Kim Joo-hak watches everything and wonders whether the dragon the supreme boss desires can really fit inside that cup. The scene then shifts to the following day, where the sky is clear. Jung Wong introduces the other two to an old acquaintance from juvenile detention, a guy named Kwang Soo. They were thinking about going to Russia, but were worried because the boat was too old. They were afraid it might sink. Kwang Soo thought they were overthinking things for fugitives. Jung Wong quickly got irritated, making it clear that they are fugitives, and that crossing borders illegally is the best way to live. Min Jang-hyuk notices that Jung Wong seems quite confident. In any case, Kwang Soo hands them fake passports and 500,000 rubles. He carries a briefcase and tells them they only need to hand over the ID and say his name when they arrive. They are using different names so their real identities won't be exposed. Min Jang-hyuk soon notices that the big guy is spacing out. Gang Rang recalls the moment when they greeted the great boss. The boss wanted to know his name, even saying he could rise to the top ranks, and wondered whether Gang Ryong had already realized what he truly desired. Then Min Jung-hyuk asked the brute if he was worried, since he seemed very quiet. Gang Ryong apologized, and Min Jung-hyuk admitted he felt ashamed of everything that was happening, but he made a promise to the two of them. No matter how long it took, he wanted to make sure they could return to South Korea, and he would get each of them a luxury apartment in Gangnam. Jung Wong made it very clear to his junior boss that that didn't suit him, saying he used to be a big shot cat whose ambition was to live well. He also pointed out that a gangster's dream is to buy his own house. Gang Rong kept thinking about ambition, and Min Jung-hyuk made it clear that every man has a deep dream in his heart, one he cannot tell others. Gang Ryong should hold on to the certainty of pursuing what he wants until the end, because if he didn't give up, he would eventually achieve it. But before Gang Ryong could speak to his boss, the boat suddenly crashes, startling them. Young Wong starts cursing the pilot, calling him useless. Kwang-soo warns that the situation has become critical and that they need to run immediately. The celestial dragons were there. Kwang-soo had led the three of them straight to them and apologized, saying he had been coerced. Otherwise, they would have hurt his wife and daughter. Young Wong is filled with rage toward Kwang-soo. Min Jung-yu quickly tells them they can't waste time. They need to climb the rocks. They begin doing so while the Celestial Dragons members tell them to rest in peace. Young Wong wonders why the hell there's an entire army just to capture 3 people. But Gangrong is different. With a single move, he sends several members flying. Then, a massive steel beam falls behind him. Min Jang-hyuk becomes extremely worried, lamenting that if it hits him, he'll die. The impact is enormous, leaving their boss wide-eyed. Crushing them with steel beams was outright unfair. Gang Ryong is still alive because Min Jang-hyuk acted at the last second and took the hit in his place, claiming it was nothing, as if it were just a walk in the park. Gang Ryong grabs the steel beam and brings down the vehicle that was hoisting it. Min Jang-hyuk realizes he has reached his limit. Yong-wong and Gang Ryong are doing everything they can, but he knows there's no way they can win. Somehow Min Jang-hyuk believes that if he wants to live, he has no choice but to jump. Then he notices something, a celestial dragon's boat, so he can't jump into the water. At that moment, a group from the celestial dragons appears, shouting for Gang Ryong and Yung-wong, declaring they've come to capture the traitors. One of them says that although they abandoned everything, they can't kill them without hearing their reasons, so they should get on the boat immediately. Jung-wong jumps, telling the others it's easier than it looks. Min Jang-hyuk calls for Gang Ryong to jump, but he hesitates. He begins remembering the boss asking about his ambitions and what he truly wanted. Young-wong grows desperate, trying to understand why Gang Ryong is frozen. Min Jang-hyuk urges him again to trust him and jump, extending his hand. Gang Ryong remembers Min Jang-hyuk saying every man has a dream in his heart. At that moment, he apologizes to his boss and attacks Min Jang-hyuk. Min Jang-hyuk begins to fall, while Jung-wong is left in shock. Gang Ryong recalls the Celestial Dragon's boss saying that men are empty not because they have nothing, but because they want nothing. Humans can survive without limbs, but not without desire. He could even speak of desires Gang Ryong himself didn't know he had. At that moment, it was already done, and no one understood what he had just done. Min Jang-hyuk falls into the sea, and his blood begins to spread through the water. Jung-wong is completely stunned, and everyone wonders why the brute did that. In a desperate attempt, Jung-wong jumps into the sea, searching for his boss. The Celestial Dragon's chairman's secretary soon appears behind Gang Ryong, declaring that he made the right decision, and that he will make sure the great boss hears about it. Gang Ryong lets out a sigh, leaving Kim Joo-hak confused. Gang Ryong's eyes are completely different, which unsettles him. In any case, he has to fulfill his duty, so he hands Gang Ryong a remote control. At that moment, all Gang Ryong wants to know is how he can obtain what he desires. The Celestial Dragon's boss then explains that he must reach the pinnacle of the organization. He must climb to the top and use any means necessary, without distinguishing between good and evil, because that is the only goal, to become #1 in the Celestial Dragons. That way, he would have everything he desires. Meanwhile, Young Wong manages to pull Min Jang-hyuk's body out of the water. The members lift the junior boss and quickly begin first aid. Min Jang-hyuk soon starts coughing, showing he's still breathing, and opens his eyes as everyone worries. At that moment, he can only think of Gang Ryong. He doesn't know what Gang Ryong was thinking, but he's certain the brute has made his decision. Throughout his life, Gang Ryong never knew ambition or dreams. He simply drifted along. He had strength, but never wanted anything from it. He wanted to live, but never knew why. But the Celestial Dragon's boss, at the moment he first appeared, made him face the dragon within himself. So he chose his ambition, the thing he decided to truly face for the first time, and he also chose the junior boss. Everything felt like hell to him, and the answer to his conflict came from Min Jang-hyuk himself. Just as he had taught him, Gang Ryong chose to pursue his ambition, the pinnacle of the Celestial Dragons. He would do whatever it took to reach it, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Then he pressed the button on the remote. Before anyone could react to save Min Jang-hyuk, one of the members realized there was a bomb on site. Jung-wong had no idea what Gang Ryong was thinking, but he swore he would break a few of his ribs. Then everything explodes. The explosion was massive, and he survived only because he wasn't on the boat. It left him in complete shock, as many comrades died there, not just his boss. The trauma for Jung-wong was profound. 25 years later, at around 6:12 in the morning, at the former headquarters of the Celestial Dragon, Jung-wong made it clear that, even now, he could still feel the flames scorching his skin. But what he could never forget was the face of the traitor. Jung-wong then asked Gang Ryong if he knew why he had become #3 in the Celestial Dragon. He declared that it was so that, when Gang Ryong reached the top, he himself could kill him with his own hands. There was no better their position for that. He also said he would take revenge on everyone else after dealing with Gangrang, and then seize the presidency. Gangryong replied that he couldn't understand, stating that what happened that day hadn't been an easy decision for him either. He recalled that Yung Woong had wanted to be #1 in the Celestial Dragon long before he did. He had simply been honest about his own ambition, and that had been the last lesson the junior boss taught him. Jung Woong grew indignant upon hearing Gangryong mention Min Jang-hyuk, saying he had a disgusting tongue and that he didn't like how long the fight had dragged on. Soon, the two clashed head-on. Jung Woong wanted to know who would see the junior boss first. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Joseph, who was watching through the security cameras he himself had activated. The place was already burning, and he realized there was a serious problem. He had expected a fire, but his thesis was not yet complete. The fight between Yu Young and Kang Yun was exactly the kind of thing he wanted to observe. Not an obvious fight. He wanted to see the Pacific Aquarium, when only 2 sharks remained, with no competitors or other fish, to analyze how they would react. He thought about the documentary on the pinnacle of predation, The Law of the 2 Sharks. He only wished one of them would reach that state before the prison turned to ashes. He wanted something special. The scene then shifts to Wing 2 of the Juvenile Detention Center, on the 5th floor. Kang Yun was lying down and suddenly got up, beginning to cough. Smoke had already filled the corridor, and he began to believe he would die amid the flames. Joseph had the documentation of the 2 inmates and enjoyed observing how the fight unfolded, to see who would become the prison's ultimate predator. He could only think about his favorite childhood documentary, which featured 2 sharks, Jake and Polly. Those 2 male sharks brutally injured each other, tearing out eyes and fins, all to decide who would be the top predator. They fought in a life-or-death struggle for more than 244 hours. But just as the fight was about to reach a conclusion, the clash caused a shock that made a structure weighing over 400 kilos fall onto the tank. Because of this, the shark named Jake was left on the brink of death, and the footage captured by the crew's security cameras showed a scene that would go down in biology history as legendary. Polly had spent the entire day fighting Jake, and still saved him. Ju Young appears, demanding to know how Kang Yan could dare die so easily, making it clear that he still didn't have permission to die. Seeing this, Joseph was left speechless, as Ju Young was literally repeating what had happened in his favorite childhood documentary. He then recalls how humans are selfish and cruel creatures, who start wars and trample over one another for their own benefit, especially inside a juvenile prison, where human evil is concentrated. Unlike ordinary humans, Joseph had hoped the shark documentary would have a different outcome, but this surpassed his expectations. He was certain that humans at that moment were like other living beings, capable of selfish acts and also something close to a strange nobility. His heart felt warm, as he no longer had any unfulfilled desires as a sociologist, and tears began to fall from his eyes. Then he realizes that the flames had already reached the monitoring room. In any case, Joseph had never planned to leave there alive, showing he was completely insane. Even with everything burning, he sent an email as if everything were fine. He had finally completed his thesis, and all that remained was one final task. The scene then shifts to Ju Young, breathing heavily, trying to figure out how many layers of fireproof walls there were, believing that was the only way out. Then Kang Yun calls out to him, trying to help. Suddenly, the fireproof wall begins to open, and the two can see what was happening outside. Joseph, watching through the security camera, thanks Ju Young for satisfying his curiosity as a scholar until the very end. His final task was simply to press the opening button, which could only be activated in that monitoring room. But Joseph meets his end in doing so. In his final moments, he wanted to die as a human, just as he saw in Ju Young. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs right in front of him. The scene shifts back to the former headquarters of the Celestial Dragon. Gangryong believed that, by that point, the situation in the prison should already have been resolved. Jung Woong's resentment toward him was something he understood, but even so, of all people, Gangryong had never once intended to kill Jung Woong. He was the only one for whom he would not regret giving his own life, as he was certain he was his true friend. Jung Woong lay completely broken on the ground. Gangryong makes it clear that if Jung Woong hadn't gone after his son, none of this would have happened. The scene then shifts to Wing 1 of the Juvenile Detention Center. Yunho and Taeson were worried and wanted to know if Ju Young was okay, since he hadn't gotten on the truck and it had been over an hour since the emergency alarm had sounded, and they were transferred. Yunho begins to suspect that the insane director had done something, using Ju Young as a human experiment. Taeson doesn't find that impossible. The mysterious prisoner had gone back to sleep, then woke up, saw everything was the same, and fell asleep again. Then the other two notice smoke and wake him up once more. Wing 2 was completely engulfed in flames. Some men arrive and inform the minister they had just gotten there, and the director claims that all the inmates had died, saying the building had been completely destroyed by the fire. However, most of the inmates had been transferred to Wing 1. Even so, they couldn't locate the director. Then they see Ju Young carrying Kang Yun. The scene then shifts to the medical facility of the Juvenile Detention Center. The news reports on the fire, saying the flames started in an abandoned building and spread to other facilities. It is also reported that there were no casualties, since the fire was far from the dormitories, which angers some people, as they had expected the inmates inmates to die. Ju Young, lying in the hospital bed, realizes they are covering up the director's actions and omitting information about Wing 2, essentially erasing what happened. He wonders whether Kang Yun agrees with that. At that moment, Kang Yun was lying down until Ju Young called him Your Majesty, asking him not to keep sleeping all the time and to open his eyes a little. Kang Yun then tells Ju Young that he is no longer a king, nor even a human being. He wants Ju Young to kill him with his own hands, as he no longer has any reason to live, and his hand was trembling too much. He didn't want to live a life where he wasn't a king. Ju Young realizes the guy still hasn't let go of that fantasy and decides to do what the king ordered. He simply pinches Kang Yun's leg, making him jump up in pain. Ju Young makes it very clear that he's not crazy. If he did something like that, his sentence would increase significantly. At that moment, Kang Yun looks at his own knee and remembers the entire battle. Then he asks why Ju Young saved his life, since he could have let him be crushed and die in the flames. Ju Young gets irritated with that lunatic who only talks about ruling and dying, making it clear that he shouldn't use that word in front of him. He explains that a friend of his ended up dying because of him, and he couldn't even attend her funeral, so he didn't want to hear that word being used so lightly. And if Kang Yun was grateful, he could repay him with a knee massage. Then the scene shifts to Jung Woong's funeral. There were many members of the Celestial Dragon present, and more people kept arriving. Haiwan is surprised by the chrysanthemums. Kang Chan was also there, and was sure everything had been arranged meticulously. Since it was the funeral of the number 3, Haiwan notices that Hansua wasn't there, and wonders if she wouldn't show up. After all, he was her boss. She also wanted to know what happened to the leader of Protocol and Security Team 3 whom Kang Chan had fought. He simply sums it up by saying he took care of it. It seemed that the questions about Jung Woong's betrayal, including the involvement of the White Dragon Society against them, had died down with Jung Woong's death. Haiwan just thinks he rushed his own death by choosing a fight he couldn't win. If he had simply remained Gangrang's number 3, he could have lived a normal life. Some people notice the presence of Gangrang's 2 closest associates, which surprises them, but Gangrang himself wasn't there, which was strange, since they had been colleagues and family for decades. They had heard rumors that Gangrang left Ju Young's face unrecognizable. In any case, they didn't believe the brute would show up, but he appears at the scene and even bows before the representation of his companion. He takes some liquor, pours it into a small cup, and offers it to his friend. If he was leaving, he could drink it. If he stayed watching, Gangryong makes it clear he might never forgive him. Then a Celestial Dragon member rushes in, informing everyone to line up, because the president had just arrived. The scene then shifts to Wing 1 of the Juvenile Detention Center, where they begin talking about people seen in the courtyard in the middle of the night. They weren't familiar faces, and some mentioned seeing smoke coming from the forest, though they didn't know if it was a girl or smoke, as the stories were getting mixed up. Some even start saying there's another prison. Yunho listens to everything, wondering if Ju Young ended up in that prison. Ma Gyum was in the same cell and states that it had already been a month since Ju Young left. His cellmate wanted to hear more about Ju Young from Yunho, since they hadn't had any contact with him. A lot had happened while Ju Young was gone. The prison was completely covered in graffiti. Then the scene shifts back to Young Woong's wake, where everyone begins to bow. The president steps out of the car and walks forward, and everyone greets him. He clarifies that it's enough, and there's no need for a commotion. Chun Huanyang is the name of the president of the Celestial Dragon, and he goes straight to Young Woong's memorial. He tells Gangryong that he heard he handled it with his own hands, and Gangryong doesn't deny it, confirming everything happened that way. He had already expected Gangryong to achieve his ambition, but that he also needed a pretext to do that to Jung Woong. Gangryong clarifies to Cheon Huanyang that he would do anything to become number 1, while the others remain bowed. Cheon Huanyang realizes he is not disappointed. Gangryong is ready for the pinnacle of the Celestial Dragon, something placed at the very top. Gangryong states that his colleagues, his older brother who was like a father, and even his only friend, were the ones who shaped him and offered him that. The president of the Celestial Dragon confirms this, turns his back on the brute, certain he will do well on his own, but promises to watch over him until the end. As he is about to leave, he asks Gangryong if his son is doing well, as he heard Ju Young had been doing some very interesting things. Haiwan realizes this is a big problem. Chun Huanyang knows Ju Young's whereabouts. Gangryong explains that his son still falls short in many aspects. Chun Huanyang tells the big man to stop pretending to be humble. He should stop hiding and introduce the boy at some point, as he finds it quite insolent that he hasn't done so before, adding that he has always been interested in the strongest individuals. Then he leaves. Haiwan had heard that Chehun Huanyang is the founder of the Celestial Dragon, and the reason it became the largest gangster organization in South Korea. Unlike other gangsters, he didn't care about justifications or formalities. The only thing that mattered was power. He bids farewell to the members of the Celestial Dragon, who greet him. Gangrong says that matter turned out well, but it was still too early to feel relieved. He then asks what happened at the Juvenile Detention Center. The scene then shifts to 1 month earlier, at the Juvenile Detention Center. Ma Gyum was writing. A few days after Jaeyoung's disappearance, a detainee entered the prison. He had a cheerful and bright personality and strong conversational skills. He quickly blended in. To everyone, it was a rare sight in a prison, someone who didn't avoid making friends. No one imagined him that this good-natured young man, who wanted to befriend everyone, would take control of the prison in just 3 days. Everyone tried to find out his past or origin, but there were only wild rumors. They said his body didn't have a single tattoo. In the end, the only person who hadn't submitted to him and still tried to fight was Ma Gyum. He felt he needed to become stronger, so he wasn't willing to stop. Above all, he didn't want to lose his life. He placed several chairs in front of his cell door. Then the scene shifts to everyone leaving the wake. Haiwon doesn't understand how Ju Young still hadn't taken control of the prison, since he had already wiped out Wing 1 and was in Wing 2, so everything should have been resolved by him. Gangryong explains that, because of that incident, all the leaders of the Council of Elders found out that his son was in the juvenile detention center. He was certain they would all remain silent once they realized Ju Young was there being raised. Kangchan still assumes it's too early to worry, but Gangryong reminds him that the celestial dragon has no justifications or formalities. As for the prison, Gangryong believes someone must have pulled some strings. Meanwhile, Ju Young is there. Some inmates see him and widen their eyes, as he had been gone for a while and was now returning to Wing 1. At that moment, Ju Young recalls that if he wanted to kill Gangryong, he first needed to reach the pinnacle of that prison. In the end, he had taken down both Wing 1 and Wing 2. He wonders if he has already done everything he needed to in that place. He hadn't expected the celestial dragon to be such a large organization. He was sure it wasn't limited to just that. Upon arriving at his cell, he realizes it's the same one as Yunho and Taeson, and they're happy to see him alive. Yu Young is confused about how he ended up finding them again. The prison guard explains that they maintained the structure of Wing 2 even after being transferred to Wing 1. Jae-young is caught off guard. Jaerim is there, unable to believe that Jae-young destroyed his happy chair and brought down the rest of the sharks. Jaerim stands up and says he wants to say something, which scares Taeson and Yunho. He raises his hand and thanks Jae-young, saying he is no longer one of the celestial dragon's prospects and has been able to reflect on true happiness. He also believes the other sharks have reflected on their lives as well. Ju Young doesn't shake his hand and says he's glad that Chair of Happiness no longer exists. He tells Jaerim to figure out for himself whether he's happy or not, and that from now on they should live without conflict. Ju Young's companions get excited hearing that he doesn't want conflict. Then prisoner 5521 suddenly loses it in the neighboring cell, complaining that Ju Young was cruel for leaving him alone. Taeson explains that they've only been there for a day and that things aren't so bad, actually better than Wing 2. Seeing Jaerim there, Jae-young concludes that the other sharks must also be in that prison, except for Kanghyun, who is in bed receiving medical treatment. Kanghyun acknowledges that Jae-young was the second person to teach him the feeling of defeat. The first was a man with a tattooed back, someone he remembers well. Even during training, he had been surpassed in an instant. This mysterious man ruled among the blue emugis. Kanghyun is certain that this man hasn't entered the prison yet, and that when he does, it will be the moment when all the celestial dragon's sharks are wiped out. Soon several inmates are frightened upon seeing that the rumors were true. Ju Young was right there in front of them, and no one could look away. One long-haired guy feels frustrated about being in Wing 1, where the fights don't seem exciting to him, since he prefers extremely violent combat. At that moment, Ju Young approaches him. He calls him Mophead, leaving prisoner 5521 completely annoyed by the nickname. Ju Young then says there were two guys from his old cell named Magyum and Namin, but he couldn't find them, so he asks if the long-haired guy has any information. At that moment, he senses something strange. He finds it bizarre to see several guys lying on the ground, and is shocked to realize that it was Ma Gyum causing all that destruction, taking down multiple opponents. Ju Young's eyes widen. Namin explains that Ma Gyum feels the need to push himself to exhaustion, which is why he was fighting like that. He also says it had been a while since Ju Young appeared in Wing 1, and that the entire prison was in a massive crisis. Because of Ma Gyum, everyone was on the verge of collapse. He adds that Ju Young shouldn't worry, since Ma Gyum doesn't even blink while taking others down. In the end, it was something Ma Gyum had brought upon himself. Then Ma Gyum takes a very heavy blow. Namin becomes worried, and Ma Gyum falls. Ju Young simply approaches to support him. Seeing that Ma Gyum caused this on his own, Ju Young says he doesn't interfere when someone is dying, but this bothers him. If the whole prison is in crisis, then it involves him too. And there stands the mysterious man. Ju Young wants to know who was responsible for turning the prison into this while he was away.